As a courier traversing the realms of the living and the dead, I have encountered countless bizarre occurrences. Allow me to recount the tales of mortality that lie behind my deliveries. Chapter 1. The Courier. I am a veteran, having enlisted at the tender age of 20. After serving 2 years as a conscript, I remained in the military for an additional 3 years. However, for various reasons, I found myself discharged this year at the age of 25. I had initially believed that my status as a veteran would afford me a seamless transition into the bustling life of this grand city. Yet, upon truly stepping into its depths, I realized that my expectations regarding the job market were woefully naive. The position of a security guard seemed excessively tranquil to me, and I found myself attending numerous interviews for various roles, only to be met with the perennial refrain, "Please wait for our call." Ultimately, I resorted to renting a modest abode on the outskirts of the city, in a relatively secluded area where the rent was more manageable. It was here that I met Chindayo, a man of my own age, who was remarkably loquacious. Upon my arrival, he promptly invited me to his home for a couple of drinks, and through a series of exchanges, we grew quite familiar with one another. Understanding my frustrations regarding employment, Chindayo often brought over a bottle of liquor, encouraging me to unwind and not to let my anxieties consume me. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that he harbored unspoken thoughts. One evening, I returned home around 8 o'clock. The building I resided in consisted of several rented rooms. The sound of my entrance seemed to rouse Chindayo, who emerged with a smile before retreating back inside. When he reappeared, he bore 2 bottles of beer and a bag of delicacies. During our meal, Chindayo could not help but remark on the difficulty of finding work in the city. Even though you are a veteran without a degree, it may as well be futile. Though I was slightly inebriated, I discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Soldiers are typically straightforward and do not favor ambiguity. I directly inquired, "We have known each other for quite some time. If you have something to say, please be candid and avoid unnecessary pretense." Chindayo squinted and smiled, pouring me a full glass of beer. With a smirk, he said, "I have a job opportunity for you. Interested?" "What kind of job?" I asked. Normally, being offered a job would be a stroke of good fortune. However, his hesitant demeanor made me uneasy. While jobs may be scarce, I certainly would not engage in any disreputable activities. After taking a sip of his drink, Chindayo replied, "Delivering packages." That it seemed that he was cautious, perhaps fearing I might be someone who aspired for more than my capabilities, hence his ambiguous demeanor. "What are the terms?" I asked, considering my current financial situation. As long as the compensation was reasonable, I was willing to take it. Many may shun delivery work, yet I found it appealing as I preferred physical labor after my military service, allowing me to stay active without excessive mental strain. Chindayo cheerfully gestured with 2 fingers. "The base salary is 2,000 plus additional pay per package. For each delivery, you earn 2 yuan. If you deliver 50 in a day, that's an extra 100. With a monthly total of 3,000, combined with the base salary, you could easily earn 5,000 a month." Listening to Chindayo, I found myself momentarily stunned. A monthly remuneration of 5,000 is indeed a rarity. As a security guard, one barely earns over 2,000. How could one possibly earn 5,000 from delivering parcels? After all, this is not a first-tier city, and 5,000 a month is quite substantial. I pondered deeply and speculated that there must be some hidden intricacies behind this seemingly lucrative offer. "You, with your meager 2,000 salary, are suggesting I take on a 5,000 job?" I inquired, clinking glasses with him. Chindayo chuckled awkwardly, raised his glass, and downed its contents, rubbing his hands together hesitantly before saying, "What I do is quality inspection, which is quite different from delivery work. My salary is fixed, with no commission. However, there's indeed something a bit off about this job." "What issue could there be? Is it that the boss might arbitrarily withhold wages?" Given his demeanor, it was evident that something was amiss, and I surmised that the predicament lay within the salary. The playful grin faded from Chindayo's face as he leaned in with an air of mystery, saying, "The salary itself is not the issue, it is the area you would be delivering to that poses a problem." "What do you mean? Please be more explicit," I urged, a sense of impatience creeping into my voice. Chindayo poured himself another glass, downed it in one go, and continued, "That area used to be a pauper's graveyard. In the 1970s, it was developed into a residential complex, and now, after many years, most of the residents are elderly. And then, I still did not grasp the nature of the issue he was referring to, with a piece of pig's head meat in hand. Qin Dao chewed thoughtfully before saying, "That place is rather restless. It has a somewhat sinister reputation." Reflecting on what he had just mentioned regarding the mass grave, I began to grasp the implications of his words. It was not merely a matter of salary. As long as the issue did not pertain to wages, everything else seemed inconsequential to me. Did I tell you? You mustn't dismiss this. Qin Dao insisted, unable to contain his earnestness upon seeing my skeptical expression. That place has a history, and numerous incidents have occurred there. To be honest, I held his claims in disdain. During my time stationed with the military, I had often stood guard alone at the desolate burial grounds in the dead of night. Yet I had never encountered anything unclean or sinister. There were 3 individuals responsible for delivering packages in that area. One was a man in his 40s, but he quit after just a few days, he recounted. Intrigued, I inquired as to why he had left so soon. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Dao swallowed hard, an expression of fear flickering in his eyes, and he stammered. He could no longer continue. Someone had died. Died? Although I was skeptical of his claims, the notion of actual death piqued my concern, especially since I might soon be working as a courier in that very location. The initial days of delivery went smoothly, but problems soon arose. In that area, people were indeed sending packages, which requires payment, right? The courier collected the money, intending to submit it later. However, that man handed over ghost money instead. The shop owner thought the man had simply made a mistake with the payment and intended to inform him. But before he could do so, the man, well, he died. Qin Dao cast a glance at me, and before I could inquire further, he began. A tragic accident occurred right at the entrance of the community. The victim was launched several meters away upon impact, and the vehicle responsible was merely a compact private car. It is entirely plausible that a compact car, when accelerated, could propel a person a considerable distance. However, before I could voice my thoughts, Qin Dao continued, "The critical point is that the compact car was traveling at a speed of less than 20 miles per hour. Less than 20 miles per hour, yet it sent someone flying over 10 meters? I regarded Qin Dao with skepticism, sensing that his account was somewhat exaggerated. Qin Dao nodded fervently. The accident transpired at the community entrance, and the unfortunate man was thrown over 10 meters, with half of his body lying within the community. Even more astonishing was the fact that when the man succumbed, one half of his body remained inside the community while the other half lay outside. That be why the time the crowd gathered. He had already drawn his last breath, yet, in the brief moment that followed, the lifeless legs of the man began to move. He pushed against the ground, dragging his body forward by half a meter, and only when his legs had fully crossed into the community did they finally extend as he exhaled his last breath. That it was as if, even in death, he was reluctant to depart from that place. As he spoke, Qin Dao's face was etched with terror. I felt no such fear and considered his narrative to be somewhat embellished. How could a person, having already passed away, still exhibit movement? It seemed utterly unfathomable that I paid no heed to this, taking a bite of the dish with my chopsticks, and inquired while chewing, "Didn't you mention that there were 3 delivery personnel? Where are the other 2? I assumed he was merely recounting a ghost story. Qin Dao took a swig of his drink, smacking his lips as he said, "The second to arrive was a young lad." At this point, Qin Dao raised 3 fingers and, gritting his teeth, declared for 3 days that young man worked. Did he stop? I pondered, could he have also perished? He could no longer continue. He went mad, Qin Dao lamented, shaking his head. The first day went smoothly, nothing unusual. However, on the second day, he collected money just like that old man, receiving a stack of paper money. Strangely, the young man did not perceive anything amiss by the third day. He had completely lost his wits, claiming that those who delivered parcels were not human. That young man is still residing in a mental institution. I picked up a cigarette from the table and placed it between my lips, yet I refrained from lighting it, squinting at Qin Dao. I don't wish to hear about the last one, nor do I care to. There's no favorable outcome to be found. The boss has been driven to madness these past few days, desperately seeking new recruits, as all the parcels in that area have piled up in the store. The base salary has been raised to 2,000. Were it not for my timid nature, I would have taken on that job myself. Qin Daio seemed disinclined to share the tale of the third individual, chuckling as he ignited my cigarette with his lighter. I figured since you're a veteran, your physique and skills must surpass those of others. There's a shortage of workers in that area. If you feel agreeable, I can take you there tomorrow, and you can start work right away. Although I profess disbelief in the supernatural, the unfortunate incidents that befell the three individuals before me have left me feeling somewhat uneasy. I took a deep drag from my cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke, my gaze lingering on the unfinished meal before me. I reached into my pocket, where only 200 yuan remained. Raising my cup, I downed the liquor in one gulp and proclaimed cheers. Chapter 2. The Three Agreements. The following morning, before 8 o'clock, Qin Daio escorted me to his workplace. Rather than a conventional branch of a courier company, Qin Daio's place of employment was a parcel contracting point. According to his account, this area was somewhat remote, yet the volume of parcels was anything but scarce. Recognizing this opportunity, Qin Daio's employer had contracted the delivery services for this region. The workplace was notably spacious, resembling an abandoned processing factory. It bore no sign or embellishment, save for a few large characters painted on the adjacent wall. X-Tong, X-Da, X-Phone. From Qin Daio, I learned that the proprietor of this parcel contracting point was a young man named Zhou Shun, approximately 30 years of age. The employees referred to him as Brother Zhou, attesting to his amiable nature and his considerate demeanor towards his staff. As he extinguished his cigarette, a black Santana pulled up at the entrance. Qin Daio nudged me with his elbow, whispering that Brother Zhou had arrived. The car door swung open, revealing a casually dressed, balding middle-aged man. Qin Daio greeted Zhou Shun, and I chimed in with a friendly call of Brother Zhou. Qin Daio gestured towards me and softly informed Zhou Shun, "Brother Zhou, this is my friend Ning Lang, here to apply for a delivery position. He is a veteran." Zhou Shun glanced my way without uttering a word, then retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the roll-up door, inviting us inside. The interior was cluttered with a substantial pile of parcels, presumably those yet to be delivered. Upon entering, Zhou Shun greeted me and invited me to take a seat. He courteously poured me a glass of water and, once seated himself, offered me a cigarette from his pack, even taking the time to light it for me. This unexpected gesture left me somewhat taken aback. Yet I remained silent, inhaling from the cigarette while observing Zhou Shun, waiting for him to speak. Zhou Shun lit his own cigarette, sitting across from me, and remarked, "You were introduced by you. I assume he has shared some information with you?" I was astute enough to grasp the implications of his words, which undoubtedly referred to the earlier incident involving 3 delivery personnel. "I understand completely," I replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhou Shun looked at me with a hint of surprise. "You are aware of it all, yet still dare to apply?" "Firstly, I am a veteran, and while I do not wish to boast, my time in the military had me stationed in desolate and remote areas, often standing guard through the night without fear." I rubbed my hands together, feeling slightly embarrassed as I continued. "Secondly, my education is limited. I did not graduate from middle school. After nearly a month of job hunting with little success, I fear that if I do not secure employment soon, I may face starvation." Zhou Shun, contemplating while smoking, hesitated before extending 2 fingers towards me, stating, "The base salary is 2,000, with a commission of 2 yuan per delivery, and wages are disbursed on the 15th of each month. What do you think? Will you take the job?" "Absolutely," I responded without hesitation. The salary and benefits had been conveyed to me by Qin Daio the previous day, and I had no objections. Seeing my prompt agreement, Zhou Shun chuckled softly, then reached into the adjacent drawer and retrieved 500 yuan, handing it to me with the words, "Take this money for now. If it proves insufficient later, just let me know, and I shall provide you with more." As I gazed at the bright red notes of Mao Zedong on the table, my outstretched hand hesitated slightly. Zhou Shun's generosity seemed somewhat out of the ordinary. In all my years, I had never encountered a situation where one was given money before commencing work. In other words, if I accepted this money, it would solidify my commitment to the job, and regardless of the circumstances, I would be unable to evade the task for at least 10 days to half a month. Having already intended to stay and work here, I ultimately set aside my reservations, took the money from the table, and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. I shall deduct this from my wages later." You stay, and we shall all be friends moving forward. There is no need for gratitude, Zhou Shun replied, grinning. However, his expression swiftly turned serious after his laughter subsided. Before we proceed, I must first outline a few conditions. It is only natural to heed the stipulations of those whose territory one is working in. Without hesitation, I responded, please, feel free to speak your mind. The area you'll be delivering to is called Zizhong, a neighborhood dating back to the 1970s, with quite aged buildings. It is not far from here. There's a map over there that you can refer to for clarity. Zhou Shun paused momentarily, sighed, and continued, I must emphasize 3 points that you must remember. His serious demeanor prompted me to abandon my lightheartedness, and I nodded in agreement, urging him to continue. Zhou Shun raised a finger and stated, first, the deliveries usually arrive around 1 in the afternoon. It took approximately half an hour to sift through the parcels from the purple bamboo forest. At 2 o'clock, you set off to deliver them. Remember, you must exit that residential area before 6 o'clock in the evening, regardless of whether you have completed all deliveries. You must leave. Although the courier service operates on a commission basis, I understand the essence of Zhou Shun's words. He is likely concerned for my safety, urging me to return before nightfall. Each delivery earns 2 yuan, and while it pains me to leave unfinished work, Zhou Shun's serious demeanor suggested he was not jesting. I nodded affirmatively without further hesitation. Upon seeing my agreement, Zhou Shun raised a finger and stated, secondly, if anyone in the purple bamboo forest requests to send a parcel, ensure you clarify the address first. Only agree to send it if the address poses no issues. If there is any discrepancy, do not send it, regardless of the compensation offered. Why? I dislike beating around the bush. Any concerns should be addressed directly. Zhou Shun did not respond, but instead retrieved a stack of money from a nearby drawer and placed it before me. Upon glancing at the money on the table, my eyes widened in astonishment, and I refrained from further comment. This was no ordinary currency. The characters for Tiandi Bank were clearly visible. Suddenly, I recalled what you had told me, that 2 of the previous 3 couriers had received paper money. What about the third matter? Seeing Zhou Shun put the money away, I inquired further. Thirdly, if anyone in the purple bamboo forest asks for your assistance, under no circumstances should you oblige. Even if that person appears to be on the brink of death, you must not offer your help. Why is that? Hearing Zhou Shun's words, I felt a surge of indignation. As a veteran, I could not stand idly by in the face of danger. Zhou Shun's expression darkened immediately. He snatched the lighter from the table, igniting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before stating, if you can adhere to these 3 points, then proceed. If not, you may leave. I am in need of personnel, but not of disobedient employees like you. At that moment, Qin Dao, who was busy packing parcels, hastily set down his tasks and approached me, whispering, Brother Zhou's words are for your own benefit. I believe you should heed his advice. I shot Qin Dao a glare, feeling a swell of discontent. What kind of situation is this, where one cannot assist someone on the brink of death? I retorted. Qin Dao winked at me and, before I could respond, cheerfully addressed Zhou Shun, Brother Zhou. Ning Lang has agreed. Ning Lang has indeed agreed. He wants to infringe upon those 3 points. And should he falter, feel free to dock his wages. I still had words to express, yet my peripheral vision caught Qin Dao, gesturing at me. Zhou Shun said little more, handing me a cigarette with a smile. Dao is correct. These 3 points are for your own good, whether you believe it or not. This is the protocol here. If there's nothing else, let's commence work. Without granting me a chance to speak, Qin Dao seized my arm to help me acclimate to the surroundings. The previous courier responsible for the Zizhu Lin deliveries had encountered an accident, resulting in a backlog of parcels within the shop. There were indeed quite a number of packages piled up, and I initially intended to deliver them right away. However, Zhou Shun informed me to wait until 1 o'clock in the afternoon when a new batch of parcels would arrive, thus sparing me an extra trip. The boss had said as much, and I had little to add. The shop opened at 9 o'clock, and before I knew it, I had been conversing with Zhou Shun for over half an hour. Suddenly, it was 9, and the employees began to arrive one by one. Qin Dao introduced them to me. Including Qin Dao, there were originally 4 people in the shop. Among the other 3, one girl worked alongside Qin Dao as an inspector. The remaining 2, both young men, were couriers from the nearby area. After a brief exchange, I learned that the two couriers were responsible for the nearby residential community. The slightly heavier one was named Wang Sanhao, while the thinner one was called Lu Ziming. The girl, who had an unremarkable appearance, was named Zhang Xinxin. "Hey, buddy, where do you work?" Wang Sanhao asked, extinguishing his cigarette and glancing at me. It dawned on me that they had likely assumed I was a friend of Qin Daiyou. "Come to visit him." I smiled and replied, "I also work here. I just started today." "You work here too?" Lu Ziming exclaimed, turning to look at me in surprise. "Which area are you responsible for?" "Zizulin," I replied honestly. However, as soon as my words left my lips, both Lu Ziming and Wang Sanhao stared at me in shock, their expressions filled with fear. Chapter 3. The Bamboo Grove. I found myself at a loss for words, pondering whether the Bamboo Grove was truly as fearsome as some claimed, given that it merely had a few incidents related to delivery personnel. Aware of my status as a newcomer tasked with the deliveries in the Bamboo Grove area, both Wang Sanhao and Lu Ziming seemed to deliberately avoid me. Even when I offered them cigarettes, they shook their heads, declining my gesture. Feeling rather dejected, I aimlessly wandered about the shop until my gaze fell upon a pile of packages accumulating in the corner. Qin Daiyou informed me that these packages were destined for the Bamboo Grove, yet they had been left unattended due to a lack of couriers willing to deliver them. Anyone who came to retrieve them could take their share, while those left behind would gather dust. Since these parcels were eventually my responsibility, I resolved to take action and began to organize them. There were approximately 50 packages, and as I sorted through them, a sense of delight filled me. Delivering these parcels would earn me a tidy sum of 100 yuan. Who knew if more deliveries would come in after 1 o'clock? Calculating it all, I realized that my earnings for the day, aside from my base salary, could very well reach 100 yuan. By the time the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, several delivery trucks began to arrive, with Zhou Shun directing the unloading of goods, and I joined in the effort. During the unloading process, we meticulously checked the recipient addresses and sorted the packages into their respective areas. However, there were not many deliveries destined for the Bamboo Grove, and coupled with the remaining 50 parcels, the total was still fewer than 100. Within the shop, there were 3 electric tricycles. 2 of them, with ample space in the rear, had been taken by Wang Sanhao and Lu Ziming, leaving me with the smaller tricycle, which was all that remained. I loaded the parcels onto the vehicle one by one, preparing to dispatch them. Just before my departure, Zhou Shun called me into the house and handed me a map, detailing the route from the shop to Zizulin. Not only did it chart the way, but it also marked the coordinates of the buildings within Zizulin, arranged in a specific order. As he presented the map, Zhou Shun, with a grave expression, urged me to remember the 3 points I had mentioned. I found his insistence somewhat tiresome. However, I acknowledged that his intentions were well-meaning. Tucking the map away, I nodded and smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, it's all committed to memory. I promise nothing will go awry." He simply nodded in response without elaborating further. Once I was prepared, I refrained from lingering any longer, mounted my 3-wheeled vehicle, turned the key, and set off with a sputter. Despite its somewhat battered and diminutive appearance, the vehicle was surprisingly swift, cruising at a steady 30 miles per hour. My responsibility lay solely within the Zizulin community. The rest was beyond my purview. I continued onward without pause, following the main road directly ahead. The Zizulin area was not particularly distant from the shop. Riding the 3-wheeler would take approximately 45 minutes. However, as I adhered to the map, I realized that Zizulin was rather remote. Upon arrival, I noticed a distinct lack of human presence, with even the roadside vendors becoming increasingly sparse. Perhaps due to its design reflecting an older community layout, the area was surprisingly expansive. The buildings within were predominantly 3 stories tall, yet their age was unmistakable. Some structures had begun to peel, while others were entirely cloaked in creeping vines. I find it rather perplexing that this place remains in its current state without undergoing any renovations. The community has but a single entrance, and it is not even equipped with an electronic gate. Merely a pole stands in the center of the road. After halting my vehicle, I casually extracted a cigarette from my pocket and approached the security guard seated by the entrance, sipping tea. The guard appeared to be a gentleman in his 60s. I offered him a cigarette from my pack, smiling as I said, "Sir, I am a delivery person. Could you kindly grant me access? A delivery person? The elderly gentleman accepted the cigarette without hesitation, placing it between his lips. I retrieved my lighter and ignited it for him, explaining, I am new here, tasked with delivering parcels to this community. You can see that my vehicle is laden with packages. As I gestured toward the heap of parcels in my cart, I continued offering cigarettes and lighting them, speaking with genuine sincerity. The old man, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, deliveries in this community can be quite challenging. What did he mean by that? While I could surmise his implication, I feigned ignorance and inquired further. The elderly gentleman, however, did not elaborate. He waved his hand dismissively and said, my surname is Jiang. I am the security guard here. I am present all day. Once you have completed your deliveries, make sure to leave promptly before dark. Before dark, he reiterated. I refrained from pressing further, nodded in gratitude, and swiftly mounted my vehicle, riding into the community. The neighborhood is not as desolate as one might think. Not far from the entrance lies a small park, equipped with some fitness apparatus. Although somewhat antiquated, it still attracts a few elderly gentlemen and ladies who engage in exercise while exchanging pleasantries. Prior to my arrival, I had organized the parcels, placing those closest to the entrance in easily accessible spots, while the more distant ones were stacked below, thus saving a considerable amount of time. This building has 2 deliveries to make. One is on the 2nd floor and the other on the 5th. At the 2nd floor, a middle-aged man emerged to collect his package, promptly signing for it and returning home without uttering a word. However, a complication arose with the delivery to the 5th floor. The resident there is a young woman, likely in her 20s, who appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing me. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, is there a new delivery person? I distinctly remember it being a lady. Previously, Qingdao had informed me that apart from myself, there were 3 others responsible for this area. The first was a middle-aged gentleman, the second a robust young man, and the third had not been specified. This led me to ponder whether the 3rd courier was indeed a woman, which surprised me, as couriers are typically young and vigorous men or occasionally older gentlemen. It is quite rare to encounter a female delivery person. After a brief pause, I smiled and explained, she has resigned, and I am the new courier responsible for this area from now on. I see, the girl replied, nodding slightly, though there was a trace of disappointment in her demeanor. She said little more, swiftly signing for her package. As I meticulously organized the delivery list and prepared to depart, the girl suddenly smiled and remarked, young man, you truly possess remarkable skills. Even while delivering a package, you haven't forgotten to care for a child. Care for child? Bewildered, I turned to glance at her, only to see her cheerfully pointing beside me before she closed the door. Turning back, I surveyed my surroundings, realizing there was nothing there. Where could this child possibly be? Was the girl merely playing a prank? With a resigned smile, I descended the stairs. Having made a promising start, the subsequent deliveries progressed smoothly, and I dispatched over half of the 100 packages in no time. I must admit, delivering packages is indeed a physically demanding task. Climbing up and down the 4th and 5th floors left me drenched in sweat. Fortunately, my time in the military had conditioned my body, and this level of exertion was manageable. The Zijulin community is quite expansive. It seems to encompass the entirety of the area within a single neighborhood. Riding my bicycle, stopping intermittently, I had delivered nearly half of the rear packages, yet the end of the community remained elusive. Arriving at Building 44, Room 401, I glanced at the recipient's information on the package and verified the building number before proceeding upstairs. This particular package appeared somewhat battered compared to the others. It was likely one that had accumulated in the store rather than a recent arrival. After ascending 4 flights, I reached room 401, knocked on the door, and called out, "Is anyone home at 401? Delivery." The soundproofing of old houses is rather inadequate. I stood at the door for quite a while without hearing any noise. With one hand clutching the package and the other knocking on the door, I raised my voice calling out, "Is anyone home at 401? I'm here with a delivery." Still, there was no response. I pondered that perhaps no one was at home, considering it wasn't the weekend. It seemed likely that the occupants had gone to work. I was about to take out my phone to dial the recipient's contact number. As I waited for the call to connect, I heard the monotonous beeping on the line, indicating no one had answered. Just as I was about to hang up in frustration, I suddenly heard the sound of a phone ringing behind me. Turning abruptly, I discovered an elderly man had appeared behind me, holding an old-fashioned mobile phone. He must reside in 401. Upon noticing me, he smiled and inquired, "Young man, are you here to deliver a package?" I nodded and scrutinized the old man, curiously asking, "Do you live in 401? The elderly gentleman, stooped and with hair as white as snow, appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. What struck me as odd was his exceptionally pale complexion, resembling a blank sheet of paper. He confirmed that he lived at 401 and then, right before my eyes, produced a key to unlock the door. "Sir, here is your package. Could you please sign for it?" I requested. The old man took the package but shook his head, saying, "Young man, I can't write. Is it possible to forego the signature?" I hesitated, feeling uncertain. As it was my first time delivering a package, I was unsure of the validity without a signature. Seeing my hesitation, the elderly man kindly smiled and said, "How about this? I have some red ink at home. If it comes to that, I could just press my thumbprint for you. I appreciate your help, sir." With that said, I did not linger any longer. The old man waved his hand and turned to enter his house. After a short while, he emerged again. This time, in addition to the red ink on his thumb, he held a box in his other hand. The elderly gentleman pressed a red thumbprint on the document before turning to me, saying, "I wish to send a package to my son. I wonder if you could help me with that?" Chapter 4. The money for the deceased. Upon hearing the elderly gentleman express his intent to send a parcel, my hand trembled slightly as I clutched the shipping slip. Instantly, the words of Zhou Shun echoed in my mind. First, ascertain the destination. If the address is unclear, no amount of money will suffice for the delivery. With this thought lingering, I turned to glance at the old man, who was smiling at me while holding a box. "Sir, where does your son reside? Where is this parcel intended to go?" Though age had taken its toll, his mind remained sharp. "How can I not know where my son lives?" he replied, waving a hand dismissively. Relieved to hear that he was aware of the precise address, I smiled and said, "I shall send it for you right away. Please provide the address, and I will write it down for you." I retrieved a pen and grinned. His son resided in the region of Sichuan West, not too far from our location. As I diligently noted the address, I observed that it matched the sender's information from the earlier package, which eased my lingering apprehensions. After securing the parcel, the elderly man inquired about the cost. I always carried a fee schedule for shipping, and after glancing at it, I cheerfully informed him, "Your parcel weighs less than 1 kilogram. To send it to Sichuan West, the fee will be 25 yuan. It was no wonder that Brother Zhou had decided to establish a courier service of his own. His charges were significantly higher than those of conventional delivery companies. The old man nodded and turned to retrieve the money from within his home. Moments later, he emerged, clutching 3 banknotes, 2 tens, and a 5. The earlier incidents of couriers receiving money for the deceased replayed in my mind. As I accepted the bills, I scrutinized them closely, fearful of inadvertently handling money from the deceased. The elderly man chuckled, reassuring me that there couldn't possibly be any fakes at such a low price of 10 or 5 yuan. Embarrassed, I tucked the money away, bid farewell to the old man, and hurriedly descended the stairs with my package. Once downstairs, I placed the delivered parcel on the back seat and was about to mount my scooter to continue my journey when I suddenly felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. I pulled it out and glanced at the screen, noticing it was a call from Zhou Shun. I quickly answered and inquired about the matter at hand. "Where are you? Still delivering in Zijulin?" he asked. "For heaven's sake, tell me what time it is." At the other end of the line, Zhou Shun's voice was urgent. A chill ran through me as I hastily checked my phone, only to realize that time had slipped away unnoticed. It was already 5:50, and 6 o'clock was fast approaching. I had to leave the Zijulin community before 6, as per Zhou Shun's strict instructions. I had nearly forgotten this critical detail. I lost track of time, I admitted sheepishly. "Get back here immediately. Remember what I told you. Ignore everything on the road. If someone asks for your help, pretend you didn't see them. Do not forget." After hearing Zhou Shun's stern admonition, I ended the call. I glanced back at the remaining half of my deliveries, gritted my teeth, and turned my scooter around. Although it pained me to leave the packages undelivered, I understood the gravity of the situation. Zhou Shun was genuinely angry, and if I disobeyed him, I risked losing my job. As I drove my three-wheeled vehicle, I glanced at my phone and noted the time. It was already 5:53. Based on the distance and speed, I was confident I could exit the Zizhu forest before 6 o'clock. I treated the three-wheeled vehicle as if it were a sports car, accelerating rapidly. As I approached the entrance of the community, the time read 5:57. It was only then that I dared to reduce my speed. Not long after, I spotted an elderly lady standing by the roadside, waving at me. She called out, "Young man, please stop, just stop." As I listened to her, I noticed 3 or 4 large cardboard boxes at her feet. "What is it, ma'am?" I inquired, gently pressing the brakes as I drew near, swaying slightly. The elderly woman smiled and replied, "I'm moving and would like to take these boxes to the entrance. At my age, I can't manage the physical strain of bending down. I was hoping to hitch a ride with you to help transport them. It won't be a bother, young man. You're heading out too, right? It's just a matter of convenience." I hesitated, the words on the tip of my tongue, suddenly recalling the repeated admonitions from my friend, Shuani, never meddle in affairs that do not concern you within the Zizhu forest, not even if someone is on the brink of death. I glanced down at my phone. It was now 5:58. If I lingered any longer, I would completely breach the rules. Not only would I fail to exit the community by 6, but I would also have interfered in matters that were not my concern. Upon reflecting on this, I cast a glance at the elderly lady, gritting my teeth as I resolutely pressed the accelerator. The 3 donkeys sped away in a flurry, leaving the lady by the roadside in a state of shock, repeatedly waving for me to return and assist her. I pretended not to hear or see her, resolutely driving forward. Ahead lay the entrance to the neighborhood, where Mr. Jiang was leisurely sipping tea. Perhaps he heard the commotion caused by the 3 donkeys, for he rose to help me lift the roadblock that obstructed the thoroughfare, allowing the 3 donkeys to dash out of the community. I slammed on the brakes, raising my hand to check my phone. It was 5:59, leaving just a minute until 6. I released a sigh of relief, stepping out of the car with a grin and retrieving a cigarette from my pocket to offer to Mr. Jiang. Without hesitation, he accepted it and began to smoke, remarking, "You're quite the lad, knowing to come out before 6. Feeling somewhat odd at Mr. Jiang's comment, I lit a cigarette and, with caution, inquired, "Sir, why is it imperative to leave the neighborhood before 6? What happens if one does not?" Mr. Jiang chuckled at my question, pointing towards a neighborhood road, saying, "Just take a look at that spot." Following his gesture, I surveyed the area, but found nothing amiss. Although somewhat antiquated, it appeared to be an ordinary residential road. However, my eyes widened in astonishment as I fixated on the very spot he indicated, bewildered to witness it transform from a neighborhood road into a wall in the blink of an eye. I was utterly perplexed. This was simply inconceivable. I gazed at Elder Jiang, hoping he would provide me with a reasonable answer. Yet he merely smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry back, and be sure to emerge by 6 in the future." After bidding farewell to the elder, I set off on my way home. The path was somewhat dim, so I turned on the light of my scooter, pondering Elder Jiang's words while contemplating the sudden appearance of the wall. After much reflection, I could not arrive at any conclusion. In the end, I could only comfort myself with the notion that if one believes, there is existence, and if one does not, there is none. Coming out before 6 each day was not a matter of great significance. As I approached the shop, I could see from a distance that Zhou Shun and Qin Dayo were squatting at the entrance, smoking. They appeared anxious, glancing at their watches while puffing away. Upon spotting me returning on my scooter, they immediately stood up and walked towards me. "What time did you leave the bamboo grove?" Zhou Shun inquired, grasping my arm with urgency. A bit embarrassed, I scratched my head and replied, 5:59, Beijing time precisely. Hearing that it was not yet 6, Zhou Shun let out a sigh of relief, and, as he handed me a cigarette, reproached me, saying, "You think my words are mere whispers in the wind? If I hadn't called you, would you have simply stayed in?" I sheepishly admitted I was a bit anxious on my first day and momentarily lost track of time. Zhou Shun shot me a glare, asserting, "No matter how urgent the situation, you must leave the bamboo grove before 6. Oh, by the way, did anything happen while you were in the bamboo grove?" Zhou Shun seemed to recall something and asked me. I nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed, I encountered a situation. On my way back, an elderly lady requested my assistance in moving some items. Did you help her?" Zhou Shun suddenly grew anxious, turning to glare at me. I shook my head and said, I was preoccupied with your words, Brother Zhou, so I did not assist her. I simply accelerated and drove away. That is good. Very good. Zhou Shun nodded repeatedly. He then cautioned me again, insisting that in the future, regardless of the circumstance, I must not offer help. No matter if an accident occurred, or even if someone were to perish, I should refrain from calling for an ambulance. This demand struck me as rather peculiar, yet considering how precariously my job had become stable, I chose not to contest it and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, Zhou Shun inquired about the day's business. I produced the delivery receipts and handed them to him. Zhou Shun examined them closely and remarked, not bad. You delivered over 50 packages on your first day. Keep up the good work. He then retrieved a form and annotated it with the number of items delivered and the corresponding amounts. By the way, Brother Zhou, I encountered an elderly gentleman wanting to send a package today. Suddenly recalling the items that Mr. Chun had sent, I hurriedly pulled out 25 yuan from my bag and handed it to Brother Zhou. Since the recipient's surname was Chun, I referred to him as Mr. Chun. However, as I extracted the money, I was taken aback. The bills slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground, sending a shiver through my entire being. Chapter 5. The Midnight Ghost Face. I had never noticed how striking the words Heaven and Earth Bank appeared, nor had I ever perceived the visage of Yama, the King of Hell, as so glaring. 2 10-yuan notes and a 5-yuan note had now transformed into 3 ghostly bills. When I previously collected the money, it was undoubtedly in renminbi. How could it possibly? How could it turn into ghost money? The first 3 couriers had all encountered misfortune due to receiving ghostly currency. Could it be? I dared not contemplate further. Ning Lang, what on earth have you done? At the moment I laid eyes on the ghost money, Zhou Shun stood frozen in place for an extended period before finally erupting in fury towards me. In my panic, I lost my composure, repeatedly shaking my head in denial, insisting, it cannot be, it cannot be. I distinctly received 2 10-yuan notes and a 5-yuan note. How could it be ghost money? Who was the sender? What was sent? Zhou Shun inquired. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening as I recalled the package resting in the back seat. Hastily, I rose and stepped outside, retrieving the parcel from behind the 3 donkeys. As I handed the package to Zhou Shun, he glanced at it and then flung it heavily to the ground. Still reeling from the ghost money incident, I numbly squatted down to pick up the parcel, staring blankly at the recipient address. I had never anticipated an error in the recipient's name until I realized that the handwriting on the address was my own. Every detail on the slip was penned by my hand. I knew precisely what I had written. How could there possibly be a mistake? However, the prominent characters on the delivery slip, spelling out Netherworld, filled me with dread. This package wasn't destined for the capital. It was addressed to Fengdu City. Fengdu City, the city of ghosts. In the underworld, impossible. This cannot be. I shook my head, my face paling, and beads of cold sweat trickled down my back. The money I received was genuine. I distinctly remember it being renminbi. How could it have transformed into ghost money? The senders and recipients' addresses on the slip were written by me, and they were unequivocally addresses in the capital. How could they have morphed into Fengdu City? Who exactly? Who is this Chun person? A series of terrifying enigmas left me utterly bewildered. Damn it, you've managed to stumble upon all 3 things I told you about. Zhou Shun exclaimed, appearing even more incensed than I was. He gnashed his teeth, his arms akimbo, the cigarette falling from his mouth onto the floor. He paced back and forth within the store, muttering, what in the world is this purple bamboo forest? Why can't we even deliver a package there? Brother Zhou, what do we do? Qin Dayo stammered, his lips trembling in fear. Zhou Shun cast a glance at Qin Dayo and me, gritting his teeth as he said, what do we do? Pretend we didn't see anything. I'm at a loss for what to do when faced with something like this. Then, should we still deliver this package? I inquired, staring blankly at the parcel in my hand. Zhou Shun glared at me, retorting, are you going to drive the car to the underworld to deliver the package? That was clearly not my intention. I was merely wondering if I should continue with this job. Zhou Shun waved his hand dismissively, saying, just toss this package into the storeroom and pretend you never saw it. You've had a long day. Hurry back with you. Don't forget to come to work tomorrow, and remember, there's no need to arrive at 9. You can come at 1 instead. Zhou Shun completely thwarted my attempt to protest and even relaxed the conditions, permitting me to come in at 1 o'clock. Given the circumstances, I felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections and merely nodded, my face pale. Leaving the shop with Chindayu, I noticed that the sky had turned completely dark. A sudden gust of cold wind sent a shiver through me, gradually pulling me from the earlier shock. I turned to see Chindayu gazing at me with a look of sheer panic, evidently still reeling from the recent events. Instead of rushing back to our lodging, we settled at a nearby food stall. Chindayu raised his glass and downed the beer in one swift motion, frowning as he looked at me. Ninglang, there are no outsiders here. Tell me honestly, did you pay attention when you collected the money? I made a point to check, I replied. Chindayu set down his glass, pondering aloud. So how did it end up like that? I was infuriated and clenched my teeth, downing my drink in a single gulp. I was certain I hadn't misread the bills. They were undoubtedly in renminbi, and I had meticulously examined them multiple times, fearful of any mistakes. Yet, somehow, upon arriving at the shop, the renminbi in my pocket had transformed into ghost money. I hadn't interacted with anyone during this time, and no one could have accessed the bag hanging at my waist. Could the money have magically changed on its own? Setting aside monetary concerns, it is indeed my own handwriting that graces the delivery address. Who else could recognize my own script? When I penned it, I distinctly wrote Beijing. Yet it has now inexplicably transformed into Fengdu. This matter is undoubtedly peculiar, and it is certain that it is far from being as straightforward as I initially presumed. So, what shall we do now? Perhaps resign, sighed Chindayu. I grasped the 500 yuan that Zhou Shun had given me and, with a bittersweet smile, replied, What if I resign? Not only would it be challenging to find work in the short term, but I'm also in possession of someone else's money, making it difficult to explain to Brother Zhou later. Although the situation is somewhat strange, I find myself relatively unscathed. For now, I shall continue with my duties. Despite my words, a sense of retreat brewed within me, as I hesitated, feeling as though I was at an impasse. I contemplated seeking out Uncle Chun tomorrow during my delivery to Zijulin to clarify the situation. After all, as a young man, could I not handle a small elder? With a clearer path in mind, I ceased my internal turmoil and invited Chindayu to indulge in some barbecue. Chindayu appeared genuinely apprehensive, scarcely touching the food, and his demeanor dampened my appetite as well. Ultimately, we requested the server to pack our leftovers and settled the bill before departing. Upon returning to our rented accommodation, we exchanged little conversation and retreated to our respective rooms. Placing the barbecue on the table, I silently extracted a cigarette and sat on the edge of my bed, pondering the bizarre events of the day as I smoked. This affair is truly beyond description, leaving me with a lingering sense of psychological unease. In my past military service, I held no belief in the supernatural, standing vigil at the mass grave throughout the night without a trace of fear. Yet now, with recent events unfolding, an unsettling apprehension has taken root within me. To be candid, I still find it difficult to believe in spirits or deities, dismissing the occurrences as mere pranks orchestrated by Chun Bo to amuse a younger individual like myself. Although the delivery address on the package remains an enigma, after a day of turmoil, I felt weary. After a brief wash, I lay down on my bed and soon succumbed to a light slumber. I cannot recall the duration of my sleep, but in the haze of my dreams, I became aware of footsteps outside my room. Those who have served in the military possess an innate vigilance, easily roused by the slightest disturbance. I opened my eyes and instinctively reached for my phone to check the time, discovering it was already 1 a.m, while the soft patter of footsteps continued to echo from outside. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through me, and I sat upright in bed. The dwelling I had rented was a single-story structure comprising 3 rooms within a small courtyard, one for my accommodation, another for my neighbor, Chindayu, and a third designated for cooking and bathing. Aside from these, the courtyard was devoid of any other inhabitants. Given this solitude, whose footsteps could they possibly be? Could it be that Dayo had risen for a midnight visit to the restroom? Just then, a sharp rap sounded against the glass of my window. I turned abruptly, and my suspicions regarding Chindayu evaporated like mist. My gaze was fixated on the glass, yet it revealed nothing. Just as I was on the verge of averting my gaze, a sudden thud resonated as a blood-soaked visage, grotesquely contorted, pressed firmly against the window. The moonlight outside illuminated that bloodied face, intensifying the agonizing sting it inflicted upon my senses. A chilling, disembodied laughter erupted from the ghostly face, its mouth twisted in a sinister grin. As its dark, unblinking eyes bore into mine, mocking my very existence with that malevolent smile. Damn it! My heart raced with anxiety, yet I instinctively seized the pillow from my bed and hurled it towards the window. With considerable force, the pillow struck the glass, prompting the ghostly face to recoil instinctively before the pillow could reach it. Witnessing this, a wave of relief washed over me. At least this simple action suggested that the owner of that face must be human. After all, would a non-human entity flinch at an object that posed no real threat? This thought ignited a surge of anger within me, and I gritted my teeth, swiftly leaping out of bed without a second thought for my attire, determined to pursue. As I flung open the door, the moonlight revealed a shadow that swiftly vanished over the wall, leaving no trace behind. I surmised that the wretch had scaled the wall to escape. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for someone to disappear so suddenly. I prepared to give chase, but my outstretched leg remained suspended in midair, refusing to descend. Before my door and my feet lay a package that evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity, accompanied by a plain sheet of white paper. Furrowing my brow, I realized that this parcel had been hauntingly familiar, as if I had encountered it before. I glanced up at the wall of the courtyard, contemplating that the scoundrel had likely vanished long ago. Pursuing him would merely be a futile exertion of energy. I had no intention of chasing after him. Instead, I knelt to pick up the package, turned on the light in the room, and unfolded the white paper in my hand. The words upon the paper instantly came into view. You must deliver the package. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Chapter 6. Thrilling 366. In that fleeting moment upon glimpsing the contents of the paper, my initial reaction was that someone was playing a cruel prank. Furrowing my brow, I set the white sheet aside and casually opened the package. Upon discovering the delivery slip emblazoned with the words Fondue City, I hurled the parcel away from me in a fit of terror. I stared in horror at the package I had cast aside. How could it have inexplicably appeared here when I had distinctly left it in the storeroom of the shop? Was it possible that that scoundrel had brought it? Yet this did not add up. When we departed, only Zhou Shun remained in the store, and he was the sole individual with access to the keys. How could that scoundrel have unlocked the door and retrieved the parcel? Could that bloodied, contorted figure I had just encountered be Zhou Shun? This notion was unfathomable. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I dismissed it. Although I had only known Zhou Shun for a day, I could clearly recall his physical characteristics. He was somewhat portly and balding on top, to say nothing of his physique. I doubted he could even run a few steps without gasping for breath, let alone execute a seamless wall climb. Furthermore, why would Zhou Shun resort to such actions? What was his motive for insisting that I deliver the package? Could it genuinely be as simple as the absence of workers? All these questions converged in my mind as I rubbed my temples, tossing the parcel onto the table. I then retrieved a cigarette, placing it between my lips and igniting it. Through the veil of smoke, I raised my gaze to the moonlit night outside, my thoughts growing increasingly profound. How can a mere delivery job lead to such a plethora of bizarre occurrences? At this juncture, I find myself compelled to reflect. The peculiarities of Zizhu Forest are indelibly etched in my memory. A wall has inexplicably materialized along the community road. Real money has transformed into counterfeit, and the previous 3 couriers have encountered misfortune. If I do not exercise caution, I fear I may be the next victim of this strange fate. Initially, I thought that the oddities were merely that, oddities, and not worthy of significant concern. However, I have now received a note that is nothing short of a blatant threat. In light of such unsettling events, sleep eludes me entirely. I tossed and turned in bed for hours without succumbing to slumber. In a fit of boredom, I picked up my phone and began to engage with the games it housed. When I finally glanced at the clock, I was startled to discover that it was already past 6 in the morning. Zhou Shun had kindly permitted me to return to work at 1 in the afternoon, and I was content to relish the comfort of my home. The barbecue I had prepared yesterday remained untouched, so I ventured into the kitchen to reheat it, creating a haphazard medley of flavors. Just as I completed my culinary endeavor, Qin Dayo awoke, and, upon seeing the breakfast I had prepared, chuckled and remarked how fortunate I was to have a neighbor like him. During breakfast, Qin Dayo appeared remarkably composed, seemingly having forgotten the events of the previous day. After our meal, he began to tidy up for work and, before departing, cast an envious glance my way, exclaiming, "Your job is truly enviable. You work only 4 or 5 hours a day, and the pay is exceptionally high. Why don't we switch roles?" At this, Qin Dayo's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily waved his hand, exiting the courtyard. To be honest, I am uncertain whether to continue delivering this parcel. If my life were at stake, I would not be so foolish. A few thousand yuan a month pales in comparison to my existence. Watching Qin Dayo depart, I returned to my abode. Where the parcel lay abandoned on the table, unnoticed, I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply while staring vacantly at the package. What could possibly be inside? Was Chun Bo intending to send it to the underworld? According to popular belief, items destined for the netherworld are typically burned, so why resort to courier services? Perhaps I could simply incinerate the parcel myself, deeming it delivered. This thought prompted a wry smile to cross my lips. When I delivered parcels for Chun Bo, he mentioned that the items were sent by his son, and this particular package was also addressed to him. Yet, inexplicably, the destination had transformed into Fengdu City. I am well aware of Fengdu City, the notorious ghost city nestled within the realms of the afterlife. Could it be that Chun Bo's son has already departed from this world? A bold notion suddenly flickered in my mind. Should I dare to open the parcel and discover its contents? Clutching the cigarette, my gaze fixated on the package, and I could not resist rubbing my hands together. A sheet of white paper rested beside the parcel, inscribed with a warning to ensure its delivery. Otherwise, only death awaited me. This ominous message extinguished my curiosity about opening the package. No one knows what is contained within this parcel. I understand the adage that curiosity killed the cat, and I believe it is unnecessary to jeopardize my safety merely to satiate my curiosity. After pondering for quite some time, I ultimately decided to conceal the package beneath my bed. After lingering in my room for a while, I could no longer endure the perplexity and resolved to visit the bamboo grove. As it was not during working hours, I had the freedom to wander, and given that it was midday, venturing into the bamboo grove should pose no significant issue. With my mind made up, I donned my attire and changed into my shoes before departing my home. The distance to the bamboo grove was considerable. Upon exiting my home and stepping out of the narrow alley, I paused at a bus stop. The 366 bus conveniently passes by the entrance of the bamboo grove. Buses arrive every 45 minutes, and fortune smiled upon me as I had not waited long before a 366 bus appeared, gliding towards me. Just as I reached into my pocket to retrieve some coins, the bus came to a gentle halt before me. However, just as I was about to step aboard, I suddenly noticed that behind the 366 bus in front of me, there was not only a private vehicle, but also another 366 bus. I was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how it was possible for two buses to arrive simultaneously when they typically come every 45 minutes. Furthermore, the bus before me was entirely devoid of passengers save for the driver, while the bus behind was filled to capacity. Could it be that this bus had broken down? That seemed improbable. If it were indeed malfunctioning, it should not have stopped at the bus stop. Regardless, I decided to board first and consider the situation later. On a sweltering summer day, I found myself reluctant to squeeze into the rear of a bus. Thus, as the vehicle came to a halt, I prepared to lift my leg to board. Don't move. However, before my foot could even graze the bus, a firm grip seized my hand. A surge of alarm coursed through me, and instinctively, I intended to retaliate against my assailant. Having served in the military for several years, I felt confident that at least 3 or 4 men could not approach me. Yet, before I could act, my expression froze, for I realized that the strength of the individual grasping my hand was formidable, rendering me utterly defenseless. Before I could regain my composure, the person yanked me forcefully. His immense strength caused me to stagger backwards, taking 2 or 3 unintentional steps, just as I was about to unleash a torrent of invective. An ear-piercing honk shattered the air. I looked up in astonishment to discover that the bus, which had just been in front of me, had vanished without a trace. The sound came from a private vehicle trailing behind the earlier bus. As it sped away, the window on the passenger side rolled down, and a young man leaned out, shouting at me, "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see there's a car coming? Are you really so foolish as to run into the street?" I stood there, bewildered. Just moments ago, a bus had been right here. How could it have disappeared so swiftly? "Stop dawdling. The car is coming." A detached voice called from behind, and it dawned on me that it was the very person who had yanked me back. Yet, I remained perplexed as to why the 366 bus vanished without a trace. What would have transpired had I boarded the vehicle? Or perhaps I would never have stepped on. The very instant I ventured forth, I might have been struck down by that private car, if that were the case. The individual who had just grasped my arm would indeed be my savior. I quickly turned to observe the person who had seized me, a youth of similar age, clad in simple attire. His features, while not conventionally handsome, bore an undeniable strength. As I watched the 366 bus approach slowly, I urgently inquired, "Who are you? Were you the one who saved me just now?" "Indeed, it was I who rescued you." "As for who I am, that is of little consequence," he replied, releasing my arm. I then noticed the pale imprint where his grip had been, a testament to his considerable strength. I opened my mouth to pose another question, yet the youth denied me the chance, gesturing towards the bus parked by the roadside. "The bus has arrived. It is time for you to depart." Before I could respond, he turned to leave. Just as I intended to call after him, I heard the driver of the 366 bus shout, "Are you getting on or not? If not, the bus will leave." With a clenched jaw, I boarded the bus, ultimately refraining from calling out to the youth. Seated on the bus, I contemplated the events that had just transpired, feeling a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for that young man, I might very well be on my way to the hospital, or perhaps even to the afterlife. It appears that I have unwittingly become entangled in an inexplicable relationship with the purple bamboo forest. Attempting to evade this reality by avoiding the role of a courier is evidently futile. The surplus of a number 366 looms over me like an extraneous wall or an unaccounted-for ghostly currency, leaving me utterly perplexed. Yet, what was the significance of that young man I encountered earlier? Before I could fully contemplate this, the bus announced the arrival at my destination, the Purple Bamboo Garden. The bus stop for the Purple Bamboo Forest community is named Purple Bamboo Garden. I shook my head in resignation and disembarked from the bus. The Purple Bamboo Forest community appeared unchanged, save for the inexplicable presence of several police cars and ambulances at the entrance. I speculated that perhaps an incident had occurred within the community. I intended to inquire about the situation with Old Man Jiang at the entrance, only to discover that he was conspicuously absent from the security room. With no other recourse, I ventured into the community alone. Uncle Chan resides in Building 44, and I had memorized the route while delivering packages yesterday. Upon entering the community, I made a beeline for Building 44. As I walked, my steps gradually slowed, and from a distance I noticed a crowd gathered around Building 44, encircled by yellow police tape, with several uniformed officers bustling about. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped me, prompting my feet to quicken their pace involuntarily. Chapter 7. Mr. Chun is a ghost. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, I found it teeming with residents of the Zizula neighborhood. Glancing back at the security booth, I noticed that Mr. Jiang was absent, and rather than searching for him, I gravitated towards the gathering. A few elderly gentlemen were engaged in hushed conversations. After pondering for a moment, I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket and, feigning a casual smile, approached them, offering the cigarettes while inquiring, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the trouble? Why are there so many police officers present?" "That young man isn't from our community, is he?" one elderly man remarked, taking a drag from the cigarette I had provided and casting a sidelong glance at me. I replied with a grin, "Oh, I'm merely passing through." I noticed the commotion and came to inquire. "The police have arrived. What trouble could arise?" An older gentleman waved his hand dismissively. My heart sank as I continued to smoke, pressing for more information. How could someone die here without any apparent reason? "The police are involved. I've heard it's not a case of foul play. Rather, he passed away on his own. However, his children weren't present, which is why the police were called," the elder elaborated. I was wondering why I hadn't seen Old Chin around lately. Little did I know he had succumbed in his own home. By the time they discovered him, His body had already begun to decay. He must have died 2 days ago, another elder sighed, shaking his head in sorrow. A different elder furrowed his brow and asked, "Who has died? Old Chun?" Indeed, Old Chun. I recalled clearly, recognizing him as the elderly gentleman who used to collect packages, residing in Building 44. Unbelievable. He was just taken away. The police mentioned it was a myocardial infarction that claimed his life. The old man shook his head and said, "Poor Old Chun. Not only has his son died far away, but he also has no companion by his side. And now, he has departed as well." The more I listened, the more my heart sank, and I trembled as I could not restrain myself from asking, "Sir, are you referring to Old Chun who resides in 401? His name is Chun Xingyuan?" "Indeed," he replied. "We used to play chess together every day. Recently, I heard rumors that Old Chin's son was buried alive while mining in western Sichuan, and they couldn't recover the body. Since then, Old Chin has not been seen. It's truly tragic. Who would have thought that just a few days later, he would pass away in his home?" The police mentioned that he had been dead for 2 or 3 days, and the body had begun to smell. If it weren't for the neighbors noticing, he might have remained undiscovered. The cigarette in my hand fell to the ground as disbelief washed over me. The old Chun who had died 3 days ago was the very Chun I encountered yesterday. He had passed away 3 days prior. If he had died 3 days ago, then who did I meet yesterday? "What's the matter, young man? Do you know Old Chun?" "Old who?" Noticing my expression, mistakenly assumed that I was acquainted with Chun and looked at me with surprise. I quickly waved my hand and said, "I don't know him well. I only saw him once recently and exchanged a few words. I never expected he would leave us so soon. In these times, life is not easy. For us old folks, who knows how long we have left? We can only take it one day at a time," Old Who said, shaking his head helplessly. I slowly took 2 steps back, suddenly gripped by fear at the thought that among this crowd, there might be a few like Mr. Chun, who had clearly passed away just days ago yet now seemed to have reemerged. I chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. My mind was flooded with memories of Mr. Chun asking me to send a package, my heart churning like tempestuous waves. Upon reaching the entrance of the Zizhu Lin community, I encountered a group of masked medical personnel emerging from the premises, carrying a stretcher. Draped over it was a white cloth, presumably covering the lifeless body of Mr. Chun. As they passed in front of me, an inexplicable gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the cloth to billow open, revealing Mr. Chen's skeletal visage, unmasked and stark before my eyes. His hauntingly resentful gaze rendered me utterly motionless, while the acrid stench assailed my senses. I stood too close, inadvertently obstructing the officers at work. A detective approached and said to me, "Friend, there is nothing to see with the dead. You should return to your duties." Numbly, I nodded, about to leave when a thought struck me, and I asked, "Excuse me, how long has this person been dead? Why does he smell so foul?" The officer replied nonchalantly, "The coroner estimates he has been deceased for at least 3 days. Now, please be on your way." With this definitive answer, I refrained from further inquiries and withdrew from the crowd. After such an unsettling incident, I found myself enveloped in a state of numbness. Mr. Chen had died 3 or 4 days prior. Why, then, had he appeared before me just yesterday? What is even more astonishing is that yesterday, I remained utterly oblivious, engaging in light-hearted banter with him. I had forgotten the true purpose of my presence here, and as I walked a short distance forward, a hand suddenly rested on my shoulder. Turning to glance back, I discovered it was Jiang Bo, the security guard from the Zizhu Lin community. In that moment, upon seeing Jiang Bo, I felt as though I had grasped a lifeline. Uncertain of my next course of action or what I ought to do, the series of bizarre events had already taken a toll on my mental state. If I could find Jiang Bo and inquire about the previous courier, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. A weathered smile appeared on Jiang Bo's face, and the hand that rested on my shoulder gently withdrew. I paid little heed to the implications and immediately said, "Jiang Bo, I have something to discuss with you. I know you're looking for me." Jiang Bo nodded in acknowledgement. Before I could even pose my question, he informed me, "This is not a place for conversation. Follow me to the security room." With that, Jiang Bo turned and made his way toward the security office. I hesitated for a moment, gritting my teeth before trailing behind him. The body of Chun Bo had been taken away by the police, and the crowd had dispersed. leaving the entrance of Zijulin community once again shrouded in its former desolation. Jiang Bo walked ahead, and perhaps due to his age, he moved at a leisurely pace. Though I was anxious, I refrained from voicing my impatience, deliberately slowing my steps to follow him. Something undisclosed undoubtedly lurked behind the departure from Zijulin before 6 o'clock. Upon entering the security room, Jiang Bo turned and closed the door behind us, inviting me to take a seat at my leisure. I cast a glance around the room and noticed there was only a solitary chair. Ultimately, I had no choice but to sit beside Elder Jiang's bed. He leisurely poured a cup of tea and handed it to me before turning back to his rocking chair, gently swaying as he observed me. Suddenly, Elder Jiang let out a hearty laugh. "Young man, you're quite impressive. You haven't been frightened to the core." At this, I felt a tightening in my chest. Clearly, Elder Jiang was privy to some information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a remark. Gritting my teeth, I said, "Elder Jiang, Mr. Chun from a community has passed away," but as I reached the end of my sentence, I found it difficult to articulate my thoughts. For the situation was indeed too absurd. Who would believe it? A man who died 3 days ago sent me a package yesterday. Who would accept that? "But you saw him yesterday, and he wanted you to send a package," Elder Jiang remarked, gazing at me with an air of indifference. His words sent a jolt through me, and I cautiously inquired, "You know? What you know, I know. What you do not know, I also know." Elder Jiang replied, rocking in his chair, his tone unhurried. Observing his calm demeanor only reinforced my conviction that he was not an ordinary person. He must possess knowledge that eluded me. Perhaps there was a solution to my predicament. With this thought, I grew increasingly anxious and promptly asked, "What indeed is the situation with Mr. Chun?" The police stated he died 3 days ago. If he succumbed to a myocardial infarction 3 days ago, then who did I encounter yesterday? The person you encountered yesterday was also Mr. Chun, but let me clarify. You did not encounter a human, Jiang Bo remarked calmly, casting a glance in my direction. I was momentarily taken aback, my eyes widening as I stammered. "If I did not encounter a human, then what was it?" "Indeed, you encountered a ghost," Jiang Bo replied without hesitation. His words left me utterly bewildered. Until then, I had never perceived Chun Bo as a ghost. Even after he had transformed the renminbi, he had given me into ghost money just yesterday. It was only when I was informed that Chun Bo had passed away 3 days prior that the reality dawned upon me. Yet, I hesitated to fully accept this truth, for I understood that embracing it would likely overturn all my previous understandings. However, Jiang Bo straightforwardly asserted that the Chun Bo I had met yesterday was indeed a ghost, not a human. In fact, this singular explanation was the only one that could flawlessly elucidate the bizarre occurrences I had experienced. The scalding water cascading upon my skin jolted me back to reality, and I realized my hands were trembling. Hurriedly, I set the cup down and shook my hands, then retrieved a cigarette from my pocket, placing it at the corner of my mouth and igniting it. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, I began recounting to Jiang Bo the events of last night and this morning. If the Chun Bo I encountered yesterday was indeed a ghost, then what could his intentions be? Did he wish to harm me? As I reached the end of my sentence, my hand quivered slightly, nearly causing the cigarette I held between my fingers to slip from my grasp. Listening intently to my account, Jiang Bo straightened his posture, furrowing his brow as he replied, "It is unlikely that he intends to harm you. If that were the case, how could you possibly be sitting here unharmed? What is Chun Bo intending to do?" As I drew on my cigarette, confusion clouded my thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bo suddenly remarked, "Isn't he seeking you to send a package? Perhaps he has passed away and turned into a spirit, seeking a connection with you and the delivery. It is also possible that he lingers in the mortal realm due to some unfulfilled wish." Jiang Bo's words sparked a flicker of realization within me. The police mentioned that Chun Bo had died 3 days prior, and I had not yet become a courier for Zijulin at that time. If Chun Bo truly desired to send a package, he would have found no one to assist him, indicating that he indeed harbored an unfulfilled wish. Tethering him to Zijulin, my presence, then, was serendipitous, providing Chun Bo with an opportunity to fulfill his desire, which I surmised was to dispatch that very package. If this were the case, the the subsequent events would fall into place with a certain inevitability. My initial shock at receiving the ghost money had caused me to inadvertently discard the package, thus thwarting the resolution of Chunbo's wish. Consequently, he sought me out in the dead of night, leaving the package on my doorstep. I shared my thoughts with Jiangbo, who nodded in agreement, suggesting, "The reason Chunbo has been reluctant to depart likely pertains to the package. You should send it for him. It is not an overly burdensome task." This was the sole course of action available to me, and without hesitation, I acquiesced. However, how was I to deliver this package? Was I to transport it to the underworld? I turned to Jiangbo, contemplating, and inquired, "Jiangbo, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you today." "Speak plainly. There's no need for us to beat around the bush," Jiangbo remarked politely, waving his hand. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask, "Why must we leave this neighborhood before 6 o'clock?" Chapter 8. The non-existent person. Jiangbo's gaze dimmed slightly as he cast a glance in my direction, slowly shaking his head in silence. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over me, prompting me to incessantly inquire, "Jiangbo, if you know anything, please share it with me. I won't hide anything from you." Last night, not only did I receive 2 packages, but I also found a note which warned me that if I resigned, I would face death. I need to understand all of this. Even if I were to resign, I would do so with clarity. "You cannot resign." To my astonishment, Jiangbo stood abruptly, fixing his gaze upon me before I could finish my sentence. His sudden intensity startled me, revealing a side of him I hadn't anticipated. Realizing he might have overreacted, Jiangbo took a deep breath and resumed his seat, addressing me earnestly. "Young man, if you trust me, heed my advice. Do not dwell on these futile thoughts. The message in the note is true. If you do not comply, you will perish." "Why?" I asked, gritting my teeth, feeling a sense of helplessness. Jiangbo sighed. "There is no reason. It is not that you chose this job. Rather, this job chose you. The only course of action available to you now is to continue delivering the parcels." His words were resolute, leaving me feeling as if all strength had been drained from my body, akin to a deflated balloon, as I slumped onto the bed. After a long pause, I resignedly said, "Jiangbo, just tell me what to do. As long as I can survive, I will comply. You need not do anything." Jiangbo rose and gently patted my shoulder, saying, "Just remember, you must leave the Zizhu Lin community before 6 o'clock every day when delivering packages. Moreover, during your deliveries, if anyone asks for your assistance, do not help them under any circumstances. If you adhere to these 2 points, there should be no issues." I had heard similar advice from Zhou Shan, and it posed no challenge for me. Without hesitation, I nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of safeguarding my life. As I departed from Jiangbo's place, it was just past 10 in the morning, with several hours still remaining before my work commenced. I had no intention of taking the bus back. Instead, I planned to walk part of the way. As I strolled along the road, my mind felt clouded and heavy, unable to grasp how I had become entangled in such a situation merely due to my role as a courier. Had I known it would lead to this, I would have refused the position even if the salary had been 20,000 rather than 2,000. The thought of earning money while risking my life was absurd. However, from Jiangbo's words, it seemed the matter was far from straightforward. He indicated that it was not me who had chosen this job, but rather the job that had chosen me. What could this cryptic statement imply? Was it possible that all these occurrences stemmed from my actions? Did they have little to do with my profession as a courier? If my involvement was indeed the catalyst, how could I account for the bizarre events unfolding around me? Were they attempts on my life, or were there other motives at play? I feel as though I am but a laboratory mouse, manipulated incessantly by a hidden hand. As for its intentions, they remain obscured from my sight, at least for now. Nevertheless, living is preferable to succumbing to death. Thus, I must temporarily persist in this endeavor. The future I shall leave to fate. With this realization, my heart feels significantly lighter. Mr. Jiang once informed me that the reason Mr. Chen sought me after his demise was due to an unfinished wish, likely concerning the matter of a parcel. If I can dispatch this package as usual, then Mr. Chen's final desire will be fulfilled. However, this parcel is destined for the underworld. Am I to deliver it to the realm of shadows? Such a notion seems utterly absurd. setting aside the logistical impossibility of transporting this item to the netherworld. I have no desire to venture there. What manner of place is the underworld? No living souls allowed is not merely a jest. Moreover, I lack the necessary prowess for such an undertaking. In the end, I could not decipher a satisfactory solution, and so I trudged homeward in silence. Upon my arrival, it was already 11:30. The moment I opened the door, I beheld the parcel I had left on the table, and suddenly a thought struck me. Mr. Chen's wish was to send the parcel to his son. Might it be that if I simply addressed it according to Mr. Chen's earlier instructions, all would proceed without complication? Yet, before I could solidify this notion, another thought emerged. Thus, it was revealed that Chun Bo's son had been employed at a coal mine in western Sichuan, and tragically, he had met his untimely demise there a month ago, with his body still unaccounted for. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon me. Chun Bo's son had perished a month prior, while Chun Bo himself had passed away 3 days ago. It became evident that he had never intended to provide a legitimate mailing address. From the very beginning, his intended destination was none other than the underworld city of Fengdu. I placed the package back on the table, feeling a sense of helplessness as I sat down and retrieved a cigarette, igniting it with a sigh. My head felt heavy with the burden of the situation. If I refrained from sending the package, I feared that Chun Bo might come seeking me out. Conversely, if I chose to send it, I was at a loss as to how to proceed. After much deliberation, I extinguished the cigarette, gritted my teeth, and resolved to send the package to the original address in western Sichuan. This way, I would have dispatched the item, and even if Chun Bo were to confront me, I could feign ignorance and buy myself some time. Upon reaching a decision, I wasted no time. I hastily prepared a simple meal for myself before heading to the shop with a box meant for Chun Bo, arriving at the shop just past 1 o'clock. I found only Zhang Xinxin tending to the store, while the others were nowhere to be seen. Noticing the absence of company, I instinctively released a breath of relief. Then approached Zhang Xinxin and inquired, "Where are Zhougu and you?" "They went out to lunch and haven't returned yet," Zhang Xinxin replied, her demeanor slightly unusual, as she seemed to avoid my gaze. I understood her unspoken sentiments and chose not to engage her further. As I was about to take a pen and fill out a delivery form anew, my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the computer in front of Zhang Xinxin. A flicker of interest stirred within me, prompting a casual inquiry. "Is it possible to print delivery forms using the computer here?" Zhang Xinxin nodded affirmatively. Elated, I feigned indifference and requested, "Could you assist me in printing a delivery form?" Without hesitation, she agreed and asked for the address. Recalling the address that Uncle Chun had previously provided, I relayed it, though I genuinely could not remember the phone number. Fortunately, Zhang Xinxin seemed intent on avoiding any probing questions. After printing the form, she sat nearby engrossed in her phone, seemingly disinterested in further interaction. I did not press the matter, instead tearing off the printed label and affixing it to the box, which I then casually tossed among a pile of packages. The handwritten delivery form had inexplicably transformed into Fengdu City. To mitigate any potential issues, I deemed it wiser to utilize the printed version. After sitting by the shop entrance for a while, Zhou Shun and a few others returned. The other 2 couriers exchanged mere pleasantries with me before returning to their tasks, and I understood they likely preferred minimal engagement. Qin Daiyou, however, was unfazed by such reservations. He sat beside me, rolled up his trousers, and smoked while chatting. Around 1:30 p.m., several delivery vehicles arrived in succession, mirroring the previous day's activity, with a total of just over 50 packages from the Zizhu forest area. Just before our departure, Zhou Shun once again intercepted me, engaging in a few words of admonition, undoubtedly reiterating the importance of leaving the community before 6 o'clock. Having witnessed the example set by Uncle Chin yesterday, I dared not disregard it, nodding incessantly to indicate my understanding. Upon arriving at the Zizulan, I intended to ascertain whether Uncle Jiang was present, only to be unexpectedly greeted by a stranger in the security room. Sipping tea and listening to music, a man whose origins I could not discern. Puzzled, I wondered how Uncle Jiang, who had been there at noon, had vanished by the afternoon. Had he taken leave for some reason, and someone else was filling in? It was a distinct possibility. I did not dwell on it for long. Upon disembarking, I requested the old man to assist me with the door. His hearing seemed somewhat impaired, as he required several prompts to comprehend my request. I mused that it was fortunate he was merely a temporary replacement. Had he been a permanent fixture, unforeseen complications might have arisen. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, I approached my delivery with utmost propriety, refraining from unnecessary chatter, and when encountering others along the way, I dared not even turn my head. As my vehicle passed by Building 44, I unconsciously reduced my speed, my mind drifting back to Uncle Chun's earlier presence. In that moment of distraction, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. I quickly turned to see a young girl standing behind me, holding an umbrella. Her attire was remarkably simple, yet her beauty was undeniable, her enchanting dark eyes drawing me in, as if gazing into an abyss from which I could not escape. "Have you seen enough?" Her cold voice jolted me back to reality. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I scratched my head and inquired if she needed anything. "I am here to collect a package." The girl, holding an umbrella, cast a glance at the packages in the back seat and spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, I immediately exited the vehicle, rummaging through the back while inquiring, "What is your name? Which building do you reside in?" "Wunyang," she replied coldly before I could finish my question, offering no further explanation. I refrained from probing further, as I recalled a recipient named Wunyang, who had multiple parcels awaiting delivery. My curiosity about why the girl bore the name Wunyang was minimal. It was likely an alias. Not long ago, I had encountered someone named Wu Yinzu from Zizuland. The number of packages in the back was scant, and soon enough, I unearthed 3 black bags, presumably containing clothing. I tore off the delivery slip for her signature. She spoke little, bending down to grasp a pen and inscribe the characters for Wunyang on the slip. After signing, she took the parcels and departed without a backward glance. As I observed the girl's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossed my mind. The afternoon sun was mild, and there was no rain. What was the purpose of her umbrella? Unbidden, a thought of the ghostly tale of Chun Bo surfaced in my mind, sending a shiver through me. Could this girl be a spirit? I dared not dwell on it further, hastily gathering the delivery slips and mounting my 3-wheeled vehicle to continue on my route. After delivering to a few more addresses, my phone chimed from my pocket. Upon checking, I realized it was the alarm I had set for 5:40 in the afternoon. With only a few packages remaining, I refrained from taking any chances and promptly turned the 3-wheeler around, exiting Zizuland without hesitation. On this occasion, the journey unfolded without any unforeseen events. Curiously, the elderly gentleman, who had previously been hard of hearing, remained seated in the security room. I muttered to myself as I disembarked from the vehicle and made my way directly toward the security office. I rapped gently on the glass, pointed to my throat, and proclaimed loudly, "Sir, having toiled all afternoon, I find myself rather parched. How about a glass of water?" While speaking, I produced a cigarette and offered it to the old man, not uttering a word in response. He opened the door to let me in and even pour me a glass of water. Standing in the security room, I took a casual sip and, feigning indifference, inquired, "Sir, where is Jiang Bo, the gatekeeper? Why is he not here?" "Jiang Bo? What Jiang Bo?" The old man replied, reclining in his rocking chair without lifting his eyelids. "Here, there's only Liu Bo, not Jiang Bo." Chapter 9. An oil paper umbrella. Upon hearing old Liu's words, I was instantly both amused and exasperated, pondering how this old Liu had become so entrenched in his role as a security guard that he no longer recognized the rightful person. "Uncle Liu, please stop joking. Hasn't the security guard of the office always been Uncle Jiang?" I waved my hand with a resigned smile. Old Liu regarded me with a mixture of confusion and seriousness. "Who told you that the gatekeeper is that Jiang?" He asserted. "The security guard of the Zizulin community has always been me, Liu Xinda. I have served as a security guard here for 20 years. Uncle, please don't jest. Just yesterday, I saw Uncle Jiang. He even claimed he was the security guard of the Zizulin community." Seeing old Liu's earnest demeanor, I felt a pang of urgency. Furrowing his brow, old Liu remarked, "You must be the courier who arrived yesterday, right?" I nodded, a bit flustered. "That explains it," old Liu said, nodding in understanding. "I, Liu Xinda, have been a security guard here for 2 decades. There's not a soul in Zizulin who doesn't know me." Just then, a lady outside called for old Liu to open the door. He sighed and promptly strode out of the security room, lifting the barricade with ease. I stood in the security room, momentarily stunned. Once I regained my composure, I set down my cup and exited the room, rushing to inquire of the lady attempting to enter the community. "Excuse me, is he truly the security guard here? You mean old Lou?" The lady looked at me with a hint of bewilderment. Upon seeing my serious nod, she smiled and replied, "Isn't our community security guard none other than old Lou? Having worked here for over 20 years, my son has grown up under the watchful eye of the old security guard, Lou Shinda." I glanced back at him, and he looked at me with a sense of pride, as if to say, "See, I told you it was me, but you didn't believe it." The elderly woman, noticing my silence, shook her head in bewilderment and walked into the community. The security guard of the Zizilam community has always been Lou Shinda, and he has served in this role for nearly 2 decades. If that is the case, then who was the earlier security guard? Jumbo? "Young man, I told you I am the security guard of this community, yet you still doubted me. Do you believe me now?" Lou Shinda chuckled, patting my shoulder. "Yes, I truly believe you now. However, I still cannot comprehend the situation with Jumbo suddenly." I recalled Lou Shinda mentioning that he had taken a day off yesterday. Could Jumbo have been a temporary replacement arranged by Lou Shinda? With this thought in mind, I hurriedly pulled out a cigarette and lit it for Lou Shinda. Watching him indulge in his smoke, I gathered my courage and asked with a forced smile, "Sir, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Since you were absent yesterday, I assumed you had arranged for a replacement security guard for the community." "A replacement guard?" Lou Shinda flicked the ash from his cigarette, looking utterly perplexed. "When did I ever arrange for someone to take my place? Was Jiangbo not sent by me?" He continued, "I have been the sole security guard in this community for over 20 years. Even when I am unavailable, I do not seek a replacement, nor would I ever appoint one." After the explanation, old Lou gazed at me with heightened curiosity, inquiring, "Young man, who did you encounter yesterday?" A sense of disorientation enveloped me, and an avalanche of doubts surged within. According to old Lou, he had certainly not sought anyone to take his place yesterday. If that were the case, how had Jiangbo arrived? Was it possible that he had selflessly watched over the entrance for an entire day, noticing no one was there? Even I found that reasoning hard to believe, let alone anyone else. Seeing my silence, old Lou pressed me again. I had little desire to engage in lengthy discussions with him, so I forced a smile and muttered, "I mistook someone." With that, I hastily exited the security office and hopped onto the tricycle, heading toward the shop. Throughout the journey, I pondered the matter, my mind swirling with various speculations regarding Jiangbo's disappearance. It wasn't that I was particularly concerned for him. Rather, in this convoluted situation, he was perhaps the only one who truly understood me. Without Jiangbo, I found myself at a loss for direction and uncertain of my next steps. As the vehicle approached the store entrance, a daring hypothesis suddenly took shape in my mind. Could it be that Jiangbo was a ghost? While the notion seemed rather unfounded, at that moment, I could conjure no better explanation to assuage my myriad questions. As the tricycle came to a gentle halt before the shop, I stifled my curiosity, disembarked, and retrieved the remaining packages from the back seat. Zhou Shun was seated inside the store, and upon seeing my return, he promptly approached, visibly anxious, and asked, "What time did you leave Zizilan?" "Just before 6, I replied. I answered honestly. Zhou Shun let out a sigh of relief, and then inquired, "Have you encountered any issues?" I understood precisely what Zhou Shun was referring to and shook my head earnestly, indicating that there was nothing amiss. He did not press further. Instead, he patted my shoulder and said, "Well done. I'll tally the delivery receipts shortly and calculate your payment. You can head home to rest afterward." I promptly produced the delivery receipts and handed them to Zhou Shun. He meticulously checked the receipts and recorded my wages for the day in his notebook. Once he finished, Zhou Shun put down his pen and smiled at me, saying, "All right, you're free to leave now. Come back tomorrow around 1 o'clock." I nodded, and just as I was about to depart, I noticed that the pile of packages in the store had vanished. "Zhou Gu, have all the packages been taken away?" I pointed to a specific spot in the store and asked Zhou Shun. He lifted his eyelids, glanced over, and nodded, saying, "All have been sent off." "What's the matter?" Relieved to hear that they had been taken, I replied, "It's nothing. A friend needed to send something, so I left it here for him." Zhou Shun paid no further heed to it and continued with his tasks. The store was bustling today, and Chindayo would be working late. I had initially intended to stay and assist, but Zhou Shun insisted I leave, stating that I was not familiar with the other tasks, and that my presence would likely be more of a hindrance than a help. Reluctantly, I departed alone, making my way toward the rented flat. On my way back, I felt a slight sense of relief. After all, Mr. Chen's items have been dispatched as intended. What the future holds is a matter for another time. While this issue was resolved, another perplexing matter lingered in my mind: Mr. Zhang's affair. His inexplicable appearance and subsequent mysterious disappearance surely concealed some secret. Reflecting on my encounters and conversations with Mr. Jiang, nothing particularly extraordinary stood out, except for his insistence that I must not resign and his peculiar request for me to leave the Zizhu Lin community before 6 o'clock, refraining from meddling in affairs that did not concern me. I could not fathom how these stipulations were connected to Mr. Zhang's sudden emergence. Was it possible that his arrival was not related to me, but rather tied to some undisclosed mystery? This thought eluded my understanding. Although I felt an urge to seek out Mr. Jiang, I had no idea where to begin my search. Upon returning to my rented accommodation, tranquility enveloped me, as nothing out of the ordinary had transpired. I welcomed the peace, for a lack of trouble was preferable to the presence of it. In the ensuing days, I resumed my routine, diligently fulfilling my duties and delivering parcels. Each day, I exited the Zizhu Lin community punctually before 6, and when I encountered situations where assistance was requested, I consistently declined, pretending to be oblivious. I adhered strictly to the instructions given by Brother Zhou and Mr. Jiang, and as a result, no further incidents arose. Interestingly, on that day, the delivery person known as Wunyang had quite an abundance of packages to collect. It seemed that she received items almost daily, and each time she stood by the roadside, awaiting my arrival to deliver her parcels, effortlessly retrieving her own in the process. Each visit, Wunyang would be holding an umbrella, which added an air of peculiarity to her presence. Initially, I harbored suspicions about her, even contemplating the notion that she might be a ghost. I approached her deliveries with utmost caution, fearing I might inadvertently offend her in some manner. However, one day, while engaging in casual conversation with a group of elderly gentlemen in the community, I mentioned Wunyang. To my surprise, many residents were familiar with her. One elderly man informed me that Wunyang was a kind-hearted girl who had often lent assistance to others in the neighborhood, embodying the spirit of benevolence. Yet, no one seemed to know her real name or her occupation. Those of similar age refer to her as Wunyang, while the slightly older ones called her Wagyuniang. Curiously, I inquired why she always carried an umbrella. The elderly gentleman replied, "Have you not noticed something peculiar about her umbrella?" Upon his suggestion, I indeed observe an oddity. In this modern era, umbrellas are typically advanced, opening with a mere press of a button. Yet, the umbrella in Wunyang's possession was a traditional oiled paper umbrella, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling something from ancient times. Sensing there was more to this, I pulled out a cigarette, rolled up my pant leg, and settled down to listen to the elderly gentlemen recount their tales. The elderly gentleman, upon seeing me offer a cigarette, was eager to share tales of the past. According to his accounts, the first thing that drew attention to the enchanting Miss Wu was the umbrella she held. Initially, the townsfolk were unfamiliar with her and found her to be rather peculiar. However, as time passed, the oil paper umbrella remained a constant companion to Miss Wu. Regardless of the occasion, whenever she stepped outside, that umbrella was securely in her grasp. Gradually, the community began to sense an air of mystery surrounding her, with some even speculating whether she might be a ghost or a spirit, for it was said in folklore that such beings shunned the sunlight. Yet, even on overcast days when the sun hid away, Miss Wu clutched her umbrella tightly. As the days turned into months, the townsfolk grew accustomed to her presence, recognizing her as a kind-hearted individual. During their casual gatherings, inquiries about her unwavering attachment to the umbrella would arise. Each time someone posed the question, Miss Wu would tenderly caress the surface of the umbrella and softly reply, "This umbrella was a gift from him. With it by my side, I always feel as though he is here with me, an inseparable companion." Chapter 10. The eerie phone call. Wunyang is a nostalgic individual, deeply sentimental. The residents of the community speculate that the oiled paper umbrella Either was a gift from someone she cherishes dearly or someone she holds in high esteem. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Since then, it has become commonplace for everyone in the neighborhood to see Woon-young carrying her oiled paper umbrella. The earlier suspicions and whispers suggesting that Woon-young might be a ghost or a supernatural being have gradually diminished, and today, such rumors have vanished without a trace. No one dares to question Woon-young anymore. I extinguished my cigarette and smiled at the elderly gentleman, remarking that I had not anticipated there was a story behind Woon-young. The old men, however, were unaware of her true name or her place of residence. They shook their heads, one of them recalling that Woon-young had moved in over a year ago, but her surname and given name remained a mystery to most in the community. Nodding in acknowledgement, I glanced at my phone and noted that it was nearly 6 o'clock. I retrieved my cigarette case, scattered some tobacco, and informed the elderly gentleman that it was getting late and I should take my leave. I promised to return for another chat with him soon. My time in the Zizulan community yielded little in terms of tangible gains, yet I had garnered a wealth of human connections. With my ruggedly handsome appearance, a face that bore the marks of sincerity and solidity, and a physique that could be described as robust, I found it easy to engage with the older residents. Additionally, my generous habit of sharing cigarettes during our conversations endeared me to many of the community's senior members. I attempted to extract information from them, inquiring whether there was a necessity to vacate the community before 6 o'clock. Several elderly gentlemen informed me that, although this neighborhood was somewhat antiquated, it bore no distinction from others, and there was no such stipulation regarding leaving before 6. As the days of tranquility unfolded, my initial doubts gradually dissipated. After bidding farewell, I mounted my three-wheeled vehicle and exited the Zizulan community. The doorman at the entrance was the somewhat hard-of-hearing Elder Liu. While Elder Jiang had not been seen for quite some time, upon returning to the shop, it was not yet 7, and the day's deliveries had been few, all of which I had successfully completed. As I handed the delivery slips to Zhou Shun, my peripheral vision caught sight of a particular parcel on the table. At the sight of that package, the fleeting sense of relief I had felt was abruptly replaced by an inexplicable fear and unease. "Brother Zhou, what is the situation with this parcel?" I inquired, pointing at the package as I addressed Zhou Shun. He glanced casually at the box and said, "Oh, I was just about to mention that. This parcel is from Zizulan. The delivery service from Chuanchi reported that the recipient could not be found, so they returned it. You'll need to deliver it to the homeowner when you come to work tomorrow. By the way, don't forget to collect the payment," he added with a wink and a knowing smile. I found myself somewhat distracted, entirely missing Zhou Shun's words, as my mind fixated on that parcel. It was none other than the package that Elder Chun had asked me to send. A few days ago, with a sense of reckless hope, I sent a parcel intended for Mr. Chun to the location of his son in western Sichuan. Prior to mailing it, I had already anticipated that it would lead to a dead end, as Mr. Chen's son had tragically passed away at a mine in western Sichuan over a month ago. And to this day, his remains have yet to be discovered. Who could possibly be there to receive the package? However, to my utter astonishment, instead of being discarded as undeliverable, the parcel was returned to me. Could this signify that Mr. Chen's final wishes remain unfulfilled, and that he has no intention of releasing me from this burden? I dared not dwell on this thought, and hurriedly continued on my way. Along the route, Qin Dayo struck up a conversation with me, but my mind was elsewhere as I engaged in the dialogue. Upon returning to my rented accommodation, I swiftly entered the room, leaving Qin Dayo bewildered for a considerable time. In the evening, he returned with several bottles of alcohol and some snacks to alleviate my gloom, but feeling agitated. I informed him that I was not hungry and urged him to enjoy the food alone. The return of the parcel truly instilled a sense of dread within me, not because I am particularly timid, but because when one is besieged by both mental and physical afflictions, one realizes that even the strongest among us can feel utterly powerless. Despite being a veteran, I now find myself tormented by these inexplicable supernatural occurrences, rendering my existence a living hell. As night descended, I lay in bed, attempting to force myself into slumber, yet no matter what I tried, sleep eluded me, leaving me restless and uneasy. With no other options left, I propped myself up, lit a cigarette, and turned on all the lights in the room. Sitting on the bed, I engaged in a mobile game, my gaze drifting towards the window. The last time, Uncle Chin's package had been discarded by Zhou Shun simply for bearing the characters Fengdu City, but inexplicably, it had reappeared on my doorstep that night. Now, with Uncle Chin's package returning once more, I am convinced that if this truly reflects his final wish, the package will undoubtedly manifest again. Having finished a box of cigarettes, the ground beneath me was littered with extinguished butts. My phone, drained of power from relentless gaming, fortunately had a nearby outlet for recharging. Aside from my phone, I found no other means to anchor my restless spirit. Perhaps only through this game could I feel a semblance of solace. As I glanced at the time on the screen, I realized with a jolt that it was already midnight. My body tensed as if electrified, my eyes darting around in fear of encountering yet another ghostly visage like before. Time trickled by slowly. I clutched my phone tightly, feeling a dampness on my back, and upon touching it, I discovered it was covered in cold sweat. I swallowed hard, illuminated the phone screen again, and noted that an hour had elapsed. Yet here, all remained eerily tranquil. Nothing had transpired. Could it be that I was mistaken? Had Uncle Chin's wish already reached its conclusion? I cast a glance out the window, where the bright moon illuminated the surroundings, casting a luminous glow over everything. Aside from the chirping of cicadas, there was an eerie stillness outside. With a wry smile, I shook my head, realizing that I had been overly suspicious lately. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as I had imagined. Contemplating this, the tautness in my nerves involuntarily began to ease. However, at that moment, the phone in my hand suddenly erupted into a cacophony of sound. Startled, I nearly dropped it in shock. Regaining my composure, I glanced down at the screen. A call was coming in. The local number was unfamiliar, one I had never encountered before. I suspected it might be a nuisance call, reasoning that it would likely ring for a moment before ceasing, as such calls typically do. What struck me as odd was the incessant ringing, with no indication of it ending. After a moment of hesitation, I slid the screen to answer, pressing the phone to my ear without uttering a word, instead listening intently to the silence on the other end. No one spoke. It was utterly quiet. Furrowing my brow, I listened carefully, refraining from breaking the silence. After approximately half a minute, just as I was about to pull the phone away from my ear, I suddenly heard a series of faint sounds emanating from the line. Frowning, I pressed the phone closer, trying to discern the noise. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the receiver, and my focus, already intense, sharpened further in response. However, I was startled by that piercing scream, causing my phone to be flung from my grasp. A shiver coursed through me, and even now, a persistent buzzing resonates in my ears. "What on earth is wrong with you?" I exclaimed, rubbing my ears, my heart brimming with uncontainable anger. I had merely intended to ascertain what was happening, yet unexpectedly, I was met with that horrifying scream from the other end. I was fortunate not to have succumbed to fear, but instead, I was left deafened by the folly of those involved. Just as I prepared to unleash a tirade of curses, a chilling laughter echoed through the receiver. The cackling sound felt as if it were being propelled by a frigid wind, leaving me in an indescribable discomfort. I sensed that this situation was far from ordinary. I could distinctly discern that the initial scream was unmistakably that of a woman, yet now, the laughter was decidedly male. Furrowing my brow in contemplation, I grasped the phone once more. Just as I was about to speak, a raspy and jarring voice emerged from the line. "If you wish to avoid death, open the door and take a look." Before I could respond, the line went silent, the unmistakable tone of a disconnected call ringing in my ears. A jolt of alarm coursed through me. I struggled to comprehend the meaning behind those words. Hastily, I retrieved my phone to locate the previous number and attempt to call back for clarification. To my utter astonishment, however, that number was completely absent from my call history. I incredulously searched through my entire phone, yet I could not find the previous telephone number. The most recent call log contained only one entry, a call I made to Zhou Shun earlier today at noon. I set my phone down, my mind racing as I pondered the mystery of the situation. After I answered the call, the other party uttered but a single sentence. "If you wish to avoid death, open the door and take a look." Open the door and take a look. A shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to leap to my feet and stride swiftly to the door, flinging it open with urgency. I peered outside, only to find the world beyond tranquil, the cicada's cries now significantly subdued. Just as my mind began to spiral with unease, I caught sight of a small parcel at my feet, resting innocently beside the threshold. Chapter 11. The missing courier. Upon catching sight of the package, a shiver coursed through my body, and my mind reverberated with a dull thud. It has arrived. The inevitable has finally come to pass. The faint glimmer of hope that lingered in my heart dissipated in an instant, for one cannot evade the fate that awaits. I bent down to retrieve the package, feeling it slightly deform under my grip. I clenched my jaw tightly, my knuckles turning pale with the strain. With a sudden motion, I hurled the package to the ground and burst out of the house, my voice rising in a heart-wrenching scream. Who is it? Who the hell is it? If you have the guts, show yourself. Is it amusing to toy with me from the shadows? Silence enveloped the courtyard, my shadow elongated beneath the luminous full moon. Occasionally, the chirping of cicadas from the nearby branches seemed to mock my impotence and despair. I stood in the yard for what felt like an eternity before my restless heart finally began to settle. Taking a deep breath, I trudged back into the house. The package, having been cast aside, remained unscathed and intact. After a moment of hesitation, I bent down once more to pick it up and stepped inside, shutting the door behind me. Seated upon the stool, my gaze fixated on the package. The address on the delivery slip was printed by a computer, unchanged and resolute. Yet, I knew that this package did not belong to a location in Sichuan. Its true destination lay within the realm of the underworld, the city of Fengdu. What am I to do? Must I truly deliver this parcel to Fengdu? I am uncertain whether the parcel will reach its destination, nor do I know if there exists an alternative solution. However, I am acutely aware that if it is dispatched, I shall likely find my fate sealed alongside it. Conversely, should it remain undelivered, I fear that I too will meet my demise here, with the only distinction being the passage of time. The sole wish of Mr. Chun before his passing was to see the parcel sent off. As long as it remains in his possession, he may not find peace, perhaps even haunting me until it is dispatched. The inexplicable appearance of this parcel at my doorstep tonight marks the beginning of this ordeal. I sat in my dwelling for an extended period, contemplating a rather audacious decision. Whether the parcel is sent or not, it seems the outcome remains the same: death. Ultimately, it appears that death is inevitable. The only variation lies in the timing. Given this reality, I cannot afford to remain passive. I must seize this opportunity to unravel the intricacies of the situation. First and foremost, I need to address my presence in the Zijulin area. Setting aside the identity of Mr. Jiang for the moment, I have discerned through our interactions that he bears no ill intent towards me, which suggests that his words may not be entirely fabricated. Mr. Jiang revealed that my arrival in the Zijulin community and my subsequent role in delivering parcels was not a choice I made, but rather a role that has chosen me under mysterious circumstances. In other words, the issue at hand is not confined to Zijulin. I too am entangled in this enigma. As for the nature of the problem and the architect behind it, I am yet to uncover the truth, but I am confident that answers will soon come to light. Secondly, I must delve into the intricacies surrounding Zijulin itself. The admonition to vacate the Ziju forest community before 6 o'clock, coupled with the exhortation to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern one, emanates an aura of strangeness and unease. The rationale behind the necessity to depart before 6 remains shrouded in mystery, and the repercussions of failing to do so elude my understanding. However, I have indeed witnessed a peculiar truth. I vividly recall the first occasion I inquired about this matter from Mr. Jiang. He gestured toward the entrance of the Ziju forest community, which appeared to be an ordinary gate, yet somehow I perceived an additional wall had materialized without my awareness. This anomaly undoubtedly raises questions. As for the admonition against interference within the community, it too remains an enigma. Nevertheless, I retain faith that all will eventually be illuminated. Unraveling the truths behind these two matters is not insurmountable. I distinctly remember a conversation with Qin Daiyou prior to my employment, wherein he recounted the history of the couriers assigned to the Ziju forest community. There were 3 in total. The first was an older gentleman who, regrettably, has passed away, rendering any inquiry into his knowledge futile. The second was a relatively young man, fortunate enough to have survived the ordeal, albeit having succumbed to madness. As for the third, my knowledge is limited. However, it is evident that this courier was a young woman. Given that all three have served as couriers in this community, it stands to reason that they possess some insight into its mysteries. My desire to uncover the essence of these matters compels me to seek them out, for perhaps in doing so, the enigma will finally unravel. With this thought, I felt a quiet relief. It appears that the situation has not escalated to a point of utter hopelessness. Just as I had barely exhaled a sigh of relief, an involuntary wave of anxiety washed over me once more. 3 couriers. One had perished, another had succumbed to madness, leaving only one whose circumstances remained uncertain. The deceased was beyond my reach. There was no hope of finding him. The madman, however, could likely be located in a psychiatric hospital, yet even if I found him, it would be futile. What answers could a deranged mind provide? This left only the girl as my last recourse. I resolved to inquire about her with Chin Dayo the following morning. As for the parcel left by Uncle Chun, I had temporarily stashed it away in my room, reasoning that regardless of where it might end up, it would eventually return. It was wiser to keep it indoors. Of course, I had contemplated destroying the package outright, but such an act would likely jeopardize my own safety. After dozing briefly, I awoke to the dawn breaking outside. I knew I needed to rise earlier than Chin Dayo if I were to discuss matters with him. So, I got up, freshened up quickly, and ventured out to procure some steam buns. Upon my return, I chanced upon Chin Dayo washing his face outside. The moment he saw me carrying the buns, a smile broke across his face. During our meal, he seemed to have noticed the dark circles under my eyes and curiously inquired, "What were you up to last night?" I mused on how deeply Chin Dayo must have slept. I had shouted loudly in the courtyard, yet he remained oblivious. I offered a casual excuse to deflect his inquiry and then, with a nonchalant air, asked, "I recall you mentioning that there were 3 individuals responsible for the Zizulian area when I first arrived. 2 of them have encountered misfortune. What of the third?" As I spoke, I observed Chin Dayo's expression and noticed a hint of unease on his face. He questioned, "Why are you asking about this?" While delivering packages, I overheard someone mention that the previous courier was a woman. Could it be that the third courier is indeed a woman? I feigned curiosity as I looked at Chin Dayo. He had no intention of concealing the truth from me and nodded, stating, "It is indeed a woman. But there's nothing that can be done." Sensing the gravity of his words, I pressed him for clarification on what he meant. The third courier was, in fact, a woman, but after less than a week of service, she mysteriously vanished. Chin Dayo shook his head in sorrow, took a bite of his bun, and hesitantly continued. That woman disappeared within the community. Brother Zhou was aware of the situation and promptly reported it to the police. Upon their arrival, the officers conducted a thorough search throughout the Zizulian community, reviewing surveillance footage, yet they found no leads. All that was left at the scene was a 3-wheeled vehicle. And as for the girl's whereabouts, no one has a clue. Even now, the police have yet to locate her. A shiver of apprehension coursed through me as I glanced at Chin Dayo and inquired, "That 3-wheeled vehicle, it wouldn't happen to be the one I drove, would it?" "Indeed, it is," Chin Dayo confirmed, but before he could finish his thought, he realized the implication and looked up at me with a smile, saying, "That 3-wheeled vehicle is of no concern. Do not dwell on it too much." Naturally, I wouldn't dwell on that 3-wheeled vehicle. To be honest, I had driven it quite normally. What concerns me most is merely the last courier. Initially, I had intended to take action against the girl, but it has now become utterly impossible. Of the previous 3 couriers, one is deceased, another has gone mad, and the last has simply vanished. Before joining this job, I believed these incidents to be mere coincidences, yet it appears that the situation is far more complex than it seems. After finishing dinner, Chin Dayo prepared to head to work, while I would not leave until 1 in the afternoon. As I observed Chin Dayo's retreating figure, a thought suddenly struck me. Without waiting for him to depart, I called out to him. I just recalled something. The second courier, the one who ended up in the psychiatric hospital. What was his name? Zhang something? I furrowed my brow, feigning contemplation for a considerable time, yet I could not articulate my thoughts. Chin Dayo, noticing my struggle, smiled and interrupted, "His surname isn't Zhang. It's Kai. His name is Kai Shangquan." "Oh, I thought it was Zhang," I replied. In truth, I had no knowledge of that fellow's surname. I merely posed the question to elicit information from Qin Dayo, knowing he would surely become suspicious if I asked him directly. Qin Dayo regarded me with curiosity. Why do you ask about him? Nothing significant. An elderly gentleman from Zizulan mentioned he was quite fond of that young man and inquired about his well-being. I fabricated an excuse. Fortunately, Qin Dayo did not press further and turned to leave the rented room. Once he had departed, I continued to leisurely enjoy my steamed buns and pickles. After more than 10 minutes, I finally finished my meal, glancing at my watch to find it was already 9:30. The shop had now opened for business. Without further hesitation, I returned to my room, changed my attire, and departed from the rental house. Qin Dayo had already mentioned that Kai Quan, responsible for the deliveries in the Zizulin community, had gone mad within a mere 3 days. If he had indeed lost his sanity, it was highly likely he was currently confined in a psychiatric hospital, of which there is only one in the entire city. The hospital is situated in a rather remote area on the outskirts, and my residence is also close to the suburbs, thus not far from the facility. Once outside, I hailed a taxi and directed the driver towards the psychiatric hospital. The driver, recognizing my destination, assumed I was visiting a patient. He paused beside a fruit stand and cautiously inquired, "Brother, if you're visiting a patient, would you like to buy some fruit?" I pondered that since I was not well acquainted with Kai Quan, it would be rather presumptuous to seek him out empty-handed. Nodding to the driver and expressing my gratitude, I alighted and casually purchased some fruit. After 5 or 6 minutes, the taxi came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the psychiatric hospital. Many who are aware of such institutions might envision a place steeped in dread, filled with heart-wrenching cries. However, this perception is not entirely accurate. What is the purpose of a psychiatric hospital? It is, after all, to care for and treat those suffering from mental illnesses. Thus, the exterior must project an air of tranquility and normalcy. If the families of patients were to discover their loved ones confined within a grim and terrifying establishment, who would willingly accept such a reality? This psychiatric hospital stands as the sole establishment of its kind in the city. Its exterior no less appealing than that of ordinary hospitals. In fact, the surrounding scenery is considerably more delightful. To visit a patient within the confines of this institution, one must first register at the security office, gaining entry only upon completion of this process. Inside the security room, 2 guards were stationed. Upon noticing me enter with a basket of fruit, they inquired about my purpose. Although I pride myself on my straightforwardness, I am well versed in the nuances of social etiquette. Having prepared some cigarettes for my departure, I promptly offered them a few as they questioned me. Watching them smoke my cigarettes, I narrowed my eyes and said, "Gentlemen, I am here to visit a patient," while gesturing towards the fruit in my hands. "Which patient are you visiting, and what is their name?" One guard asked, no longer pretending to be aloof, as he smiled and fiddled with his mouse. Without hesitation, I replied, "Kai Quan. I am his classmate." "Kai Quan." The guard paused momentarily. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, I inquired calmly, "Is there a problem, my friend?" I reassured myself that there could be no issue. For Qin Dayo had informed me that my acquaintance was indeed Kai Quan. If there were a problem, it would imply that Qin Dayo had given me a false name. "No problem at all," the guard said, cigarette in mouth, waving his hand with a smile. "Someone else just came to visit Kai Quan, also claiming to be his classmate. I was wondering why you all seem to come in groups to visit him," he chuckled. "Another visitor for Kai Quan, also a classmate?" Chapter 12. The words of a security guard momentarily startled me, as I pondered the possibility of anyone else visiting Kai Quan besides myself. Could it be that the individual was indeed a classmate of his? It wasn't until the guard informed me that I could enter that I regained my composure. After a brief hesitation, I sheepishly inquired, "What was the name of the person who just arrived?" "Why do you ask?" The guard replied, his expression revealing a hint of suspicion. I proffered a cigarette once more, explaining, "You mentioned that person was also his classmate. I thought I might recognize the name." The guard accepted the cigarette, placing it behind his ear, and after briefly perusing some records, he said, "That individual is named Fong Mu. He just entered not long ago. By the way, what is your name? I need to register you." "My name is Ding Liang Yue." I fabricated a name nonchalantly. After jotting down my name, the guard gestured for me to proceed, instructing me that the first floor housed the caregiver's hall and to simply inform them of the person I was seeking. I nodded in gratitude and ventured further into the psychiatric hospital. Within the premises, there was a stretch of lawn where several patients basked in the sunlight, creating a surprisingly serene atmosphere. The first floor of the main building served as the caregivers' hall, where the majority of the staff were young male caregivers, with only a few female nurses present. Upon approaching the front desk and stating my intention to find Kai Shanquan, the caregiver paused momentarily and asked, "Why are you looking for Kai Shanquan? Who are you to him?" I surmised that the caregiver's reaction was likely a result of the previous inquiry from the individual named Fong Mumu. I hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. If that man truly was Kai Shanquan's classmate, what would I say? It was already 11 o'clock, and I had to leave for work by 1 o'clock. Time did not permit further delay. With a determined resolve, I informed the caregiver that I was Kai Shanquan's classmate. As I spoke, I reasoned that Kai Shanquan must have had numerous classmates from elementary school, middle school, high school, and university. Who knew which classmate I was supposed to be? The caregiver glanced at me without inquiry and gestured outwards, stating that it was currently strolling time and that Kai Shanquan should be by the bench near the small river in the park. Since I was supposedly his classmate, I should know what he looks like and could find him there. I, in fact, did not know what Kai Shanquan looked like, but I couldn't ask the caregiver, or my identity would be exposed. With this in mind, I nodded in gratitude, and as I was about to leave, the caregiver requested that I leave the fruit, as he would ensure the patient consumed it. Without further hesitation, I handed the fruit to the caregiver and exited the main building, proceeding in the direction indicated. The scenery of the mental institution was undeniably picturesque. In the distance, there was a small park with a river, and the banks were lined with cobblestone paths. Benches flanked the paths, and many patients sat erratically on the lawn. Some were even laughing maniacally. As I walked along the cobblestone path, I felt as if I had entered another world. My gaze wandered about, searching for Kai Shanquan's figure. I did not know what Kai Shanquan looked like, but I reasoned that since Fong Mumu had come to find Kai Shanquan, he would likely be dressed differently from the mental patients. Perhaps I could spot him and, in turn, find Kai Shanquan. After surveying my surroundings, my gaze settled upon a tall, simply dressed young man in the distance. He was clad in an all-black casual outfit, his hairstyle exuding a certain coolness. Although I couldn't discern his features clearly, I was fairly certain that he was the individual known as Fong Mumu. As I approached, his appearance came into sharper focus, and upon recognizing him, I immediately regretted it, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. This was not due to any lack of attractiveness. In fact, his face was remarkably exquisite. To what degree, you may ask? It is well known that beauty has its benchmarks, and I must admit, his looks rival those of any stunning woman. His complexion was fair and his skin remarkably smooth. Such descriptions are hardly exaggerated. Moreover, his striking almond-shaped eyes and well-defined brows added to his allure. As a man, I found myself shamefully envious of his appearance. I would wager that his presence on the streets would guarantee a 100 rate of admirers turning their heads. Indeed, I suspected he might be a heartthrob among young women. Fong Mumu was engaged in conversation with a young man clad in a hospital gown. Though his voice reached my ears, the distance rendered it indistinct. Still, I managed to catch the mention of the name, Kai Shanquan. My mind raced, concluding that the individual he spoke to must indeed be Kai Shanquan. With that thought in mind, I ceased my hesitation and strode confidently towards the duo. Upon reaching the young man and the patient, I gently tapped the patient's shoulder and exclaimed, "Shanquan." The young man immediately turned to face me, along with the patient, both displaying expressions of utter bewilderment. In order to maintain the facade, I continued to smile, casually draping my arm around the patient's shoulder, inquiring, "Are you all right? What brings about such madness?" Kai Shanquan, a mental health patient, exhibited a vacant expression, his eyes devoid of vitality as he stared blankly at the river before him, utterly ignoring my words. "Buddy." Fong Mumu gently patted my shoulder, calling my name. I furrowed my brow and turned to him, shrugging off his hand. "Is there something you need?" I asked. Fong Mumu regarded me with a bemused look, managing a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Who are you?" Before I could inquire about his identity, he had the audacity to question mine. "What business do you have with Shanquan?" I stood up slightly irked. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, I towered over Fong Mumu, who was slightly shorter around 5'8". What is wrong with me visiting my classmate? I retorted, feeling incredulous at his scrutiny. Fong Mumu looked at me, his expression a blend of humor and disbelief. I'm also his classmate. Why haven't I seen you before? I continued to feign ignorance. I'm in class 3 of the second year. Which class are you in? He queried. Naturally, I refrained from revealing that we were in the same class, instead fabricating. I'm in class 1 the third year. That doesn't add up, Fong Mumu remarked, an amused glint in his eye. I attended the same third-year class with Shangquan. How could I have not seen you? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through me, as I realized I had exposed my pretense. Noticing my prolonged silence, Fong Mumu's lips curled into a sly smile as he teasingly remarked, "All right, buddy, enough with the charade. Just stop pretending." I extended my finger towards Fong Mumu, my mind racing with potential strategies. Today was truly unfortunate. I had the misfortune of encountering this individual. Unbeknownst to me, was a classmate of Kai Shangquan. As my thoughts whirled rapidly, a sudden inspiration struck me, and I weakly stated, "Actually, I'm not a classmate of Shangquan. I am a colleague of his, and I heard he was in trouble, so I came to check on him." I quietly observed as you continued your charade. Fong Mumu smirked coldly, saying, "Though I've never met Kai Shangquan, I could indeed be considered a colleague of his." Noticing the disdain and suspicion on Fong Mumu's face, I felt a surge of frustration. I truly am a colleague of Shangquan. Since you're a colleague of Shangquan, why do you not know what he looks like? Fong Mumu inquired, tapping his nails before glancing at me. I was about to respond, but abruptly fell silent, my gaze shifting in astonishment to the patient before me, and I exclaimed incredulously, "He's not Kai Shangquan. What do you think?" Fong Mumu clapped his hands, raising his head to fixate on me, the smile fading from his face. "Speak up. What is your purpose in seeking Kai Shangquan?" Just as I was about to answer, a thought struck me. Looking at Fong Mumu, I broke into a smile once more. Indeed, I do not know what Kai Shangquan looks like, but I believe I'm not the only one who is unaware. Am I? As my words hung in the air, I noticed a flicker of panic cross Fong Mumu's finely chiseled features. Capturing this moment was sufficient for me. With a smile, I retrieved a cigarette pack and offered Fong Mu a cigarette, saying, "Since we are all here drawn by curiosity, let us dispense with the pretense and have a genuine conversation." Fong Mu appeared speechless, but ultimately accepted the cigarette I proffered. We made our way to a nearby bench, where we sat in silence, both of us engrossed in our cigarettes, heads bowed, without uttering a word. Curiosity gnawed at me. I wondered why Fong Mu sought out Kai Shangquan. Initially, I had presumed him to be a friend of Kai Shangquan, but it became evident that this was not the case, as he, like me, was oblivious to Kai Shangquan's appearance. This revelation posed a dilemma. As I pondered, I instinctively turned my gaze toward Fong Mu. His smoking demeanor was rather nonchalant, and upon observing him, I quickly averted my eyes, fearful that I might impulsively strike him across the face. "What is your purpose in seeking Kai Shangquan?" The moment the words escaped my lips, we were both taken aback. Having spoken in unison, Fong Mu glanced back at me, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, and replied, "Since neither of us is inclined to divulge our intentions, let us refrain from further inquiries. You may pursue your own path while I tread mine. Once we locate Kai Shangquan, we shall question him one by one. What do you say?" "Agreed," I responded without a moment's hesitation, finding his proposal perfectly agreeable. The events surrounding the bamboo grove are indeed enigmatic and perplexing. I find it difficult to share much with Fong Mumu, especially since we are hardly acquainted. Any conversation would be futile. After our agreement, we rose and commenced our search for Kai Shangquan within the confines of the psychiatric hospital. However, he had previously informed me that upon locating him, he would pose the first inquiry, as he had arrived earlier. I harbored no objections and nodded in agreement. Yet, after wandering through the park for an extended period, we still could not locate Kai Shangquan, primarily due to the nature of our identities. Most individuals here are afflicted with mental illness, their minds clouded, rendering our inquiries fruitless. Moreover, we both understood our own positions clearly. We were merely posing as classmates of Kai Shangquan visiting him. Given that we claimed to be his classmates, it would be absurd for us to inquire with the caregivers about his appearance. After more than an hour of aimless wandering in the psychiatric hospital, time was slipping away, and if we failed to find him soon, I would have to return empty-handed. You appear quite anxious, Fong Mumu remarked, reclining with his hands behind his head, casting a playful glance in my direction. If you're in such a hurry, you might as well head back. I can continue searching at my own pace. I'm not anxious, I retorted, fully aware of his intentions, and shot him a disapproving look. Fong Mumu shrugged and said nothing further. We persisted in our circuit around the park, approaching patients to ask a few questions. Each patient wore a uniform marked with a number. Yet we had no knowledge of Kai Shanchuan's patient number, forcing us to inquire individually. Observing Fong Mumu beside me, leisurely as if on holiday, I suddenly posed a question. Surely, your name cannot truly be Fong Mumu? Fong Mu paused for a moment, casting a glance my way as he remarked, You seem to have inquired quite thoroughly. You even discern my name. I shrugged, remaining silent as I awaited his response. After a brief hesitation, Fong Mu spoke. One's ancestral surname cannot be altered. I am of the Fong lineage. However, my name is not Mu Mu, but rather Mu Zhua with the character for heart beneath. And I am known as Fong Xiang. I have never suffered loss. Now that you know my name, shouldn't you share yours? Upon finishing his sentence, Fong Xiang, intrigued, halted and turned to gaze at me. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to be forthright and replied, Ning Lang. Just as Fong Xiang was about to speak, I suddenly noticed a corpse slowly emerging in the small river behind him. Chapter 13. The death of Kai Shangquan. We stood on a narrow path beside the small river. Fong Xiang had his back turned to the water while I faced him. When a corpse emerged from the depths of the river, I was the first to discern its presence. As the body slowly surfaced, a heavy dread settled in my heart. I quickly pointed and exclaimed, Dead. A dead person. Fong Xiang, momentarily taken aback by my cry, turned to look, and upon seeing the lifeless figure in the water, his reaction astonished me. Without uttering a word, he dashed to the riverbank, taking 3 steps for every 2, and to my surprise, he plunged into the river without removing his shoes. I watched as he struggled momentarily before drawing closer to the corpse. While he strained to pull the body, he shouted at me, Get over here and help. A bit bewildered by his urgency, I snapped back to reality and hurried to the bank, joining him in our efforts to lift the lifeless form. Yet, no matter how hard we tried, the body remained stubbornly anchored, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Fong Xiang seemed to grasp this predicament more readily than I. He first checked for any signs of life, and his expression darkened as he proclaimed, He's dead. I thought to myself, it was hardly surprising that a motionless body was indeed lifeless. While you hold on to the body, I'll dive down to investigate, Fong Xiang instructed, taking a deep breath before immersing himself into the river. On the shore, as I grasped the lifeless body, I realized that Fong Xiang was quite commendable. At the very least, his reflexes and sense of justice were admirable, as evidenced by his recent swift actions. The commotion we caused attracted the attention of the psychiatric hospital staff, who hurried over upon discovering the corpse. Their urgency palpable as they dialed for the authorities and summoned an ambulance. Yet none came to identify the deceased. The body was clad in a patient-esque gown, marked with a patient number, suggesting it belonged to someone from the mental institution. Fong Xiang submerged for approximately half a minute before resurfacing. He wiped the water from his face and exclaimed, This is utterly absurd. The corpse's feet are bound to a stone and cannot be moved without severing the ropes. Fetch a knife. I turned to a nearby caregiver and instructed him accordingly. He nodded and hurried away. Without a knife to cut the ropes, the body would likely remain adrift in the river. Fong Xiang emerged from the water, wringing out his clothes as he lamented, What a stroke of bad luck. Trouble seems to follow us everywhere. I maintained a solemn expression and remained silent, having just glanced at my phone to see it was already 12:40. If I did not return soon, I would surely be late. With this thought in mind, I stood up and informed Fong Xiang I have some matters to attend to, so I must head back. You stay here and keep watch. Having said that, I turned to leave, but I had barely taken 2 steps before a group of caregivers from the psychiatric hospital intercepted me. What is the meaning of this? I inquired, furrowing my brow as I regarded them. One of the caregivers I am acquainted with is on duty in the main building. I inquired about Kai Shanchuan's situation with him. He replied with a scowl, You cannot leave. Not only can you not leave, but that pretty boy over there cannot leave either. Who are you calling pretty boy? I was about to respond when Fong Xiang, who was behind me, could no longer contain himself. Ignoring him, I turned to the caregiver and asked, "Why can't we leave? You two came to find Kai Shangquan. Now that he is dead, who knows if it has anything to do with you? Until the police arrive, you cannot go anywhere." The caregiver declared with stern conviction. I immediately exchanged a look with Fong Xiang, and I could see the sheer terror etched on his face. I was certain my expression mirrored his. Kai Shangquan is dead. When did Kai Shangquan die? My mind instinctively flashed to the corpse in the river, and I turned around, pointing at the body and asking the caregiver, Is he Kai Shangquan? You still don't know if he is Kai Shangquan? The caregiver's face was a mask of cold mockery, evidently believing us to be the murderers of Kai Shangquan. Fong Xiang and I exchanged incredulous glances, our disbelief utterly unmasked. Kai Shangquan is dead. The body in the river was indeed Kai Shangquan. How could this be possible? I did not have the luxury of pondering such matters. The urgent priority was still the delivery from Zizhu Forest. I am truly unperturbed by the cause of Kai Shangquan's death, for I have done nothing wrong and can hold my head high with a clear conscience. As for the situation with Fong Xiang, I remain in the dark. What matters to me is that I can safeguard my own interests. After pondering for a moment, I extracted my phone and, under the watchful eyes of a group of nurses, dialed Zhou Shun's number. It wasn't long before Zhou Shun answered, immediately inquiring about the matter at hand. I hesitated for a moment and cautiously replied, "Brother Zhou, may I request a day off?" "A day off? What for?" Zhou Shun asked, somewhat perplexed. I then fabricated an excuse, saying, "A friend from my hometown has come see me. He has an urgent matter that requires my attention, and I cannot spare the time. Hence I thought to ask you for a day off." Zhou Shun pondered for quite some time before finally saying, "All right, you may take the day to attend to your affairs, but you must return to work tomorrow." I nodded and inquired, "What about the situation at Zizulan? What else can be done?" "I will assist you with that," Zhou Shun replied before abruptly ending the call. Having secured my day off, my mind was now unburdened. I plopped down onto the ground, retrieved a cigarette, and offered one to Fong Xiang. As I smoked, I awaited the unfolding events with a sense of dry anticipation. Fong Xiang, cigarette in mouth, adjusted his hairstyle and chuckled at me, saying, "You truly possess remarkable composure. What is there to be composed about? I have not committed murder." I retorted, "I stumbled upon you the moment I arrived, and then found myself entangled in this perplexing situation for quite some time. I feel rather frustrated. I had initially intended to gather some information, yet instead of finding Kai Shangquan, I encountered this peculiar individual. In the end, one finds what they seek. It is shrouded in death. Not only is there no way to explain it, but now a lawsuit looms over us. Soon, I will have to provide a statement at the police station, and it's evident that I will be ensnared in this predicament for some time. I took a drag from my cigarette, casting a puzzled glance at Fong Xiang. "Aren't you the least bit concerned?" I inquired. He scoffed, his demeanor nonchalant. "I conduct myself with integrity, and I am above reproach. I could even take care of my business with a permit. What is there to worry about?" Before long, the air was pierced by the wailing of police sirens outside the psychiatric hospital. To be honest, a flicker of worry stirred within me, for this was a matter of death, far from trivial. The officers arrived by the riverbank, where a chorus of nurses was animatedly discussing the situation, occasionally glancing back at Fong Xiang and me. I remained rooted in place, and soon enough, an officer approached. To my surprise, the detective did not even spare me a glance. Instead, he turned to Fong Xiang and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to investigate a matter," Fong Xiang replied with a playful smirk. I simply didn't expect to stumble upon this situation. The detective nodded, then shifted his gaze to me, frowning. "What is his involvement?" "Oh, he came searching for the deceased, but has yet to locate them. We've been together the whole time, so he can be ruled out as a suspect," Fong Xiang remarked dismissively. The detective said little more, instructing someone to retrieve the body before turning his attention to the nurses, presumably to ask further questions. I stood there, rigid, and when I regained my composure, I grasped Fong Xiang's arm and urgently inquired about the situation. Fong Xiang nonchalantly tossed his hair and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Fong Xiang." and I work in the municipal criminal police department, so I suppose I can be considered a police officer. I wore a look of utter bewilderment, unfazed by my expression. Fong Xiang continued with his carefree demeanor. You seem like a decent person. How about we become friends? As he spoke, he extended a hand in a symbolic gesture. Despite my confusion, I shook his hand and replied, I am Ning Lang, working as a courier. Fong Xiang paid little attention to my profession and nodded, stating, although you've been with me, I can assure you that you're not involved in this matter. However, you must accompany me to provide a statement. We need to go through the process. I nodded in agreement, expressing my willingness to cooperate. The corpse was taken away by the morgue vehicle, and according to Fong Xiang, it had already been determined to be a murder, though the identity of the killer still required further investigation. Following Fong Xiang to the police station, he excused himself to change clothes, leaving me to wait in the interrogation room. After approximately 10 minutes, Fong Xiang returned dressed in police uniform. This time, however, he eschewed formalities. The normally proper cap was worn askew, and the buttons on his uniform were left unfastened, leaving his shirt partially open. As he entered the interrogation room, he plopped down in front of me, lifted a teacup to take a sip, and spat out the tea leaves that had entered his mouth with a dismissive sound. The individual exhibited a complete lack of the demeanor expected of a police officer, resembling more a rogue or a scoundrel. You truly are a policeman? I found myself unable to suppress my doubts regarding his identity. Fong Xiang shot me a glare and remarked, Ning Lang, do not presume that our friendship permits you to jest. If I were not a police officer, would I be here interrogating you? My expression remained one of utter disbelief. Eventually, Fong Xiang reclined in his chair, nonchalantly draping his legs across the table, and casually inquired, so, what brings you to seek out Kai Shanquan? It suddenly dawned on me that I had fallen into Fong Xiang's trap. He was indeed a police officer, and when Kai Shanquan encountered his predicament, I had been in his company, which could serve as a testament to my innocence. Coming to the police station to provide a statement seemed entirely superfluous. Was he not trying to extract information from me? However, he held the authority of law, while I was merely a civilian, unable to utter falsehoods in his presence. With a sigh, I grappled with how to proceed, but ultimately spoke, I truly am a colleague of Kai Shanquan. He was also a courier. This is something you likely already know, but by the time I was working, he had already succumbed to madness. My visit to the psychiatric hospital was merely to ascertain the situation. Suddenly, Fong Xiang withdrew his legs, straightened his posture, and the casual demeanor vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of gravity. You're a colleague of Kai Shanquan, and you too are a courier? Indeed, I replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Fong Xiang's brow furrowed even more deeply as he gazed at me, inquiring whether the territory I oversaw for deliveries was known as Purple Bamboo Grove. Chapter 14. Another self, a knot of apprehension tightened within me, my eyelids betraying my unease with an involuntary twitch. How did you come to know? I asked, my voice a hushed astonishment. Damn it, Fong Xiang exclaimed, casting his cigarette to the floor, a coarse epithet escaping his lips. I was taken aback, at a loss to comprehend the sudden outburst of his temper. I'm telling you, tender your resignation immediately. That place is not fit for human habitation, Fong Xiang declared, sinking into his chair, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he waved his hand dismissively. I furrowed my brow, poised to speak, when a thought struck me with sudden force. Jiang Bo had cautioned me. Under no circumstances was I to resign. Should I do so, death would be my inevitable fate. Could it be that Fong Xiang's urging me to quit was a veiled attempt to bring about my demise? I swiftly dismissed the notion, chiding myself for my recent descent into paranoia, suspecting malice in every quarter. Fong Xiang is a police officer. What could he possibly know? Perhaps there is another reason for him to ask me to resign? Abandoning any pretense of secrecy, Fong Xiang retrieved a stack of documents from a nearby drawer, placing them on the table with deliberate precision. Pointing to the papers, he enunciated each word with grave emphasis. This month alone, the Zizhu Forest residential area has witnessed 4 incidents, 3 of which involve couriers. I, Fong Xiang, possess few genuine friends. I consider you a friend. Heed my advice and resign immediately. That place is not fit for human habitation. Fong Xiang retrieved another cigarette, placing it between his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, I shall not conceal my actions from you. Today, I sought out Kai-Shan Quan at the psychiatric hospital, solely to investigate the incidents involving couriers in the Zizhu forest residential area. At the outset, a courier met an untimely demise right at the entrance of the Zizulan community, purportedly due to an accident. Yet, how could that possibly be deemed an accident? The vehicle was barely moving at 20 miles per hour, yet it propelled the poor soul over 10 meters away. How can such a tragic event be classified as mere happenstance? Fong Xiang grew increasingly agitated as he recounted the tale. This matter is far from over. Another courier has succumbed to madness within the confines of Zizulan. Madness is preferable to death, is it not? He shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. But lo and behold, mere days later, yet another courier has gone missing. What on earth is happening? Are we dealing with a courier killer here? This is undeniably a grave matter. Yet as I listened to Fong Xiang, a laugh threatened to escape me. Ning Lang, don't dismiss my words lightly. Truly, you ought to resign post-haste. I dread the day I receive a report stating that yet another courier has perished in Zizulan. I gazed at Fong Xiang in disbelief. Could you not cast a more hopeful spell upon me? I harbor no ill will, but that cursed place does have an unsettling aura. Fong Xiang sighed. I informed him that I would make my own plans concerning my affairs, and if calamity were to strike, I would resign immediately. The current circumstances are peculiar. I cannot place my full trust in others, yet I cannot entirely dismiss their words either. Fong Xiang struck me as someone frivolous and irresponsible, appearing as a police officer while concealing the demeanor of a rogue at heart. Often, it is such individuals who harbor the deepest secrets. I am aware of Fong Xiang's exterior, yet I remain oblivious to the true nature that lies within him, leaving me to merely acquiesce. Upon reflecting on my words, Fong Xiang sighed softly without elaborating further. Given the extent of the recorded testimony, there seemed little reason to continue, and he gestured for me to leave. Before my departure, Fong Xiang exchanged phone numbers with me, suggesting that we could connect in the future for any matters that might arise, or perhaps share a meal when time permitted. I, not possessing many friends, found myself with few companions in this city aside from Qin Dayo. Thus, I felt no inclination to decline his offer. Exiting the police station, the clock had barely struck 3 in the afternoon. With no particular destination in mind, I resolved to return to the Zizulian community to take over the task from Shou. At the entrance of the police station, I boarded the bus to Zizuyuan. The journey would take approximately 40 to 50 minutes, so I settled in for a slow ride. During this time, I could not help but meticulously organize the events of the day in my mind. Firstly, concerning Fong Xiang, according to his account, his inquiry into Kai-Shan Quan stemmed from the recent incidents involving couriers, and it seemed he sought clarity on the matter. Kai-Shan Quan was perhaps the only surviving courier left, which is why Fong Xiang sought him out. Unfortunately, it was revealed that Kai-Shan Quan had met a tragic end. He had fallen victim to foul play, yet the identity of his assailant remains shrouded in mystery. This led me to ponder further. How could it be that Kai-Shan Quan had evaded danger for several days, only to perish when we finally approached him? Was there a more sinister motive behind his murder, one that transcended the simple act of silencing him? What ulterior objectives might the perpetrator have harbored? This matter eludes my understanding, yet I am confronted with a far more pressing dilemma. With the demise of Kai-Shan Quan, the secret he harbored has been irrevocably severed, leaving me utterly bereft of strategies and unable to unearth the answers I so desperately seek. Furthermore, the situation with Chan Bo remains shrouded in uncertainty. His intentions toward me, and the manner in which he might act, are both unpredictable. I lifted my gaze to the window, and my peripheral vision caught sight of an individual by the roadside. Clad in simplicity, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about his attire, yet his visage was indelibly etched in my memory. I distinctly recalled encountering that man during my previous ride on the 366 bus. Could it be that he was the very person who had once saved my life? In that moment of realization, I sprang from my seat and called out to the driver, "Please stop. I must alight." The driver, without glancing back, replied, "We are not at a designated stop. I cannot halt here. When will we reach a stop?" I implored, anxiety gnawing at me, for if I delayed any longer, that man might vanish from my grasp. Just a turn at the traffic light ahead. It will only take a minute or two, the driver assured. Resigned, I waited impatiently on the bus, my eyes fixed on the rear, hoping for the best. Fortune favored me, as we did not encounter a red light. Upon reaching the stop, I disembarked swiftly and sprinted down the original path. That man had saved my life. He would not harm me. Moreover, the extra 366 bus that day had been visible only to him and me, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps, by locating him, I might unravel the enigma that enveloped me. Upon this realization, I propelled myself forward with greater determination. However, upon reaching the spot where I had last glimpsed the man, I found myself unable to locate him. After searching several intersections in vain, a sense of helplessness washed over me, and I mused that perhaps he was merely a passerby who had since departed. Unable to linger any longer in my fruitless pursuit, I hailed a taxi to the Zijulin community. When I arrived, the clock had just passed 4. After settling the fare, I made my way directly towards the Zijulin complex. As I passed the security office, I glanced back and noticed old Lou inside, enjoying a cup of tea. He caught sight of me and greeted me warmly. "Aren't you supposed to be delivering packages inside? What brings you out here?" he inquired, puzzled. I thought to myself that old Lou not only had poor hearing, but also struggled with his eyesight. This was my first visit to Zijulin, and I had never delivered packages here before. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, I continued on my way towards the complex. I was well acquainted with the delivery routes and calculated that I should have completed deliveries to over 50 buildings by now, so I quickened my pace toward the designated area. Halfway there, I was suddenly halted by an elderly gentleman. He glanced back over his shoulder and then at me, bewildered. "Young lad, when did you start running so fast? And what about your 3 donkeys?" he asked. "What are you talking about, Grandpa Chin?" I replied, recognizing him as someone I had often conversed with in the past. His tone today struck me as peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Grandpa Chin continued, "I just saw you earlier delivering packages over there. When did you come running back here?" Recalling the words of old Lou, a chill coursed down my spine, and I hastily grasped Mr. Chin's arm, inquiring, "Mr. Chin, did you see me just now?" "Where did you see me?" He gestured towards the path ahead, stating, "Right up there. You were delivering a package." With a multitude of thoughts swirling in my mind, I refrained from further conversation with Mr. Chin and bid him farewell, hastening forward. Yet, after only a few strides, I found myself frozen in place, the chill on my back transforming into a cold sweat. I was acutely aware of my own stillness, yet who was that hurriedly delivering packages in the distance? It could not possibly be Zhou Shan. I gazed in the mirror daily, fully aware of my own visage. Yet, the figure in the distance, diligently engaged in delivery, bore an uncanny resemblance to me. Even the attire he wore was identical to mine. What on earth was happening? I stood rigidly, watching my doppelganger laboring in the distance, beads of cold sweat trickling down my forehead. The busy version of myself seemed to have noticed me. He glanced back briefly and offered a faint smile, subsequently resuming his task as if nothing had transpired. I chose not to pursue him further, knowing it was futile. I had anticipated that the events in the bamboo grove would conclude there, but to my astonishment, that was not the case. This was not the end. Perhaps it was merely the beginning. Dazed, I exited the bamboo grove community, standing on the street, uncertain of my next destination. During a telephone conversation, Zhou Shun informed me that he would assist in delivering the package. However, the delivery was clearly my responsibility, not his. No, this cannot be right. The situation is undoubtedly more intricate than it appears. Everything traces back to Zijulin, which Zhou Shun oversees. Does this imply that Zhou Shun is also implicated? Reflecting on all my interactions with Zhou Shun since my job application, I increasingly find this circumstances peculiar. When I first applied, it was Qin Dio who contacted me. His speech was often hesitant, and he repeatedly alluded to the role of a courier. After outlining the details, he subtly hinted at the advantages of the position. It seems that Zhou Shun is not the only one with questionable motives. Qin Dio is also involved. When I went for the interview, Zhou Shun handed me 500 yuan without hesitation, claiming it was for my initial expenses. At that moment, I had already resolved to accept the job. Each subsequent day, Zhou Shun exhibited an unusual level of anxiety regarding my activities, particularly concerning incidents in the Zizulan community. I increasingly felt diminished, akin to a laboratory mouse subjected to experimentation. It was as if I were merely a pawn on a chessboard, with my existence dictated by others. Powerlessly, I retrieved my phone and dialed Zhou Shun's number. "Hello, Xiaolang, what's the matter?" Zhou Shun's tone was calm, yet I perceived an overwhelming sense of insincerity. I forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, Brother Zhou. I'm still working on my matters. I wanted to inquire if there have been any issues with the delivery." "It's all right. You go ahead with your tasks. I can handle the deliveries myself," came the voice of Zhou Shun. Chapter 15. The Perilousness of Mount Hua. The treachery of the human heart. With a sardonic chuckle, I retorted, "Then I appreciate your assistance, Zhou." Before Zhou Shun could utter a response, I abruptly terminated the call, simultaneously solidifying a suspicion within my mind. Zhou Shun was undoubtedly implicated in some clandestine scheme. The reality was that I was presently at the Purple Bamboo Grove delivering parcels. The circumstances surrounding this enigma eluded my comprehension, yet I was certain that Zhou Shun was not the one fulfilling those deliveries. However, Zhou Shun had asserted to me that he was indeed the one handling the parcels. I inhaled deeply and cast a glance at the thoroughfare before pivoting and heading towards the Courier establishment. My mind was besieged by a myriad of unresolved enigmas, but I resolved to proactively ascertain certain facts. Upon arriving at the establishment, I refrained from entering, instead seeking refuge behind a concealing structure from which I could discreetly observe the interior. There, I beheld Zhou Shun seated in the proprietor's chair, meticulously auditing the accounts, while Qin Daiyou idly occupied himself with his mobile device. This tableau served to further corroborate my conviction that Zhou Shun was embroiled in some dubious undertaking. After a moment of hesitation, I retrieved my mobile device and initiated a call to Qin Daiyou. I observed Qin Daiyou's mobile device emitting an audible ring, whereupon he glanced at the device and then directed his gaze towards Zhou Shun, as if soliciting his consent. Zhou Shun nodded in acquiescence, whereupon Qin Daiyou answered the call. "Hello, what's the matter, Ninglang?" Qin Daiyou inquired jovially into the telephone. I attempted to respond in kind with a cheerful greeting, but found myself incapable of mustering a smile. To avert any suspicion, I adopted a light-hearted tone and inquired, "Is the establishment bustling with activity?" "Not particularly. What's the matter? Have you concluded your affairs?" Qin Daiyou responded. I smiled and replied with a gentle no. After a moment of contemplation, I feigned embarrassment and asked, "Is Brother Zhou in the shop?" As I spoke, I fixated my gaze intently on Qin Daiyou. He turned a glance at Zhou Shun, who shook his head, and then responded with a smile. "Aren't you on leave today? Brother Zhou went to help you deliver a package. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" It was nothing of great consequence. I had merely spoken with Brother Zhou earlier. However, there was a matter I found difficult to articulate. I hesitated before voicing my concern. Qin Daiyou inquired further, "What is it?" I explained, "A friend from my hometown came to the city to seek medical attention for his family. He didn't bring much money with him, so I covered his expenses. Now, I find myself short on cash and was hoping to borrow a bit from Brother Zhou." At this, Qin Daiyou appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He glanced back at Zhou Shun, who nodded in understanding, before responding into the phone. "I'll ask Brother Zhou for you in a moment. Once I finish work, I'll return the money to you." I took a deep breath, sensing my heart slowly shattering into pieces. I forced a smile and replied, "That's fine, but please don't mention to Brother Zhou that it's me borrowing. It feels a bit awkward." "Don't worry, if everything goes well, that will be the end of it." After hanging up, I clutched my phone tightly in my hand. It was then that I realized the absence of anyone trustworthy by my side, recognizing that I was surrounded by traps, and like a fool, I was unwittingly stepping into them. I was lost, uncertain of whom to trust or how to proceed. I placed my phone into my pocket, feeling somewhat disoriented as I trudged towards the rented apartment. Upon returning, I collapsed onto the bed, my mind a chaotic whirlwind, unable to comprehend anything, and I drifted into a hazy slumber. I was awakened once more by Qin Daiyou, and, as I lifted my head to glance at the table, I noticed several bags of cooked food and a few bottles of beer laid out. With a cheerful smile, Qin Daiyou remarked, "I bought some snacks and drinks. Shall we indulge in a couple of glasses?" Though my heart felt frostbitten, I maintained a facade of tranquility, nodding with a smile as I rose to wash my face. Upon my return, Chindayo had already set the chopsticks and uncapped the beer. Grabbing a bottle, I gulped down its entirety in one go. Startled by my actions, Chindayo quickly intervened, teasing me. Why so fierce today? I never knew you had it in you. I felt a pang of discomfort within. Setting the beer aside, I picked at the food with my chopsticks. Chindayo inquired about my situation, wondering if something had transpired at home. I merely shook my head in silence. Noticing my reticence, he refrained from pressing further, instead pulling out 500 yuan from his pocket and handing it to me. This is the money you needed. I borrowed it from Brother Zhou on my behalf. Just remember to repay me later. As I gazed at the crisp, red bills, an indescribable sensation washed over me. I had initially believed that Chindayo genuinely regarded me as a friend, which prompted him to introduce me to this job. However, it now seemed that I had been overly naive in my assumptions. Chindayo is always purposeful. That has been his nature. I suddenly recalled a saying from my father when I had just departed from the mountain village. He asked me why the people in our village would rather remain poor for a lifetime than become wealthy for a fleeting moment. I shook my head, admitting my ignorance. My father imparted to me a few poignant phrases. The frost is thin, but human sentiments are even thinner. Mount Hua is perilous, yet the human heart is more treacherous. The sky is dark, and the world is darker still. I believe I now comprehend the essence of these words. I had always thought that ghosts were the most terrifying entities. However, it appears that the true horror lies not in specters, but in the human heart. Rubbing my hands together, I retrieved a cigarette, flicked it against a banknote before placing it in my mouth. After lighting it and taking a puff, I squinted at Chindayo and assured him, "Rest assured, I will deliver it to you in a day or two." "In a day or two? Have you come into money?" Chindayo inquired, picking up a piece of food as he spoke. I chuckled. I have no money, but I have no intention of continuing. Chindayo fell silent, his hand gripping the chopsticks, trembling slightly, causing a piece of pig's head meat to tumble onto the table. Why the sudden change of heart? He pondered, before picking up the fallen meat and, undeterred by its state, popping it into his mouth with an air of nonchalance. I recognized his facade, but chose not to expose it, casually stating, "There are some matters back home that require my attention. I may not return for a while, so I wish to resign. Post-resignation, employment prospects may become challenging. Perhaps you should consult with Brother Zhou about granting you a brief respite, allowing you to return upon the culmination of the busy period." The speaker's words, though casually uttered, resonated deeply, evidently an attempt by Chindayo to dissuade me from leaving. I expressed my apprehension, stating, "This matter may not conclude swiftly. Would Brother Zhou approve such a leave?" "Rest assured, Brother Zhou will undoubtedly grant it," Chindayo affirmed. Realizing his overstatement, he promptly added, "Our locale possesses unique attributes, as you are aware. Save for you, few would willingly undertake this task. Brother Zhou is keen on retaining your services. Why would he object? Indeed, apart from myself, no imbecile would consent to being manipulated in such a manner," I thought resentfully, offering only a nonchalant nod. Perceiving my somber mood, Chindayo hastily consumed a bottle of liquor, partook of some dishes, and retired for the evening. After clearing the table, I reclined on my bed to rest. However, since becoming aware of the potential impropriety of Chindayo and Zhou Shan, a sense of inexplicable unease has pervaded my thoughts. I began to speculate about their motives for desiring my continued delivery services to the purple bamboo forest. Recollecting the circumstances of the previous 3 couriers, I felt increasingly apprehensive. Could they be suspected of criminal activity? Though audacious, this notion aligns with the available evidence. Of the previous 3 couriers who delivered to the purple bamboo forest, 2 have perished, and 1 has vanished without a trace, presumed deceased. I feel that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I am nearing the end of my patience. The prospect of resigning is indeed quite distressing. Jiangbo remarked that resignation would surely lead to ruin, yet remaining in my current position seems equally perilous. I sense that I am at an impasse, with no viable alternatives ahead of me. As for my discussion with Chindayo regarding my resignation, it was merely an attempt to gauge his sentiments on the matter. It is certain that Qin Dao will relay this resignation to Zhou Shun, and tomorrow at work, I shall observe Zhou Shun's reaction. Should he acquiesce to my resignation, I shall accept it. If he opposes it yet grants me a few days off, I shall also accept, as it would afford me the opportunity to investigate the matters concerning Zizulins, as well as the peculiar events I witnessed today. Having left Zizulins, I cannot fathom who it was that delivered the package there. Certainly not an impersonator, for the courier bore an exact resemblance to my attire and features. After lying in bed for a while, I suddenly heard some commotion from next door. The walls of the flat are hardly soundproof. Even the slightest noise is audible. My neighbor is Qin Dao, and the sounds emanating from his abode seem to indicate he is on a phone call, albeit in hushed tones. In the past, I would have paid it no mind, but things are different now. I stealthily rose from my bed, opened the door, and quietly ventured outside. The skills I honed during my time in the military served me well in that moment. I pressed my ear against the door of Qin Dao's room, cautiously listening to the sounds within. To my surprise, I indeed discerned something. Qin Dao was engaged in a phone conversation, and initially, I could not comprehend the identity of the person on the other end. However, as I continued to listen, it became increasingly clear that he was speaking to Zhou Shun. In a hushed tone, Qin Dao said, "Brother Zhou, Ning Lang intends to resign. He is likely to seek you out tomorrow." While I could not decipher Zhou Shun's response, Qin Dao's reply rang clearly in my ears. "Very well. I will treat it as if nothing has transpired. You could discuss it with him tomorrow." After this exchange, silence enveloped the room, suggesting that Qin Dao had ended the call. I paused momentarily, but chose not to linger, returning directly to my own room. It was evident that Qin Dao was merely relaying information to Zhou Shun, and I surmised that Qin Dao was not a significant figure, merely a minor player, while Zhou Shun was undoubtedly the enigmatic presence. As I lay in bed, my mind wandered, and before I realized it, I gradually succumbed to slumber. In my dreams, I found myself ensnared within a bamboo grove, desperately seeking a way out. Yet no matter how hard I tried, I could not locate the exit. The grove was beset by howling winds, and the streetlights flickered erratically along the path, casting an ominous gloom. I ran frantically through the bamboo forest, yearning to find an escape, my mouth agape in a silent scream, but no sound would emerge from my lips. Exhausted from my run, I leaned on my knees, gasping for breath. When I finally lifted my head once more, I was startled to behold a woman clad in white, standing before me with an oiled paper umbrella, her cold, eerie gaze fixed intently upon me. Awakened by the insistent rapping on my door, courtesy of Qin Dao, I bolted upright from a disquieting dream. My breath came in ragged gasps, as though I had traversed a considerable distance in reality. By the time I had fully regained my senses, Qin Dao had been audibly knocking for quite some time. I rose from my bed, donned my attire, and unlatched the door for Qin Dao. "Good heavens, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Qin Dao inquired, observing the beads of perspiration adorning my forehead with a puzzled expression. I casually wiped my brow, forcing a smile as I attributed it to a nightmare. Glancing downward, I noticed the steamed buns and soy milk that Qin Dao held in his hand. "I already had breakfast at the stall, so I brought you some on my way back. It's 8 o'clock, time for me to head to work," Qin Dao conveyed, extending the bag towards me before promptly departing, his movements fluid and unhesitating, exuding an air of composure. Were I not privy to Qin Dao's secret, I would likely continue to place my unwavering trust in him. Having consumed the breakfast provided by Qin Dao, I remained confined within the confines of the room. The box that Chun Bo had requested me to mail remained untouched, as I harbored a premonition that Chun Bo would inevitably seek me out once more, his wishes unfulfilled. Moreover, I sensed that his arrival was imminent. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I composed myself and ambled towards the shop. Zhou Shun immediately noticed my presence and promptly escorted me inside. Upon entering, Qin Dao subtly winked in my direction, presumably indicating that he had already apprised Zhou of my intention to resign. Without him saying a word, I already knew he had spoken, and in fact, he had done so the previous night. "What's going on? I heard from Dao that you intend to resign." Zhou Shun handed me a cigarette, puffing as he inquired. I accepted the cigarette without hesitation and took a drag. "I have some matters at home that require my attention, and I need to return for a while. I fear I might not be back anytime soon. I thought it best to resign to avoid disrupting your business. What could be so crucial that it necessitates a personal visit? Zhou Shun furrowed his brows and questioned me. I realized my skill in deceit was growing, as I had not even contemplated it, and blurted out, "There is something in my hometown as remote mountains. They say they plan to develop a tourism project. The villagers, few of whom have ventured outside, are concerned about being taken advantage of, and they thought to summon me back to oversee things." Zhou Shun pondered silently, smoking without responding, and I quietly watched him, awaiting his reply. After approximately half a minute, Zhou Shun sighed and said, "If you leave, it will be quite a while before someone can take over your duties. How about I grant you a few days off, and once you've settled your affairs, you can return to work?" I lowered my head, feigning hesitation, while smoking and mulling over my thoughts, deliberately refraining from answering. Observing my demeanor, Zhou Shun, slightly anxious, suggested, "Perhaps this, during your absence, I will ensure your wages remain intact, without any deductions." It was evident that Zhou Shun genuinely wished for me to stay. However, I remained entirely oblivious to his underlying motives. Was he perhaps plotting against me? The area of Zizulin harbors numerous dangers, and there had been prior incidents involving couriers there. It was entirely plausible that they could be linked to me. However, this situation renders Jiang Bo's words a perplexing enigma. Jiang Bo stated that if I chose to resign, it would spell my demise. Yet now Zhou Shun is fervently urging me to remain. Should I unhesitatingly place my faith in Jiang Bo's pronouncement? It appears that Zhou Shun's every action is an attempt to save me. Had I not witnessed the bizarre occurrences in Zizulin yesterday, I might have succumbed to belief. Alas, I beheld what I ought not to have seen. After much contemplation, I ultimately nodded in acquiescence, agreeing with Zhou Shun to take a few days off and return to work once matters are resolved. Upon hearing my agreement, Zhou Shun exhaled a profound sigh of relief and assured me to focus on my tasks, stating that my return was inconsequential and that I needn't concern myself with Zizulin, for he would oversee everything. I mused that this assertion was utterly nonsensical. The responsibility of delivering parcels still rests upon my shoulders, though the circumstances elude my understanding. I am convinced that Zhou Shun is engaged in some dubious machination. After exiting the store, I found myself at a loss. Where should I go after requesting leave? Returning to my rented accommodation is out of the question. Qin Daiyou and Zhou Shun are intertwined, and if he discovers me lingering there, he will undoubtedly inform Zhou Shun, thereby alerting them both. My total funds barely amount to 1,000 yuan. While I could afford a hotel, my stay would be limited. I intend to remain undercover for the long haul, firstly to discern Zhou Shun's ulterior motives, and secondly in hopes of locating the young man who rescued me that day. Finding him may grant me a fleeting chance at survival. The paramount concern at present is where I shall reside next, as I found myself enveloped in a haze of confusion and uncertainty. My phone unexpectedly rang from within my pocket. I pulled it out to glance at the screen, only to discover an unfamiliar, albeit local, number. After a brief moment of hesitation, I decided to answer the call, choosing to remain silent and allow the caller to speak first. Just a second or two later, a voice emanated from the receiver, strikingly familiar yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. "Hey, what have you been up to? I called out to you, but you ignored me." The voice carried a playful bravado, conjuring images of the strikingly flamboyant man I had encountered in the psychiatric hospital. Momentarily taken aback, I furrowed my brow and glanced around, realizing I could not spot Fong Xiang anywhere. I finally spoke. "You saw me? Where did you see me?" "I didn't see you. Right at the entrance of Zizulin. I saw you riding your bike inside, but no matter how much I shouted, you just kept going. When I chased after you, you had completely vanished." Upon hearing Fong Xiang's words, a shiver coursed through me. I quickly glanced at the time on my phone, and my heart sank as I noted it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. This time was all too familiar, for it was when I usually delivered packages, arriving at Zizulin precisely at 2:30. How could I be here, yet also be at Zizulin? Had yesterday's events repeated themselves? Who could that delivery person possibly be? It couldn't be me. I'll wait for you outside Zizulin. Stay where you are. Don't move, and don't enter the Zizulin. Having spoken, I did not wait for Fong Xiang to respond, and promptly ended the call. It would take me at least 30 minutes to reach Zizuland, and running there would undoubtedly be too late. If Fong Xiang were to discover something, I would have no means to explain myself. At that moment, a taxi unexpectedly passed by me, and without a second thought, I raised my hand to hail it. Upon instructing the driver to take me to Zizuland, I settled into the car and waited. After a while, I inquired, "Sir, which route are we taking? Are we not headed to Zizuland?" "Of course. We are taking Hongxing Road. It leads directly there, and we should arrive in about 7 or 8 minutes," the driver replied without turning his head. Furrow on my brow. I informed him, "Please avoid Hongxing Road. There's a fork ahead. We should turn into that fork and then take the main road." The driver seemed to be familiar with the route I suggested, but, puzzled, asked, "Young man, what is the matter?" "Hongxing Road is closer. The back roads are difficult to navigate and farther. Just use the meter, and I'll pay you extra later," I assured him. Upon hearing this, the driver ceased his objections. After all, who would refuse the prospect of earning more? The reason I opted for an alternate route was that we happened to pass by the Courier shop, and I wished to take a moment to observe the situation inside. The back road was a bit bumpy, and after 4 or 5 minutes, as we approached the shop, I asked the driver to slow down slightly. As we neared the entrance, I fixed my gaze inside and noticed Zhou Shun seated there, engrossed in his phone. For reasons unknown, he suddenly set his phone down and glanced outside. A tightness gripped my heart, and instinctively, I crouched down, urging the driver to accelerate. He nodded and pressed the gas pedal, causing the vehicle to lurch forward. With a lingering sense of dread, I raised my head and glanced back through the rear window, relieved to see that Zhou Shun had not emerged. The driver seemed puzzled by my reaction, but refrained from questioning me further, merely inquiring if there were any issues. Upon my assurance that all was well, he steered the car towards Zizuland. As I sat in the car, my heart raced. Zhou Shun was undoubtedly suspicious. He might not even be human. How could a person possibly engage in such mysterious and bizarre activities? My own presence was here, yet how could there be another version of me within the Zizuland community? What on earth was happening? Before I could unravel my thoughts, the driver halted the vehicle at the entrance of Zizuland. I glanced at the fare, which totaled 25 yuan, and handed him 30, instructing him to keep the change. He smiled warmly, complimenting my generosity as I exited the car. Upon stepping out, I spotted Fong Xiang squatting beside Zizuland, smoking a cigarette. Today, he was not in uniform but dressed in casual attire, a white leisure suit that, combined with his striking features and meticulously styled hair, rendered him quite the handsome figure. Yet, something about his face increasingly struck me as peculiar, perhaps due to jealousy. Just as I alighted from the car, Fong Xiang lifted his head, caught sight of me, and momentarily froze, only to swiftly glance back into the depths of Zizuland. I inhaled deeply, fearing that I could no longer conceal the truth, even if I remained silent. Fong Xiang was astute enough to sense something amiss. He rose and approached me, a cigarette dangling nonchalantly from his lips, exuding an air of carefree irreverence. As he drew near, I felt a surge of distaste and promptly snatched the cigarette from his mouth, discarding it on the ground. Fong Xiang paused momentarily, then flashed a grin and remarked, reformed, "Are we? No more smoking?" "I do smoke, but watching you do so repulses me," I retorted bluntly, offering him no semblance of courtesy. He shot me an exasperated glance before turning his gaze toward the depths of the Zizhu forest and inquired, "I distinctly saw you enter to deliver a package. How is it that you are here now?" Letting out a sigh, I felt an overwhelming urge to divulge everything to Fong Xiang, for I realized I was gradually becoming unable to bear the weight of it all. I longed for someone to share this burden and to guide me on what to do next. This was a sensitive time, and I found myself uncertain of whom to trust and whom to distrust, particularly after the incidents involving Zhou Shun and Qin Daiyou, which had heightened my wariness. I contemplated fabricating a casual excuse to placate Fong Xiang, but before I could utter a word, the familiar sound of thud-thud echoed from within the Zizhu forest community. I recognized that sound all too well. It was the unmistakable noise made by San Lizi. Instinctively, I turned my head toward the Zizhu forest community, and Fong Xiang mirrored my action, looking in the same direction. A familiar individual navigated a well-known vehicle, gliding through the Zizhu forest community, past the entrance of the neighborhood. and gradually advancing forward. Noticing our gaze upon him, he decelerated, turning his head to meet my eyes. That visage was all too familiar. It was neither conventionally handsome nor strikingly fair, yet the sun-kissed skin framed features that exuded a robust and resolute demeanor. It was in fact myself. He bestowed upon me a subtle smile, one imbued with an unfathomable depth. Chapter 17. Am I already dead? He lingered not for long, as if we were mere passers-by in his eyes. With a smile and a nod, he drove away, disappearing from our sight with his 3 donkeys. I exclaimed, "Goodness! Ninglang, do you have a twin brother?" After quite some time, Fong Xiang finally gasped in astonishment and shouted at me. I was at a loss for words, unsure how to convey my thoughts to Fong Xiang. Sighing deeply, I retrieved my cigarette case and squatted by the roadside, inhaling my frustrations. Noticing my silence, Fong Xiang, aware of my gloomy demeanor, let out a grunt and sat beside me. He snatched the cigarette from my hand, lit it, and took a drag. Thus, we sat on the curb, sharing a cigarette in silence. Eventually, I could no longer contain myself and turned to Fong Xiang, asking, "Aren't you curious about what just transpired?" "Of course," he replied, reaching for another cigarette but pausing to look at me instead. "Everyone harbors secrets. You have yours, and I have mine. If you are unwilling to share, I cannot compel you to speak." I managed a wry smile and remarked, "If I were to speak, I would not even know how to explain what happened." "You don't know?" Fong Xiang seemed taken aback, glancing towards the Zizhu forest and inquiring, "Wasn't that person inside your brother?" This fellow truly mistook the individual within as my twin brother, and I shook my head wearily, feeling increasingly reticent. "Could it be that the one inside is your twin brother?" Fong Xiang nudged me playfully with his elbow, cigarette in mouth, in a nonchalant manner. I rolled my eyes at him and shook my head, denying it. Suddenly, Fong Xiang lapsed into silence, igniting a cigarette with a lighter and smoking in quiet contemplation. I had little to say to him, so I sat quietly beside him. After a while, Fong Xiang turned to me and said, "Ninglang, extend your hand." "What for?" I asked, taken aback. Fong Xiang winked at me. "Just do as I say. I have something for you." Although I was somewhat puzzled by Fong Xiang's peculiar behavior, I extended my hand nonetheless. To my astonishment, he suddenly drew a glimmering dagger from his waist. Upon seeing the blade, my first instinct was to retract my hand, but before I could do so, Fong Xiang firmly grasped my wrist with his other hand. "What the hell, are you out of your mind?" I exclaimed, horrified, as I watched Fong Xiang bring the dagger toward my palm. Panic surged through me as I attempted to pull away, but Fong Xiang held on tightly. He remained silent, his eyes unblinking. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my palm and looked down to find that his dagger had sliced through my skin. At that moment, Fong Xiang released my hand, and I sprang up as if propelled by springs, clutching my wound and cursing at him furiously. "Are you insane? What was the meaning of that?" Fong Xiang, however, paid no heed to my outburst, his gaze fixated intently on the dagger in his hand. I cast a reproachful glare at Fong Xiang, my face a mask of admonition. However, when my gaze fell upon the dagger in his hand, astonishment flooded my eyes. The dagger glimmered with a sharp, cold light, devoid of any bloodstains. Logically, if the dagger had pierced my hand, it would surely be smeared with blood. It remained as pristine as ever. At that moment, I suddenly perceived something peculiar. Though the dagger had cut through my palm, I felt pain, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. I had no time to scold Fong Xiang, as I immediately lowered my gaze to examine my palm. A gentle breeze swept by, and I felt sharp pangs of agony where the flesh had split, yet inexplicably, not a drop of blood emerged. What was happening? I looked at Fong Xiang, my expression one of disbelief. He sheathed the dagger, grasped my hand to inspect it, and finally sighed, uttering, "You're already dead." Upon hearing Fong Xiang's words, my mind erupted with a resounding bang, as if my entire consciousness had shattered. Everything my eyes beheld turned crimson. I stood frozen, motionless in shock. How could this be? How could I possibly be dead? If I were truly deceased, how could I stand beside you and engage in conversation? I shook my head in disbelief. Fong Xiang resumed his seat, lit a cigarette, and placed it at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Do you understand what it means to be a living corpse? You are, at this moment, a living corpse. You possess your own thoughts and ideas, as well as the capacity for action, yet you have already departed from life. However, you have yet to perceive it yourself. Feng Xiang's former swagger has been replaced by an expression of gravity I have never witnessed before. Yet, his words elude my comprehension. Are you implying that I am deceased, yet still able to exist as a normal person? I boldly conjectured the meaning behind Feng Xiang's statement. He nodded, affirming, that is one way to interpret it. But then, what of my other self within the purple bamboo forest? Upon seeing his nod, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, though it was short-lived as anxiety crept back in. Feng Xiang turned his gaze towards the direction of the purple bamboo forest, stating, the you of now is but a mere shell devoid of a soul. The version of you within the purple bamboo community is likely your spirit. Even in your absence from the purple bamboo, your soul continues to arrive here daily, fulfilling the tasks you once intended to complete. The notion that my soul resides in the purple bamboo, while I am reduced to a soulless husk, overwhelmed me, causing my head to spin. Weakly, I sank to the ground and, in a state of confusion, inquired, isn't it said that souls cannot wander during the day? If that is the case, how is it that we can see my soul, and why are those within the purple bamboo able to see it as well? This is likely connected to the purple bamboo forest. Feng Xiang rose, brushing off his pants, his expression somber as he fixed his gaze upon the purple bamboo community. I refrained from responding to Feng Xiang's words, instead fixating my attention on him. Seemingly noticing my gaze, Feng Xiang glanced at me, hastily retreated a step, and said warily, what are you looking at? Although I am handsome, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Definitely not gay. You're overthinking it. I shook my head, feeling somewhat powerless. Feng Xiang is handsome, and if I were gay, I would definitely be tempted, but I am not. I'm just curious as to how a police officer like you knows so much. What exactly is your motive? It's not my fault for being suspicious, because everything Feng Xiang has shown is suspicious. The time I've known him doesn't even add up to 24 hours. Furthermore, all of his actions don't seem like those of a police officer, although he has been using a roguish air to conceal himself. What he just said is definitely not something an ordinary person could say or do. What motive could I possibly have? I am just a regular criminal police officer. The higher-ups assigned the Zizhu Forest case to me, tasking me with investigating the situation. Feng Xiang rolled his eyes and said calmly, you happen to be a courier in Zizhu Forest, so I wanted to ask you about the situation. Who knew you were such an oddball? I stared intently at Feng Xiang, tried to find some clues in his expression and gaze, but this guy was not as simple as I thought. He sat there, ignoring my gaze, and calmly smoked his cigarette. Although I couldn't see any problems on the surface, I was already on my guard internally. Feng Xiang is definitely not as simple as he appears to be. At the very least, he is definitely more than just a police officer. How many rooms are there in your house? I asked casually, withdrawing my gaze with a sigh. Feng Xiang answered without hesitation, 2. Are there any other people living with you? I continued, maintaining my composure. Feng Xiang shook his head, just me. Why do you ask? That's wonderful. I'll stay at your place for a few days, I said, rising to my feet and brushing off the dirt from my pants. Before Feng Xiang could respond, I flashed him a smile and said, thank you. Feng Xiang stood there, stunned for quite some time, before finally shouting at me, Ning Lang, you rascal. How have I never noticed your shamelessness before? Did you know me before? I retorted without looking back. Feng Xiang paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly, with a sly grin, said, staying at my place is fine, but you'll have to pay some rent. Upon hearing the mention of rent, I halted in my tracks and raised a hand to Feng Xiang, saying, you inflicted an injury on me for no reason, and I haven't even asked you for medical expenses yet. If I stay at your place, you can't ask me for rent. That would settle our accounts. I hadn't finished my sentence when I realized that the wound Feng Xiang had inflicted with a dagger earlier had vanished without a trace. I furrowed my brow deeply, then raised my other hand, examining it repeatedly. I found that both hands were free of any wounds, smooth and unblemished, as if nothing had ever happened. What wounds? Feng Xiang glanced at me and shrugged, seemingly aware from the very beginning that this would be the outcome. Seeing my astonishment, Feng Xiang chuckled and said, I do not collect rent from you for the sake of money. Then what is your intention? I thought, dismissing my current tasks, for at this juncture reality was blurred, and I questioned the significance of such concerns. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiang continued, I have been sent to investigate matters concerning the purple bamboo forest. There surely are secrets lurking within. He considered my role as a courier in the forest and sought my cooperation to uncover the truth behind it. His words plunged me into deep contemplation. To be honest, I was inclined to agree with Feng Xiang, for we shared a common goal, unraveling the mysteries of the purple bamboo forest. However, my apprehension lay with Feng Xiang himself. I couldn't shake off the feeling that he might harbor ulterior motives akin to Zhou Shun. I realized that I had no one trustworthy by my side, and it felt as if I were being led along, tethered like a puppet. Raising my gaze to meet Feng Xiang's, I felt a weight in my heart and nodded, declaring, "Very well, I shall assist you." Chapter 18. Disappearance at this moment. I find myself in a state that is neither human nor ghostly, and I am unafraid of anything. Even if death were to come, I would face it with clarity, unwilling to become a foolish specter in the afterlife. Upon my agreement, Feng Xiang showed no particular expression. He casually draped his arm over my shoulder, offering to help me gather my belongings, and inquired why I intended to stay at his home. I cannot fully trust Feng Xiang's words, yet I cannot dismiss them entirely. Each time I converse with him, I must carefully consider my every statement, weighing what can be said against what must remain unsaid. I conveyed to Feng Xiang, "You have seen my current state. I am but a mere shell, devoid of soul. Hence, I have resigned from my position to seek an opportunity to unravel this mystery." Seizing the moment, I posed another question to him. Why is my soul lingering in the Zizhu forest? Without my soul, I should be dead, yet I retain my thoughts and consciousness, which perplexes me. Feng Xiang responded, "First, I cannot ascertain why your soul is present in the Zizhu forest. The place is exceedingly strange, and I remain unaware of its true nature. Second, your continued existence can be attributed to two factors. The first is that your soul has not yet dissipated. The second is fundamentally tied to that peculiar location. However, I wager that if your soul were to vanish, you would immediately perish." As he explained, I furrowed my brow, suddenly recalling the words of Jiang Bo, who had insisted that I must not resign under any circumstances, for doing so would lead to my demise. This statement was not only conveyed to me by Jiang Bo, but also inscribed on a note that accompanied the package delivered to my home. As I pondered the phrase, "If the delivery is not made, one will perish," I began to contemplate the matters of my soul, and a bold conjecture suddenly emerged. Could it be that when I arrived at Ziziland, my soul had already been left behind? If I were to resign, would my soul dissipate, leading me to demise as well? If that were the case, Jiang Bo would not be harming me, but rather saving me. Similarly, Zhou Shun and Qin Daio would not be my adversaries, but my saviors. Those who urge me to remain in Ziziland are rescuing me, while those who wish for my departure are intent on my harm. Who could this person be? I refrained from further contemplation and instinctively maintained a certain distance from Feng Xiang. At the police station, Feng Xiang had once advised me to resign, whether intentionally or not. I felt compelled to be wary of him. "Why are you keeping such a distance from me? Am I going to devour you?" Feng Xiang remarked, noticing my actions, and rolled his eyes at me. I chuckled and replied, "You're simply too beautiful. I fear others might think we share some special connection." Feng Xiang touched his face and inquired, "Am I beautiful?" I glared at him with disdain and then casually asked, "How do you know my soul is gone, leaving only a mere shell behind?" "I am an orphan, raised by an eccentric Taoist priest. During my childhood, I was subtly influenced and learned a bit of arcane arts. Yet I perceive much of it as mere nonsense designed to deceive. I remain uncertain of the utility of the skills I acquired. After the priest's passing, I pursued my education at university and eventually became a police officer. When I inquired how Feng Xiang became knowledgeable about matters of the soul, he divulged an abundance of information, evidently apprehensive that I might doubt him, thus preemptively revealing his identity. Feng Xiang is also an orphan, nurtured by a Taoist, which explains his familiarity with such topics, although it remains unclear how much of what he says is genuine or fabricated. Upon arriving at the rental apartment, I began to organize my clothing and personal items, inquiring whether Feng Xiang possessed blankets and bedding. Should he lack them, I intended to bring my own. Feng Xiang stared at me, perplexed, and quipped, "Are you planning to move in with me?" Bringing all your belongings? Truthfully, my accommodation preferences are minimal. My sole desire is to remain unnoticed by Qin Daiyou. Despite his words, Feng Xiang did not oppose my intentions and assisted in packing my things. Before departing, I noticed a parcel that Uncle Chan intended to mail, but I chose to ignore it and turned to leave. Feng Xiang's residence is somewhat distant from Zizuland, requiring over 30 minutes on foot. Thus, we opted for a taxi due to the burden of our belongings. His abode is a modest 2-bedroom apartment within a residential complex. Feng Xiang informed me that the eccentric priest who raised him left him nothing but this apartment upon his departure. Upon crossing the threshold, I was immediately struck by the sheer disarray of the dwelling. Congealed instant noodles formed precarious stacks upon the coffee table, while the floor was a veritable mosaic of cigarette butts and discarded beverage containers. Truth be told, my previous abode, though humble, was maintained with an exceptional degree of cleanliness. In stark contrast, Feng Xiang's residence resembled nothing so much as a refuse receptacle. The apartment is a tad disheveled. Pay it no mind, Feng Xiang remarked casually, betraying neither discomfort nor apology. I inwardly conceded that a certain degree of untidiness might be permissible in a bachelor's quarters. Moreover, as a temporary guest, I was hardly in a position to voice objections. However, my tolerance reached its limit upon venturing into the lavatory. Brandishing a brassiere between my fingers, I emerged from the bathroom, my countenance a mask of exasperation as I confronted Feng Xiang. Undaunted, Feng Xiang nonchalantly relieved me of the garment, proceeding to bring it to his nostrils for a protracted inhalation. Still retains a trace of fragrance, he declared. Care to sample? I dare say I have encountered individuals of questionable scruples in my time, but Feng Xiang's brazen lack of decorum, coupled with his air of entitlement, was unprecedented. Barely restraining the impulse to deliver a swift blow to his person, I seized my luggage and inquired, with barely suppressed indignation, as to my designated sleeping quarters. Feng Xiang gestured toward a room at the far end of the living area. That was formerly the abode of the old mystic, he explained. You may take up residence there. Without further acknowledgement of Feng Xiang's presence, I proceeded towards the indicated chamber, my baggage in tow. As I reached for the doorknob, I braced myself for the inevitable layers of dust and grime, fully prepared to embark on a thorough cleaning regimen. However, upon swinging the door inward, I was rendered speechless. The room was not as disheveled or unclean as I had anticipated. On the contrary, it was quite tidy, devoid of even the slightest trace of dust. An aroma permeated the chamber, and upon raising my gaze, I noticed an incense burner atop the desk, containing 3 incense sticks that had burned down to their ends, presumably lit by Feng Xiang before his departure. Suddenly, my perception of Feng Xiang shifted. He didn't seem quite as detestable as before. Although he referred to his adoptive father as a charlatan, it was evident that he held him in some regard. Otherwise, the room would not have been so meticulously arranged, nor would Feng Xiang have bothered to light the incense. After arranging my garments in the wardrobe, I withdrew from the room. Upon exiting, I found Feng Xiang tidying up the living room. Upon noticing me, he grinned and exclaimed, "Damn it, I've never been this concerned about cleanliness when I've brought women back. But for some reason, when I brought you back, I suddenly felt like the place was a mess. While I'm staying here, don't bring any women back, or I'll report you to the police for soliciting prostitution," I retorted, ignoring his comment. If a police officer is caught soliciting prostitution, that would be a violation of the law, and I doubt they'd be lenient. Feng Xiang paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into a fit of exasperated laughter. "Ning Lang, you're utterly shameless, aren't you? I'm letting you stay here for free, and you're trying to take over my place? I'm assisting you with the investigation into the purple bamboo forest, and you're letting me stay at your place for free. It's a fair exchange. I'm essentially paying rent," I replied, shrugging innocently. Feng Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you got guts. I'm going out to have some fun, and then I'll come back." I chose not to linger on this topic any longer and gestured towards the door as I walked out. The other party expressed their intention to step out for some errands, promising to return shortly. Without much thought, Feng Xiang mentioned that upon his return, he would like me to bring him a bowl of wonton noodles. I nodded in acknowledgement and descended the stairs. As I left the community, I glanced back repeatedly until I reached the entrance. at which point I sighed in relief upon realizing that Feng Xiang had not followed me. Outside the community, numerous taxis awaited, and I casually selected one, instructing the driver to take me to the Zizilingyuan community. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon, leaving me with over an hour until my usual departure time from Zizilingyuan. Feng Xiang remarked that I was like a wandering soul, my essence tethered to Zizilingyuan. But if time were to pass, where would my spirit ultimately reside? I intended to use this time to stealthily observe the area surrounding Zizilingyuan and discern what transformations might have occurred. The reason I did not invite Feng Xiang to accompany me was rooted in my lingering doubts about him. His identity harbors an air of mystery, and I remain uncertain whether his true motive is to investigate the recent incident at Zizilingyuan. In light of this uncertainty, caution seemed prudent. Due to encountering several red lights along the way, I arrived at Zizilingyuan just as the clock approached 5. After settling the fare and exiting the cab, I raised the collar of my coat, walking with my head lowered to avoid being recognized. After all, to the outside world, I was merely a courier delivering packages within Zizilingyuan. Opposite the Purple Bamboo Grove community lies a quaint convenience store, which features a few seats within. I entered and ordered a cup of milk tea, settling into a corner position where my gaze could effortlessly rest upon the entrance of the community across the street. Throughout my time in the store, my eyes remained fixated on that entrance. The Purple Bamboo Grove community is quite expansive, with a steady flow of individuals coming and going. I felt assured that I would not miss myself, as that three-wheeled electric vehicle is easily recognizable. As time progressed, a sense of anxiety began to swell within me. To alleviate any suspicions from the store staff, I ordered an additional 2 cups of milk tea. By the time it reached 5:40, I adopted a serious demeanor. For typically at this hour, I would have already started my journey back from the depths of the Purple Bamboo Grove. After waiting for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, a three-wheeled electric vehicle suddenly emerged from the community, and the driver was none other than myself. I promptly rose, summoned the staff to settle my bill, and dashed out of the convenience store towards the community entrance. As I navigated the three-wheeled vehicle out of the Purple Bamboo Grove, I did not linger, proceeding along the route back to the store at a steady pace. I jogged closely behind the three-wheeled vehicle, maintaining a moderate distance. Thankfully, my regular training in the army had fortified my stamina. Otherwise, I would have surely struggled. My eyes remained locked on the three-wheeled vehicle ahead as I jogged, acutely aware of the rapid pounding of my heart. The driver of the three-wheeled vehicle, myself, maintained a calm and steady pace, neither accelerating nor halting. A sense of inquisitiveness stirred within me. I pondered whether he, like myself after work, would steer the motorized tricycle back to the shop. As I ruminated, the vehicle veered, disappearing into the alley ahead. Taken aback, I involuntarily decelerated my pace. I had previously encountered that alley during my delivery rounds, and one day, I had even ventured into it after work, hoping to discover a shortcut back to the shop. Alas, my hopes were dashed as the path proved to be a dead end. After a moment's hesitation, I gritted my teeth and quickened my stride, following the tricycle's trajectory into the alley. However, upon entering, the vehicle had vanished without a trace. A sense of urgency began to consume me, and without fear of discovery, I accelerated forward. Soon, a fork in the road appeared. I lowered my gaze to the earth, hoping to discern the tricycle's tracks in the soil. Yet, the ground was smooth and undisturbed, devoid of any tire marks. Could it have simply disappeared? Just as I struggled to comprehend the situation, I detected footsteps approaching from behind. Before I could turn to investigate, a withered, wrinkled hand rested upon my shoulder. Chapter 19. The unyielding spirit. The hand was emaciated, appearing devoid of blood, reduced to mere skin and bone. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled a chicken's claw quite aptly. Upon turning to glimpse that hand, I was so startled that I instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Yet when I lifted my gaze to behold the owner of that hand, I found myself utterly frozen in place. Jiangbo. My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at the elderly figure before me, my heart racing with excitement. The man standing in front of me was none other than Jiangbo, who had previously imparted countless revelations to me. After his inexplicable disappearance, I had resigned myself to the thought that I would never encounter him again, Yet here he was, reappearing before me. What left me utterly astounded was that it had been less than half a month since our last meeting, and Zhang Bo seemed to have transformed entirely. He appeared significantly more gaunt, his body seemingly drained of life force, his face a sickly yellow, with sunken eyes that reflected a vacant stare. His once thick, dark hair had thinned and turned gray, as though an eternity had passed in the brief interlude. Zhang Bo, how could you have changed so drastically? Despite this transformation, I could still recognize the figure before me, a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Bo. He gestured weakly with his hand, speaking in a frail whisper. Do not concern yourself with me for now. My time is limited. There are a few matters I must impart to you. My mind was awash with questions I yearned to pose to Zhang Bo. Questions regarding his sudden disappearance and the existence of a counterpart of myself in the purple bamboo forest. Was that truly my soul? However, Mr. Jiang has now stated that his time is limited and he can only impart a few matters to me. I promptly nodded, urging Mr. Jiang to speak his mind. Mr. Jiang gazed at me, inquiring, "Are you still employed as a courier, or have you resigned?" "I have not resigned, but have merely taken a few days of leave," I replied honestly. Mr. Jiang nodded with a hint of gratification. "It is good that you have not resigned, indeed." "Mr. Jiang, how have you become like this? The last time I sought you out, old Liu had replaced you in the security booth. When I inquired about you, they all said that there was no security guard named Jiang at the Zizhu Forest Residential Complex." Gazing at Mr. Jiang, I could not help but ask. "Mr. Jiang nodded, replying, "Indeed, I am not a security guard at the Zizhu Forest Residential Complex. My presence there was solely to rescue you." "Rescue me?" I asked, taken aback. Mr. Jiang solemnly stated, "To rescue you, indeed. I previously told you that it was not you who chose this job, but rather this job that chose you. The only way for you to survive is to continue delivering packages." "Why? Why is this so? I merely sought a job. I never imagined that these things would occur." The suppression of the past several days caused me to feel somewhat mentally broken down. Seeing Mr. Jiang again, I felt as if I had found someone to confide in, desperately shaking my head, putting up a futile resistance. Mr. Jiang slowly reached out and patted my shoulder, softly saying to me, "Young man, the most important thing now is not to complain, but to live well." A couple of days ago, I took a leave of absence and discovered that even in my absence from the Zizhu forest, deliveries continued to be made, and, astonishingly, they were being delivered by none other than myself. Someone informed me that the one delivering the parcels was my soul. "Zhang Bo, what on earth is happening?" I asked helplessly. Zhang Bo withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow as he responded, "Indeed, even when you are not present, deliveries in the Zizhu forest community continue, and the one delivering is your soul." Having realized this, do you not also comprehend who is at fault? I was bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet I grasped the implication of Zhang Bo's words. The individual he referred to must be the owner of the delivery shop, Zhou Shun. I nodded emphatically in acknowledgement. Understanding this indicates that you are not entirely foolish. There is still a chance for redemption, Zhang Bo stated solemnly, with his hands clasped behind his back. Since you have taken a leave, but have not resigned, it signifies that you are currently safe. However, to completely extricate yourself from this predicament and lead a peaceful life, mere awareness is insufficient. You must take further action. What more must I do? Upon hearing that there was still a chance for salvation, I felt invigorated and inquired eagerly. Zhang Bo replied, "The owner of a delivery shop, Zhou Shun, harbors issues, and the crux of the matter lies with him. If you wish to survive, you must." Before Zhang Bo could finish his thought, his eyes widened in alarm. Confused by the sudden shift, I pressed him, "Must what?" "Zhang Bo, please complete your sentence." Zhang Bo did not respond to me. Instead, he gazed behind me with a look of sheer terror in his eyes. Instinctively, I turned around to scrutinize the area, only to discover that there was nothing behind me. To ensure my safety, I deliberately took 2 steps back toward the fork in the path, where I found both routes to be eerily vacant. As I turned to return, I was struck by the realization that Zhang Bo had vanished, replaced by a woman holding an oil paper umbrella. I recognized her as Wu Yang, a resident of the Zizhu Lin community. I stood there, momentarily stunned, pondering how Zhang Bo had been there just moments ago, only to disappear in an instant. while Wu Yang appeared with such alarming swiftness. Could it be that Wu Yang was not human? If she were indeed human, how could she have materialized so silently? Was Jiangbo in danger? Who were you speaking to just now? Wu Yang asked, her expression icy as she regarded me from beneath her umbrella. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief. At least it seemed Jiangbo was safe, for otherwise, Wu Yang would not have posed such a question. I clenched my teeth and shook my head, stammering I was speaking to anyone. How did you come to be here? My presence here is of little consequence, Wu Yang replied, slowly shaking her head as she took a deliberate step forward, extending her hand gently. In that instant, I instinctively recoiled, my expression one of confusion and seriousness as I regarded Wu Yang. She retracted her hand with a smile, yet her countenance bore an unmistakable sorrow, as if revealing a profound sense of desolation. Remember my words, anyone has the potential to harm you, and anyone may deceive you. If you wish to live in peace, place your trust in no one and refrain from making hasty decisions. With an oil paper umbrella in hand, Wu Yang slowly turned, her voice frigid. After all, I can no longer protect you as I once did. Who are you? I shouted at Wu Yang's departing silhouette. Her steps faltered slightly, and without looking back, she warned me, just remember my words, trust no one. They may all seek to exploit you, including me. I could discern that Wu Yang's tone had grown even colder than before. Eventually, her figure faded from sight, and the tension I had been holding onto suddenly loosened, leaving my mind more chaotic than ever. Jiangbo reappeared, and he surely knew how to save me in my current plight. Yet his words were interrupted by Wu Yang. It was evident that Wu Yang was unaware of Jiangbo's visit, yet she advised me against trusting anyone, which I surmised was a veiled reference to him. I could not fathom why Wu Yang would utter such sentiments, nor could I ascertain whom I should believe. In my heart, I leaned towards Jiangbo, for he had never wronged me thus far, and all his words had been benevolent. I glanced around, calling out for Jiangbo, hoping he had merely concealed himself rather than departed. Despite several calls, there was no sign of him. I realized he may have left. Unable to locate Jiangbo, I chose not to linger any longer, for I knew he would surely return, as his thoughts remained unspoken. On my way back, I took a car to the place where Fong Xiang was staying. Upon arrival, I purchased a bowl of wonton noodles and ascended the stairs. The house had been impeccably tidied by Fong Xiang, who was lounging on the sofa, his legs crossed, engrossed in the television. Upon seeing my return, he immediately exclaimed, "What took you so long to get a bowl of wonton noodles?" Starving. I had strolled around the vicinity before coming back. Handing the wonton noodles to Fong Xiang, I chose not to engage with him and retreated directly to my room. Sitting on the bed, I lit a cigarette, my mind swirling with the events of the day. Overall, I had garnered quite a bit from the day's occurrences. At the very least, I had located Jiangbo, and for some reason, his presence brought me a sense of reassurance. The few words Jiangbo imparted echoed incessantly in my mind. It was evident from his remarks that he had confirmed there was indeed an issue with Zhou Shan, yet before he could elaborate on a resolution, he vanished due to the sudden appearance of Wu Yang. I harbored suspicions about Wu Yang as well, as her unannounced arrival was perplexing. In frustration, I flicked the cigarette butt away, cursing inwardly. I had initially believed I had secured a high-paying job, yet who could have anticipated such a series of events? If the situation were clearer, I would have certainly resigned, even if it meant begging under a bridge. Anything would be preferable to my current predicament. After venting my emotions for a while, I stripped off my clothes and nestled into bed. Since it was still early, sleep eluded me, and in my boredom, I found myself idly playing with my phone while lying on the bed. During that period, Fong Xiang had come in once, saw that I had tucked myself into bed, and scolded me with a silent curse, suggesting that I should rise and accompany him to experience the vibrant world outside. I was well aware of what he meant by the vibrant world, and I had no interest in his frivolous pursuits, thus I declined his invitation. In response, Fong Xiang questioned my masculinity. I chose to ignore him, feeling quite exhausted after a long day and intending to rest early. Perhaps it was due to the change in environment, but I found myself tossing and turning for quite a while, unable to fall asleep. I took out my phone to check the time and discovered it was just past midnight. As I was about to put down my phone and force myself to sleep, A sudden series of knocks echoed through the stillness. Startled, I set my phone aside, threw on a garment, and rose to open the door. When I opened it, I saw that Fong Xiang had also opened his door across the way. We exchanged glances, and I inquired, "Are you looking for women again?" "Damn, do you really think so little of me?" Fong Xiang retorted angrily, preparing to open his door. I considered for a moment and realized that he indeed was that kind of person. Following him to the door, the knocking continued incessantly. Fong Xiang, irritated, cursed, "Knock all you want. I'll open it in a moment." With that, he placed his hand on the doorknob. As he opened the door, I leaned in to take a peek, and a chill ran down my spine. The moment he swung the door open, the knocking ceased abruptly, yet there was no one outside. Only a package lay silently before the door. I felt I could recognize that package, even if it were turned to dust. It was the parcel that Chanbo had asked me to send. Chapter 20. The Courier's secret. A fleeting blankness engulfed my mind, swiftly followed by an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. This parcel was truly an unrelenting specter, shadowing my every step. Was I truly destined to transport it to the city of Fengdu? Have couriers now stooped to delivering packages under the cover of night? Fong Xiang cast a glance outside, momentarily taken aback, before addressing me. I was left uncertain whether he genuinely did not comprehend the situation or was merely feigning ignorance. Before I could respond, Fong Xiang squatted down to retrieve the parcel. He craned his neck to peer outside, and upon closing the door, his brows furrowed in confusion. There was not a soul in sight, so how had this package materialized, and what had prompted the earlier knock? While I remained equally puzzled as to whether this was the work of a human or a ghostly presence, I was acutely aware that this parcel was intended for me. Should I divulge any details, I could very well incur Fong Xiang's suspicions. Thus, I shook my head in terror, unable to articulate an explanation. Fong Xiang inspected the package, his playful demeanor abruptly vanishing. His eyes widened, and with a grave expression, he exclaimed, "Fengdu? This parcel is addressed to Fengdu?" Desiring to avoid further entanglement and fearing exposure, I replied, "It might just be a prank. Don't take it too seriously." "A prank that reaches the police station? A parcel destined for Fengdu left here, treating this place as if it were Fengdu?" Fong Xiang retorted with irritation, tossing the package into the corner of the living room before storming back to his room, visibly aggrieved. Fortunately, Fong Xiang did not dispose of the package. Based on my understanding of such matters, discarding it would likely result in its return. However, Fong Xiang's words were somewhat thought-provoking, suggesting the existence of a place akin to Fengdu City. Casting a glance at the package, I chose to disregard it and turned back toward the house. The sleepiness I had begun to cultivate was shattered once more by thoughts of the package, leaving me somewhat helpless as I retrieved my phone to continue playing games. The matter of the package puzzled me, yet I resolved not to dwell on it any further. At least for now, it seemed harmless to me. If it wished to linger, then so be it. As I played until 1:30 in the morning, I finally began to feel drowsy and set my phone aside, preparing for slumber. Just then, my phone beside the pillow vibrated insistently. Typically, I keep my phone on silent while sleeping, yet I picked it up to discover an unfamiliar number calling. After a moment of hesitation, I answered, adhering to my usual approach of silence, waiting for the other party to speak. Ninglunk. After a considerable pause, a frail voice emerged from the other end. This voice was familiar. I recognized who was calling immediately. Sitting up, I felt a surge of excitement. "Jiangbo, is that you?" "It is I," Jiangbo replied from the other end. Lowering my voice, I inquired, "Jiangbo, why did you suddenly disappear today?" His voice was soft, yet I could discern an underlying meaning within. I suppressed the questions gnawing at my heart and cautiously inquired, "Is there something amiss with that one, Yang?" "She is not human, but rather a ghost," Jiangbo softly confided to me. "I harbor enmity towards her, and I am not her match. For now, I can only lay low. As long as you are unscathed, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, I exhaled slowly, then pressed further, "You had not finished your earlier statement." "What should I do now?" he replied. "It is too convoluted to explain over the phone. Meet me at Xiangwei residence tomorrow night at 9. "Understood." With that final exchange, Jiangbo hung up. Having re-established contact with Jiangbo brought me a measure of solace, yet I was still bewildered by his words. He claimed that the Wunyang in the purple bamboo forest was not human, but a ghost. If she is indeed a ghost, why had she not taken action against me? And how did she come to be Jiangbo's adversary? I did not delve into these thoughts, resolving instead to seek clarity when I met Jiangbo the following day. That night, as I lay in bed, it was not long before slumber overtook me. The next morning, I was awakened by Fong Xiang, who informed me that there was a case at the bureau requiring his immediate attention and that I should remain here. He advised me to call him should any issues arise. I nodded in an absent-minded manner, then settled in at Fong Xiang's home. Initially, I contemplated revisiting the purple bamboo forest to search for clues, but fearing that Zhou Shun might discover my intentions, I ultimately abandoned that thought. Fong Xiang had a considerable supply of instant noodles at home. Whenever hunger struck, he would indulge in a bowl. He remained indoors all day, and by the time it was past 5, Fong Xiang had yet to return. I decided to venture out first to avoid any inconvenience for him upon his arrival. On the phone, Jiangbo had mentioned a place called Xiangweiju, which I was familiar with, as I had encountered it during my past deliveries on a 3-wheeled bike not far from the Zizhu forest. Upon arriving at Xiangweiju by taxi, I pulled out my phone to check the time, only to discover it was barely 6 o'clock, leaving over 3 hours until my agreed rendezvous with Jiangbo. To pass the time, I specifically sought out an internet CAF nearby and spent a while browsing online. My experience with the internet was limited. I was utterly oblivious to online gaming and primarily used it to watch television shows as a means of distraction. In the CAF, I absent-mindedly watched 6 or 7 episodes of a drama. As the clock inched closer to 9, I promptly rose from my seat and exited the CF. No sooner had I stepped outside than my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a call from Jiangbo, which I hastily answered. He inquired about my location, and I informed him that I was at the entrance of Xiangweiju. Jiangbo instructed me to come in and proceed to room 201. After hanging up, I pondered how sophisticated Jiangbo seemed, aware of the etiquette of dining in a private room. The waiter at Xiangweiju escorted me to room 201, where I knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by Jiangbo. However, what struck me was the stark transformation in his appearance. Yesterday, he had seemed as though all vitality had been drained from him, gaunt and emaciated, with graying hair and sunken eyes. Today, however, he appeared entirely different. The skin of my body has returned to a state of normalcy. My hair is now lustrous and thick, and the wrinkles on my face have significantly diminished. Were it not for the resemblance in our appearances, I might genuinely believe these were two different individuals. As I sat opposite Jiangbo, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped me, and I furrowed my brow while gazing at him. Jiangbo offered me a reassuring smile and nonchalantly remarked, "Do not concern yourself with my matters. Addressing your issues is of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, I felt a renewed sense of vigor and refrained from overthinking Jiangbo's situation. "Yangbo, is Wunyang truly not human?" I hesitated briefly before posing the question. Just as Jiangbo was about to respond, the door to our private room swung open, and a waiter entered, setting down several dishes before promptly departing. Once the waiter had left, Jiangbo lifted his teacup, took a sip, and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Wunyang is not human. She is a ghost, and a formidable one at that. We share a certain animosity, yet I am no match for her. When I encounter her, my only recourse is to retreat. Then, why has she appeared in the bamboo grove?" I shifted my throat nervously, cautiously inquiring. Jiangbo shook his head and replied, "I too am uncertain as to why she has manifested in the bamboo grove. That place is far from ordinary. It is certainly more than a mere residential area." This was not the first time I had heard others speak of the bamboo grove's peculiar nature. Fong Xiang had previously alluded to it as well. If Wunyang is not human, but a ghost, does that mean, am I in danger? I took a deep breath and asked with trepidation. Jiangbo glanced at me and remarked, "After I left last night, you encountered Wunyang. If she had intended to kill you, it would have been a mere trifle. Her refraining from doing so indicates that she poses no threat to you, at least for the time being." Upon hearing Jiangbo's words, I felt an immediate sense of relief. I refrained from inquiring about the enmity between Wunyang and Jiangbo, as through my experiences, I had gradually come to understand that as long as it did not concern me, I would not interfere. This, indeed, reflects a certain selfishness. Yet, are we not all inherently self-serving? By the way, after I departed, did Wunyang approach you? What did she say? Jiangbo nonchalantly asked while picking up his chopsticks to sample some dishes. I pondered for a moment and candidly replied, she advised me not to trust anyone. It seems she genuinely had no intention of harming you. Jiangbo set down his chopsticks and regarded me with a meaningful glance. My mind was filled with questions, leaving me little room to contemplate Jiangbo's expression. Instead, I urgently inquired, Jiangbo, you previously mentioned that the delivery to the purple bamboo forest must be made. If not, I would face dire consequences. Why is that? The rationale remains unknown to most, but I am certain it is intricately linked to one individual. Jiangbo took a sip of tea, his demeanor grave. I contemplated briefly and whispered, Zhou Shun, precisely, Yang bo affirmed, nodding gravely. Before you, 3 couriers awaited their fates. One met death, another succumbed to madness, and the third vanished without a trace. I silently reflected that the one who had gone mad was now also deceased. However, I refrained from sharing this with Jiangbo. I had conducted an investigation on Zhou Shun. He was no ordinary individual. Among the 3 previous couriers, 2 had resigned, yet their outcomes were the most dire. Jiangbo remarked, one has perished, and the other has succumbed to madness. A shiver coursed through me as I inquired, Jiangbo, are you suggesting that the fates of the deceased and the insane courier are linked to their resignations? Indeed, Jiangbo nodded, adding, I cannot ascertain whether Zhou Shun was the cause of their demise, but this matter is undoubtedly intertwined with him. If you choose to resign, you may very well follow in their footsteps. Therefore, under no circumstances should you resign. My heart felt constricted, and my mind was engulfed in a fog of confusion. It was only then that I realized I had unwittingly fallen into a trap they had meticulously crafted. Their motives remained obscure to me. All I knew was that I must survive at all costs. What should I do now? I mumbled, lowering my gaze in despair. Jiangbo sighed and said, the issue lies with Zhou Shun, so we shall confront him directly. Listen to me. Since you have already taken leave, do not rush back to work. Zhou Shun departs for home every night at 8. Follow him and uncover his true intentions. Once we identify the source, I will devise a way to save you. Jiangbo emphasized his words with conviction. After a moment's contemplation, I conceded that Jiangbo's reasoning was sound. The problem lay with Zhou Shun, and thus, we would approach him as our target. The purpose of my leave was to unravel the mystery surrounding this situation. Now that the moment has arrived, it is time to take action. With this thought in mind, I nodded decisively. Be cautious while shadowing Zhou Shun, Jiangbo advised. Do not allow him to detect your presence. We are still uncertain of his identity and whether he might pose a threat to you. I nodded in agreement, a smile breaking across my face. Rest assured, as long as Zhou Shun does not engage in counter-surveillance, everything will be fine. I felt a sense of confidence in this regard, though I may not be particularly skilled in reconnaissance. The training I received in the military has equipped me with formidable abilities. By the way, Jiangbo, there is something else, I said, calling him to a halt. Jiangbo looked at me with curiosity, inquiring, what else is there? I lowered my gaze in contemplation and shared with him the persistent matter of the package, including the address to which it needed to be sent. Chapter 21. The red embroidered shoes. After I finished speaking, Jiangbo took a sip of tea and pondered for a moment before saying, let us not concern ourselves with the package for now. Its prolonged presence has not caused you any harm, which suggests it bears no ill intent. However, as a precaution, it would be wise to retain the package. I nodded, intending to heed Jiangbo's advice. At this juncture, your affairs remain paramount. When shadowing Zhou Shun, be exceedingly cautious. Ensure he remains oblivious to your presence. Should you uncover anything peculiar, do not hesitate to contact me, Jiangbo reiterated earnestly. Yet, a lingering question plagued my thoughts. If Zhou Shun indeed harbored malice, why did Jiangbo not undertake the surveillance himself, instead delegating the task to me? I dismissed the notion, recognizing that this matter fundamentally concerned me. Jiangbo's guidance was already a considerable boon. It seemed unreasonable to impose further upon him. Moreover, what if Jiangbo had other pressing matters to attend to? Having conveyed his instructions, Jiang Bo rose to depart, leaving the table laden with untouched dishes. He urged me to continue my meal to avoid waste. Having scarcely eaten all day, I felt a twinge of hunger and refrained from extending pleasantries, instead accompanying him to the exit. As we stepped out of the private room, Jiang Bo suddenly placed his hand on my shoulder, solemnly reiterating, "Exercise utmost caution. It is of no consequence if the truth eludes you for a while. What is vital is that you remain unharmed. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain." I sensed genuine concern from Jiang Bo. His repeated assistance touched me deeply. Returning to the private room, I surveyed the table laden with dishes and, without hesitation, commenced to devour the repast with unrestrained gusto. Upon concluding my meal, I prepared to settle the bill and depart, only to be informed by the attendant that the venerable gentleman had already discharged the financial obligation. I paused, momentarily taken aback, and exited the establishment without further ado. Simultaneously, I mused inwardly, contemplating the unexpected generosity of Jiang Bo, whose outward appearance belied his willingness to extend such a courtesy. Having satiated my appetite at the House of Fragrance, I resolved to traverse the remaining distance to Feng Xiang's residence on foot, affording myself the opportunity to facilitate the digestive process. The hour had advanced beyond 10, and the thoroughfare was illuminated by the amber glow of the street lamps, though the number of pedestrians had significantly diminished. As I ambled along, I deliberated upon the optimal strategy for surveilling Zhou Shun. During our initial encounter, Zhou Shun had arrived in a Santana, indicating his possession of a motor vehicle. Consequently, I recognized the futility of attempting to pursue him on foot, given the disparity in mobility. To effectively tail Zhou Shun, it would be imperative to procure a means of transportation. While an electric bicycle lacked the requisite velocity, a motorcycle, though capable of achieving the desired speed, would generate excessive noise, thereby increasing the likelihood of detection. After protracted contemplation, I clasped the currency within my pocket and resolved to lease an automobile on the morrow, thus furnishing myself with the necessary vehicular support to monitor Zhou Shun's movements. With this contingency addressed, I felt a sense of reassurance and continued my forward trajectory with renewed determination. However, my foot, poised to advance, remained suspended in midair as I found myself transfixed by an inexplicable phenomenon. The light emitted by the street lamps cast an ochre luminescence, yet it sufficed to illuminate the ground with sufficient clarity. However, had something been expunged from the terrain? I perceived a tremor coursing through my lower extremities as I turned my head with deliberate rigidity, casting a furtive glance at the adjacent arboreal entity, followed by a scrutinizing examination of the ground beneath my feet. The shadow of the tree was illuminated by the streetlight, elongated and distorted. I turned my gaze downward, scrutinizing my surroundings front, back, left, and right, only to find nothing, absolutely nothing. Where's my shadow? My shadow! Panic began to engulf me. My mind flooded with folklore. Humans possess shadows. Only ghosts lack them. Only ghosts lack shadows. My eyes widened, cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I had walked beneath the streetlight for an extended period, yet no matter how I moved, my shadow remained elusive. I have no shadow, could it be? Could I have transformed into a ghost? Impossible. If I become a ghost, why could others still see me? Why would I feel pain upon collision? Why was I not afraid of the sun? Clenching my teeth, I stood still, pondering for a considerable time, gradually arriving at a realization. My soul remained in the bamboo grove, and I now resembled a mere shell of flesh, capable of feeling pain, but devoid of a soul. Is the absence of a shadow linked to the absence of a soul? I could conjure no other explanations to assuage this enigma. Perhaps this solitary interpretation could bring me solace. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to disregard the multitude of thoughts, echoing to myself. After all, I was neither fully human nor ghostly at this point, so what was there to fear? On my way back, I had to pass by the Zijulin community. As I approached the vicinity, I deliberately slowed my pace, glancing back frequently, fearful of being spotted by Zhou Shun and his companions. Upon reaching the entrance of Zijulin, I abruptly quickened my steps, preparing to pass by hastily. The community was illuminated by streetlights, and due to its vastness with only one entrance, the gate was notably large, stretching a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Beneath the dim yellow glow of the streetlights, the entrance appeared exceptionally spacious. As I walked past, my feet cast no shadow. Akin to a drifting soul, Zijulin was no ordinary place. It undoubtedly concealed deeper mysteries. I wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. Thus, I walked with great urgency. As I passed the security booth, I turned to glance inside, noticing that the lights were still on, yet there was no sign of life through the window. It was only when I stood closer that I heard the sound of snoring emanating from within. I mused to myself about the audacity of that old Lou, managing to sleep so soundly in such an environment. After a brief internal critique, I continued my forward journey, but not long after I halted again, turning to gaze into the depths of Zijulin. I was aware that the community was equipped with streetlights. However, the intervals between them were approximately 7 to 8 meters. And due to the community's age, some lights remained unlit. Overall, Zijulin was far from brilliantly illuminated at night, with the streetlights providing only a modicum of illumination. At this moment, I found the Zijulin community ablaze with light, the dim yellow glow strikingly bright, casting a murky hue upon the sky above. Even from outside, everything was discernible. After a brief hesitation, I turned and stealthily approached the Zijulin community. The entrance did not feature a modern retractable gate, but rather a long barrier. As I bent down to enter Zijulin, a sudden thought struck me. The warning from Zhou Shun and Jiang Bo echoed in my mind. I must leave Zijulin before 6 o'clock. It was already past 6, and the hour was swiftly approaching midnight. Would entering Zijulin now lead to trouble? Suddenly, amidst my indecision, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the depths of Zijulin. It was neither the gurgle of flowing water nor the chirping of insects. Instead, it resembled the shouts of vendors in a bustling market. However, the noise was so loud and chaotic that I could not discern a single word. What could possibly produce such sounds in the dead of night within Zijulin? What secrets lay hidden therein? I felt an urge that perhaps entering Zijulin might lead me to some answers, though the consequences remained shrouded in uncertainty. If I chose not to enter, I feared I would remain blissfully ignorant, led around like a puppet. After weighing my options in silence, I gritted my teeth and, with a resolve born of desperation, bent my body to step into Zijulin. As I crossed the threshold, I was suddenly enveloped by a chilling breeze that seemed to sweep in from every direction, leaving me uncertain whether it was merely a figment of my imagination or a mere coincidence. I crouched low, gradually making my way deeper into the depths of the purple bamboo grove. The sounds of commotion lingered, and as I strained to discern their source, I realized they emanated from the very spot that had once been illuminated. A sense of bewilderment washed over me. Did the inhabitants of this grove truly possess the peculiar habit of rising in the dead of night? Having delivered parcels within these bamboo confines for over 10 days, I had traversed every inch of the area. Upon determining the direction of the noise, I discovered it originated from the central location of the purple bamboo community. I recalled that at the heart of the community lay a small park, though it had long been neglected. The entrance to the park was secured with iron chains, and inside, a tangle of weeds flourished uncontested. During my delivery rounds, I had curiously inquired of an elderly gentleman about the overgrown grass, which had nearly reached the height of a person. "Why has no one come to tend to it?" I asked. He replied, "That park has existed since the community was established decades ago. When the community was built, there was a focus on greenery, and those in charge planned to create a park in the center for residents to exercise. However, during construction, they discovered something amiss with the soil. It was as hard as stone. No matter how they dug or chiseled, the mystery remained unsolved. In the end, they had no choice but to erect iron railings around the area to conceal the barren land. Yet, as time passed, the weeds began to sprout, and those responsible felt it was time to resume digging. But once again, they encountered the same stubborn resistance, and ultimately, they could only cut the weeds down. As the saying goes, cutting the grass does not eradicate the roots. With the spring breeze, it shall grow anew. The grass has been cut, yet the roots persist beneath the surface. And before long, it regrows. Over time, it is neglected. Initially, I found that patch of wasteland rather intriguing, but upon reflection, it seems far from ordinary. With a newfound purpose, my pace quickened significantly. After wandering through the bamboo grove for about 5 or 6 minutes, I sensed the clamor drawing ever closer, though the words eluded my comprehension. Just as I prepared to approach a bit closer, the streetlight above flickered erratically before extinguishing altogether. When the light went out, a shiver ran down my spine, and I instinctively tensed, clenching my fists as I surveyed my surroundings. In my childhood, I had heard tales of spirits. It is said that where there is light, the appearance of a ghost is often preceded by flickering bulbs that ultimately fail. According to popular belief, this is due to the fear of light that spirits possess, compelling them to extinguish it upon their arrival. From a more technical perspective, one might say that the presence of a ghost disrupts the local magnetic field, leading to the light's demise. Regardless of the explanation, the implication remains. In such circumstances, one is either fortunate or has encountered something supernatural. I refuse to accept this as mere coincidence, for the peculiar occurrences surrounding me have never been mere chance. Hesitant to proceed, I halted, anxiously scanning the area. I noted that only the streetlight directly above me had extinguished, while the ones a mere 7 or 8 meters away remained illuminated. Could it truly be a mere coincidence? As the flicker of doubt passed through my mind, the streetlight several meters away suddenly emitted a couple of faint pops. I cursed under my breath and looked up, only to find that the streetlight continued to flicker. Yet beneath it, there was nothing to be seen. Just as I sensed that something was amiss, a soft sound of footsteps emerged from not far ahead. I raised my gaze once more to the streetlight, and to my astonishment, a pair of red embroidered shoes suddenly appeared beneath it. With the incessant flickering of the light, the shoes were illuminated by the dim glow, their crimson hue resembling blood in its vividness. Chapter 22. She seeks to harm you fortunately. The pair of red embroidered shoes was not an unclaimed object. As I lifted my gaze slightly, I beheld the delicate white ankles adorned with exquisite red cords, woven by skilled hands. However, I had no time to appreciate the intricate craftsmanship of the red strings. My sole desire was to discern the identity of the figure standing not far away. Yet, when I raised my head to look ahead, I was met with an unsettling emptiness beneath the street lamp. How could this be? Just moments ago, I had clearly seen a pair of red embroidered shoes and a person's feet. How could they vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye? I swallowed hard, taking 2 steps forward in an attempt to ascertain whether anyone was truly there. The street lamp above me was extinguished, and the one several meters ahead, which had flickered moments prior, now shone steadily. The illumination cast a bright glow over the pavement, with no obstructions in sight. If someone had just been there, it was impossible for them to flee so swiftly. There were only 2 explanations. Either my eyes had deceived me, or the figure that had stood there moments ago was not human at all. Are you looking for me? The sudden voice from behind sent a jolt through my entire being. I immediately turned around, retreating while raising my gaze to the woman standing behind me. She was dressed in an unusual manner, clad in a striking red cheapao. Her long hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo, secured with ornate hairpins. Her complexion was pale, yet her lips were painfully red, as if smeared not with lipstick, but with fresh blood. It must be said that women possess an undeniable beauty, their features exquisitely crafted, and their eyes brimming with allure. Yet, at this moment, I find myself utterly disinterested in such matters. My gaze is drawn instead to the woman before me, adorned in a pair of red embroidered shoes, with a crimson ribbon tied around her exposed ankle. The very shoes I had just observed belonged to her, and I can't shake the unsettling notion that she may not be human at all. Just moments ago, she stood directly in front of me. How could she have so swiftly appeared behind me? Surely, no mortal could possess such agility. Could it be? Could she be a ghost? The thought sends a wave of trepidation coursing through me, and I tremble as I point a finger at her, demanding, "Are you human or spirit?" Whether I am human or spirit is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you pique my interest, she replies, her waist undulating like that of a sinuous serpent as she saunters towards me, her tongue caressing her crimson lips, all the while casting me a sultry glance. Truth be told, were we in a different setting, I might have found myself captivated. However, at this moment, All I feel is a chilling dread coursing down my spine. This woman is undoubtedly no virtuous being. Her words suggest an intent to devour me. As she draws ever closer, I have no time to ponder further. I turn and flee down the path from whence I came. Whether she is human or spirit remains unclear, and I deem it unwise to gamble with my life. As for my plans to investigate the purple bamboo forest, I cast them aside. The forest will not vanish with time, and there is no need for haste. I am keenly aware that if I do not escape, it may very well be my own disappearance that looms imminent. I have been fervently sprinting towards the entrance of the purple bamboo forest, not daring to slow my pace until I could no longer hear a sound behind me. Casting a glance over my shoulder, I discovered that I was indeed alone. The nearby street lamp continued to cast its dim yellow light, and the woman in the crimson cheongsam had seemingly not followed. I mused to myself that the skills I had acquired in the military were not entirely useless. At the very least, the ability to flee was quite beneficial. Immediate withdrawal in the face of danger. I felt convinced that I had outpaced the woman in the cheongsam, believing that she would not catch up anytime soon. However, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. At a mere 7 or 8 meters, she could close that distance in the blink of an eye. If she truly wished to pursue me, it would be a matter of mere moments. I swallowed hard. My nerves taut once more, and without a word, I resumed my frantic run. Having traversed the delivery route numerous times, I was familiar enough with it to gauge my distance from the entrance of the purple bamboo forest, even in the darkness of night. Ahead lay a bend. Rounding it would reveal the grand entrance. With renewed determination, I pressed forward, glancing back intermittently, only to reaffirm that the woman in the cheongsam had not followed. Nonetheless, I dared not slacken my pace and continued to run with abandon. Just around the corner lay the entrance to the purple bamboo forest, and a premonition whispered to me that once I crossed its threshold, nothing would befall me. Yet before I could fully articulate this thought, I was seized by terror. Halting abruptly, my expression one of astonishment as I gazed at the entrance of the purple bamboo forest not far ahead. It should have been merely a barrier blocking the entrance. Yet how could it have transformed into an impenetrable wall? In a state of utter panic, I rushed towards this wall and reached out to touch its surface, only to discover that it was indeed solid and real. Everything around me remained unchanged. Only the security booth had vanished, the barrier was gone, and the inconsequential gate had disappeared, replaced by the formidable wall before me. Suddenly, I recalled my first encounter with Jiang Bo when I inquired why one must leave the purple bamboo forest before 6 o'clock. At that time, Jiang Bo had pointed towards the gate, and I had noticed its absence, supplanted by a towering wall exceeding 3 meters in height. After 6 o'clock, could it be that the gate to the purple bamboo forest would vanish, transforming into a wall? Run on, young lad, keep running. I shall watch you. A sultry and mocking voice echoed in my ears, unmistakably that of the woman in the qipao. I quickly turned, pressing my back against the wall, my heart racing as I surveyed my surroundings, cold sweat trickling down my cheeks. Before me, and in every direction, there was not a soul in sight. Where was that woman in the qipao? Run, why aren't you running? The woman's voice continued to taunt me, relentless in its cadence. I swallowed hard and shouted in defiance. If you have the guts, show yourself. Don't hide in the shadows to frighten me. Though my words were bold, I could feel the tremor in my voice. Very well, sister, I shall emerge. Once again, a voice resonated, yet I discerned that it was alarmingly close, as if someone were whispering directly into my ear. I yearned to turn my head and glance around me, but found that my neck was immovably fixed, as though gripped tightly by an unseen force. Soon enough, I realized that it was not merely my head that was immobile. My limbs, too, were devoid of the ability to coordinate movement. I felt as if I were bound, my entire form pressed against the wall in a rigid shape. The voice continued to linger in my ear. Your sister is coming out to serve you. As her sultry words faded, I became aware of a damp sensation on my left cheek, reminiscent of a tongue's caress. I clenched my teeth, filled with a desire to unleash a torrent of curses. So many bizarre occurrences had transpired without consequence. Yet now I was to perish at the hands of a female specter? What intrigued me, however, was that the woman in the qipao had claimed she would emerge. Yet she remained elusive, while I felt no other peculiarities apart from my inability to move. Had she paused for some reason? As I rolled my eyes upward, I beheld the crescent moon suspended in the pitch-black sky, and in that moment, a realization dawned upon me. I had only just entered the bamboo grove a little past 10 o'clock. It was not yet 11. Was the woman in the cheapao biding her time, waiting for the clock to strike midnight before she made her move? Before long, my gaze dimmed, and even though the ghostly figure in the cheapao intended to act at the stroke of midnight, I found myself utterly powerless. My body felt as though it were ensnared by a potent adhesive, firmly affixed to the wall, rendering me immobile. Time trickled away, and I endeavored to twist my head and move my limbs, striving to break free. However, it wasn't long before I relinquished my efforts, realizing that all my endeavors were in vain. Chuckling, "Young man, you cannot escape. Today, I have set my sights on you," echoed the woman's voice in my ear, accompanied by a damp sensation on my cheek. I felt as though I were being toyed with by a female specter, the wetness sliding down my left cheek, seemingly intent on brushing my lips. They say that one can die beneath the peony and still be a lustful spirit, yet at this moment, such thoughts were far from my mind. The moist sensation continued its descent, and in a fit of despair, I closed my eyes. I waited for what felt like an eternity, yet no resolution arrived. Instead, that damp feeling abruptly ceased, even beginning to dissipate from my face. Just as confusion enveloped me, my eyes were drawn to a figure slowly approaching from the depths of the community. Along the way, numerous streetlights flickered, and as she reached one particular lamp, it flickered incessantly until she departed, leaving the light restored to its previous state. She approached, holding an oiled paper umbrella, while the streetlight above flickered erratically, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a cinematic hero's entrance. Standing a short distance away from me, she remained still, the umbrella lowered to such an extent that I was unable to discern her expression. Yet, I was acutely aware that she was not human, but rather a spirit. It was only upon her arrival that I realized the ghostly figure in the Cheongsam had manifested. She was alarmingly close, yet she did not advance towards me. Instead, she gazed at the woman with palpable fear, her body trembling visibly. Any discerning observer would immediately grasp the intense dread the Cheongsam ghost felt towards her. The woman spoke succinctly, commanding, "Release him, then depart." I was puzzled as to why she would come to my aid. According to Jiang Bo, she was indeed a ghost, and a formidable one at that. He arrived at Zizhu Forest first. My pursuit of him is merely natural. You need not intervene, the Cheongsam ghost replied, straightening her posture as she spoke slowly, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a child confessing a misdeed before a parent. The woman remained unflustered, responding, "I do not concern myself with others, but he is an exception. Depart now, or remain forever." The Cheongsam ghost's expression shifted dramatically as she cast a glance in my direction, finally clenching her teeth and declaring, "I shall leave." Indeed, the woman was an exceptionally powerful spirit, as evidenced by the fear she instilled in the Cheongsam ghost. The ghostly figure clad in a cheapao turned and glided past me, whispering softly in my ear as she departed, "Young lad, be wary of her. She intends to harm you as well." After uttering these words, the cheapao specter paid no heed to my bewildered expression and gradually retreated into the depths of the bamboo grove, soon vanishing without a trace. Not long after her departure, I felt the oppressive force binding me dissipate entirely, allowing me to move once more. Fifth Lady remained, and I dared not let my guard down, particularly after the warning from the cheapao ghost. I regarded her with a wary gaze. "Once you leave this place, you shall find it impossible to escape after midnight," came Fifth Lady's voice from beneath her oiled paper umbrella, unusually soft. I swallowed hard and took a step back, only to discover that the wall behind me had vanished without my noticing, replaced by an elongated barrier. Fifth Lady stood motionless, holding her umbrella, and given the circumstances, she seemed not to harbor ill intentions toward me. Yet, why had the cheapao ghost chosen to leave such a cryptic warning? Was she attempting to sow discord? My curiosity ultimately outweighed my fear, and I pressed on, my gaze fixed intently upon Fifth Lady. What secrets does the bamboo grove conceal? Are you human or ghost? What intentions did that specter have for me? The less you know, the better it is for you, Fifth Lady replied, and disappointment washed over me. It appeared she had no desire to divulge the truth. Before I could respond, she continued, as for why she sought to harm you. It is because you currently lack a soul. Chapter 23. The Black Silk Pouch. After a moment of bewilderment, I experienced a sudden revelation. When I inquired about the woman in the Chi Pao, whom I suspected to be a ghost, Yin and Yang did not refute my claim. This implied that the woman in the Chi Pao indeed possessed a spectral essence. Currently, devoid of a soul, I was akin to a mere shell of my former self. It seemed likely that the ghost in the Chi Pao sought to possess me. My soulless state perhaps rendered me an ideal vessel for her. As for the concealed secrets within the Zizhu Lin community, it was evident that Yin Yang was reluctant to divulge any information. Nonetheless, there was undoubtedly a hidden truth lurking within that enclave. Reflecting on the words of the Chi Pao ghost, it felt almost preordained that I would be possessed by her upon my midnight entry into the Zizhu Lin community. I inhaled deeply and glanced surreptitiously at Yin Yang's feet. They were devoid of any shadow, strikingly similar to my own current predicament. Beneath us lay an absence of reflection. This suggested that Yin Yang was either a ghost or, like me, a being stripped of her soul. If she were indeed a ghost, her intentions toward me remained unclear. If she harbored ill will, why had she not yet acted? I could scarcely believe she lacked the capability, especially considering my status as a soulless entity, which rendered me a most suitable target for possession. Yet, Yin Yang remained entirely passive. Recalling our previous encounters, it seemed she had never intended to harm me. And yet here, she was rescuing me. Was her true intention benign, or did she harbor ulterior motives? Observing Yin Yang, who stood unwavering beneath her oil paper umbrella, I cautiously inquired. The Chi Pao ghost sought to possess me earlier. Do you not desire the same? Suddenly, Yin Yang lifted her umbrella, revealing a visage that could indeed be described as breathtaking. In contrast to the seductive Chi Pao ghost, she exuded a beauty that was more frigid than enchanting. Yet at this moment, her demeanor was chillingly terrifying. Her eyes sparkled with a cold glint, as if I had inadvertently trespassed upon her boundaries. Alarmed by this sight, I instinctively recoiled several steps. After what felt like an eternity, Yin Yang finally lowered her umbrella, veiling her face once more. I have previously warned you, she stated, that anyone could pose a threat to you, but I shall never harm you. Midnight approaches. You must leave swiftly. After the clock strikes 12, escape will be impossible, and even I will be unable to save you. Casting a glance at Yin Yang, I gritted my teeth and turned, bending to pass beneath the barrier. As I exited the Zizhu forest, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, causing me to shudder and swiftly glance back. The Zizhu forest lay eerily silent, devoid of Yin Yang's presence. Drawing a deep breath, I finally felt my body was my own. Taking a long, contemplative look at the Zizhu forest, I discerned that it harbored significant secrets hidden from the eyes of the world. I resolved, come what may, to uncover the mysteries lurking behind the Zizhu forest. As I departed, I noticed that old Lu in the security office remained soundly asleep, as if my earlier actions had failed to disturb him in the slightest. I thought to myself how fortunate it was that old Lu, being hard of hearing, was in a deep slumber. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would surely frighten him beyond measure. I did not linger at the door any longer, but hurriedly made my way towards Feng Xiang's abode. Shortly after departing, my phone in my pocket began to ring. Upon retrieving it, I noticed it was a call from Feng Xiang. As I answered, his voice, laden with mischief, echoed through the line. Ning Lang, where the hell have you been? I've called you numerous times, yet you never picked up. I replied, I didn't hear my phone ringing. Is there something you need? Feng Xiang responded nonchalantly that there was nothing pressing, merely informing me that he would not be returning home that evening due to an urgent matter at the team requiring overtime. After exchanging a few casual remarks, I ended the call. Upon glancing at my phone, I was taken aback to discover that there were at least a dozen missed calls, all from Feng Xiang. However, I had been completely oblivious to the ringtone while in the Zizhu forest. To ensure that I had not overlooked anything, I checked the phone sound settings, only to find that it was indeed turned on, leaving me even more perplexed. Nevertheless, I did not dwell on it. After all, I had encountered countless bizarre occurrences, and this minor incident was hardly significant. With my phone tucked away, I kept my head down and returned to Fong Xiang's home. Upon arrival, I found that he was indeed absent, which was perhaps for the best, as it spared me the difficulty of explaining several matters to him. After a day of exertion, I lay on my bed and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, I awoke early, freshened up, and took a taxi to the largest rental agency in the city. Despite having gone through numerous experiences, I have not lost sight of my primary objective. I am determined to rent a vehicle and commence my surveillance of Zhou Shun tonight, to uncover the clandestine secrets he conceals. Upon arriving at the rental agency, I was greeted by a representative who inquired about my budget for the vehicle. With only a modest sum of a little over 1,000 yuan to my name, I expressed my desire to rent an economical car. After some deliberation, I ultimately decided on a Volkswagen Jetta, primarily due to its affordability, costing merely 50 yuan per day. Furthermore, this vehicle possesses an unremarkable appearance, ensuring it would not attract undue attention amidst a crowd of cars. I completed the rental process by paying 500 yuan for a 10-day period. I possess a valid driver's license, having benefited from the military's provisions during my service, which included free driving lessons. After obtaining my license, I even had the opportunity to drive a truck for a few days, thus I consider myself reasonably experienced behind the wheel. Once the paperwork was finalized, I drove the Jetta to a location near the Courier shop. The time was just past noon, and it felt relatively early. I had no intention of visiting Fong Xiang, as an encounter with him might prove awkward. Instead, I opted to find an internet CAF near the Courier shop to watch some television. I resumed watching the same program I had previously enjoyed, becoming thoroughly engrossed in it. I lost track of time until I suddenly felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Removing my headphones, I turned to see an elderly gentleman in a janitorial uniform, sporting a scruffy beard and a warm smile. He appeared quite advanced in age, hunched over slightly as he addressed me. "Excuse me, young man, do you need assistance?" I was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" The elderly gentleman chuckled and replied, "Young man, do you have a cigarette? Please give me one." I thought to myself that this old man was quite forward, asking for a cigarette right off the bat. Nevertheless, I was not stingy with just one cigarette, so I promptly retrieved my pack from my pocket and handed him one. The old man did not seem in a hurry to leave. He sat beside me with a cheerful demeanor, making a gesture as if to light the cigarette. I understood his intention and took out my lighter to assist him. To my surprise, the old man had no intention of departing. He sat there smoking, gazing at me. I felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny and lost my focus on the television show. I removed my headphones and inquired, "Is there something else you need, sir?" He exhaled a puff of smoke and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "I have no business, you do." I was taken aback and looked at him in confusion, asking, "What business do I have, sir?" The old man, still smiling and fixated on me, remarked, "Are you not human?" Upon hearing his words, I was taken aback, a look of incredulity washing over my face, but it was merely a fleeting moment before I composed myself. "Sir, I am a perfectly alive human standing here. How can you say I am not human? If you continue with such talk, I might become angry." I feigned annoyance as I stared at the old man, all the while contemplating. I realized that I currently possessed neither a soul nor a shadow. Within a certain context, I could claim to be dead. Even if I were not dead, I was merely a walking corpse. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I could still be considered human. The old man flicked the ash from a cigarette, his face still adorned with a smile, albeit an unappealing one, resembling a splendid chrysanthemum amidst a sea of wrinkles. "Young man, I shall not smoke your cigarette for free. You know, whether you are truly human, deep down, you are aware of whether or not you can see your own shadow at night. Am I correct?" His words left me increasingly perplexed, leading me to ponder if I had encountered some extraordinary figure today. Could he truly discern that I lacked a shadow? I remained impassive, neither nodding in affirmation nor shaking my head in denial, patiently awaiting the old man's further remarks to uncover his intentions. After a brief pause, he slowly reached into his janitorial uniform and produced a small black pouch, handing it to me with a lowered voice. "Young man, you currently possess no soul. You cannot fathom how many malevolent spirits are eyeing you. Should they take possession of you, it it would spell your demise. My expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Yet within me, a tempest brewed. This old man was undoubtedly peculiar. Not only had he discerned my lack of a shadow, but he also perceived my soulless state. Who exactly was this man? Take this, keep it close to you. The evil spirits will not dare to approach. If danger arises, it shall safeguard your life, he said with a twinkle in his eye as he extended the black pouch towards me. I hesitated for a moment, yet eventually reached out to accept the pouch. Sir, what is your profession? How do you know the secrets that lie within me? I inquired, my curiosity piqued as I pondered the enigma of this old man. The old man chuckled as he gestured to his janitor uniform, saying, I am merely the cleaner in this internet CF. As for how I know the secrets you carry, that is of no concern to you. Remember, I mean you no harm. Guard the pouch carefully. It must not leave your person. If you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, heed my words. Take the paper from within the pouch, drop your blood upon it, and set it alight. This will ensure your safety. I clenched the pouch excitedly, feeling the paper inside. With a solemn nod, I assured the old man, rest assured, I shall follow your guidance. Enough with the sir. Who is your elder? He laughed, patting my shoulder. My surname is Wang. If you ever require assistance, seek me out here in the CAF. He pointed to a small door at the back of the establishment, adding, I reside there. Just knock when you arrive. I nodded repeatedly, expressing my gratitude. Before he departed, old Wang took 2 cigarettes from me and reiterated, in the event of peril, be sure to open the pouch and burn the paper after adding your blood. This will guarantee your safety. I nodded in agreement. Once old Wang had left, I remained seated, intending to continue watching television, yet my mind was far from tranquil. According to his words, I was now devoid of a soul, merely a walking corpse. The events of the previous night involving the ghostly woman in the Qipao were still vivid in my memory. Her intentions were unmistakably to possess me and seize control of my body. Moreover, old Wang remarked that in my current state, devoid of soul, I am undoubtedly the target of countless restless spirits, all eager to possess me and seize control of my body. If that were indeed the case, I would be awaiting my doom. Fortunately, I encountered old Wang here, along with the precious talisman he provided. Had it not been for this, I would still be blissfully unaware. With the talisman securely tucked away, I resumed my seat to watch television. At 7:30, I rose and departed, maneuvering my Jetta to a halt at an intersection, casting my gaze towards the nearby delivery store. Zhou Shun's vehicle, a black Santana, remained parked at the entrance. Jiang Bo's investigation proved remarkably accurate, stating that Zhou Shun would not leave until 8 o'clock, and indeed, he had yet to depart at 7:30. After approximately half an hour of waiting, Zhou Shun finally emerged from the delivery store. He first ensured the door was securely closed before entering his car and driving off. Gritting my teeth, I promptly started my vehicle, patiently trailing Zhou Shun as he drove away. Chapter 24. The haunted house. Zhou Shun drove at a leisurely pace, maintaining a speed of approximately 20 to 30 miles per hour. I, too apprehensive to accelerate, kept a safe distance behind him, wary of arousing his suspicion. Numerous vehicles passed us along the way. My inconspicuous old Jetta went unnoticed as I trailed him for an extended period, and Zhou Shun remained oblivious to my presence. However, as we ventured further, my anxiety intensified. Zhou Shun's route had veered away from the city center, and I increasingly sensed that his destination was not home, but rather the outskirts. Previously, Qin Dao had informed me that Zhou Shun resided in the city, having purchased his house with his own earnings. If he lived in the city, why then was he heading to the suburbs? Could it be that he had discovered my pursuit and was deliberately leading me there? The thought sent a chill through me, prompting me to instinctively reduce my speed. The roads in the outskirts were sparsely populated. Only a few cars passed by, and even those were infrequent. I realized that if I continued to follow him, it wouldn't be long before Zhou Shun detected my presence. Even if he hadn't yet, I parked my car at the roadside, extinguishing the lights, and hesitated over whether to proceed. As I watched Zhou Shun's vehicle grow increasingly distant, I contemplated my next move. After a brief moment of deliberation, I clenched my teeth and restarted my engine, driving forward once more. This time, I did not hold back. I accelerated swiftly and soon spotted Zhou Shun's black Santana again. The Santana maintained its calm, unhurried pace, showing no signs of urgency. A thought took root in my mind, prompting me to engage the clutch, shift gears, and accelerate. The white Jetta surged past the Santana. As I drove by, I made a deliberate glance towards the driver's seat of the Santana, but the darkness, coupled with the closed window, obscured my view. This road was unfamiliar to me, yet after trailing for such an extended period, I discerned that it was a straight path with few intersections. To err on the side of caution, I resolved to drive ahead of Zhou Shun, maintaining a position that allowed me to monitor his vehicle in the rearview mirror. With my decision made, I pressed onward, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. I remained uncertain whether Zhou Shun had noticed my presence as he continued at his previous pace. A mixture of anxiety and trepidation enveloped me. If Zhou Shun were to discover me, I could only speculate on his potential reaction. According to Jiang Bo, all of this turmoil was orchestrated by Zhou Shun. Would he resort to violence if he realized I was following him? I refrained from dwelling on such thoughts when I spotted an intersection not far ahead, presenting three possible paths, one leading straight ahead, while the other two diverged in different directions. Having never traversed this terrain before and being inexperienced in tailing Zhou Shun, I was at a loss as to whether he might turn. Observing Zhou Shun's car drawing nearer in the rearview mirror, I clenched my teeth and veered into the left-hand road. After navigating for a brief distance, I halted the vehicle and peered through the rearview mirror, casting my gaze backward. What astonished me was that Zhou Shun's vehicle had not approached. Could it be that he chose one of the other two paths? I had no time to ponder further, so I promptly shifted into reverse. Upon returning to my original position, I realized that Zhou Shun's car was nowhere to be seen. I speculated that he must have turned into one of the other two roads. However, before me lay three routes. The one on the left was certainly not an option, as I had previously ventured down that path without him following. This implied that Zhou Shun either took the road on the right or continued straight ahead. It was rather frustrating that I found myself unable to make a decision. If I opted for the straight route and Zhou Shun had taken the right one, my efforts would be in vain, and I might not even be able to locate him afterward. Conversely, if I chose the right path, the outcome would be equally uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, I parked the car by the roadside, exited, and walked directly to the middle path. I retrieved my phone, activated the flashlight, and scanned the ground for tire tracks. The road was cement, not dirt. Even if there were tire marks, I would struggle to distinguish them. I scrutinized both paths meticulously, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. At that moment, my phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Bo, undoubtedly inquiring about the outcome. I dared not hesitate and quickly answered. Jiang Bo, the tracking attempt was unsuccessful. We encountered a fork in the road, and I do not know which path he took. To my surprise, rather than expressing disappointment, Jiang Bo replied, "There's been no failure in tracking. Zhou Shun took the right path." Upon hearing Jiang Bo's words, I was immediately jolted, and I raised my head to survey the surroundings, preparing to locate his figure. Jiang Bo, possessing such keen awareness, must have followed closely behind. Yet despite my thorough search, I found nothing, only the desolate road devoid of any presence, not even a streetlight. "Jiang Bo, how do you know that Zhou Shun took the right path?" I inquired, puzzled. Jiang Bo replied, "I had previously tracked him and observed his journey along that route. However, for now, do not pursue him. Find a place to hide. He will likely emerge soon. At that time, you can follow his path and see what you uncover." Hardly had Jiang Bo's words faded when I noticed two beams of light illuminating the right path. It was evident that Zhou Shun was returning. I quickly uttered a farewell and hung up the phone, promptly returning to my vehicle. I dared not switch on the lights, navigating in darkness towards the left path, then switched off the engine to conceal myself. In the depths of the night, with the engine silenced, my car seemed to meld into the shadows, rendering it nearly invisible to anyone passing by. Seizing the moment, I turned to glance at the road behind me. Before long, a car passed by, presumably Zhou Shun's black Santana. Shortly after that vehicle had departed, my phone rang once more, the caller once again being Jiang Bo. I informed him of the passing car, to which he responded, "That was Zhou Shun's vehicle. Now, swiftly make your way to the right path. Drive straight ahead without turning. It won't be long before you encounter a house." Though my heart was laden with countless doubts, I resolved to follow the instructions given by Master Jiang. I reignited the engine and steered the vehicle towards the right path. True to Master Jiang's words, it wasn't long before I encountered a two-story house. The sole structure in the vicinity, presumably the very one Master Jiang had referenced. Upon surveying my surroundings, I noticed a cornfield not far from the roadside, adjacent to which lay a small path suitable for parking a vehicle. I deftly maneuvered my car into this path, advancing a few meters to ensure a safe distance from the main road before gently disembarking. Once outside, I stealthily approached the two-story building. Just as I neared, my phone buzzed in my pocket, signaling a call from Master Jiang. I promptly answered, informing him of my arrival at the house. With palpable excitement, Master Jiang exclaimed, "Indeed, that is the place. Find a way inside and ascend to the second floor to uncover what secrets lie within." A peculiar expression crossed my face as I felt a wave of discomfort at Master Jiang's directive. His fervor seemed excessive, as if he had an unwavering desire for me to enter. This thought rekindled my suspicions. How did Master Jiang come to know of this location? It was evident from his tone that he had previously followed Zhou Shun, yet the reasons behind his failure remained a mystery. Did he truly aim to rescue me? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Previously, I held a firm belief in Jiang Bo, but now I find myself compelled to reevaluate everyone in my vicinity. The human heart is a labyrinth, and I can never truly discern what lies within the minds of others. Noticing my prolonged silence, Jiang Bo's voice resonated through the phone once more. "Ning Lang, I sense your growing doubts about me, yet I too have my own burdens to bear. Are you deceiving me?" I queried softly, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor. Jiang Bo replied resolutely, "Absolutely not. The issue does indeed lie with Zhou Shun. I am not lying to you. There are indeed matters of concern within that house. Your fate, whether life or death, is entwined with the secrets concealed within those walls. If you wish to survive, you must enter. If not, dismiss my words as though I never spoke them. Why do you wish to assist me?" I refrained from responding to Jiang Bo's statements, relentlessly pursuing my inquiry. There was a silence on his end, lasting approximately 5 to 6 seconds before he said, "Time is of the essence. This is not the moment for explanations. First, venture to the second floor and uncover what lies hidden. Afterwards, I will elucidate everything to you without reservation." This time, I fell silent myself. In truth, having arrived at this juncture, I was certain I would enter the house. However, it suddenly struck me, why was Jiang Bo so intent on aiding me? I could not believe that he acted out of pure altruism. Such selflessness is a rarity in this world, and he must harbor ulterior motives. Without further hesitation, I contemplated briefly before affirming, "Very well, I shall enter first." With that, I ended the call. It is only now that I begin to truly scrutinize the two-story house before me. The structure bears the marks of age, with walls adorned by climbing ivy and numerous cracks marring its surface. In front of the house lies a small courtyard, its entrance flanked by a black iron gate. Peering through the gate, I observe the courtyard is overrun with tall weeds, some nearly reaching my height, undoubtedly a result of prolonged neglect. Amongst the overgrown greenery, it is evident that a section has been flattened, likely from the passage of Zhou Shun when he last visited this place. The house bears a striking resemblance to a quaint Western villa, both in its design and the subtle, classic ornaments scattered throughout the garden. It appears to have remained uninhabited for quite some time, leaving me puzzled as to why Zhou Shun would come here, and whether this dwelling belongs to him remains uncertain. The iron gate is secured with a chain, rendering entry impossible. I must seek an alternative route. After circling the perimeter, I decide to scale the wall. The wall rises approximately 2.5 meters, a challenge easily surmountable for me. With a running start, I leap upward, my toes briefly pressing against the wall to create a foothold, followed by a vigorous pull of my upper body, my hands gripping the edge firmly. Catching my breath, I exert my arms, hoisting my entire form over the wall. Crouching atop the parapet, I glance into the courtyard to ensure it is unoccupied before gracefully leaping down. As I leapt down, I rolled to dissipate much of the force of my descent. However, I did not hasten to rise. Instead, I remained crouched among the weeds, listening intently for any sounds, curious if there were others in the courtyard. After approximately a minute had passed without a single noise, I finally dared to stand slowly. Yet, before I could fully straighten my back, I heard a rustling sound emanating from my surroundings. This sound was familiar to me. It resembled the noise made when I had tumbled through the underbrush. Upon hearing it, a shiver coursed through me, and I instinctively turned to look, only to find no one present. The rustling continued, and I discerned that it was not far from me, as if it were circling around. A sense of unease gripped my heart, and I entertained the thought that it might be a rat or some other creature. I shifted forward slightly and stamped my foot, hoping to scare away whatever it might be. Yet the outcome was far from significant as the sound persisted. Cursing under my breath, I hastily retrieved my phone and activated the flashlight, illuminating the area around me. When the beam of light flickered to life, I was taken aback, feeling cold sweat trickle down my back. The dense weeds surrounding me, which I had undoubtedly flattened upon my descent, now appeared to be entirely pressed down, forming a circular pattern as though someone had been circling around me. I cautiously retreated 2 steps, my throat constricting slightly, and I noticed that the rustling sound vanished without a trace the moment I switched on my flashlight. My heart raced. Could it be that I had encountered a ghost? Chapter 25. A dilemma with Jiang Bo. Before I could ponder much, my phone began to vibrate incessantly in my hand. I recognized it was Jiang Bo calling, and with a mixture of trepidation and apprehension, I answered the call. As soon as the line connected, before I had the chance to utter a word, Jiang Bo's hurried voice came through. "Hurry out. Zhou Shun is driving back." Inwardly cursing, I quickly devised an escape plan while contemplating the situation. It was evident that Jiang Bo had followed me, lurking in the shadows without revealing his presence. Otherwise, he would not have known that Zhou Shun was returning. There was no time to deliberate further. I glanced back at the surrounding wall, climbed over it without hesitation, and leaped to the ground, immediately plunging into the nearby cornfield. I did not rush to leave. If I drove away now, I would undoubtedly encounter Zhou Shun. I had to wait for him to arrive before I could seize my opportunity to escape. Lying low in the cornfield, I held my breath, my eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, 2 beams of light illuminated the darkness, and soon Zhou Shun's black Santana appeared, approaching the villa. As the car came to a stop in front of the mansion, Zhou Shun exited, leaving the engine running. Through the glow of the headlights, I caught sight of him as he hurriedly retrieved his keys and made his way towards the villa. Recognizing the moment was ripe, I wasted no time. I scrambled to my feet and dashed to my Jetta, opened the door, and slid into the driver's seat. With a swift flick of the ignition, I engaged the clutch, shifted into gear, and steered the wheel with precision, driving out of the cornfield and onto the road without looking back, soon vanishing into the distance. Gazing through the rearview mirror at the impenetrable darkness behind, I discovered that Zhou Shun had not followed me, and I could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to me, my back had already been dampened by a cold sweat. With a disdainful spit, I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket and lit it. It was at that moment that my phone rang once more. Upon answering, Jiang Bo's voice resonated through the line. "So, have you managed to escape?" I pondered that Jiang Bo must be lurking nearby, trailing my every move. His inquiry felt disingenuous at best. I chose not to unveil his ruse, and, exhaling a plume of smoke, replied, "I've escaped and am currently heading back." "Did you discover anything inside?" Jiang Bo's voice intensified with urgency, far more than before. After a moment's hesitation, I confessed I had just scaled the wall and entered the courtyard when your call came through, prompting my exit. However what? Though he was probing for information, I could discern a hint of disappointment in Jiang Bo's tone. Gritting my teeth, I declared, "I believe that foreign house is haunted." After a brief silence on his end, Jiang Bo instructed, "Tomorrow, wait for me at the entrance of Xiangwei-ju. We shall investigate together." I agreed. After ending the call, my mind began to spiral with doubt. I wondered, could it be that Jiang Bo had not followed me after all? Yet that did not seem plausible. If he hadn't trailed me, how would he have known that Zhou Shun had abruptly turned back? I sensed that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared, and I resolved to seek clarity from Jiang Bo upon our next meeting. Nevertheless, the question of whether the small villa is haunted remains unresolved. At the very least, the patch of trampled weeds is certainly not my doing. If it were truly haunted, how could I emerge unscathed? This thought reminded me of the enigmatic black pouch that old Wang at the internet cafe had given me. Hastily, I took a drag from my cigarette and fished into my pocket with one hand, relieved to find the pouch still intact. The supposed haunting of the villa and my inexplicable safety were likely intertwined with this black pouch. Old Wang, I suspect, is the true master among us. As for why he conceals himself in the internet cafe, a phrase came to mind. The small recluse hides in the wilderness, while the great recluse dwells within the city. It seems that everyone assumes old Wang is merely a janitor, yet in reality, he is a person of exceptional skill. After navigating the fork in the road, I retraced my steps without meandering elsewhere, heading directly back to Fong Xiang's residence. No sooner had I disembarked than my phone began to ring. Initially, I thought it was Jiangbo calling, but upon retrieving my phone, I was taken aback. The screen displayed the name of the caller, Brother Zhou, also known as Zhou Shun. What could he possibly want at this hour? Has he somehow learned of my clandestine visit to the small villa? I gazed at my phone, pondering whether to answer, and after a moment's hesitation, I gritted my teeth and slid my finger across the screen to connect the call. Brother Zhou, what prompted you to call me? I feigned nonchalance, forcing a cheerful tone. On the other end, Zhou Shun chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much. Just inquiring whether you've managed to resolve matters at home. Not yet. I'm still in my hometown. There have been some complications here that cannot be resolved in a short time, I said with a smile. Zhou Shun paused for a moment, then replied, all right, handle what you need first. Come back to work once everything is settled. I cheerfully acknowledged and hung up the phone. As I slid my mobile back into my pocket, I furrowed my brow in contemplation. Zhou Shun's call was undoubtedly a test. His sudden return to the small villa raised questions. If he knew someone had entered the villa, how was he aware of it? Did he possess some extraordinary sight? Lost in thought, I ascended the stairs, only to find the door before me swung open. I was momentarily taken aback, raising my gaze to meet Fong Xiang's enchanting visage. Hey, where have you been? You look quite disheveled, he remarked with a smile, playfully snatching a corn leaf from my clothes and adding, looks like you've had quite the adventure, even a bit of an outdoor escapade. It dawned on me that I had not managed to tidy myself after lying in the cornfield, remnants of the leaves still clinging to my attire. I shot Fong Xiang a glare and brushed off my clothing. Don't you have duties at the precinct? Why are you back? I inquired. Fong Xiang gestured to the bag in his hand, explaining, indeed, there are matters at the precinct, but I returned to collect a few garments. I must leave for a while to handle a case out of town. Nodding my head, I sat on the sofa, intending to say, all right, you may go home. I'll keep an eye on things for you. However, Fong Xiang remained silent, frowning as he gazed at me. His penetrating stare made me somewhat uneasy, prompting me to inquire about his concern. Without responding, Fong Xiang swiftly approached my side and delivered a forceful slap on my shoulder. The impact was so strong that it sent a tingling sensation through my entire arm. I swiftly brushed aside his hand, frowning as I exclaimed, are you out of your mind? You need to give me a parting slap before you leave? Stay still. Fong Xiang commanded with an expression of utmost seriousness, pressing both hands against me. To be honest, in the few days that I had known him, this was the first time I had witnessed such a grave demeanor, which instantly compelled me to comply, obediently settling back onto the sofa. Fong Xiang did not engage in any other actions. Instead, he repeatedly patted my shoulder several times before suddenly yanking his hand away, extracting something from my shoulder. Upon seeing the object in Fong Xiang's hand, I was taken aback and hurriedly asked what it was. The item he had pulled from my body was not particularly frightening. It was merely a piece of yellow paper. However, it had been torn into the shape of a small figure, complete with a head, eyes, and a nose, yet lacking a mouth. Fong Xiang flipped his palm, revealing that the back of the figure was inscribed with a red ink talisman. He shook his head at me, signaling for silence. Confused by the situation, I promptly fell silent. Fong Xiang set down his luggage, holding the yellow figure, and remarked with a cold smirk, you have quite a lot of nerve to dare to roam in my territory. I found myself utterly perplexed, conversing with a diminutive figure. To my astonishment, this tiny being began to struggle in Fong Xiang's grasp. My eyes widened in disbelief as I witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. I was certain that the little man lacked a mouth. Had he possessed one, he would undoubtedly have been voicing his plight. The yellow figure strained vigorously against Fong Xiang's hold. Yet no matter how fervently he fought, he could not escape the confines of Fong Xiang's palm. Without further ado, Fong Xiang produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited the small man, remarking, "Allow me to grant you a rebirth." In an instant, the tiny figure was engulfed in flames, and as the fire neared its conclusion, I heard a pained groan, followed by an unsettling silence. Fong Xiang clapped his hands together and turned to me with an air of casual ease, while I remained utterly frozen in shock. After a moment, I managed to swallow hard and stammered, "What? What was that?" Fong Xiang, seemingly in no rush to depart, settled into a chair across from me and inquired, "What mischief have you been up to? Have you stumbled upon a troublesome woman, perchance? Is that why someone is tailing you?" I was not pursuing any woman. I gritted my teeth and reiterated, continuing to probe, "What exactly just transpired?" After a brief hesitation, Fong Xiang explained, "It was nothing of great consequence. Merely a minor spell from the realm of sorcery." I remained somewhat bewildered, yet I was aware that Fong Xiang's adoptive father was an old mystic, likely knowledgeable in such matters. I awaited Fong Xiang to elaborate further. "You were just subjected to a spell. That little paper figure bore a face and eyes on one side, while the reverse displayed a charm designed to manipulate it. The one who controls the little paper figure placed it upon you, enabling the figure to follow your every move. Not only that, but it can also relay everything you perceive directly to the caster, thus allowing someone, even from a great distance, to be fully aware of what you see." Fong Xiang paused momentarily before inquiring, "Who have you been in contact with?" I refrained from responding, as I had already deduced why Jiang Bo suddenly knew that Zhou Shun was returning. "I am fine," I replied, shaking my head and choosing not to elaborate further. Fong Xiang glanced at the time, realizing there was little to spare. He swiftly rose, gathering his belongings while advising me, "You may have attracted unwanted attention. Exercise caution in the coming days. It will be best to refrain from going out. Upon my return, I shall assist you in investigating who seeks to harm you." I responded absently, and Fong Xiang opted not to delve deeper, departing shortly thereafter. Seated upon the sofa, I furrowed my brow, preoccupied with thoughts of the little figure. My circle of acquaintances was rather limited, comprising only Fong Xiang, Old Wang, and Jiang Bo. I did not include Wu Nyang and the Qipao ghost, as they were spirits and not human. Furthermore, as Fong Xiang had just mentioned, this was a minor Taoist spell, and since Wu Nyang and the Qipao ghost were indeed ghosts, they would likely be wary of Taoist sorcery and would not employ it. Fong Xiang could be ruled out. Had he wished to track me, there would have been no need for him to assist in producing the little paper figure. Thus, the remaining suspects were Old Wang and Jiang Bo. I suspected that Jiang Bo was the one who had arranged for the little figure to be placed upon me, as he had patted my shoulder several times when we parted ways that day, likely during which he had set the figure in motion. Moreover, when I visited the small Western-style building today, I initially believed that Jiang Bo was following behind me. However, that was not the case. All of this was perceived by the little paper figurines and conveyed to Jiang Bo's eyes. The clearer my thoughts became, the more I felt a sense of dread. At this point, who among those around me does not harbor ulterior motives? Who can I still place my trust in? Chapter 26. The Identity of Jiang Bo. I took a deep breath, shaking my head to cast aside all the events of the day, preparing to seek out Jiang Bo the following day to inquire about the truth of the matter. After a day filled with activity, and having spent an extended period in the cornfield, I felt grimy and uncomfortable. I rose to fetch some clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. While bathing, my thoughts drifted back to that little paper figure, and I pondered that had Fong Xiang not intended to burn it, I would have been exposed to Jiang Bo suddenly. I felt as though the world was replete with both wonder and malevolence. Fong Xiang, too, seemed capable of such tricks. Perhaps he often indulged in them. After my shower, I lay down on my bed, gradually accustomed to the entanglement of these myriad affairs, at least finding solace in the prospect of a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, I was awakened by a call from Jiang Bo, inquiring about my whereabouts and my expected arrival time. Rubbing my eyes in a daze, I mumbled into the phone, "I'm still sleeping." There was a moment of silence on Jiang Bo's end before he instructed, "Meet me at Xiangwei-ju in half an hour." With that, he hung up. I felt a bit bewildered, yet I hastily got up, donned my clothes, and freshened up, skipping breakfast as I hurriedly drove my Jetta towards Xiangweiju. From a distance, I spotted Jiang Bo standing alone at the entrance of Xiangweiju. I parked my car in front of the establishment and approached him. Jiang Bo glanced at my vehicle, then looked at me, asking, "Is this your car?" I nodded with a hint of pride and even showcased my car key. Jiang Bo shook his head and remarked, "What a piece of junk." I was at a loss for words for quite some time, until Jiang Bo finally inquired whether I had eaten. I replied in the negative, and without further ado, he took me into the restaurant known for its delightful aromas. Although the establishment serves breakfast, it was already nearing noon, and there were scarcely any patrons. Instead of opting for a private room, Jiang Bo and I chose a secluded corner to settle down, subsequently ordering 2 baskets of steamed buns and 2 bowls of congee. Seated across from Jiang Bo, I made a conscious effort to maintain a certain distance, wary of him perhaps employing some underhanded trickery as he had done previously. Noticing my deliberate avoidance, Jiang Bo smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not fear, I have no intention of harming you." However, his words did little to alleviate my concerns. My perception of him had irrevocably shifted upon learning of his previous actions, and even as he spoke, I remained somewhat cautious. After a brief moment of hesitation, I posed the question, "Did you indeed cast a spell upon me?" To my surprise, Jiang Bo nodded openly in affirmation. "Is your directive to follow Zhou Shun driven by ulterior motives?" I pressed on, and once again he acknowledged with a nod. Taking a deep breath, I felt a tinge of despair as I asked, "What exactly do you intend to achieve? Or have you never truly intended to assist me, merely utilizing me for your own ends?" At that moment, the waiter arrived, bringing forth our order of 2 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of congee. Jiang Bo, unhurried and composed, picked up a bun to savor and then took a sip of his congee. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of anger ignited within me. Here I was, made a fool of by him, while he seemed perfectly content to indulge in his meal. After taking a sip of porridge, Jiang Bo set down his chopsticks and gazed at me earnestly, saying, "First and foremost, it is indeed true that I have placed a hex upon you. The reason for this is that I had previously attempted to follow Zhou Shun, yet each time I neared that courtyard, he would detect my presence, compelling me to enlist your assistance in shadowing him. The rationale behind casting this hex upon you stemmed from my apprehension that you might follow in my footsteps and, like me, be discovered by Zhou Shun. Thus, I preemptively took precautions by placing this curse upon you. As it turns out, my actions were justified. You do not dispute this, do you?" Tilting my head, I listened to Jiang Bo's explanation, rendered speechless by his words. Indeed, his reasoning was sound, yet having been previously deceived, I was not so quick to trust him. I nodded hesitantly and inquired, "But have you genuinely assisted me?" "Absolutely," Jiang Bo replied without a moment's hesitation, only to subsequently lapse into a profound silence. I noticed the redness in his eyes and the pallor of his complexion, which startled me, prompting me to ask what was amiss. Jiang Bo slowly shook his head, signaling that it was nothing, and then spoke. "My intention in having you follow Zhou Shun was, in truth, motivated by other purposes. However, regardless of my intentions, I will ultimately come to your aid. You must be curious about my reasons for tracking Zhou Shun, am I right?" I nodded, eagerly awaiting Jiang Bo's further elaboration. He sighed and asked, "How many delivery personnel were there before you?" I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the relevance of Jiang Bo's inquiry, but I answered truthfully, "There were 3. The 2 delivery men before had no connection to me, but the missing female courier is my granddaughter." "What?" I was taken aback, my eyes widening in disbelief. "The missing female courier is actually Jiang Bo's granddaughter." Given Jiang Bo's apparent age, which seems to be over 60, his granddaughter should be around my age. Could it be that Jiang Bo's actions were all for the sake of his granddaughter? "Now you understand why I have acted this way, don't you?" Jiang Bo sighed. I numbly nodded, an inexplicable sorrow stirring within me. "I had no intention of harming you, nor would I ever do so. Causing you harm brings me no advantage. The reason I sought you out was merely because we share a common enemy and a mutual goal. In finding my granddaughter, you can also save yourself. This is a partnership of mutual benefit," Jiang Bo explained. Gradually emerging from my state of shock, I turned to Jiang Bo and asked, What should we do now? Jiang Bo gestured towards the buns and porridge before us and said, "First, let us eat. After our meal, we will head to the small Western-style building to investigate." I nodded and began to eat the buns. During the meal, I inquired about Jiang Bo's granddaughter, and he answered all my questions without reservation. Jiang Bo's granddaughter, Jiang Shaoqi, previously worked as a courier in the bamboo grove, but inexplicably disappeared after only a few days. Despite Jiang Bo's extensive searches through the police station and various locations, he could not locate his beloved granddaughter. In pursuit of the truth, Jiang Bo embarked on a gradual investigation. As he delved deeper, he began to uncover the concealed secrets lurking within the bamboo grove. However, he confided that he had yet to fully comprehend these mysteries, and in his quest, he inadvertently offended the female ghost known as Wunyan. Ultimately, Jiang Bo directed his suspicions toward Zhou Shun. Despite numerous attempts to follow Zhou Shun, each endeavor ended in failure. In a moment of serendipity, he discovered my intention to apply for a courier position. After cautioning me to ensure my safety, he resumed his investigation, yet results remained elusive. This prompted him to recall me and initiate a collaboration. What initially seemed perplexing gradually revealed itself to be rather straightforward, and my wariness toward Jiang Bo began to dissipate. After dinner, I drove my Jetta, taking Jiang Bo to the location where he had trailed Zhou Shun the previous night. Before arriving, I made a point to pass by the courier's shop, finding solace in the fact that Zhou Shun was still working inside. While driving, I glanced at Jiang Bo, who was resting his eyes in the passenger seat. Curiosity overtook me, and I asked, "Jiang Bo, from whom did you learn the skills of that little person?" Jiang Bo opened his eyes and replied, "Do not entertain thoughts of acquiring such abilities. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that there are gains and losses. While those skills may be formidable, acquiring them entails a requisite sacrifice. If it were not for the sake of rescuing my granddaughter, I would not engage in such practices." I found myself somewhat puzzled, yet a memory surfaced of that night when I encountered Mr. Jiang. He appeared emaciated, with hair as white as snow. It occurred to me that his words about the balance of gain and loss held a profound meaning. To acquire something formidable, one must relinquish something of significance. Your friend possesses considerable talent, but exercise caution, for I sense a hint of ulterior motives in him, Mr. Jiang suddenly remarked. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized whom he was referring to. Mr. Jiang must have been alluding to Feng Xiang. His ability to perceive through the guise of a scoundrel likely allowed him to witness how Feng Xiang had undermined him the previous night. Before long, we arrived at the quaint villa I had visited last evening. Instead of hastily exiting the vehicle, Mr. Jiang and I remained seated, gazing intently at the structure. With narrowed eyes, Mr. Jiang scrutinized the villa for a considerable time before inquiring, "What do you make of the ghostly disturbances in the courtyard last night?" I recounted my experiences from the previous evening, and Mr. Jiang nodded thoughtfully, then gestured ahead, saying, "Drive on. There should be someone up ahead. Let us inquire about this villa." I acknowledged his request and restarted the engine, proceeding forward. Shortly thereafter, I spotted a small village alongside the road, where several elderly gentlemen were seated beneath a tree, engrossed in a game of chess. Mr. Jiang smiled at me and suggested, "Young man, go and ask those elders if they can shed light on the villa story. I shall wait for you in the car." I rolled my eyes, thinking how cunning Mr. Jiang was, leaving the laborious task to me while he remained comfortably seated. Despite my internal grumbling, I obediently exited the vehicle. After disembarking, I deliberately wandered around for a while before finally arriving beneath a tree to observe several elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of chess. They were playing xiangqi, a pastime I had indulged in frequently back in my hometown. Rather than hurrying to inquire about their game, I chose to watch them play. After some time, I noticed that the elders' skills were rather lacking. Ultimately, I could no longer restrain myself. I reached out to seize a black cannon piece, and from a distance, captured an opposing horse, exclaiming, "Sir, if you turn this over, you could capture it easily. You have a chariot guarding you, so he wouldn't dare make a move against you." The elder's eyes lit up with appreciation, while the gentleman across from him grew visibly displeased. I grinned and offered cigarettes to both elders, then turned to the disgruntled gentleman and said, "Sir, please don't take offense. I'm merely playing around, far from your esteemed expertise. Seeing my generous gesture and hearing my flattering words, the elder's irritation dissipated, and he continued his game while enjoying a cigarette. Sensing the moment was ripe, I ventured to inquire, "Sir, the concrete road beside our village, though not particularly wide, why hasn't it been expanded further?" The elder glanced at the road I was indicating, his eyes widening in alarm as he retorted, "Constructing a road this width has already brought about numerous issues. If it were to be widened further, who knows what troubles may arise?" Perceiving an opportunity, I tugged at my trousers and squatted beside him, asking, "What issues, sir? Is there something happening here?" The elder across from me scrutinized me and remarked, "You don't seem to be from around here, do you?" I nodded in response. "I hail from the city, seeking to rent a place nearby to conduct some business. I was curious to see if there are any promising locations." The elder scoffed. "What kind of business could possibly thrive in this desolate place?" With a cheerful smile, I pinched my pocket and remarked, "Due to insufficient funds, I can only choose this location, as the rent is quite affordable, isn't it?" As I gestured toward the quaint little villa, I inquired, "Good sir, I noticed a charming house ahead. Do you happen to know whose it is?" Upon glancing in the direction I indicated, the old man's expression darkened instantly. In a hushed tone, he replied, "Are you referring to that two-story house?" I nodded in affirmation. "You seem like a decent lad," he said, "so let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not rent that house." When I sought clarification, he waved his hand dismissively. Confused, I asked, "What is it, sir?" "The location is quite favorable. Why should I not rent it?" The old man surveyed the surroundings and, with unwavering resolve, stated, "That house has witnessed death, and it is haunted." Chapter 27. The dark nursery rhyme last night. I had already begun to speculate about the haunting occurrences within the small Western-style villa, yet I remained entirely oblivious to the notion of any fatalities associated with it. I offered a cigarette to the two elderly gentlemen once more and settled myself upon a stone bench nearby, as if preparing to listen intently to their tales regarding the mysteries contained within. It seems that the events surrounding the villa are well known among the local populace. My demeanor was that of a curious onlooker, devoid of any ulterior motives, prompting the two elders to speak candidly. To truly recount the story of the villa, one must trace back over a decade. More than 10 years ago, there was no road before me, nor was there that eerie and foreboding villa. A decade ago, the vicinity of the villa was still a small village known as Wangjiagu. Wangjiagu was not a large settlement. It comprised merely a little over 10 households, close to 20 families in total. Although the village was impoverished, its inhabitants led a tranquil existence. However, this serene and comfortable life was shattered one fateful day 10 years ago. On that day, a couple unexpectedly arrived in Wangjiagu. They appeared to be relatively young, merely in their 40s, yet they already had 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. The eldest boy was approximately 13 years of age, while the second daughter was around 10, and the youngest girl was but 9 years old. Upon their arrival in Wangjiagu, they did not depart but sought out the village chief, succinctly conveying their intention to establish a residence and settle in the area. They requested the chief's assistance in locating a suitable plot of land for construction. The village chief, understandably perplexed and reluctant, could not fathom why strangers would demand land and seek to reside there without any prior acquaintance. Before he could politely decline, the couple presented a substantial sum of money, informing the chief that it was intended for the purchase of land. The simplicity of rural folk rendered them speechless at the sight of such wealth, leaving the chief momentarily bewildered. It was only when the couple called his name that he regained his composure, transforming his earlier disdain into obsequiousness, assuring them of his assistance. Finding land for construction is not an endeavor that can be completed hastily. Thus, the chief gladly offered the couple temporary accommodation in his home until their dwelling was completed. As the couple had no fixed abode, they accepted his hospitality without much hesitation. This was an era marked by restlessness. Although families were humble and individuals genuine, few were devoid of aspirations for wealth. With the generous funds provided by the couple, the chief quickly finalized the land acquisition, which would later become the site of the small villa. Once the land was secured, the couple busied themselves with the construction of their home. The chief, Recognizing that they were no ordinary individuals lent considerable effort to the building process, benefiting financially in the process. When the house was completed, all the residents of Wangzhou gathered to witness the spectacle, for the residence was remarkably exquisite, resembling not a rural dwelling, but rather a grand villa typically found in the city. Rural houses are predominantly adorned with red walls and green tiles, and those with a bit of affluence often construct 2 or even 3 stories. However, none could compare to the opulent Western-style mansion of that couple. This assertion holds true, as even now, the small villa exudes an air of sophistication and elegance. Once the house was finished, the couple moved in and began their new life. Yet, it puzzled many that, despite having 3 children, with the eldest and the youngest girl of school age, the couple had never expressed any intention of sending them to school. Furthermore, since the completion of the house, the family had rarely been seen exiting their abode. Were it not for the village head's occasional visits to curry favor, the villagers might have assumed that the inhabitants of that house had quietly vanished. As time passed, the villagers gradually acclimated to the family's peculiar behavior. However, not long after, a rather strange incident unfolded in Wangjiagu. One night, a villager who had been playing cards at the village head until the witching hour was making his way home at midnight, and his route happened to lead him past the small villa. As he strolled by, he glanced back at the mansion, smacking his lips in uncontainable envy. Just as he was about to shake his head and move on, he suddenly heard a chorus of melodious singing emanating from within the villa. The melody was not the kind one might hear on television or in films, but rather a lullaby intended for children, imbued with an innocent, childlike quality. Sung by a female voice. A villager, believing it to be the daughter of the couple residing in the quaint villa, instinctively slowed his pace, eager to discern the nature of the song. My mother killed me, my father consumed me, my siblings gathered beneath the dining table, collecting my bones, burying them beneath the cold gravestone. In the enveloping darkness of the night, there was no other sound to be heard, save for that hauntingly tender lullaby. Upon hearing the song, the man felt a chilling sensation creep down his spine. Terror seized him, and he fled from the front of the villa, his fear causing him to lose all composure. The following day, this incident spread throughout Wangjiagu. The villagers were skeptical of the claims made by the man. After all, who would venture out in the dead of night to sing such a disquieting tune? Moreover, he insisted that the singer was a little girl, who would surely be fast asleep at that hour. How could she possibly rise to sing without reason? Ultimately, the villagers concluded that the man must have misheard, dismissing the entire affair. The villager, feeling despondent, refrained from further argument, secretly wishing he had merely misinterpreted the sounds. However, not long after, another resident of Wangjiagu approached him in a state of alarm, recounting how, while passing by the villa at night, he too had heard that eerie lullaby. For the first time, the original villager felt a sense of camaraderie, as both men insisted they had heard the haunting melody, which only served to heighten their fear. Yet, the villagers remained skeptical of the words uttered by the two, for this matter was far from trivial. The uncertainty could easily disrupt the harmony within the community. Moreover, in the eyes of the other villagers, it was inconceivable that the young girl from that household would awaken in the dead of night to sing such eerie nursery rhymes. Their disbelief rendered any attempts at persuasion futile. The two could only retreat into silence, as if the incident had never occurred. However, the saga was far from over. A few days later, once again, the haunting melodies emanating from the small Western-style house reached the ears of the residents of Wangzhou. Was it mere coincidence the first time? A fluke the second? And what the third? Could it still be deemed coincidental? This time, the resolve of the villagers began to waver. A group convened to seek out the village chief, urging him to investigate the peculiar occurrences at the small Western-style house, for he was the only one in Wangjiagu familiar with both the couple and the circumstances. Upon locating the village chief, who had also heard of the unsettling incidents, he took the matter seriously. Accompanied by the villagers, he made his way to the small Western-style house. Within moments of his entrance, a terrified scream pierced the air from within. The villagers exchanged glances and, without hesitation, rushed inside. The once grand interior of the small Western-style house was now a mere shadow of its former self, ensnared by cobwebs and dust-laden furniture. What was most shocking, however, was the sight of blood saturating the floor and the gruesome sight of intestines dangling from the ceiling fan in the living room. The large fan continued to spin, its blades swaying gently, accompanied by the intestines hanging from them, rotating slowly. The villagers had never witnessed such a scene, and some were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. A few bold villagers, who had not yet succumbed to panic, pulled everyone out of the small Western-style building and called the police. Shortly after the report was made, law enforcement arrived at the scene. Following their investigation, they concluded that a young girl had died on the second floor of the building, approximately 9 years of age. When her body was removed, some villagers cried out, recognizing her as the couple's little daughter. The child had met a tragic end. Her abdomen brutally opened, with her intestines and organs vanished without a trace. Only the blood on her corpse had dried, and a foul odor of decay emanated from her remains. After examining the body, the police stated that the girl had been dead for a week, and had she not been discovered, her corpse would have begun to decompose. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. If the little girl had died a week ago, then who had been singing the nursery rhymes that the villagers had heard in recent days? No one possessed the answer to this haunting question. Subsequently, the small building was sealed by the police, and no villager dared to approach it again. As I listened to the two elderly men recount the tale of the small building, a chill ran down my spine. I swallowed hard, and a sudden pain shot through my hand. Looking down, I noticed the cigarette I had just extinguished on the ground. I retrieved my cigarette case and offered 2 cigarettes to the elderly men, then inquired, after the small building was sealed, why did Wang Jiga disappear? The old man took the cigarette, lit it, and, after a puff, remarked, did he not notice the cement road? When they were repairing it, the people of Wang Jiga had already moved away. I pondered, if the residents of Wang Jiga have departed, then how does the small villa remain? If the villa were to be demolished, wouldn't the road be able to expand on both sides? My confusion deepened. The villa was situated right by the roadside. Surely, if it were removed, the road could extend considerably. The old man waved his hand dismissively and said, as I mentioned before, this house has a history of death and is haunted. The deceased was the youngest daughter of that couple, and the haunting is also attributed to her spirit. Dear elder, please do not withhold the details. I am eager to learn the entire story, I implored, my curiosity intensifying. The old man sighed and continued, since that incident, no one in the village dared approach the small villa. A few months later, the village head convened a meeting for the residents of Wangjide, stating that the authorities required the construction of a road, which would necessitate the appropriation of land in Wangjigu. He sought their opinions. Naturally, compensation would be provided for the land, and given the disturbances from the haunted villa, the villagers were almost eager to vacate Wangjigu for a new location. Ultimately, there was no need for negotiation. Nearly the entire village agreed. Before long, the inhabitants of Wangjigu had moved, and the construction crew arrived. When inquiring about the small villa, the village head stated that it could be demolished. Thus, the haunting saga truly began. The demolition of the small villa did not require much effort. With the village head's approval, the very same day, workers arrived with sledgehammers to commence breaking down the villa's walls and courtyard. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow, for I discovered that the walls of the villa were intact, devoid of the chisel marks the old man had mentioned. Perhaps sensing my skepticism, the old man gestured for me to remain calm. He then continued his narration. Dismantling the wall was a simple task. 5 or 6 workers wielding sledgehammers effortlessly reduced the entire perimeter of the villa to rubble. By the time the wall was dismantled, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the workers prepared to commence the demolition of the main house the following day. That night, they set up camp in the villa's courtyard to rest. I must admit, these workers possessed considerable audacity. However, such boldness inevitably incurs its own costs. In the dead of night, some of the workers were startled by a haunting melody drifting from outside. A chilling nursery rhyme. My mother killed me, my father ate me. My siblings sat beneath the dining table, gathering my bones, burying them beneath the cold stone tablet. The voice was that of a tender young girl, and the eerie song unexpectedly broke the stillness of the night, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Under such unsettling circumstances, the workers found it impossible to sleep, initially attributing the sound to a child's prank. They ventured out from their makeshift shelter to investigate the source of the song. However, of the original 6 workers, only 5 emerged. One man had inexplicably vanished, prompting the remaining 5 to search for their missing companion. They ultimately discovered him within the confines of the main house of the villa. Since the little villa has been uninhabited, it has been deprived of electricity. However, when the workers entered the main house, they discovered the ceiling fan swinging incessantly, with a bloody intestine hanging from it. Chapter 28. The Ghost at the Gate. Upon witnessing the horrifying scene, the workers were rendered speechless. As they turned around, they were met with the sight of the missing worker, gruesomely disemboweled and lying in a pool of blood. A particularly brave worker, trembling with trepidation, approached the fallen man, hoping to ascertain whether he still drew breath. However, as he merely quivered slightly, the worker succumbed to the ground. To their horror, a few blood-stained characters emerged upon the wall he had leaned against, inscribed with the plea, "Please return my home to me." Never before had the workers encountered such a ghastly sight. They promptly alerted the authorities, and when the police arrived, they found themselves at a loss for words regarding the situation. Consequently, the demolition of the small villa was put on hold, with the villa remaining intact. The road expansion project was consequently stalled. Those advocating for the road's construction grew increasingly anxious, urging the workers to hasten the demolition. They threatened to dismiss the laborers if the work was not completed promptly. In that era, securing employment was a formidable challenge, particularly for laborers of their ilk, who possessed little skill. They had only just managed to secure menial labor when such a tragedy befell them. However, the prospect of unemployment loomed ominously over them, as their families relied on their meager wages for survival. Weighing their options, the workers resolved to continue their task. This time, they set about dismantling a wall at the rear of the small villa. Owing to their pervasive fear, they achieved only minimal progress throughout the day, finally managing to bring down the wall as night fell. When evening arrived, the workers dared not remain within the villa any longer. Without a second thought, they relocated their makeshift shelter to an adjacent clearing, constructing a new abode. As night enveloped them, several workers huddled together, none daring to close their eyes in slumber. As the clock struck midnight, the haunting nursery rhyme echoed once more, piercing the ears of 5 workers. Though they yearned to venture outside, their hearts were gripped by dread. The relentless melody was undeniably a torment to them. After much deliberation, the 5 laborers resolved to step out together, believing that unity might offer some protection. Once they had made their decision, they donned their clothing and exited the shelter. However, they had not ventured far when one of them suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The remaining workers turned to look and were instantly filled with terror. Originally 5 in number, now only 4 remained. One had vanished without a trace. The surviving workers understood, with a sinking feeling, that their companion had likely met a grim fate. In that moment, they could bear no more, and in a panic, they scattered in all directions. The fleeing workers promptly alerted the authorities. When the police arrived, they headed straight for the small villa and, as anticipated, discovered the missing worker they were in. The scene was as gruesome as that of the lost laborer, who had been brutally disemboweled, his intestines grotesquely hanging from the ceiling fan, spinning incessantly. Upon turning over the corpse, they found a message inscribed in blood beneath the deceased's palm. "Please return my home to me." The 4 remaining workers finally comprehended the essence of terror. They made the most rational decision of their lives, seeking out the head of the road construction project, resolutely asserting that the villa must not be demolished. If it were to be torn down, they insisted they would withdraw from the job entirely. In the grand scheme of existence, while life undeniably holds greater significance than wealth, it is imperative to acknowledge that the lessons imparted are not acquired through monetary expenditure, but rather through the sacrifice of life itself. Upon receiving the grim news of the tragic demise of 2 workers, the overseer responsible for the road construction felt a flicker of emotion. He resolved to consult with his superiors, deciding to send the remaining 4 workers home for a respite until further instructions could be communicated. The mere prospect of leaving the small villa brought an overwhelming sense of relief to the four workers. They believed they had reached the end of their ordeal. Yet little did they know that this was merely the beginning of a harrowing nightmare. Not long after returning home, two of the workers met with a bizarre fate. Their residence inexplicably collapsed, tragically crushing them beneath its weight. When the bodies were unearthed, a chilling message was discovered scrawled in blood upon a vacant patch of ground. "Return my home to me." The remaining two workers, despite their simplicity, recognized that these events were undoubtedly linked to the small villa. United in their resolve, they began to devise an escape strategy, ultimately fixating on the haunting phrase that had emerged thrice, "Return my home to me." Contemplating the implications of this phrase, they deduced its connection to the earlier events surrounding the small villa, suspecting it was tied to the demolition they had undertaken. With a newfound sense of urgency, they returned to the site, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Fortunately, the remnants of the demolished bricks and tiles still lay scattered about. The workers, unwilling to linger, hurriedly began to reconstruct a makeshift wall. While dismantling was a task easily accomplished, the act of rebuilding posed a formidable challenge. In the span of a single day, the two individuals had managed to construct merely a quarter of the wall. The exhaustion of their physical endurance rendered them incapable of continuing their labor, and they stood despondently outside the small Western-style villa, awaiting the decree of fate. However, as the night passed in tranquil silence, no harm befell them. Both emerged unscathed. It was only then that they began to grasp the true meaning of the words, "Please return my home." If they could only rebuild the demolished wall, they would be safe. A potent desire for survival ignited their spirits, compelling them to toil day and night. Ultimately, their relentless efforts bore fruit. 5 days later, they successfully reconstructed the wall, remaining unharmed throughout the ordeal. The expansion of the highway had claimed several lives and instilled fear of a haunted house in the community. Consequently, the project manager abandoned any thoughts of further expansion, opting instead to construct the road at its original width. From that moment until the completion of the highway, calm prevailed, and no supernatural incidents occurred again. This tale reached the ears of the former village chief of Wangjiu, who surmised that the haunting was undoubtedly linked to the couple's young daughter. In a bid for self-preservation, the chief took it upon himself to retrieve the child's remains from the police station and provided her with a proper burial. Since then, the small villa had been devoid of any eerie occurrences. Gradually, it faded from public consciousness, becoming a topic of casual conversation among the nearby villagers. When the old man finished his narrative, I remained lost in thought. Last night, upon entering the confines of the wall, the surrounding weeds had been flattened. Could have been that little girl? Recalling the tales recounted by the old man, an unsettling chill coursed down my spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form. Therefore, young fellow, do not entertain thoughts of that quaint little villa. Not only is it unlikely to find tenants, but even if one were to be found, would you dare to rent it? The old man gazed at me with a bemused smile, perhaps amused by my silence, thinking I was rendered speechless by fear. Suddenly, a thought struck me. What of Zhou Shun? The old man mentioned the absence of tenants. Yet how did Zhou Shun come to possess the keys to the villa? How did he gain entry? Did he not fear the little girl within? Or perhaps he harbored some ulterior motive for entering the villa? A myriad of enigmas surrounded me, yet I remained devoid of answers. At that moment, a horn blared, and I turned to see it emanating from my Jetta, likely indicating that Jiang Bo was growing somewhat impatient. I once again offered a cigarette to the two elderly men, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took my leave. As I settled into the driver's seat, Jiang Bo inquired about my findings. I nodded and recounted verbatim the old man's revelations. As I concluded, I cautiously posed a question to Jiang Bo. Could it be that the haunting of the villa is indeed the work of that little girl? Upon hearing my words, Jiang Bo furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. The matter was far from straightforward. The little girl had met an untimely demise and had claimed several lives, suggesting she was no ordinary spirit, but perhaps had transformed into a malevolent specter. If it were a vengeful spirit, had you encountered her last night, you would have already met your demise. The fact that you're alive attests that the entity you encountered may not have been her, Jiangbo remarked, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but think Jiangbo was rather sophisticated, casually mentioning death in such a manner. However, the crux of the matter was evidently not here. Based on Jiangbo's assertion, it seemed that the quaint villa harbored more than just the spirit of the little girl. This thought sent a shiver down my spine. Had I known as much last night, I would have never dared to enter. Yet, to be fair, I did not encounter a little girl. What then did I encounter? I turned to Jiangbo and inquired, "What should we do now?" Jiangbo peered through the car window to survey our surroundings and said, "You should disembark and continue your inquiries. Ask the village chief of Wangjiagu where the little girl's grave is located. We can visit it afterward." I hesitated, expressing my concern. Jiangbo, having just asked if we approach that old man again, he will surely suspect our intentions. Moreover, it is already noon. Shall we not first have a meal and then resume our inquiries? Jiangbo nodded in agreement. Very well, let us dine first. I drove back along the same route, seeking out a fast food establishment in the outskirts. Together with Jiangbo, we entered and ordered 2 meals. While dining, I posed a question to Jiangbo. What shall we do upon locating the little girl's grave? Jiangbo picked up a piece of greens and replied while chewing, "At this juncture, I am uncertain of the situation. We can only proceed step by step. However, the credibility of the little girl's tale is suspect. Could it be that those 2 old men were fabricating stories to deceive me?" My eyes widened in surprise as I blurted out my question. Jiangbo shook his head and said, "I wouldn't deceive you. The main issue is that a decade has passed. Who truly knows the specific truth? Moreover, even if someone were to reveal the truth, through a process of 10 telling it to 10 more, who can ascertain where the narrative may have strayed? One must choose whom to believe, yet not entirely." I understood Jiangbo's meaning. 10 years is a considerable span, and a tale can evolve into countless versions. We remain oblivious to which version we currently hear. I found myself quite curious about Zhou Shun and casually mentioned it. Jiangbo furrowed his brow and set down his chopsticks, saying, "That lad Zhou Shun is not simple. Whether there is a little girl in that quaint villa, I cannot say, but there is certainly a ghost. Moreover, this ghost shares a profound connection with Zhou Shun." Zhou Shun has a connection with a ghost? I widened my eyes and inquired. Jiangbo shot me a glance, signaling me to lower my voice. I quickly nodded and glanced around, relieved that no one had overheard. In a hushed tone, Jiangbo continued, "In my previous attempts to follow Zhou Shun, he discovered me each time, including yesterday, when you trailed him. Do you know why?" I shook my head, indicating I did not. "It is because someone has been tipping him off." Jiangbo amended slightly at the end. "No, to be precise, it is a ghost that has been warning him." I widened my eyes in astonishment. In my perception, ghosts were typically associated with malevolence and the taking of lives. How could Jiangbo imply that a ghost might assist someone? Jiangbo observed my bewilderment and, without any hesitation, whispered to me, "Ghosts are not as simple as you might imagine. The world perceives them as terrifying and fearsome, yet few understand that ghosts, like humans, can be categorized as good or evil. As for whether the ghost aiding Zhou Shun is benevolent or malevolent, I cannot say for certain. Typically, those who meet untimely or unjust deaths harbor significant resentment, transforming into vengeful spirits seeking retribution. In contrast, ghosts resulting from ordinary suicides or natural deaths are merely wandering souls, posing little threat to the living, and are often quite amenable to control. I suspect that Zhou Shun has tamed a few of these wandering spirits, employing them to keep watch over his small villa. At the slightest disturbance, they would scurry to inform him, thereby revealing our every move. Listening to Jiangbo's explanation, I was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such capabilities to exist. In essence, it is quite simple. Consider a watchdog. Just as a person may keep a dog to guard their home, barking at the approach of strangers to alert the owner, Zhou Shun seems to have acquired a few ghostly sentinels. So, it turns out Zhou Shun has his own spectral watchman. Chapter 29. The rhyme girl I weakly expressed, since entering the small Western-style building will surely alert the spirits. What shall we do now? We cannot simply refrain from entering, can we? Jiangbo shook his head, resolutely stating, "We must enter the small building. it undoubtedly conceals something significant. Furthermore, if we do not venture inside, you may find yourself devoid of any escape. Perhaps within lies the answers we seek. First, let us dine. After our meal, you can inquire about the location of the little girl's grave, and we shall pay a visit. Regardless of the truth behind the girl's tale, it is prudent to exercise caution. Jiangbo gestured towards the fast food before us, urging me to hasten my meal. Despite his words sapping my appetite, the thought of potential endeavors in the afternoon compelled me to force down my food. After settling the bill, Jiangbo and I drove back to the village we had previously visited, having just inquired about the small Western-style building from the two elderly men. It was imperative that we refrain from further questioning, lest we inadvertently reveal our intentions. I surmised that the locals were likely well informed about the building, so I continued to drive for a while, finally stopping the car in the next village to gather information. Jiangbo remained in the vehicle, as always, while I felt akin to a mere dog, obediently following orders. However, I soon reminded myself that my actions served my own interests, alleviating my discomfort. A group of elderly women sat beneath a tree, basking in the shade and engaging in idle chatter, not wishing to pry into their conversation. I contemplated seeking out a burly man for inquiries when I suddenly overheard the words Wangja go spoken by the ladies behind me. I paused, instinctively retreating 2 steps until I found myself in front of a few elderly ladies, greeting them with a warm smile. Noticing my unfamiliar face, they inquired about my origins. I casually fabricated a reason and then continued. Ladies, I overheard your discussion about Wangja. What has transpired there? Nothing much. We just learned that the village chief's grandson has been accepted into a prestigious university. One elderly lady replied with a cheerful demeanor. It's baffling how that old fellow has turned his fortunes around. His son lacks an education, yet his grandson has gained admission to a renowned institution. Surely, once he graduates, he will secure a good job. Indeed, 10 years ago, that old man's son suffered a leg injury while working away from home and returned to rely on his family. Times were tough back then, but now his fortunes have changed, and his grandson is going to college. Another lady chimed in. With a smile, I deliberately shifted the topic, saying, perhaps the village chief's family has performed some charitable deeds. Charitable deeds are hard to pinpoint, but there are whispers about other matters. It is said that ever since the village chief erected a tombstone for the late Tong Yao 10 years ago, things have gradually improved, one elderly lady remarked. Taken aback, I asked, who is Tong Yao? Upon hearing my question, the expressions of the elderly ladies darkened, and they looked at me with a curious gaze. Young man, where do you hail from? You must not be from a nearby village if you are unaware of Tong Yao, one of them replied. After a moment's thought, I cautiously pointed towards the direction of the small villa and asked, is Tong Yao the one from that villa over there? Several elderly women nodded in agreement. I'm using myself. This is reminiscent of a Buddhist ritual, and there's even a girl named Tong Yao. One could speculate that the young lady might be a spirit. I refrained from voicing this thought and casually inquired, where has the village chief erected Tong Yao's tombstone? An elder pointed towards the west, indicating that there was an old forest behind which lay a potter's field, where the tombstone was placed. However, to be frank, it was said that anyone passing through the potter's field would either suffer from a persistent fever or encounter something strange. Yet, ever since the tombstone of Tong Yao was established, nothing untoward had occurred. The elderly lady gestured toward the spot not far ahead and informed me. Once I had gathered the information I sought, I chose not to linger any longer, exchanged a few casual pleasantries, and returned to the vehicle. Upon entering the car, Jiangbo inquired if I had found out anything. I nodded, acknowledging that I had, but that it might be somewhat challenging to locate the grave in the potter's field. After contemplating for a moment, Jiangbo suggested, let us drive over first and seek out the girl's tombstone. Only by finding it can we ascertain our next course of action. I nodded and drove towards the location indicated by the elderly women. Not long after, I spotted a muddy path to the west, leading to an old forest. Traversing through that forest should bring us to the potter's field. The muddy path was narrow, flanked by fields of crops, making it impossible for the vehicle to pass. I parked the car by the roadside, and Jiangbo and I disembarked to walk. The so-called Old Forest was not a primeval wilderness, but rather a collection of aged poplar trees in the countryside. as summer had yet to wane. The weather was somewhat sultry, and the forest was overrun with weeds, teeming with various small creatures like grasshoppers. The more one finds oneself in such locales, the more likely one is to encounter serpents. As Jiangbo and I tread cautiously, our gazes fixated on the ground, we harbored a silent dread of inadvertently disturbing any snakes concealed within the underbrush. Our journey unfolded without incident, and upon traversing the ancient forest, we soon beheld the chaotic burial grounds not far beyond. The grave mounds sprawled across the site, and the surrounding area was devoid of human presence, with even the chirping of insects considerably diminished. Observing the nearly 20 or 30 earthen mounds before us, I hesitantly remarked, "Jiangbo, with so many graves, how are we to discern which one belongs to Miss Tong Yao?" Jiangbo paused momentarily, then inquired, "Who is Miss Tong Yao?" I explained, "It seems the villagers nearby refer to the little girl as Miss Tong Yao. I overheard several elderly women mentioning her while I was asking for directions." Jiangbo nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at the grave mounds with a faint smile. Gesturing towards the far end of the burial site, he turned to me and said, "Do you understand the meaning of searching high and low only to find it effortlessly?" Taken aback, I followed Jiangbo's pointed direction. The burial grounds we stood upon lacked tombstones, presenting only solitary graves. Yet, before the grave Jiangbo indicated, there stood a solitary tombstone. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Jiangbo strode purposefully towards the grave marked by the tombstone, and I hurriedly trailed behind him. After navigating around several solitary graves, Jiangbo and I stood before the tombstone. Though it bore the marks of time, the inscriptions appeared faint, suggesting it had been erected no more than 5 years prior. In other words, the occupant of this grave has not long departed from this world. However, I hold a different belief. I am convinced that the owner of this grave has been deceased for a considerable time, and that a gravestone was only erected years after the burial. My suspicion arises from the 4 cold characters inscribed upon the gravestone, Miss Tong Yao. A sense of confusion envelopes me as I ponder who might have commissioned a stone for that young girl. She has been gone for a decade, yet the gravestone appears untouched by the ravages of time. From my perspective, it seems that this gravestone could only have been established in recent years. When I previously inquired about the small Western-style house from the 2 elderly men, they informed me that the girl's burial was overseen by the village chief of Wangjiagu. Could it be that the village chief was also responsible for this gravestone? Yet it puzzles me. Why would something that could have been done 10 years ago only be attended to now? Just then, Jiangbo, who had been standing nearby, suddenly called out. Furrowing my brow, I asked what was the matter. Was this not the gravestone of Miss Tong Yao? Jiangbo rose to his feet, dusted off the dirt from his hands, and with a grave expression stated, "The stone bears the name of Miss Tong Yao, but we cannot yet ascertain its authenticity. The issue at hand is not that, but something else." "What else could there be?" I inquired, bewildered. Jiangbo pointed to the grave site and solemnly declared, "This grave has been disturbed." Upon hearing Jiangbo's words, I was taken aback. The notorious reputation of Miss Tong Yao had spread widely among the villagers. Who would dare to disturb her grave? Setting aside the rumors surrounding Miss Tong Yao, who would venture into a potter's field to unearth a grave? I inquired, "Has it rained in the past 2 days?" Jiangbo turned to me and asked. After a moment's reflection, I realized that the weather had been fair and sunny lately, with no rain. "Then that must be correct," Jiangbo replied. He crouched down and picked up some soil from the grave, sifting it through his fingers as he spoke. The soil on the grave surface is relatively moist, resembling earth that has been doused with water. You can easily compare it with the soil from the grave ahead. Skeptical, I bent down to grasp a handful of soil, rubbing it between my fingers. Indeed, it felt somewhat damp. Turning back, I sampled the soil from another solitary grave, only to find it remarkably dry. Yet this alone cannot confirm that Miss Tong Yao's grave has been disturbed, I hesitated to assert. Jiangbo nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we cannot definitively conclude that Miss Tong Yao's grave has been excavated based solely on this observation. However, it is peculiar that the surface soil remains moist despite the absence of rain these past few days. Could it be that someone has poured water over it? But how do you ascertain that this grave has been disturbed?" I countered, still hesitant to accept his assertion. Jiangbo let out a cold laugh and replied, "The moisture on the surface of the grave soil need not be attributed solely to rainfall. What if someone intentionally unearthed the grave and then covered it back up? In that case, the soil below would undoubtedly rest upon the surface soil of the grave." Seeing my puzzled expression, Jiangbo said nothing more and urged me to observe closely. I fixed my gaze upon him as he rose to his feet and took a couple of steps towards the grave, gently brushing aside the weeds that had taken root there. To my astonishment, the weeds fell away with little effort. It became clear to me that they were not truly growing from the grave, but had been deliberately placed there to obscure the truth. Jiangbo had merely pinched them away with ease, indicating that someone had intentionally scattered these weeds to mislead onlookers. "Now do you believe?" Jiangbo remarked as he stepped back from the grave, dusting off his hands and looking at me intently. After Jiangbo's revelation, I found it difficult to doubt his words, yet the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. What purpose did they have in disturbing Miss Tong Yao's grave? Did they not fear her vengeance? I inquired of Jiangbo about our next course of action. He surveyed our surroundings and suggested, "Let us return and procure some supplies. We shall come back later tonight." Chapter 30. The paper artisan, upon hearing that we were to return to this accursed place that night. A torrent of discontent surged within me. Yet, I could only express my grievances inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. After ascertaining the location of Miss Tong Yao's gravestone, Jiangbo and I retraced our steps. Once in the vehicle, we headed straight back to the city. Uncertain of Jiangbo's residence, I inquired about his destination. He appeared lost in contemplation, seemingly detached, and it was only after I prompted him a couple of times that he snapped back to reality, informing me that he wished to be dropped off at the entrance of Xiangweiju. Upon our arrival at Xiangweiju, just before alighting, Jiangbo turned to me and remarked, "You possess a vehicle. It will facilitate our task. Shortly, seek out a funeral supplies shop to procure some joss paper and paper figurines. However, heed my advice on two crucial points. First, refrain from purchasing large denominations of joss paper. Strive to select smaller amounts. If unavailable, opt for gold and silver ingots as substitutes, preferably of lesser value. Second, ensure the paper figurines are freshly crafted, and when you make your purchase, inform the paper artisan that you require yin goods. They will understand your request immediately. Moreover, you must acquire a pair of golden boy and jade girl figurines. No others will suffice." I found myself momentarily taken aback by Jiangbo's elaborate instructions, taking quite some time to process his words. "Jiangbo," I finally stammered, "if it is such a troublesome task, perhaps you should procure them yourself. The risk of making an error could prove disastrous. I have other matters to attend to. You should handle this." With that, Jiangbo prepared to exit the vehicle. I hastily grasped Jiangbo's arm, my expression fraught with difficulty, and said, "I can purchase it, but I have no money on me. I might not even have enough for gas later." While I indeed possessed some funds, totaling nearly 500 yuan, I chose to express my predicament to Jiangbo in hopes that he would procure the item himself. Although I had taken note of his instructions, I was utterly bewildered by their meaning. Jiangbo shot me a disdainful glance and gestured towards my dilapidated vehicle, stating, "That wreck is of no use to you. You should sell it." With a sigh of resignation, I replied, "This car is rented specifically for tailing Zhou Shun. How could I possibly sell it?" Left with no alternative, Jiangbo pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to me, instructing me to purchase the items he had mentioned. Upon glancing at the bills, I realized the sum was quite substantial, close to 700 or 800 yuan, which led me to ponder that Jiangbo was rather affluent. Having received his money, I felt it inappropriate to refuse further, so I reluctantly accepted, my demeanor melancholic. As Jiangbo exited the vehicle, I was about to start the engine and depart when I noticed he returned once more. Lowering the window, I inquired if he required anything else. He informed me, "In addition to those items, please buy some pork, rice, and, if possible, a bit of liquor. Do not forget to bring bowls and chopsticks. Once you have completed the purchases, await my call." I nodded in acknowledgement. Watching Jiangbo walk away, I felt a swirl of confusion as I started the car, preparing to acquire the items he had specified. Pork and rice were easily obtainable, but the more troublesome purchases were the spirit money and paper effigies. Fortunately, I was aware of a street in the city known as the Funeral Street, where nearly all the establishments cater to the needs of mourners. Whenever a family in the city experiences a bereavement, it is customary for them to procure burial goods and floral arrangements from this very street. Resolute in my decision, I wasted no time and drove directly towards Funeral Street. Along the way, I endeavored to set aside the words of Mr. Jiang, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of Miss Tong Yao and Zhou Shun. To be candid, I had little understanding of Mr. Jiang's intentions for visiting the mass grave site that evening, yet it felt as though I was unwittingly following in his footsteps. Our objectives were somewhat aligned. He sought a means to save his granddaughter, while my primary concern was my own survival. Despite this shared urgency, an inexplicable unease lingered within me, though I could not articulate its source. After approximately 10 minutes of driving, I arrived at Funeral Street. Vehicles were not permitted to enter, so I parked on the street's periphery and proceeded on foot. The thoroughfare was lined with funeral shops, and I chose one that appeared suitably appealing, entering with purpose. Inside, the proprietor, a man of advanced years, was reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in the television. He did not rise upon my entrance, but merely inquired what I desired. Recalling the items Mr. Jiang had mentioned, I informed the elderly gentleman that I needed some paper money for the deceased and paper effigies. Without further ado, he gestured toward the nearby counter and said, "Everything you need is over there. Please take your time to choose, and let me know once you have made your selections." I approached the counter and idly fiddled with the joss paper, only to discover that these notes were in denominations of several million, tens of millions, or even over 100 million, with the smallest amount being in the hundreds of thousands. I was uncertain whether purchasing a few 100,000 worth of joss paper would be of any utility, so I inquired of the elderly man, "Do you have any denominations that are smaller? Perhaps in the hundreds or tens?" Upon hearing my question, the old man immediately became displeased. "What small denominations are available in the market nowadays? The minimum is 100,000. Take it or leave it." His response ignited my ire, and without a second thought, I tossed aside the stack of joss paper and turned to leave. I had come to purchase something, and while he had dismissed me without a glance, he still had the audacity to act superior. Did he truly believe I could not find what I needed elsewhere? As I was about to exit, I heard him muttering behind me, "This young man is quite lacking. Even after a family member's passing, he remains so stingy." I suppressed the urge to return and confront him, redirecting my steps towards a shop diagonally across the street. This establishment, though not as well appointed as the previous one, was run by a warm and welcoming woman in her 40s, who greeted me with a broad smile and inquired about my needs. I reiterated my request for joss paper and paper figures, specifying that I desired the smallest denominations available. The shopkeeper, much like the old man before her, regarded me with a puzzled expression and said, "Young man, small denominations have become scarce these days. The smallest available is in the tens of thousands. If you have recently lost someone in your family, it is advisable to burn larger amounts. They will be equally accepted in the afterlife." My countenance bears a somber hue, as I am repeatedly informed of a death in my family. How could I possibly maintain a serene expression? This matter is difficult to elucidate to the proprietress, and ignorance is no fault of mine, for I have not dwelled upon it. Resigned, I inquired of her, "Do you possess any gold or silver ingots?" "Indeed. How many do you require?" The proprietress nodded, retrieving a stack of folded ingots from beneath the counter. I extended my hand to accept the 2 items and casually inquired about their price. With a smile, she replied, $5 for 10 gold ingots, and $5 for 20 silver ingots. How many would you like? Uncertain of the purpose behind Jiang Bo's request for such items, I prudently asked for 100 of each. As she assisted in packaging them, she queried, "Didn't you just mention needing paper effigies? Do you still wish for those?" It then dawned on me that I had yet to procure the paper figures, and I hurriedly lowered my voice to inform her, "I require a golden boy and a jade girl, but they must be of the Yin variety." What is meant by Yin goods? The proprietress gazed at me, momentarily perplexed. In truth, I too was ignorant of the term, merely relaying Jiang Bo's instructions. Noticing her bewildered expression, I pressed on, "Do you have a paper craftsman in your establishment?" Jiang Bo mentioned that I must inform the craftsman that I require Yin goods, as others may not comprehend. The proprietress regarded me with a peculiar look once more, ultimately shaking her head and stating, "Young man, I shall not deceive you. In this entire street, there are scarcely a few paper craftsmen. Although the paper figures appear readily available, they are, in fact, procured from outside sources." Upon hearing the proprietress's words, I was taken aback and hastily inquired, "Is there truly no paper craftsman on this street?" She pondered for a moment and replied, "At the end of the street, there is an unmarked funeral parlor where the owner possesses remarkable skills in paper crafting. Young man, if you seek freshly made paper figures, that is the place to go." However what? I pressed. The proprietress paused and continued, "The owner of that shop has a peculiar temperament. When you seek to purchase freshly made figures, it is a matter of luck. If you happen to visit when he is in good spirits, he may craft them for you. Yet, should you encounter him in a foul mood, no amount of money will persuade him otherwise. Is there truly someone in this world who forsakes profit?" I chuckled, picking up a gold and silver ingot from a table. The proprietress, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Who knows? Perhaps that's why all the shopkeepers on this street are at odds with that fellow." After settling the payment, I refrained from further conversation with the proprietress and made my way directly toward the street's end as she had indicated. The few funeral parlors at the end of the street were either dilapidated or closed, seemingly a result of poor business. I did not actively search, yet from a distance, I spotted a funeral parlor with its door ajar, devoid of any sign, likely the one the proprietress had mentioned. This establishment appeared somewhat aged, and curiously, there were neither wreaths nor any burial necessities outside, rendering it somewhat incongruous amidst the rest of the funeral street. I gently knocked on the adjacent wooden door and softly inquired if anyone was present. In response to my prolonged silence, I hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. The items that Jiang Bo had instructed me to procure remained unfulfilled, and I was at a loss as to where in this entire city I might find what was not available on the White Affair Street. The shop was desolate, devoid of patrons, and even the furniture and decorations were sparse. In the center stood a counter, yet it bore little more than emptiness. I cast a glance around, failing to discern a single soul, and thus I called out once more, "Is anyone there?" My voice echoed within the confines of the room, but no reply emerged. Could it be that the shopkeeper was merely out? A flicker of uncertainty crossed my mind, and I paused, contemplating whether to wait outside for a while. If no one appeared, I would have to seek alternative solutions. Just as I was about to exit, a chilling voice resonated from behind me. "Who are you looking for?" The voice struck a familiar chord within me, prompting me to turn around. A young man stood by a small door at the back of the shop, locking eyes with me. I opened my mouth to speak, but upon seeing the young man's face, the words caught in my throat as I stood in shock, gazing at him in astonishment. Chapter 31. Another Shadow. "Is it you?" The moment I uttered those words, the young man and I spoke in unison. The proprietor of this establishment was none other than the youth I encountered during my ride on the elusive 366 bus. That extra 366 bus was a figment of the imagination, shrouded in enigma, and the fact that he perceived it was no mere coincidence. Had he not reached out and saved me in that fateful moment, I might have met a grim fate. Thus, I have always held the conviction that this young man is extraordinary. Should I manage to locate him, perhaps the sinister occurrences that have plagued me would finally cease. To this day, I increasingly comprehend the profound meaning behind the phrase, "In the midst of arduous searching, one may unexpectedly find what they seek." Following my encounter with the 366 bus, the events that unfolded became ever more peculiar, prompting me to think of the young man once again. Despite my exhaustive searches yielding no results, he has now appeared before me without my deliberate pursuit. The young man averted his gaze, closed the small door, and once more lifted his head to regard me, astonished as he inquired, "How is it that you are still alive? Is it common for you to curse others to death upon first meeting?" I rolled my eyes at him, exasperated. He shook his head, his expression still marked by astonishment, as if my survival was a sheer stroke of luck. I chose to ignore his bewildered look, turning back to the counter, and with a smile, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you for saving me last time. Had it not been for you, I would likely no longer be here. Even if I do not save you, your time is limited. The fact that you have survived until now is nothing short of a miracle. The young man approached the counter and sat down heavily in a chair, the look of astonishment on his face vanishing, replaced by a mask of indifference. I opened my mouth, rendered speechless, utterly unsure of how to respond to his words, and even more perplexed by their meaning. "What do you seek from me?" After a moment, he turned to ask. I did not conceal my intentions from him, promptly informing him that I wished to purchase a pair of small paper figurines representing a golden boy and a jade girl. The young man gestured outside, saying, "Such items are sold everywhere. Why come to me specifically? Though they may sell them, their goods are inferior. What you offer is authentic," I replied, pulling out a chair and sitting down at the counter, smiling at him. The young man paused for a moment, then looked up at me and asked, "You desire something dark?" I thought to myself, indeed, Zhangbo had not deceived me. Those in the know understand the meaning of dark goods. Seeing my nod, the young man chose not to say anything further. He rose and opened a small door nearby, stepping inside. After about a minute, he returned, this time with several items in hand. When he entered, his hands were empty, but upon his return, he wore a pair of black gloves. The items he held were familiar: a few bamboo sticks, several sheets of colorful paper, and a somewhat damp ball of thread. "Close the door," he instructed, placing the items on the table and looking up at me. I found myself perplexed and inquired, "What is the purpose of closing the door? Are you aware of the necessity for obscured goods, yet oblivious to such basic protocol?" The youth, his expression devoid of emotion, cast a cold glance in my direction and replied, "The term obscured goods refers to items that must not be tainted by even a hint of sunlight or vitality. Otherwise, they are indistinguishable from ordinary commodities." Upon hearing his explanation, clarity dawned upon me, and I hurriedly approached the door to secure it tightly. Once the door was shut, the entire room succumbed to darkness, and I could distinctly feel a chilling atmosphere enveloping the space, causing me to shiver involuntarily. With a sudden clap, the room was illuminated. I looked up to discover that the youth had activated the lights. The room was aglow with a bright incandescent bulb, while he had turned on a yellowed one. Although slightly puzzled, I refrained from questioning further, as it was not my place to pry into his affairs. I returned to the counter and took a seat, observing the youth intently. The items he had previously displayed appeared to be essential for crafting paper figurines. As he began his work with bamboo and paper, he moved with remarkable dexterity, akin to a fish in water, and soon the legs of the paper figure emerged on the table. After a while, my restlessness grew, and I cautiously asked the youth, "What is your name?" His hands paused momentarily, yet he did not lift his gaze as he replied, "Yin Yang. I silently committed the name to memory and then followed up with another question. "Why did you say that I would die?" When Yin Yang uttered these words, I maintained a facade of indifference, yet internally, astonishment began to take root. At this moment, I possessed no soul, did not bleed. I was merely a lifeless husk. To be precise, I had already succumbed to death. However, within this decaying vessel, my thoughts persisted, and I retained the capacity for movement. In other words, Yin Yangling's conjecture was not unfounded. I had, indeed, long since departed from the realm of the living. "Your vitality serves as evidence against my claim," Yin Yangling succinctly stated. I hesitated for a moment before slowly articulating, "I have already died." Yin Yangling was taken aback, finally ceasing his actions and raising his gaze to meet mine. Rather than providing an elaborate explanation, I seized the scissors from the counter and, with its sharp edge, inflicted a cut upon my palm. Gritting my teeth, I endured the pain radiating from my hand. The severed skin did not yield any blood, yet the flesh was starkly apparent. Logically, such a wound should have bled profusely. Yet my palm remained devoid of any crimson flow. Yin Yangling's expression shifted to one of renewed astonishment as he stood, raising the light bulb above his head to illuminate my form. I could not help but blink, instinctively turning my head away. In that fleeting moment, I caught sight of the ground, which bore no trace of anything, including my own shadow. "Is your soul absent from your body?" Yin Yangling inquired, lowering the light bulb and furrowing his brow as he gazed at me. I did not find it strange. I merely nodded and remarked, "My soul has long departed from my body, and I now exist merely as a soulless husk." The notion that one could live without a soul perplexed Yin Yang. I shook my head and confessed, I do not understand why this is the case. I have simply muddled through. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yang chose not to pursue the topic further, returning to her seat to continue crafting paper figures. In my reverie, I observed that she had already completed 2 paper figures, a male and a female. The female figure was adorned in red attire. Her 2 paper braids elegantly perched at the back of her head, her face radiating a serene smile. The male figure, dressed in black, had a long black braid cascading down his back, his expression mirroring that of his counterpart. The craftsmanship of these golden boy and jade girl figures, fashioned by Yin Yang, was remarkably lifelike, far surpassing any paper figures I had encountered elsewhere. Yet, no matter how I viewed them, I felt an inexplicable absence. Yin Yang remained silent, instead inserting a ball of yarn into the 2 paper figures, causing them to swell and take on a more corporeal appearance. It was only then that I realized what was missing, the ball of yarn. To my eyes, it may have appeared as a mere ordinary ball of yarn, but to the paper figures, it constituted their very vital organs. Once completed, Yin Yang rose to retrieve a black paper bag, meticulously layering it with black ink until no light could penetrate through. Only then did she cautiously place the pair of golden boy and jade girl figures into the bag. The shadows must not be exposed to sunlight or anger, nor should they be touched by hand. During the day, one should wear a pair of black gloves, while at night, there is less need for such caution. Upon finishing this statement, Yin Yang handed me a paper bag. I received the bag and recalled Yin Yang's advice, then inquired about the price. Yin Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. There's no charge." I insisted, "You saved my life, and now you're doing me this favor. It would be remiss not to offer something in return." With a playful smile, I retrieved 100 yuan from my pocket and placed it on the counter. 100 yuan for 2 paper figures may seem excessive, but a life cannot be measured in monetary terms. Seeing my determination, Yin Yang did not press the matter further, but gently cautioned, "You currently lack a soul. You are prey in the eyes of spirits. Be vigilant, for if a spirit takes hold of you, it will spell your end." I possessed a black talisman given to me by the old man at the internet CF, who assured me it would safeguard me from malevolent forces. He had also instructed that in the face of mortal danger, I could dismantle the talisman, extract the paper within, and burn it with my blood to escape death's grasp. Yet, pondering this now, I found myself perplexed. Without a soul, how could I possibly bleed? Yin Yang escorted me out of the shop and then turned back inside. I did not linger, making my way directly off White Affair Street. Knowing Yin Yang's whereabouts brought me some comfort. If Jiang Bo could not come to my aid, I would have to rely on my own means of salvation. After purchasing the paper effigies and gold ingots, all that remained were the pork and rice mentioned by Elder Jiang. I found a market and bought a piece of boiled pork, then sought out a fast food restaurant for a bowl of rice, along with a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. By the time I had acquired everything on my list, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and I had yet to receive a call from Elder Jiang. Seizing the moment, I decided to visit the bamboo grove. According to my previous experiences, I should still be at work at this hour. I drove to the bamboo grove and entered the convenience store I had visited last time, requesting a cup of milk tea and a few packets of biscuits. Munching as I sat, waiting for my spirit to emerge from the grove. As the clock approached 5:30, I indeed spotted myself riding out of the bamboo grove on a 3-mule cart, swaying slightly. I settled my bill and hurried to the roadside to observe, yet I refrained from pursuing. Now that I understood who orchestrated all of this, chasing was rendered unnecessary, as long as my spirit remained intact. I felt a sense of peace within. With no call from Elder Jiang and uncertain of my next destination, I decided to visit the internet CAF next to Fragrant Residence to watch some television series and perhaps engage in conversation with the old man Wang. In my eyes, he was undoubtedly a wise figure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discern my soulless state at a mere glance. At the very least, this was something Yin Yang could not accomplish. I parked my vehicle beneath the internet CAF, opened the door, and stepped out. It is now 6:30 in the evening. The sun has already dipped below the horizon, and the streetlights on either side of the road have illuminated with precision. As I alighted from the vehicle and secured the door, I prepared to ascend the stairs to the internet CAF when I suddenly noticed something beneath my feet that struck me as eerily familiar. I swallowed hard, and in my distraction, the cigarette from the corner of my mouth fell to the ground, unnoticed. With trepidation, I gazed at the pavement, then quickly retreated a few steps until I found myself beneath a streetlight, where I finally halted. Bathed in its glow, I discerned a dark figure upon the ground at my feet. It was a silhouette, and I realized it was my own shadow. Chapter 32. The old forest grimace. Am I seeing a shadow again? I gazed in astonishment at the pavement, my expression a portrait of disbelief. Having just returned from the purple bamboo forest, I had distinctly witnessed my own spirit delivering parcels astride 3 donkeys. If that were the case, how could I possibly have a shadow now? Could it be that my soul had caught sight of me and then returned to my body? With this thought, I hastily rummaged through my pockets, searching in vain for something sharp. Then, with my middle finger pressed against my teeth, I steeled myself and bit down. A metallic tang filled my mouth, an unmistakable sign of blood. Removing my hand from my mouth, I indeed saw crimson flowing from the wound I had inflicted upon myself. Could this truly be my shadow? Had my shadow genuinely returned? After a moment of numbness, elation surged within me, and I fixated on the silhouette cast upon the pavement, never having felt such exhilaration before. However, it was not long before my expression stiffened. This was not my shadow. Absolutely not my shadow. My shadow had accompanied me for over 20 years. Though it might shift due to the play of light, my form remained unchanged. I stood perfectly upright, yet the shadow was not only indistinct but also appeared somewhat hunched. Under the illumination, my shadow would never manifest in such a manner. I endeavored to shift into various postures to ascertain the truth of my shadow. I turned to the side, extended my arms, and bent forward to touch the surface of my shoes. This was a maneuver I often performed during my military service, and I could effortlessly press my palms against the shoe's surface. As I focused intently on the shadow cast on the ground, I noticed it mirrored my movements. However, I was startled to find that my hands had already made contact with the shoe's surface, while the shadow remained untouched. Furthermore, even though I bent over and my back arched, it was impossible for it to curve so pronouncedly. This was not my shadow. This was someone else's shadow. Observing its form, I surmised that it must belong to an elderly individual, for otherwise, such a hunched posture could not be possible. But whose shadow could it be? Could it be that I was possessed by a spirit? The mere thought of this sent a wave of panic through me, prompting me to hastily retrieve my phone and call Fong Xiang. Before long, the call connected, and Fong Xiang erupted with curses. Ninglang, are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm in the middle of a mission. I had no time for pleasantries and cut straight to the chase, asking, if one is possessed by a spirit, will they still retain their own thoughts and sensations? Fong Xiang paused, bewildered, and replied, What are you saying? I reiterated my question with urgency. If someone is possessed, do they still have their own thoughts, feelings, and the ability to control their body? Fong Xiang cursed again. If you're still able to control your body while being possessed, then what the hell is the spirit doing? Having received my answer, I said nothing further and promptly ended the call. From Fong Xiang's words, I discerned that I had not yet been possessed. If I were indeed possessed, I would have lost my cognitive abilities and my capacity to manipulate my own body. If this were the case, then a new question arose. Since I have not been possessed, what then is the nature of the shadow? How could I inexplicably find myself with an additional shadow? Furthermore, is a black silk pouch that old Wang gave me still of any use? Contemplating this, I hurriedly retrieved the black pouch and held it in my hand. This pouch, simple and unadorned, bore only the peculiarity of its color, lacking any other distinguishing features. Given the circumstances, I found little inclination to browse the internet, nor was I eager to seek out old Wang. It was not that I was unwilling, but rather that I felt a deep-seated fear. I settled back into the car, lighting a cigarette, pondering as I inhaled. Since encountering old Wang, I suddenly realized an unsettling truth. I had never doubted him. In retrospect, this realization struck me as odd. Why did old Wang choose to assist me? Was it truly as simple as my offering him 3 cigarettes? If I were to view this from a different perspective, the implications change entirely. Suppose we were to consider old Wang as a ghost. If he were indeed a specter, he could easily perceive that I lacked a soul, merely a shell of a being. In such a scenario, his words might lead me to mistakenly regard him as an enlightened figure, thereby granting him a means to approach me. Yet, this reasoning falters. If old Wang were a ghost, why would he not directly possess me? This train of thought led me to recall the ghostly woman in the qipao I encountered in the bamboo grove. She was able to possess me, but only after midnight, likely due to the heightened presence of Yin energy at that hour. Could it be that old Wang refrained from possession simply because he had not waited until midnight? What, pray tell, is the enigmatic black pouch? Once again, I retrieved the black pouch, and without a second thought, I opened it. Inside lay a sheet of parchment, densely inscribed with a multitude of characters. After pondering for quite some time, I found myself utterly confounded, unable to decipher the language before me. It was neither Chinese nor English, yet bore a resemblance to ancient scripts, none of which I could recognize. Just as I grappled with this conundrum, my phone, resting in the passenger seat, began to ring. I hastily tucked the parchment back into the pouch and secured it once more upon my person, resolving to examine it further at a later time. Upon answering the call, I discovered it was Jiangbo inquiring about my whereabouts. I informed him that I was situated directly across from the fragrant residence. He instructed me to come over, assuring me he would arrive shortly. I promptly started the car and found a suitable spot to park in front of the fragrant residence. Before long, I spotted Jiangbo approaching, carrying a large black bag. As I exited the vehicle and inquired about the contents of the bag, Jiangbo responded with a mysterious smile, saying, "You shall know in due time." He tossed the hefty black bag into the trunk, and as it landed, I heard a clanging sound, suggesting it contained metallic objects. Once the bag was secured, Jiangbo and I settled into the car. I asked him our destination, and after glancing at the time, he replied, "We are heading to the mass grave to seek the tomb of the girl named Tong Yao. If we delay any longer, it may become too late." I responded affirmatively. Starting the car, as we drove, Jiangbo inquired if I had procured everything. I nodded and assured him that all necessary items were acquired, albeit lacking small denominations of paper money, having instead purchased gold and silver ingots. Jiangbo nodded, acknowledging that gold and silver ingots would suffice, and specifically asked about the paper effigies. I informed him that I had commissioned a local paper artisan to create the effigies, ensuring they were authentic offerings for the departed. After approximately 20 minutes, I parked the vehicle by the roadside, and Jiangbo and I exited the car. "Hurry up, we can't afford a delay," Jiangbo urged as he retrieved items from the vehicle. I nodded in agreement and quickened my pace. Ultimately, I carried the large black bag while Jiangbo held the paper effigies, joss paper, and some pork rice as we made our way toward the potter's field. The black bag was not particularly heavy, yet its presence against my back felt uncomfortable. Time was of the essence, so I refrained from voicing any additional requests. Carefully trailing behind Jiangbo, he was well prepared, even producing a flashlight. We moved stealthily through the ancient woods, resembling thieves, until we arrived at the potter's field. In the afternoon, the place had seemed unremarkable, but returning at night imbued it with an unsettling chill. I felt an ominous atmosphere enveloping us, with crows perched ominously on tree branches, cawing eerily, further heightening my inexplicable fear. Upon reaching the gravestone of Miss Tong Yao, I set down our belongings and asked Jiangbo what our next step would be. He shone the flashlight onto his face, and I saw a mysterious smile cross his lips as he coldly uttered two words, "Dig the grave." A shiver coursed through my body as I swallowed hard. My face contorted in distress as I implored Jiangbo, "Jiangbo, could you not be so restless? Digging up graves. Do you not fear the restless souls seeking you out at midnight?" Jiangbo retorted, with me around, "What do you have to fear?" I mused silently. "If you're here, then I'm not." It appeared that Jiangbo was resolutely determined to exhume the grave of Miss Tong Yao, and no matter how I pleaded, he remained unyielding. Finally, exasperated by my incessant chatter, he snapped at me, "If you wish to preserve your life, return home on your own." At those words, a wave of trepidation washed over me, and I obediently acquiesced to Jiangbo's demands. First, I scoured the potter's field for a relatively flat stone slab, which I then placed before Miss Tong Yao's grave. Jiang Bo then proceeded to lay out offerings of pork, rice, bowls, and chopsticks upon the slab, as if preparing for a solemn ritual. Subsequently, he handed me 2 candles, instructing me to light them and place them before the tombstone, which I dutifully complied with. Once all was complete, Jiang Bo retrieved a handful of incense from his dark bag, casually dividing it into 7 or 8 portions, and directed me to ignite them and insert them at Miss Tong Yao's final resting place. With a flashlight clenched in my mouth, I lit the incense and inserted it at intervals of approximately 1 meter. As I reached the rear of the grave, I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder from behind. With the flashlight still in my mouth, I stammered a few words, roughly conveying, "Jiang Bo, please stop." However, my words fell on deaf ears, as Jiang Bo continued to pat my shoulder. Frustrated by his antics, I stood up abruptly, determined to turn around and see what was behind me. I held a flashlight between my teeth, and, as I rose to my feet, I found myself facing a gravestone. Under the beam of light, I noticed Jiang Bo meticulously arranging a paper figure. He stood before me, and just then, who had tapped my shoulder. At times, one must concede that fear is an undeniable emotion. Regardless of one's bravado, there are moments when trepidation takes hold. I let out a startled cry. Tossing the incense, I held onto the ground, the flashlight slipping from my grasp. In a panic, I rushed towards Jiang Bo, trembling as I sought refuge behind him. Jiang Bo, startled by my shout, turned to me and exclaimed, "What the hell are you yelling about?" I replied, "Someone just tapped my shoulder." As I spoke, I could feel the tremor in my voice. Jiang Bo furrowed his brow and made his way towards where the flashlight had fallen, and I followed closely behind him, my eyes darting around anxiously. He bent down to retrieve the flashlight, casting the beam around before turning back to hand it to me, saying, "I didn't see anyone, but we should still be cautious." Admittedly, I had felt a bit cowardly, and upon hearing Jiang Bo's assurance that no one was present, I refrained from questioning further. Nodding, I accepted the flashlight and prepared to continue placing the incense. Yet, within me lingered a sense of unease regarding the earlier incident. Had I merely imagined it? That seemed implausible, as I had distinctly felt someone touch my shoulder. Shaking my head, I chose not to dwell on it, proceeding to follow Jiang Bo's instructions and encircle the grave with incense. Once I had finished, I returned to Jiang Bo's side, who was still engaged with the paper figure, leaving me to wait patiently beside him. After a while, the paper effigy was arranged by Jiang Bo in front of the gravestone. He instructed me to illuminate the area with a flashlight, and I promptly complied. With the light from the flashlight, Jiang Bo worked with agility, taking 2 chopsticks and inserting them into the rice and pork, respectively. He then turned to me and explained that Miss Tong Yao's grave had been disturbed, but whether her remains were still present remained uncertain. The only way to ascertain this was to excavate and investigate, allowing us to uncover who had defiled her resting place and their motives. I nodded in understanding, but in my confusion, I asked, "What purpose do the pork and paper effigies serve?" Jiang Bo chuckled softly and replied that Miss Tong Yao's death a decade prior was far from coincidental. Coupled with the tragic demise of several workers, it was evident that she harbored grievances at the time of her passing. If we were to disturb her grave while those grievances lingered, it could lead us to our own demise. However, if her remains were indeed absent, the circumstances would differ. He emphasized the importance of caution, stating that we should first conduct a test. Should the situation prove benign, we could proceed with the excavation. With that, Jiang Bo did not elaborate further. He lit an incense stick, bowed respectfully toward Miss Tong Yao's grave, and gently placed the incense at the headstone, murmuring, "I mean no offense. This act is born of necessity. If her remains are still here, let the chopsticks fall. If they are not, they shall remain upright." I grasped the essence of his words. Should her remains be present, the chopsticks inserted in the rice and pork would topple. If absent, they would remain standing. After a moment's wait, the chopsticks remained firmly planted in the rice, unmoving. A sense of suspicion crept into my mind as I pondered. Is this method truly effective? Must one seek permission before disturbing a grave? Jiang Bo exhibited far more patience than I, standing silently beside me. Bored, I glanced up at the night sky, and as I lowered my gaze, my flashlight trembled slightly, casting its beam behind the mass grave. The light fell squarely upon a tree, and beneath its shadow, an ominous visage materialized before my eyes. Chapter 33. The riddle of the girl. That visage appeared ghostly pale, and it was aptly termed a specter's face. For under the flickering light, I beheld crimson blood oozing from the 7 orifices, while the eyes gleamed with an unnerving intensity, fixed unblinkingly upon me. My nerves tightened sharply, and I trembled as I clutched Jiangbo's arm, whispering, "Jiangbo, there's someone." Upon hearing my words, Jiangbo's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he turned to follow the direction of my flashlight. The ghastly face remained, still glaring at us, as though it were scrutinizing our every movement. Jiangbo, having discerned the eerie countenance, gestured for me to hand him the flashlight. To my astonishment, armed with the beam of light, Jiangbo advanced slowly towards the tree. I dared not linger behind and hastened to follow him, seizing a sturdy stick from the ground as a precaution. As we approached the unsettling visage, I was taken aback to find it still peering from behind the tree, seemingly intent on remaining. I gripped the stick tightly, my heart racing, while Jiangbo too adopted a cautious demeanor. Yet, as we reached the tree, a simultaneous sigh of relief escaped our lips. For there was no one lurking behind the tree. The so-called ghostly face was merely a mask. The mask, painted in a ghastly white, bore red pigment trickling from its nose, eyes, and mouth. "Damn it," Jiangbo exclaimed, glancing at the mask, his frustration evident. I cast a curious glance at the mask, which was bound with a rope and suspended from a branch. Due to its placement, the mask was cleverly concealed behind the tree, revealing only its 2 eye holes and nose, creating the illusion that a person was lurking behind the trunk. Although I found only the mask and no sign of a person, I sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Initially, I was quite apprehensive and uncertain whether the mask was indeed there when I first arrived. However, upon my return in the afternoon, I felt assured that there was absolutely no mask behind that tree. This implies that the mask was either hung after our departure in the afternoon or had only recently been placed there. This thought led me to recall the moment when I was lighting incense and someone had tapped my shoulder from behind. Could it be that someone truly had tapped my shoulder? Was this mask indeed hung by the very person who startled me? If that were the case, what could be their intention? Was it merely to instill fear in us, or did they wish to deter us from disturbing the grave of the young maiden, Tong Yao? Before I could ponder further, Jiangbo had already turned to leave. After some contemplation, I decided to remove the mask from the branch. It was imperative that it no longer hung there, lest it frighten someone. The mask appeared smooth and polished, yet as I grasped it, I suddenly sensed something on its reverse side. Jiangbo had already walked away, and quietly, I directed my flashlight to illuminate the back of the mask, revealing a small note affixed with transparent tape. Furrowing my brow, I removed the note and spread it flat upon my palm. Boldly inscribed upon it was a striking line: "Do not trust those around you. He wishes to harm you." I remained silent, quietly tucking the note into my pocket. The identity of the author remained a mystery, yet the implication was unmistakable. Presently, I was alone with Jiangbo, indicating that the note's warning pertained to him. Whether Jiangbo harbored ill intentions towards me was uncertain. At least for now, he showed no signs of wishing me harm. Our current alliance was one of cooperation, united by a common goal, which suggested he would not betray me. If he posed no threat, then the note's message could be interpreted as an attempt to sow discord and erode the trust between Jiangbo and myself. Reflecting upon it, I realized that the mask hanging from the tree served primarily to draw my attention to this note. No, that cannot be right. The realization struck me suddenly. The true purpose of the mask was not to warn me of potential threats, but to incite mistrust between Jiangbo and me. My conviction stemmed from the fact that the note did not specify whom I should distrust. It merely cautioned against trusting those nearby. What if Jiangbo had been the one to discover the mask instead of me? It became evident that whether I or Jiangbo had received the note, we would both inevitably project our suspicions onto the individuals around us. In light of this revelation, I felt a surge of indignation, cursing inwardly at the deviousness of the one who had orchestrated such a cruel and malicious ploy. I had no inclination to take the mask. I simply discarded it onto the ground and before departing, I forcefully trampled it to shreds. The flashlight was in my possession, while the area around Jiangbo was enveloped in utter darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Jiangbo appeared somewhat anxious and urged me to hurry over. When I arrived at the gravestone and illuminated the rice and pork with the flashlight, I discovered 2 chopsticks, intact and motionless, inserted firmly into the ground. Jiangbo took the flashlight from my hands and proceeded to examine the incense that I had encircled around the grave. Eventually, he set the flashlight down, clapped his hands together, and instructed me to ignite the gold and silver ingots along with a pair of small paper figures. I nodded and retrieved my lighter, but just as I was about to ignite the flames, Jiangbo suddenly intervened. He pointed to the pair of small paper figures and instructed me to draw a circle, placing the paper figures within it before lighting them while murmuring the name of Miss Tong Yao. The gold and silver ingots should not be placed inside the circle. They could be ignited freely, as they were intended for the wandering souls of the unmarked graves. When someone in the family passes away, during the funeral or on the 7th day, or during the ghost festival, it is customary to burn paper for the deceased. Typically, a circle is drawn while simultaneously burning offerings within it and reciting the name of the departed. This way, the burned gold and silver treasures are generally not seized by other souls, and only the named individual can claim the treasures within the circle. According to Jiangbo, these small paper figures were meant for Miss Tong Yao, while the gold and silver ingots were for the souls at the unmarked gravesite. Without further inquiry, I nodded and drew a circle on the ground with a wooden stick, placing the pair of paper figurines representing the Golden Boy and Jade Girl within the circle, before igniting them with a nearby white candle. As I watched the figures engulfed by flames, I silently chanted the name of Miss Tong Yao. Once the figures were consumed, I set fire to the gold and silver ingots, allowing them to drift freely. After completing these rituals, I turned to Jiangbo, who nodded in affirmation and then opened the large black bag, retrieving 2 small shovels. He handed one to me, saying, "Let us commence the excavation." Taking the shovel, I glanced at Jiangbo, who said nothing further but walked to Miss Tong Yao's tombstone and began to dig vigorously. Observing his lack of hesitation, I followed suit, and we commenced our digging as if we were tomb raiders. For approximately 10 minutes, we excavated fervently until my shovel struck something solid within the earth with a resounding clang. Jiangbo lifted his head and locked eyes with me, urging, "Hurry, dig faster. We are close to uncovering what lies beneath." Nodding in agreement, I exerted more effort, and, after a few more vigorous thrusts, I set down the shovel and shone my flashlight onto the exposed surface. Before us lay a flat wooden board, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, Jiangbo declared, "This is a coffin." At the mention of the word coffin, my hand holding the flashlight trembled slightly, and I turned to Jiangbo, inquiring what our next step should be. Should we continue digging? Jiangbo contemplated for a moment before addressing me. "Having unearthed to this extent, there is no point in hesitation. Let us proceed swiftly and uncover it to discern the truth." With that, he grasped the shovel and resumed his digging. Jiangbo uttered no further words, and naturally, I harbored no questions, following his lead as we commenced our excavation once more. After approximately 20 minutes of labor, a diminutive coffin emerged from the earth. I set down the shovel and illuminated the coffin with my flashlight. It was quite small, seemingly crafted for a child. What struck me as peculiar, however, was the absence of any decay on the coffin. Given that Miss Tong Yao had been laid to rest a decade prior, one would expect the coffin to exhibit signs of rot, or at the very least, an unpleasant odor. Yet, this coffin appeared pristine, as if it had been buried only recently. Jiangbo wrapped the coffin with his shovel and, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Indeed, someone has disturbed Miss Tong Yao's grave. This coffin is certainly not from 10 years ago. It is evidently a recent interment." Startled by Jiangbo's words, I swiftly inquired, "What shall we do now, Jiangbo?" After a moment's thought, he pointed at the coffin and instructed, "Lift the lid and ascertain what lies within." I felt a sense of unease wash over me. My face contorted with a strange expression as I replied, "Jiangbo, having disturbed someone's resting place weighs heavily on my conscience. I cannot bring myself to open the lid of their coffin. My words are certainly not superficial. Their deeper meaning suggests that I have been tasked with the role of the vanguard, and now it is your turn to take the lead. Jiang Bo is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute and surely perceives the implication woven into my words. He rolled his eyes at me, cast aside the shovel with a flick of his wrist, and declared, "If you won't do it, then I shall. You just keep an eye on things." I nodded in agreement, stating that as long as I wasn't required to lift the coffin lid, I would undertake any task. Jiang Bo, showing no hesitation, promptly rolled up his sleeves and approached the coffin. He began to feel around, locating the precise point where the lid met the casket, and with a gradual exertion of strength, he lifted the lid. As I witnessed the coffin lid being raised, I instinctively took 2 steps back, apprehensive of what might emerge from within. Fortunately, the coffin was not large, and the lid was not heavy. Jiang Bo was fully capable of managing it alone. Once he had removed the lid and placed it aside, reassured by Jiang Bo's safety, I advanced 2 steps forward and shone my flashlight into the coffin. To our astonishment, the interior was completely empty. Nothing at all remained. Though surprised, this revelation was not entirely unexpected for either Jiang Bo or me. We had previously speculated that the coffin had indeed been disturbed, and that the remains of Miss Tong Yao were likely absent from their resting place. Our efforts were merely aimed at confirming this suspicion. Observing the vacant coffin, Jiang Bo's expression darkened slightly. He spat on the ground and remarked, "Now, this is truly troublesome." Confused, I inquired what the issue was. Jiang Bo did not respond to me. Instead, he urged, "Quickly cover the coffin and fill it with dirt. Then let us leave this place. It seems that the small villa cannot be entered for the time being." I did not inquire further and promptly placed the coffin lid in position, then exerted myself to shovel the dirt piled nearby to fill the coffin. Jiang Bo was not idle either. He assisted me in the task. Once the earth was packed, to conceal our presence, I gathered a few tufts of grass and placed them atop the grave. After completing these tasks, Jiang Bo and I did not linger any longer. We hastily gathered our belongings and made our way towards the old forest, intending to traverse it and return to the vehicle for our departure. We walked through the old forest for quite some time without encountering a clear path ahead. I shone my flashlight forward and discovered that the way ahead was shrouded in darkness, with no end in sight. A sense of unease washed over me. This old forest was neither deep nor long, and ordinarily, one could pass through in 3 to 4 minutes. Yet, we had been walking for nearly 10 minutes without emerging from its depths. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Jiang Bo halted and called out to me, prompting me to stop in my tracks and inquire about the matter. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Bo solemnly stated, "We have been going in circles." I was taken aback by his words and quickly shone my flashlight at the ground, only to find that the area was marked by the footprints of both Jiang Bo and myself. After more than 10 minutes of wandering, we had merely circled around a few trees, failing to escape their vicinity. An alarming thought struck me, a phenomenon I'd often heard about. Yang Bo, could it be that we are experiencing ghostly walling? With a sense of trepidation, I inquired of Jiang Bo. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden, faint humming emanated from the depths of the old forest. The sound was delicate, yet unmistakably feminine. A gentle and continuous melody that caused the expressions on both Jiang Bo's and my faces to darken. As I prepared to speak, the woman's voice transformed from a mere hum into a haunting song. "My mother has slain me. My father has consumed me. My siblings sit beneath the dining table, gathering my bones, burying them beneath the cold stone slab." Chapter 34. The eerie Jiang Bo, a haunting nursery rhyme suddenly echoed through the stillness of the ancient forest, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. The first image that flitted through my mind was that of Miss Tong Yao. "Jiang Bo, what shall we do?" I asked, clutching my shovel tightly, my gaze darting nervously around. My knowledge was limited to basic combat skills. Beyond that, I was utterly clueless. Only Jiang Bo possessed the understanding necessary for this situation, and I found myself relying entirely on him. Jiang Bo remained remarkably composed. He turned to me and inquired, "Do you have any blood?" I was puzzled by his seemingly irrelevant question, yet I nodded affirmatively. Until that moment, I had been devoid of blood, for my soul was not within my body. Even if I were to inflict a wound upon myself, no blood would flow. However, tonight, my soul had returned, granting me not only a shadow, but also the essence of life itself. Are you a virgin? Jiangbo pressed on. A jolt of indignation surged through me, and I retorted angrily, "For heaven's sake, can you not be serious? Look at the circumstances we're in. It is what it is. Answer honestly. If you do not, neither of us will survive." Jiangbo's voice was grave, his expression dark. Through gritted teeth, I replied, "I am." "That simplifies matters," Jiangbo remarked with a mysterious smile. Before I could comprehend, he produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, seized my hand, and swiftly made an incision in my palm with the blade. The sensation of pain jolted me back to reality. I gritted my teeth but refrained from uttering a sound, fully aware that Jiangbo would not engage in futile actions. His intentions were undoubtedly to devise a way to rescue us. Grasping my bleeding hand, Jiangbo pressed it against the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. Once my blood marked the tree, he commanded, "Drop your trousers." Taken aback, I hesitated momentarily. "Urinate on the base of the tree." He bellowed once more, "Hurry." Not daring to delay, I hastily unfastened my belt and directed myself towards the tree's base. After a brief interval, I turned to Jiangbo and lamented, "Jiangbo, I can't seem to relieve myself with you watching." Jiangbo rolled his eyes and turned away. Having refrained from urination for an entire day and nearly succumbing to the fright instigated by Miss Tong Yao, I soon found my release. Curiously, as I relieved myself at the tree's base, an odd hissing sound emanated from the ground, reminiscent of water splashing onto flames. Once I had finished, the sound dissipated. I fastened my belt and Jiangbo remarked, "All right, it's safe now. We must leave quickly. It will be troublesome once Miss Tong Yao realizes what has transpired." I swiftly grabbed the black bag and followed Jiangbo as we escaped the dense forest. This time, we did not wander aimlessly, but rather made a smooth exit from the woods. After tossing the black bag into the trunk, we climbed into the vehicle and drove away from that perilous place. After driving for a considerable distance, I glanced back through the rearview mirror and found nothing amiss, which instantly relieved me. I fished a cigarette out of my pocket, offered one to Jiangbo, and lit one for myself, exhaling as I inquired, "Jiangbo, was that not Miss Tong Yao we just saw?" Jiangbo ignited his cigarette, releasing a plume of smoke with a sigh. It indeed appeared to be Miss Tong Yao. "However, she seems to harbor no intentions of harming us. What should we do now?" I casually asked, though inwardly I was cursing. They had warned against disturbing graves, yet we had done so regardless. Now, we had offended Miss Tong Yao, and her fate was unknown to us. Jiangbo turned his head to regard me, squinting as he questioned, "Do you understand why I insisted on unearthing Miss Tong Yao's grave?" To be frank, I too was curious about Jiangbo's relentless pursuit of this grave. Did it conceal something of significance? However, that notion faltered as upon excavation, we had only uncovered an empty coffin and nothing else. Jiangbo took a drag from his cigarette and continued, "Our ultimate goal is to access that small villa and uncover the secrets it holds. Only then can you survive, and I can save my granddaughter. Yet, as you have noticed, the moment we enter the villa, Zhou Shun will immediately detect our presence. Do you not find this peculiar? Is it not because there is a gatekeeper spirit alerting Zhou Shun to our whereabouts?" I queried, furrowing my brow. Jiangbo nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Initially, I indeed held that belief, yet I had not conducted any investigation into the secrets surrounding the small Western-style building. Now that we have clarity regarding the matters of the small building, the issue of the gatekeeper spirit warrants a separate discussion. I suspect that the individual who first disturbed the grave of Miss Tong Yao was none other than Zhou Shun." Upon hearing Jiangbo's words, I was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Are you suggesting that it was Zhou Shun who disturbed Miss Tong Yao's grave before us?" "Not only that, it is quite possible that Zhou Shun also removed Miss Tong Yao's remains. Otherwise, how do you explain the emptiness of the grave we unearthed?" Jiangbo said with a mysterious smile. His assertion struck a chord within me, as I began to see the logic in his reasoning. When we visited the potter's field that afternoon, we discovered that Miss Tong Yao's grave had indeed been excavated, although it was well concealed. The keen eye of Jiangbo had detected the signs. Upon our return that evening to excavate Miss Tong Yao's grave, we were astonished to find that the coffin exhibited no signs of decay, nor was there any unpleasant odor. Moreover, the coffin was utterly vacant. This undeniably corroborated our earlier suspicions that Miss Tong Yao's grave had been tampered with. 10 years prior, after Miss Tong Yao's demise, she had been interred in the potter's field by the village chief of Wangjiago. Thus, it follows that her remains must exist, and the coffin could not possibly be so new. The only plausible explanation is that someone had removed Miss Tong Yao's remains and replaced them with a new coffin. This individual is likely Zhou Shun, though the reasons behind such actions remain a mystery to me, leaving me to look toward Jiang Bo for further insight. Jiang Bo opened the window and discarded his cigarette, but, addressing me, the two elderly men mentioned that during the road construction, the wall of the villa was demolished, resulting in the untimely deaths of several workers. It is highly likely that Miss Tong Yao was responsible for their demise. Have you ever pondered why Zhou Shun was able to enter the villa unscathed? Could it be that he took Miss Tong Yao's remains and placed them within the villa, thereby granting himself access? I expressed my suspicions. Jiang Bo exhaled slowly, affirming, that is indeed a strong possibility. I cautiously inquired, so, are we still going to enter the villa? Jiang Bo's expression was resolute as he replied, we must certainly enter the villa, but we cannot do so recklessly. What should we do now? I asked. Jiang Bo took a deep breath and said, let us wait for a while. During this time, you should continue to follow Zhou Shun, but remember to exercise caution and avoid hasty actions. Do not enter the villa without proper consideration, as it could cost you your life. I nodded in agreement, thinking to myself that even if he urged me to enter, I would refrain. As long as I remained outside, I could still cling to life, but once inside, I feared it would truly be the end. Discarding the cigarette, but I focused on driving. As I transitioned from the outskirts into the city, I was about to ask Jiang Bo where he intended to go when I suddenly heard a creaking sound from beside me. Initially, I assumed it was Jiang Bo adjusting his seat, but when I turned to look at him, I nearly crashed the car into the nearby railing. I parked the car by the roadside in a state of sheer terror, pointing at Jiang Bo and stammering, Jiang Bo. At that moment, I watched in horror as his hair rapidly fell away, the flesh of his body continuing to sag, his once pristine face now marred by deep wrinkles. His eyes appeared vacant and profound, as if all the life had been drained from him. In a mere few seconds, the dark hair atop his head vanished entirely, replaced by rapidly growing white strands, while his skin took on a parched appearance. Hearing my voice, Jiang Bo paused momentarily, then cast a glance at his own form, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. I'll get out of the car and contact you in a few days, I uttered. Upon finishing my statement, Jiang Bo swiftly opened the car door and leapt out. Coming to my senses, I hurriedly followed, but there was no trace of Jiang Bo to be found outside. The chill of the wind snapped me from my stupor, and I fell silent, returning to the confines of the vehicle. On the passenger seat lay the dark strand of hair he had left behind, which I picked up and discarded out of the window as I resumed driving. As I navigated the road, a barrage of questions flooded my mind. How could Jiang Bo have transformed so drastically? His current state bore an uncanny resemblance to the last time I'd seen him. Did this imply that each time he appeared, there was a limit to his time? After a certain duration, did he revert back to that condition? Was his absence over the past few days merely an endeavor to attend to other matters, to replenish his vitality? I find this notion rather absurd. If one were to entertain such thoughts, it would imply that Jiang Bo is akin to a mobile phone, shutting down when devoid of power, only to be revived through a charge. Shaking my head, I cast aside these perplexing thoughts, having learned to embrace a certain selfishness. Matters that do not concern me and pose no threat, I choose to disregard. As long as I remain unharmed, why should I concern myself with them? Before long, I arrived at Xiangwei-ju, halting my vehicle outside its entrance. I parked and exited the car. As I walked along the illuminated path, I caught sight of my hunched shadow once more. That was unmistakably not my shadow. The realization that I still possessed blood and a shadow began to stir a sense of urgency within me. What on earth was happening? My soul was evidently still in the purple bamboo forest. Whose shadow was this? If I were indeed possessed by a spirit, devoid of instinct and bodily control, then does that mean I am now considered possessed? I cannot fathom it, yet I resolved to seek out old Wang, for perhaps he could illuminate the reasons behind this enigma. Simultaneously, a sense of caution toward old Wang began to take root in my heart. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, I refrained from hastily searching for old Wang. Instead, I approached the attendant to log onto a computer and settled down to watch a drama series. I waited for old Wang to appear and seek me out, should he still wish to do so. After watching 3 or 4 episodes, old Wang had yet to materialize. I even placed a cigarette ostentatiously on the table, yet still, he did not come. Ultimately, restlessness overtook me, and my gaze fixated on the small door at the back of the CAF. Last time, old Wang told me that if I wanted to find him, I should go to the small door at the back of the internet CAF and knock, and he would come out. Now, I'm uncertain whether old Wang is a human or a ghost, which makes me hesitant to knock on the door impulsively. After pondering for a while, my gaze fell upon a young attendant at the internet CAF's front desk. Old Wang had mentioned that he was the cleaner there. If he is indeed the cleaner, then the attendant must surely know something. Having come to this conclusion, I approached the front desk and casually asked the attendant, who was engrossed in his phone, "Brother, could you fetch me a bottle of water?" The attendant set down his phone and inquired as to what I desired. I replied, "A bottle of iced tea, please." He rose from his seat and retrieved a bottle of iced tea from the refrigerator, handing it to me. As I paid, I nonchalantly remarked, "The last time I visited, I noticed an old man sweeping the floor. Whatever happened to him?" The attendant, who was preparing to give me change, suddenly trembled at my words, a flicker of terror crossing his face. "When did you come last time?" he asked cautiously, from the expression on his face. I could tell that this was no trivial matter, so I responded vaguely, "I can't quite recall. It has been quite a long time. I used to work nearby, but I haven't been back since I resigned." Upon hearing this, the attendant's demeanor softened slightly. He leaned closer and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother, the old man you mentioned. His surname was Wang, right?" I nodded in affirmation. The attendant shook his head in sorrow. "Old Wang passed away a year ago." Chapter 35. The Ghost Contract, What? I gazed at the network administrator in astonishment and incredulously inquired, "That old man Wang, who swept the floors here, passed away a year ago?" Without a moment's hesitation, the administrator nodded, a look of uncertainty crossing his face as he replied, "You are aware that this internet CAF attracts primarily young patrons, especially during the late-night hours when the floors are strewn with refuse. 3 years ago, when business was flourishing, the owner hired a janitor, old Wang. However, unbeknownst to us, he suffered from a serious ailment, having been afflicted with a myocardial infarction. He worked for 2 years, and it was merely a year ago that he perished under circumstances that no one could ascertain in the small room at the back." As he spoke, the administrator gestured towards the small door at the rear of the CAF, the very door through which I had encountered old Wang when he had requested that I seek him out once more. Old Wang resided within the CAF, and when he died, none were the wiser. It reflects poorly on us. We failed to notice his absence for 2 or 3 days, and it was only when the foul odor of decay wafted through the premises that we discovered old Wang had succumbed there. The administrator paused briefly before continuing. After old Wang's demise, the CAF began to take on an unclean atmosphere. It was only at that moment that I emerged from my stupor, suppressing the myriad questions swirling in my mind, and then asked the administrator, "In what way has the CAF become unclean?" After a moment's hesitation, he elaborated. Old Wang had no relatives. After his death, the owner informed the mortuary to retrieve the body. Yet to this day, no one has come to claim old Wang's remains. It is precisely then that our CAF began to lose its cleanliness. Initially, some patrons encountered an elderly man cleaning the men's restroom during their late-night visits. Subsequently, while online, inexplicably, this same old man would demand cigarettes from them. As these occurrences accumulated, the customers at the internet CAF began to believe that the establishment was haunted, leading to a significant decline in business as fewer patrons dared to return. Upon hearing of this unsettling situation, the owner realized that it warranted immediate attention. He sought the counsel of a Taoist priest, who informed him that the reason the old man lingered in the CAF was twofold. The establishment was steeped in negative energy, and the old man's corpse remained unclaimed, preventing him from resting in peace. Trusting the priest's words, the owner went to the mortuary to claim the old man's remains. subsequently arranging for cremation and burial. From that point onward, the CAF returned to its former state of normalcy. After a moment of contemplation, I cautiously inquired, "So, since then, nothing unusual has occurred in the CAF?" "Rest assured," the manager replied cheerfully. "Ever since the owner cremated and buried the old man, the CAF has been spotless. And nothing has happened." I retorted, "I have my doubts, considering I recently had an encounter with the old man. How can I be at ease?" The thought of having regarded a ghost as a wise figure, placing my unwavering faith in him, left me feeling quite perturbed. I chose not to continue the conversation with the manager, hastily gathered my change, and exited the CF. Upon getting into my vehicle without a second thought, I turned it around and headed toward the street known for funerals. I now comprehended that in this vicinity, no one was genuinely willing to assist. The seemingly wise old man was, in truth, nothing more than a specter. I believe that the reason Wang Laotu sought me out was because he discerned the absence of a soul within me and desired to possess my body. Upon this realization, a wave of panic washed over me. Could it be that the sudden emergence of Shadow was indeed Wang Laotu's? Strangely enough, the shadow bore a slight resemblance to him. If it were truly his shadow, how could it manifest upon me? Was it to imply that he had successfully taken over my being? Yet, that could not be the case. For Fengxiang had previously mentioned that a spirit's possession would usurp my consciousness and control over my body. As I still retained the ability to maneuver my own form, it suggested that Wang Laotu had not yet succeeded in his endeavor. Regardless, this matter certainly could not be dismissed lightly. The future remained uncertain, and one could never predict what might transpire. Having clarified my thoughts, I pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle surged forward with greater speed. Upon arriving at the funeral street, I parked at the curb as usual and hurried towards the far end of the avenue. With Fengxiang away on business and Jiang Bo inexplicably transformed, I could think of no one else aside from Yin Yangling on Funeral Street who might assist me. It was now past 10 at night, and the entirety of Funeral Street was eerily desolate. Some shops still bore their soul-retrieving banners, and under the dim glow of the yellow streetlights, the thoroughfare resembled not a street teeming with life, but rather a ghostly lane. As I sprinted, I could distinctly see my own shadow swaying beneath the streetlight, moving in rhythm with my body, as if it had truly become one with me. Upon the realization that the shadow could very well belong to the old man Wang, a chill ran down my spine, compelling me to hasten my steps. The shop of Yin Yangling was already shuttered, and no light seeped from within, suggesting that he had retired for the night. However, at that moment, I was too consumed by urgency to ponder further, and I pounded on the wooden door with fervor. After a prolonged period of knocking, I finally heard Yin Yangling's icy voice emanating from within. "Who is it?" I quickly responded, "Is I, Ning Lang, the one who came to purchase the figurines this afternoon." There was a moment of silence from Yin Yangling, and then he gradually opened the door. Upon seeing the door ajar, I swiftly stepped inside. Inside the room, Yin Yangling was clad in formal attire, seemingly still awake. Upon my entrance, his brows furrowed sharply, and he coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" I remained silent, gesturing toward the ground to draw his attention. Earlier in the afternoon, Yin Yangling had already discerned that I possessed no soul. Thus, it was impossible for me to cast a shadow. Yet now, illuminated by the streetlight outside, my shadow distinctly appeared on the floor. The moment Yin Yangling beheld the shadow, he hastily closed the door and forcefully struck his palm against it. A yellow cloth promptly slid down from the doorframe, inscribed above with cryptic, difficult-to-understand symbols, while below it bore the words, "Pardon," though I could not comprehend the symbols. The two characters beneath were clear to me. This was undoubtedly a significant talisman. After Yin Yangling closed the door and placed the talisman down, he did not speak further, but swiftly turned and walked behind the counter, retrieving a piece of yellow paper talisman from beneath it. The intricate designs on the talisman eluded my comprehension, leaving me only able to discern the words "pardon order" inscribed below. While I was momentarily lost in thought, Yin Yangling approached me, his fingers deftly pinching the talisman, and without uttering a word, he pressed it firmly against my forehead. Slightly taken aback and about to voice my confusion, I noticed Yin Yangling shaking his head, signaling me to remain silent, prompting me to promptly close my lips. It appeared that Yin Yang was performing a ritual. One hand pressed the talisman against my forehead, while the other raised his middle and index fingers. He bit into the flesh of his middle finger, causing it to bleed profusely. To my astonishment, he let the crimson droplets fall onto the ground, landing upon my shadow. The moment the blood touched the shadow, a piercing scream filled the room, both hoarse and ancient, and I immediately recognized it as the voice of Old Wang. Indeed, Old Wang had been trailing me all along. The shadow on the ground was his. Yin Yang did not pause. He continued to hold the talisman against my forehead. Instead of his middle finger, he withdrew it and extended his index finger, bringing both fingers together near his lips as he softly chanted an incantation. Though unfamiliar to me, the words resonated with clarity. Spirit treasure, celestial lord, soothe the form. Disciple's soul and essence, 5 organs in the dark. Azure dragon and white tiger, arrayed in myriad forms. Vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard the form. Urgent as the law commands, pardon order. Yin Yang recited the incantation repeatedly, and I distinctly observed my shadow on the ground gradually fading away, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. Simultaneously, I heard the anguished cries of Old Wang. Ninglang, hasten to take out the pouch, unravel it, and let your blood drip upon it before incinerating it. He seeks to harm you. He is not your ally. Hurry. I scoffed inwardly, thinking it was you who intended to harm me. Had I not ventured to Yin Yang, I might have been unwittingly ensnared by your schemes. Old Wang's voice echoed only once before it vanished without a trace. Just as I pondered this, I noticed Yin Yang withdrawing his hand from my forehead, along with the talisman he had taken. I quickly glanced down, only to find that the shadow which had been following me had completely disappeared. Could it be that Old Wang had been eliminated by Yin Yang? I had initially anticipated an explanation from Yin Yang, yet to my surprise, he remained utterly silent. Rolling my eyes in exasperation, I felt that Yin Yang was akin to a wooden puppet, never speaking unless prompted. What about the shadow? I could not restrain myself from inquiring. Without lifting his gaze, Yin Yang replied, "It has been eradicated by me." Stunned, I looked at Yin Yang in disbelief. I had not anticipated his prowess to be so formidable, effortlessly dispatching a ghost with such nonchalance. I wondered if he might surpass the capabilities of Miss Tanyao. Suddenly, I recalled the black pouch that Wang Laotu had previously given me. I hurriedly took it out and handed it to Yin Yang, saying, "This pouch was given to me by the ghost you vanquished. I cannot comprehend the writings within. Could you assist me in deciphering it? This black pouch, bestowed upon me by Wang Laotu, was undoubtedly intended to cause me harm. He would not have given me anything beneficial." Yin Yang remained silent, directly accepting the pouch before unfolding the piece of parchment inside. After a brief glance, he promptly tucked the parchment away and, before I could react, ignited a candle to incinerate it. "You," I stammered, wanting to intervene, but was interrupted by Yin Yangling's words. He cast a glance my way and explained, "This is a ghost contract inscribed in the language of the underworld. It is natural that you cannot comprehend it. What is a ghost contract? What is the language of the underworld?" I inquired, furrowing my brow. Yin Yang, not concealing anything from me, elaborated, "A contract is an agreement. A ghost contract is a pact established between a person and a ghost. If you truly believe in ghostly words, and you were to let a drop of your blood fall upon it, and subsequently burn it, it would signify that you have signed the ghost contract. At that moment, the ghost could possess you." Upon hearing this, I was instantly filled with rage and exclaimed, "If you were aware of this, why did you not warn me earlier? You didn't actually sign it, did you?" Yin Yang replied, looking at me with a puzzled expression, seemingly oblivious to the reason for my outburst. I sighed helplessly and continued to inquire, "Then what is the language of the underworld?" The characters of the human realm are referred to as human script, while those of the underworld are known as ghost script. Both humans and spirits can comprehend human script, whereas ghost script is decipherable solely by spirits. Thus, your inability to understand it is quite natural, Yin Yang remarked indifferently. I nodded, lost in thought, inwardly berating the old man Wang. From the very moment we first crossed paths, he had been scheming against me, initially revealing profound truths that misled me into believing he was a figure of great wisdom, only to later present me with a pouch, convincing me of its authenticity. While I found myself in mortal peril and summoned the pouch to ignite the ghostly contract with my blood, I unwittingly fell completely into Wang's trap. It is often said that ghosts are cunning and treacherous beings, and my experiences certainly corroborated this notion. Fortunately, prior to this, I had encountered the wooden man. Otherwise, I might still be oblivious to the manner of my demise. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me momentarily stunned as I meticulously pondered the entirety of this situation. Before reaching a consensus with Jiang Bo, I had disclosed to him that my body lacked a soul, blood, and even a shadow. This implies that Jiang Bo was aware of my shadow and soul. If that is the case, then when I fled the ancient forest tonight, what did Jiang Bo mean by asking if I had blood? My response must have led him to understand that I possessed blood, which would inevitably suggest I had a shadow at that moment. Given this, why did he not assist me? Was he truly oblivious to my imminent danger, or did he simply disregard my fate altogether? Recalling the peculiar visage of Jiang Bo today, coupled with the ominous note concealed behind the ghostly mask, my heart began to waver ever so slightly. Can Jiang Bo truly be trusted? You currently lack a soul, and undoubtedly many spirits are preying upon your existence. Yin Yangling's words jolted me from my contemplations, prompting me to cast aside my thoughts and urgently inquire if there was any solution. Indeed, the most straightforward remedy is to reclaim your soul, Yin Yangling replied to me. Chapter 36. Return to the bamboo grove to directly locate my soul is undoubtedly the most straightforward approach. However, how can I find my soul? There exists but one method: to return to the bamboo grove and resume my delivery duties. Only by continuing my work there can I ensure that my soul remains tethered to my body. Yet, this raises a pressing question. How shall I confront Zhou Shun? His demeanor before me is shrouded in mystery. I am uncertain of his true intentions or whether he poses a threat to me. If I choose to return and deliver, it is highly likely that Zhou Shun will take notice of me. Conversely, should I decide against returning? Presently, my body is devoid of soul, and I am unaware of how many restless spirits may be watching me. Should I choose not to return, it is not merely probable, but certain that I will attract the attention of vengeful spirits. I have weighed the pros and cons in my mind. After much contemplation, I resolved to return to the bamboo grove and continue my deliveries. Aware of Zhou Shun's unusual nature, I shall remain vigilant and trust that I will be safe. As for the matter of tailing Zhou Shun, I intend to pursue that as well, for to truly unravel the motives behind the situation, I must uncover the critical reasons at play. Therefore, tracking Zhou Shun and investigating the small Western-style building is imperative. I cannot afford to abandon this quest. After all, the schedule for deliveries in the bamboo grove is quite flexible, allowing me ample opportunity to complete my tasks before following Zhou Shun. Having clarified my thoughts, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I plan to call Zhou Shun tomorrow to inform him of my return and my intention to resume work. Yin Yangling did not linger with me. He directly informed me that he was going to sleep and urged me to leave promptly. I held great admiration for his straightforwardness, and before I could utter much, I found myself ushered out. Not daring to linger outside any longer, I hastily drove back to Fong Xiang's home. Upon my arrival, I noticed that the persistent package still lingered, but I chose to ignore it. After taking a shower, I lay down on the bed. The events of the day had been numerous, yet one thing that left me in a quandary was Jiang Bo. Was Jiang Bo genuinely intent on assisting me? Or was he merely exploiting me? This conundrum eluded my understanding. If he were indeed exploiting me, then his granddaughter's situation mirrored mine. My assistance to him would reciprocate his help to me. Conversely, if he were sincerely collaborating with me, why did he remain silent upon realizing I had a shadow? Could it be that he truly remained unaware of all this? I found that unlikely, for with Jiang Bo's considerable abilities, ignorance of such matters seemed implausible. Once again, my thoughts drifted to that note, which cautioned me not to trust those around me, asserting that they meant to harm me. Was the message on that note a genuine warning, or was it inciting discord between Jiang Bo and myself? This matter continued to perplex me. Ultimately, fatigue overtook me, and I ceased my contemplation, resolving to observe Jiang Bo's true intentions over time, hoping that my understanding would not come too late. The following morning, upon rising, I commenced packing my belongings, preparing to return to the rented cottage once more. Thus, although I would be under the watchful eye of Qin Daiyou, it conversely placed me in a position to observe him, especially since I was aware of his association with Zhou Shun's group, while he remained oblivious to my knowledge. Before departing, I took out my phone and called Feng Xiang, informing him of my intention to return to work at Zizulin. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiang scolded me, saying, "You are quite ungrateful. I allowed you to stay for free for so long, and now you are running away without paying rent?" I understood what he meant by rent and replied, "If you wish to continue investigating the matters of Zizulin upon your return, come find me, and I shall fully cooperate. However, I must go back now. I currently lack a soul within me, and if I do not return, I will surely attract the attention of numerous restless spirits." Feng Xiang paused for a moment, then chuckled, "You've become quite astute, realizing that your lack of a soul makes you a target for wandering spirits?" Although his tone was teasing, I sensed an underlying note of seriousness. I furrowed my brow and asked, "Did you know from the beginning that I was without a soul and susceptible to possession by ghosts?" "Indeed, I was aware from the start," he replied candidly. However, Feng Xiang then laughed and added, "But in my house, there are talismans left behind by an old sorcerer, which prevent ordinary restless spirits from approaching. Therefore, staying with me will be quite safe for you. Honestly, you might as well remain here. After all, ordinary ghosts would not dare to come near, and you need not concern yourself with the trivial matters of Zizulin." Upon hearing Feng Xiang's words, I promptly declined. While it is true that remaining in this safe abode may be wise, I cannot possibly confine myself here all day. I must continue my pursuit of Zhou Shun. Observing my resolute stance, Feng Xiang, disinterested, merely muttered, "Fine, I can't be bothered with you. Just take care of yourself." After the call was disconnected, I hesitated for a moment before locating Zhou Shun's number and dialing it. After a brief wait of 3 to 4 seconds, Zhou Shun answered, immediately inquiring about my whereabouts. Taking a deep breath, I casually replied, "Brother Zhou, I'm back and ready to resume work today." Zhou Shun did not elaborate further, simply instructing me to arrive before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Nevertheless, I could discern his palpable excitement upon learning of my return to work. Having left Feng Xiang's residence, I drove the Jetta back to the rented flat. To mitigate any unnecessary complications, I parked the vehicle in a nearby lot. Upon my return, I found that Qin Daiyou had already left for work. My room, untouched for several days, was covered in dust. I tidied up each corner, and as the clock neared 1 o'clock, I did not delay further and promptly set off for the shop. I grabbed a quick bite along the way, arriving at the store precisely at 1. Zhou Shun was waiting for me inside. Upon my arrival, he approached with a smile, asking if I had finished the matters at home. I responded, "Yes, all sorted out. I came straight here to work." He replied, "As long as you're done, let's focus on doing well here, and I'll give you a raise." Zhou Shun offered me a cigarette, a smile dancing across his face as he regarded me. "A raise?" I was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly comprehend Zhou Shun's intentions. He must have been anxious about my potential resignation, seeking to bind me to this place through the allure of increased wages. Maintaining my composure, I accepted the cigarette, igniting it with a fa of delight as I inquired, "Brother Zhou, how much of a raise are we discussing? What prompted this sudden increase in salary?" "1 yuan more for each parcel delivered," Zhou Shun replied, raising a finger in front of me. He then spoke earnestly, "You know how it is in Zishalinsi. It's a remote and rather peculiar area. Most people wouldn't dare to work there, but you, my bold friend, are willing to continue. How could I possibly shortchange you? In Zishalinsi, the commission for each delivery was 2 yuan, and on average, I delivered over 50 parcels a day, resulting in a daily commission of more than 100 yuan. With Zhou Shun's additional offer, my earnings would now exceed 150 yuan, not including my base salary." I couldn't help but marvel internally at how Zhou Shun was truly investing to retain me. Just as I thought the conversation was concluding, Zhou Shun suddenly retrieved a thick stack of cash from his drawer, presenting it to me with the words, "Xiao Lang, this is last month's salary. I've deducted what I lent you. Please check to see if it's correct." Instinctively, I cast a glance at the substantial bundle in Zhou Shun's hand, and I was taken aback. The thickness of the cash suggested it contained 3 or 4,000 yuan, far exceeding my rightful wages. Moreover, I had been mentally calculating, and today was not even the designated payday. There lies a perplexity within this situation. I comprehend the adage that unusual occurrences often harbor hidden motives. Since my arrival today, Zhou Shun has not only increased wages but also disbursed salaries ahead of schedule, which undeniably raises suspicions. Yet, I find myself unable to pinpoint the source of this anomaly. Observing the money before me, I refrained from taking it and cautiously inquired, "Brother Zhou, I sent it premature for salary distribution?" With a chuckle, he replied, "You've arrived at just the right moment. Today is the designated payday for the store. Do take it." After a brief moment of hesitation, I accepted the stack of money, casually counting it before lifting my gaze to Zhou Shun and remarking, "Brother Zhou, this seems rather excessive. It's a bonus." "As you performed admirably this month," Zhou Shun responded, maintaining his calm and composed demeanor. Unable to discern any misgivings, I ultimately tucked the money into my pocket. It became evident to me that escape was not an option. I could only remain steadfast here. Given this reality, I had no justification to refuse the money offered to me. Not long after, several delivery trucks from various courier companies arrived in succession. As I prepared to depart, Zhou Shun once again intercepted me. He offered me a cigarette, his expression serene as he said, "Xiao Lang, do you remember the rules of the Zizhu forest?" I nodded in affirmation, recalling the stipulations: to leave before 6 o'clock, to ascertain the addresses for shipments, and to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Zhou Shun nodded in acknowledgement and added, "It's good that you remember, but I shall impart an additional rule." A sudden jolt coursed through my mind as I pondered that such a substantial salary could not be earned without reason. Nonetheless, I inquired of Zhou Shun what else I should add. Zhou Shun warned me, "There exists a desolate park at the heart of the Zizhu Lin community, enclosed by iron fences. You must not venture there. Regardless of who beckons you, do not go. Do you understand?" Reflecting on my experiences from that night, I immediately grasped the location he referred to. I distinctly remembered passing by Zizhu Lin that evening, hearing a cacophony emanating from within, accompanied by a dazzling array of lights. It was only upon my entrance that I realized the source of the brightness and uproar was indeed the abandoned park at the center of Zizhu Lin. The last time, I had not fully comprehended the situation before being ensnared by the ghostly figure in a cheapao. I sensed that place was anything but ordinary. At the very least, it was not as mundane as it appeared. Nodding in agreement, I assured Zhou Shun, "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, I shall remember your instructions." Satisfied with my response, Zhou Shun chuckled and patted my shoulder, encouraging me to set off. After a moment's hesitation, I gestured towards the rather dilapidated vehicle, saying, "Brother Zhou, isn't it time to replace this old three-wheeled contraption? It rattles incessantly." To my surprise, before I could finish my sentence, Zhou Shun's cheerful demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. Pointing at the three-wheeler, he cautioned, "Young Lang, do not blame me for not warning you. This vehicle must not be changed under any circumstances. Do you understand? Rest assured, young Lang, this vehicle will operate smoothly and will not break down on the way." Seeing my silence, Zhou Shun smiled and added, casually pulling out a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and placing it into mine, saying, "A friend gave this to me a couple of days ago. I can't quite get used to the flavor. You take it." Having reached this point in our conversation, I felt it inappropriate to say anything further and nodded, accepting the cigarettes. As I walked along the road, I pondered Zhou Shun's unusual behavior. Having not seen him for several days, he seemed even more inscrutable than before, leaving me unable to decipher his intentions. I resolved that tonight, while following Zhou Shun, I must uncover some secrets. If this continued, I would either perish at his hands or be consumed by my own curiosity regarding his actions. The doorman was still the same hard-of-hearing Uncle Lu. For the past few days, the deliveries have been consistently handled by my spirit, so Uncle Lu should have noticed. As I approached, he greeted me with a smile. Today, there were not many packages, just over 40, but the one that posed a challenge was the delivery belonging to Wu Yang, which I discovered among the 40 or so parcels. Chapter 37. The light in the small Western-style building. It is indisputable that Wu Yang is a ghost. As for whether she poses a threat to me, I have yet to ascertain. At the very least, thus far, she has shown no intention of causing me harm. Wu Yang is a formidable spirit, as evidenced by Jiang Bo's remark that she is not someone I can contend with. Given her immense power, she could effortlessly obliterate me with but a mere gesture. Strangely, however, she has chosen not to do so. Moreover, during my previous entanglement with the Cheongsam ghost, Wu Yang even came to my rescue. I sense that she is far more complex than she appears. She likely possesses knowledge of the secrets hidden within the Zizhu forest. Contemplating this, I decided not to dwell further on the matter, as the realization that Wu Yang currently harbors no ill will towards me brought me a sense of relief. During my delivery, everything proceeded without incident. Upon arriving at the community restroom, I made a point to step inside and verify whether my spirit had returned to my body. The method of verification is quite straightforward for me. Aside from observing my shadow, I could use a sharp object to pierce my skin and see if blood flows. In broad daylight, observing my shadow is impossible, leaving only the latter method available. Recent events have kept me in a state of heightened tension, so before work, I had taken the precaution of carrying a particularly sharp fruit knife, fearing unforeseen circumstances. In hindsight, it seems that my decision to procure the knife was not in vain. As I squatted down, I retrieved the fruit knife and, gritting my teeth, made a deliberate incision into my palm. As I paddled, frustration surged within me, and I found myself cursing under my breath, teetering on the brink of self-harm. However, when I noticed a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the wound on my palm, all discontent vanished, as if it had never existed. Once again, I was a being of flesh and blood, tangible and real. In a surge of exhilaration, I tucked the fruit knife into my pocket, dabbing it with my own blood and inhaling the scent, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over me. Yet, as the moment of joy faded, I recalled that I had still not completed my deliveries. Thus, I refrained from lingering any longer. As long as I continued to deliver packages in the bamboo grove, my spirit would remain anchored within my corporeal form. Upon exiting the public restroom, I looked up to behold Wu Yang standing beside San Lizi, sheltered beneath an oiled paper umbrella. In that instant of seeing her, my calves involuntarily trembled. Had I been unaware of Wu Yang's ghostly nature, I might have felt at ease. But now that I was aware, I could no longer deceive myself, nor could I suppress the lurking fear within. After a brief moment of hesitation, I stomped my foot, gritting my teeth as I approached San Lizi. If it was fate, I could not escape it. If it was misfortune, I was powerless to evade it. If Wu Yang intended to harm me, she would have done so long ago. There was no need for her to wait until now. As I drew nearer to Wu Yang, an unsettling chill enveloped me. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, I could not tell. I steeled myself against the fear and managed a smile, saying, "Wu Yang, have you come to collect your package?" Wu Yang turned to regard me, her visage cloaked in an eternal frost, cold and foreboding. In truth, Wu Yang is not unattractive. She rivals the stars of television in beauty. Yet, her allure does not stem from seduction, but rather from an essence that resonates with classical elegance. When Wu Yang offered me a slight nod, I refrained from further conversation, hastily retrieving her package and handing it to her. As she took the parcel, my hand inadvertently brushed against hers, and I was momentarily taken aback, my gaze fixed upon her in astonishment. Warmth. I felt warmth in Wu Yang's hand. Hier, my mind swirling with confusion. Should not the essence of a ghost be frigid? How could she possibly possess warmth? Was it conceivable that Wu Yang was not a specter at all, but a living person? Wu Yang seemed oblivious to any awkwardness as she accepted the package and departed beneath her oiled paper umbrella. Watching her retreating figure, I was left with a monumental question mark on my mind. Is Wu Yang truly human? I stood there, meticulously reflecting on my interactions with her. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. The notion that Wu Yang was a ghost was a tale spun by Jiang Bo. Was he deceiving me? Could it be that Wu Yang is not a ghost, but rather a living being? If we entertain the idea that Wu Yang is a ghost, Then the complexities of that assertion aside, several straightforward questions arise that remain unanswered. If Wen Yang were indeed a ghost, how could the residents of the community perceive her? If she were a ghost, how could she receive parcels? If she were a ghost, how could there be warmth in her hand? Am I simply too naive in my understanding of spirits? Or is it possible that Wen Yang has never been a ghost? That Jiang Bo has orchestrated this entire charade to mislead me? I stood there in a daze, a profound pain enveloping my mind as if it were on the brink of shattering. Who is deceiving me? Who is exploiting me? Whom can I still trust? Who truly wishes to assist me? Is there anyone left? Just as I was about to suppress the heart-wrenching scream that threatened to escape my lips, the departed Wen Yang suddenly returned. She approached me, holding her oiled paper umbrella, and in that moment, her formerly icy gaze transformed into one of unexpected warmth. Some matters are destined, and, since they cannot be altered, we must simply go with the flow. Wen Yang's eyes were as gentle as flowing water as she reached out to caress my cheek. At that moment, I surprisingly forgot to withdraw, allowing her to stroke my face slowly. Her hand was warm and soft, akin to a spring that has long basked in the sun. "This is what you told me," she said. "For matters that cannot be changed, we shall embrace the natural course." The smile that graced her lips possessed a unique charm, utterly enchanting me to the point of losing my senses. "Are you a person or a ghost?" A sudden gust of wind jolted me back to reality, and I swatted away Wen Yang's hand from my cheek, stepping back and fixing my gaze intently upon her. Her hand hung rigidly in the air, and as she turned to look at me, a mournful smile graced her features. "If you wish to unravel the truth of it all, come to the warm embrace tonight at midnight. Should you come, answers await. Should you not, the truth shall remain forever elusive." With that, Wen Yang lingered no longer and turned to depart. I stood still in a daze for a considerable duration before finally regaining my senses. With a wry smile, I shook my head and remounted my bicycle to deliver the parcels, simultaneously resolving to attend the banquet at midnight. I was overwhelmed with curiosity about the unfolding events. I no longer wished to be a fool easily deceived by others. Even knowing that this gathering might be a trap, I resolved to go, for I would rather meet my fate with clarity than remain in ignorance. By 5 o'clock, I had completed the delivery of over 40 parcels. Upon returning to the delivery shop, I briefed my colleague, Zhou Shun, about the day's work and then departed. Zhou Shun typically left the shop punctually at 8 in the evening to head to the small villa, with nearly 3 hours to spare before then. I felt I had ample time. After work, I drove my Jetta to the rental company in the parking lot, informing the staff that I wished to extend the car rental for a few more days. The last time I rented this vehicle, I had paid 500 yuan for 10 days, though the 10 days had not yet elapsed. I decided to rent it for a few more days while I had some money on hand for unforeseen circumstances. The staff inquired how many additional days I required, and after a moment's contemplation, I handed over 500 yuan for an extension of 10 days. Once I exited the rental company, I parked the car not far from the delivery shop and visited a nearby convenience store to purchase 2 bottles of mineral water and some bread. While nibbling on the bread, I kept a watchful eye on the delivery shop. After approximately an hour and a half, illuminated by the streetlights, I observed Zhou Shun exiting the shop. Only after he securely closed the door and completed his checks did he settle back into his vehicle. Upon observing Zhou Shun's vehicle in motion, I promptly straightened my posture and ignited my own car, continuing to trail Zhou Shun at a leisurely pace. However, it was not long before I discerned an anomaly. During my previous surveillance of Zhou Shun, he had driven directly towards the suburban area, specifically to the quaint villa. Yet, this time, Zhou Shun veered towards the city center. I recalled that Zhou Shun's residence was located within the city. Could it be that he was opting to return home instead of heading to the villa? My mind was filled with uncertainty, but I resolved to follow him nonetheless. In the city, Zhou Shun's speed was relatively modest, averaging around 30 to 40 miles per hour, and due to the heavy traffic, I felt secure in my pursuit, confidently trailing him from a distance of 1 or 2 cars. I had memorized Zhou Shun's license plate number, alleviating any fears of losing him. After approximately 10 minutes, his pace began to significantly diminish, prompting me to reduce my speed as well. As I followed, I surveyed my surroundings and noted the preponderance of hotels in the vicinity. I was perplexed by Zhou Shun's choice of destination, so I composed myself, lit a cigarette in my car, and continued my pursuit. When we passed a Western restaurant, Zhou Shun unexpectedly activated his turn signal and maneuvered his car into a narrow alley adjacent to the eatery. This alleyway was exceedingly constricted, permitting only a single vehicle. Should I proceed further, I would undoubtedly be detected. Thus, I opted to park my car at the roadside, disembarking and cautiously approaching the alley's entrance to peer inside. Zhou Shun's vehicle did not proceed further, but instead halted within the alley. After approximately half a minute, I observed the door of his Santana swing open, prompting me to hastily withdraw my head, too apprehensive to continue gazing inside. As I retracted my head, I could hear the relentless thumping of my heart. After the duration of a cigarette, I surmised that Zhou Shun had likely exited the car, so I cautiously peered out once more to discern the commotion in the alley. When I ventured to look again, Zhou Shun had vanished, leaving only his Santana parked in the shadows. The alley was devoid of streetlights, shrouded in darkness, preventing me from discerning whether there were any small doors within, and I dared not venture in to investigate, momentarily rendered immobile. I reasoned that since Zhou Shun's car remained, he could not have strayed far, so I resolved to wait. He would eventually emerge. Indeed, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, I witnessed a small door beside the vehicle suddenly swing open, illuminating the surroundings with light from within. Concurrently, I saw Zhou Shun laboriously carrying a wooden box as he stepped out. The box appeared quite heavy, and Zhou Shun struggled with its weight. Fearing detection, I quickly retracted my gaze. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the trunk slamming shut echoed through the alley, followed by the unmistakable roar of the engine starting. Realizing that Zhou Shun was poised to drive out, I refrained from further observation and hurried back to my car to await his departure. After a mere 10 seconds, Zhou Shun's black Santana emerged from the alley. After making a turn, Zhou Shun continued driving forward, prompting me to start my own vehicle and follow closely behind. Before departing, I discreetly noted this location, contemplating that once I completed my surveillance of Zhou Shun, I would return to investigate the reason for his visit here. I harbored the belief that the wooden box contained something significant, undoubtedly of great importance to Zhou Shun. On this occasion, Zhou Shun did not divert to other destinations. After leaving the Western restaurant, he drove directly to the villa. The villa was situated in the suburbs, where traffic was sparse. I was already familiar with its location, so I maintained a cautious pace while following Zhou Shun, ensuring I could keep him in sight without drawing his attention. By the time I arrived at the villa, Zhou Shun had parked outside, his headlights extinguished, indicating he had exited the vehicle and entered the building. The contents of the villa remained a mystery to me. Even Jiang Bo could not elucidate its purpose. However, I was certain that if I approached too closely, Zhou Shun would inevitably notice my presence. Preserving my own safety was paramount, as my primary objective was to track Zhou Shun and ascertain whether he would visit any other locations beyond the villa. With my mission accomplished, I had no intention of pursuing further. Just as I adjusted my vehicle to leave, I suddenly noticed through the rearview mirror that lights had illuminated within the villa. Chapter 38. Testing Zhou Shun. The quaint villa had remained uninhabited for over a decade, its electrical circuits long since severed, rendering the sudden illumination of its lights utterly implausible. The only conceivable explanation was that Zhou Shun had activated the lights, indicating that he was the sole occupant of the villa at this moment. Contemplating this, I hesitated briefly before alighting from my vehicle and standing on the roadside, gazing towards the villa from a considerable distance. Although I had never ventured inside, I could discern the layout of the structure from the exterior. The villa boasted 2 levels. While the first floor eluded my comprehension, the second floor revealed itself through the windows, confirming the existence of 4 rooms. The only lit room was situated on the far left, while the 3 rooms to the right remained shrouded in darkness. Daring not to approach the villa, I maintained my distance, observing intently for an extended period. Apart from the illuminated room, I noted no irregularities. Just as I was about to withdraw my gaze and depart, I caught sight of a vague silhouette standing by the window of the second room. Due to the distance, I could not discern the identity of this figure. However, I was certain that there had been nothing beside that window mere moments prior. In the briefest instant of distraction, a figure had materialized. This apparition was undoubtedly unsettling. Fearing that it might be Zhou Shan, I refrained from lingering on the site and, in a state of panic, hurriedly re-entered my vehicle and drove away from the villa. After driving a considerable distance, I glanced back through the rearview mirror and, upon noticing that no vehicle was tailing me, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The secrets hidden within that small villa must be numerous. It cannot possibly be so straightforward. I remained oblivious to the identity of the shadow I had seen. Yet in retrospect, a realization dawned upon me. The figure stood before the window, where I could only vaguely discern a head, unable to perceive the upper body. The window itself was less than half a meter high, leading me to two potential conclusions. First, the figure might indeed be Zhou Shan, merely crouching down, revealing only his head. Alternatively, the shadow could belong to someone entirely different. If that were the case, who could it be? Tong Yao. A chill crept down my spine, and an eerie sensation enveloped me. Could it be that I had witnessed the figure of Tong Yao? If that were true, would Zhou Shan be in danger? Before this thought could fully materialize, I self-deprecatingly shook my head in denial. It was highly likely that Zhou Shan had unearthed Tong Yao's grave and taken her remains. Given this, how could Tong Yao possibly wish harm upon Zhou Shan? Yet, what if the situation were otherwise? They claimed Zhou Shan had excavated Tong Yao's tomb and removed her body, but we had not witnessed any of this. Nor did we dare to assert that Zhou Shan was indeed responsible. Contemplating this, I could not help but take out my phone and dial Zhou Shan's number. Regardless of the circumstances, I must first ascertain whether Zhou Shan is still alive. If he is, it would imply that Miss Tong Yao poses no threat to him, while simultaneously suggesting that it was indeed Zhou Shan who disturbed her grave and removed her remains. I attempted to reach him by phone. It rang several times without answer. After disconnecting, I called again, my anxiety mounting with each passing second. Just as the second call was about to terminate, he finally answered, and I heard his voice. "Alang, what's the matter?" Upon hearing Zhou Shan's voice, my heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, found solace. Yet, I was struck by an unsettling realization. There were sounds of children in the background. I could distinctly hear the faint echoes of a child's voice on his end, somewhat chaotic yet unmistakably recognizable, as the genuine innocence of a child's voice is easily discernible. Zhou Shan should be at the small Western-style house. Why then was there the sound of children? Could it be that the child's voice belonged to Miss Tong Yao? This thought sent a shiver down my spine, causing my foot to tremble dangerously close to the brake. Noticing my silence, Zhou Shan inquired once more about my reason for calling. Caught off guard, I hesitated for a moment, then suddenly recalled something. I opened my mouth wide and exclaimed to him, "Brother Zhou, where are you? Come out for a drink." There was a brief pause on his end before he replied, "I'm at home right now. It's not convenient for me to go out." I continued to chatter animatedly, feigning a state of bewilderment. "Oh, is that so? I had hoped to share a couple of drinks with Brother Zhou, but it seems that hope has faded." I added, "You enjoy your drink at your own pace. I have some matters to attend to. If there is nothing pressing, I shall bid you farewell, and when time permits, I'll treat you." Zhou Shan chuckled softly in response. After disconnecting the call, I exhaled deeply, my conviction regarding a certain matter solidifying further. It was evident that Zhou Shan had some connection with Miss Tong Yao. Zhou Shan was still at the small Western-style building. If he had departed, the only route home would be the one I was currently taking. If he were to return, I should have spotted him, yet I had seen nothing. This indicated that Zhou Shan had not left the small Western-style building, since he remained there, and I had discerned the sound of a child over the phone. It was quite apparent that there was indeed a child within the building, potentially Miss Tong Yao herself. I deemed this matter of great significance and felt it necessary to contact Elder Jiang. I retrieved my phone to call him, only to be met with the disheartening message of being out of service. After hanging up, I sent a text to Elder Jiang stating, "There is a new discovery at the small Western-style building. Contact me upon receiving this message." Having completed this, my vehicle had reached the city center. I recalled the alleyway Zhou Shan had taken when he first approached the small Western-style building, and thus I drove to the front of that quaint Western restaurant. After parking the car, I stepped out and lingered for a while at the entrance of the restaurant. It appeared modest in size, yet it thrived with customers, boasting a sign that declared it was open 24 hours. In my lifetime, I have never indulged in Western cuisine, nor do I possess any desire to do so. Hence, I never contemplated entering such an establishment. After wandering for a while, I ventured into a narrow alley. While I had not noticed anything peculiar from the outside, upon entering the alley, I was assailed by a pungent stench. This odor, undoubtedly emanating from the decay of meat, was particularly repugnant. As I proceeded deeper into the alley, I arrived at the small door that Zhou Shun had previously entered. Observing it for a moment, I discerned that this door was a security gate. Due to its tightly secured state, I could not glimpse what lay within. After a moment's hesitation, an idea struck me. I approached the security gate, knocked upon it, and called out, "Open the door! Open the door!" Before long, I heard footsteps coming from inside, and shortly thereafter, the gate swung open. The individual who answered was a young man, probably in his 20s, clad in a white work uniform and topped with a white hat. "Amista Kablia, chef." He regarded me with a curious glance and inquired, "Brother, what brings you to knock on my door?" I quickly replied, "I saw my cat run into your place. Please help me find it." Upon hearing my words, the young man erupted in laughter. "My friend, this door has been shut tight. How could a cat possibly enter? I distinctly saw it come in." I asserted, "I own a white Persian cat. I had just taken it for a stroll, and in the brief moment I turned around, it vanished. I chased it here and witnessed it dart into your home. Please, you must help me find it." All right, he chuckled. "I'll help you look for it." Seeing my persistence, the young man nonchalantly nodded. I suggested, "Let's search together. It would be more convenient." He did not deter me, but cautioned, "My friend, this is the kitchen. Please refrain from touching anything." I acknowledged his warning with a nod. As I stepped inside, a strong scent of meat enveloped me, and I sensed a noticeable drop in temperature within the room. I began to rummage around, not in search of a cat, but rather the wooden crates that Shun had moved. In a corner, I fortuitously spotted a wooden box and promptly approached it. Lifting the lid, I was astonished to find it brimming with ice blocks. "My friend, you needn't search there. Your cat would surely freeze to death if it ventured inside." The young man who had let me in remarked with a chuckle. I nodded and lowered the lid, casually inquiring, "What purpose does such a large quantity of ice serve?" In a Western restaurant, ice is primarily used to preserve meat. "The meat is transported from distant places and frozen for freshness," he replied without a moment's hesitation. This kitchen, I surmised, must belong to the Western restaurant up front. Curiously, I asked, "So the meat is stored in this box?" The young man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There are freezers for that. The ice in the box was purchased by someone and will be collected tomorrow." I speculated that Shun must have been the one to buy the ice, but I couldn't fathom his reasoning for doing so. Would he intend to place it in the villa? This conundrum eluded my understanding. Having achieved my objective, I decided not to linger and turned to the young man, saying, "Thank you, brother. I shall continue my search elsewhere." I merely stated that I did not possess your cat and advised him to seek elsewhere, for I had matters to attend to. The young man smiled warmly at me as he spoke. I nodded, exited the kitchen, and swiftly departed the alley. Upon returning, I glanced at the time and realized it was nearing 10 o'clock, with still 2 hours remaining until my appointment with Wunyang. I was uncertain of where to spend those 2 hours, so I decided to head back to the rented flat to avoid arousing Qin Daio's suspicions. Just as I arrived at the flat, I spotted Qin Daio emerging with a basin of foot-soaking water. Upon seeing me, he paused momentarily, gazing at me with surprise, and remarked, "Ning Lang, weren't you supposed to be out drinking? How have you returned so soon?" His words struck me like a bolt, and I inwardly cursed, realizing I had just informed Zhou Shun that I was out drinking. To my dismay, Zhou Shun had evidently relayed this information to Qin Daio, instructing him to monitor my whereabouts and ascertain whether I had indeed been drinking. After cursing Zhou Shun's treachery in my mind, I swiftly contemplated my next course of action. However, no matter how I reasoned, I could not find a plausible explanation. The scent of alcohol was unmistakable, and given my current state, completely devoid of any trace of liquor, Qin Daio would undoubtedly detect the truth. Noticing my silence, Qin Daio pressed further. "What is it? Has something happened?" "Nothing much," I replied. I merely took a sip or two and was reminded of you. It has been 2 days since we last met, so I thought I would come find you and share a drink together. Shall we go? At this juncture, I realized there was no alternative but to proceed with this charade, and I moved closer, resting my shoulder against Chindayo's. Chindayo, with a cheerful demeanor, said to me, "I won't be going. It's already past 10, and I have to work tomorrow." I replied with a smile, "I just called Brother Zhou, and he can't make it either. If I'm a drink, I might as well do it alone. Since you have nothing to do, why not join me for a couple of drinks? I really can't go. If you want to drink, you'd better hurry," he insisted. "I have to rise early for work." Unlike you, I hadn't genuinely intended for Chindayo to accompany me, but seeing his steadfastness, I reluctantly walked out the door with a sense of disappointment. Once outside, I paused momentarily, knowing that Chindayo would likely inform Zhou Shun about my plans. I pressed my ear against the door and listened for a while, but heard nothing. Eventually, I resigned myself to the situation, deciding to wait until tomorrow to see how things unfolded. If Zhou Shun grew suspicious, I would simply deny everything. After all, he couldn't truly hold it against me. In the commotion, time had slipped away, and it was now nearing 11. With only an hour left until my rendezvous with Wunyang, I chose not to linger any longer and set off on foot towards the nearby gentle haven of Zizulin. Chapter 39. The vanished soul. The rented bungalow was not particularly close to the haven of tranquility. It would take approximately half an hour on foot to reach it. As midnight approached, the streets had largely emptied of pedestrians, with only the occasional vehicle hastily passing by. As I walked forward, my gaze was cast downward, preoccupied with thoughts concerning Wunyang. The most pressing doubt that surrounded her was whether she was human or specter. Jiangbo had once assured me with great certainty that Wunyang was indeed a ghost, a formidable one at that. Previously, I had accepted Jiangbo's assertion without question, but after my encounter with Wunyang today, my convictions began to waver. If she were truly a ghost, how could she venture out during the day? Even with the oil paper fan shielding her from the sun, how could warmth emanate from her body? Conversely, if she were not a ghost, then why did the ghostly woman in the Qipao from Zizhu Forest exhibit such fear of Wunyang? A multitude of questions compelled me to desire an urgent meeting with Wunyang to clarify the nature of these perplexities. What secrets lay hidden behind Zizhu Forest? Who exactly was Zhou Shun, and how did he gain entry to the small Western-style villa? Did Miss Tong Yao truly have a connection to Zhou Shun? What was the state of Jiangbo's health? What had transpired with the two deceased, including one who had gone missing? And did my soul still belong to me? Lost in contemplation of the soul, I instinctively glanced down at the shadow cast upon the ground, under the glow of the street lamp. I clearly observed my shadow elongated, stretching out in a manner both peculiar and ordinary, devoid of any rhythm. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was indeed my shadow. Upon arriving at the haven of tenderness, the clock struck midnight precisely. However, I found myself hesitating at the entrance, pondering whether to step inside. The Haven of Tenderness was the name of an inn, not far from the bamboo grove. In the past, upon passing by and glimpsing the inn's name, I had mused that it must be unkempt. Who in their right mind would name a respectable in the Haven of Tenderness? Now, standing at the threshold, my mind was awash with confusion, unable to fathom why Wunyang had invited me here for a meeting. As I lingered in indecision, my phone unexpectedly buzzed in my pocket. I retrieved it, glancing at the unfamiliar caller ID. After a moment's contemplation, I swiped to answer. "Since you are here, you might as well come in. I await you in room 202. A brief silence ensued before a voice emerged from the other end. Wunyang's voice, unmistakable to my ears. I lifted my gaze and noticed a light illuminating a room on the second floor, with the window ajar. Surely, Wunyang had seen me, standing below. With a resolute heart, I placed my phone back into my pocket and approached, pushing open the glass door of the inn. If fortune favored me, then so be it. If misfortune awaited, I cannot evade it any longer. At this juncture, to continue hiding would truly be unmanly. If it truly comes to death, I must uncover the truth behind the circumstances. That way, even in death, I can find clarity. The sound of the door creaking open startled the proprietress, who was seated at the counter, engrossed in a television drama while snacking on seeds. She glanced up at me and inquired, Looking for a room? I shook my head and replied, I'm here to see my friend upstairs. The proprietress looked up toward the upper floor and asked, the young lady in room 202? I felt a flicker of confusion, wondering how she knew about Wen Yang, but I brushed it aside and nodded in affirmation. Sensing my uncertainty, the proprietress winked at me, saying, tonight, she is the only guest in my establishment, so I'm aware. My mind was consumed with thoughts of Wen Yang, and I was eager to discover the truth, wishing to brush off the proprietress and ascend the stairs. Little did I know, she was quite the chatterbox, rambling incessantly. Ultimately, she leered at me in a rather inappropriate manner, retrieved 2 pink packages from a drawer, and handed them to me with a smirk, saying, young man, the night is still young, and the quality provided in the room may not suffice. These are the latest ultra-thin models, just $5 each. Initially, I was oblivious to what the proprietress was offering, but once her words registered, I understood. To silence her once and for all, I scowled and pulled out $10 from my pocket, accepting the 2 packages. As I ascended the stairs, I reflected on my situation. I was just a pathetic loser, devoid of money, a home, or a car. At over 20, I remained a virgin. The exquisite beauty and graceful figure of Wen Yang are undoubtedly captivating. To engage with her in any manner would indeed be worthwhile. Yet, the thought of her ambiguous nature sent a shiver down my spine, causing me to dismiss such notions. With trepidation, I ascended to the 2nd floor and located room 202, standing at the threshold. I hesitated for an extended moment before finally mustering the courage to knock on the door. As soon as my knuckles rapped against the wood, a melodious voice emanated from within. The door is unlocked. Please come in. Gritting my teeth, I grasped the doorknob and turned it firmly. The instant I pushed the door open, I was rendered utterly speechless, my eyes wide and mouth agape as I beheld the scene inside. The room was filled with a soft mist, its air laced with a fragrant aroma, presumably the scent of shower gel, likely a remnant of a recent bath. However, it was not these details that left me dumbfounded. Through the ethereal haze, I discerned Wen Yang standing with her back to me, clad only in a loose-fitting white bathrobe that draped elegantly over her delicate form. Her long hair cascaded her waist, glistening with droplets of water that had yet to evaporate. Her fair and slender legs were completely exposed, and while she remained still, the moment she lifted her hands to arrange her tresses, her alluring silhouette became even more enticing. Rooted in place, I found myself at a loss, the only sound escaping me being the swallow of my own saliva. I've arrived, Wen Yang murmured softly, yet she still did not turn to face me. I did not discern the previous indifference in Wen Yang's voice. Rather, it resonated in my ears with an alluring charm. I swallowed hard, stammering for what felt like an eternity, before finally asking, did you not say that I would come to understand everything upon my arrival? When do you intend to enlighten me? Do you know what day it is today? Wen Yang did not respond to my inquiry, but instead posed a question of her own. I thought to myself, how could I possibly know what day it is? My sole desire was to unravel the truth swiftly and depart from this place of turmoil. Shaking my head, I replied, I do not know. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Wen Yang slowly turned around. As she did, I noticed that her expression was no longer the frigid demeanor I had previously encountered. Instead, it was imbued with gentleness and a hint of melancholy. At that moment, she seemed like an entirely different person from the Wen Yang I had met in the purple bamboo forest. Had it not been for her identical appearance, I might have questioned if they were indeed the same individual. Wen Yang strolled gracefully towards me, and upon reaching my side, she gently closed the door to the room. Then, she extended her hand and began to caress my face. Her touch was warm, reminiscent of spring water warmed by the sun. As I felt the heat of her hand, I suddenly regained my senses. If Wen Yang possessed warmth, then what was she, human or specter? This question abruptly pulled my myriad thoughts back to reality. I swiftly swatted her hand away and, taking advantage of the momentum, pushed against her chest, causing her to stumble and ultimately fall onto the bed. Are you human or a ghost? I fixed my gaze on Wu Yang, my question almost erupting in a roar. I couldn't fathom why I'd suddenly lost my temper. Perhaps it was due to the accumulation of these enigmas within my heart over time, a yearning for answers consuming me. Wu Yang reclined partially on the bed, her face etched with despondency, her eyes brimming with a sorrow I could plainly perceive. "Whether I am human or ghost, you shall discover for yourself," she replied. Rising from her position, she approached me closely. Just as I was contemplating the meaning behind her words, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around my neck. And before I could gather my thoughts, her lips sealed mine. My eyes widened in disbelief. In the bamboo grove, Wu Yang exuded an air of aloofness. Yet here in the inn, she radiated allure, her words laced with a tantalizing undertone. What was happening? Was the Wu Yang before me not the same one I knew, but rather an imposter? Yet she bore an identical visage. Before I could unravel this confusion, I felt something soft intrude into my mouth, without a doubt. It was Wu Yang's tongue. My hands instinctively rose, leaving me at a loss, having never shared a kiss with a girl throughout my life. Let alone the rare occasion of holding hands, Wu Yang's sudden advance left me utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. I am uncertain how long we have been ensnared in this awkward predicament. When Wu Yang held my lips, I felt no warmth. Instead, a chill began to envelop my body, as if the very warmth within me was gradually evaporating. It was not until my breath grew increasingly labored that I emerged from my stupor. Just as I contemplated struggling to push Wu Yang away, she released her grip on my neck and stepped back. I noticed a lingering blush upon her cheeks, and I stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. After prolonged silence, I stammered, I. Yet, before I could articulate my thoughts, Wu Yang approached me once more. Assuming she was about to kiss me, I instinctively reached to cover my mouth. However, Wu Yang had no intention of kissing. Instead, she grasped my hand and rolled up the sleeves of my shirt. As the fabric ascended past my forearm, I remained oblivious to her intentions. There is no longer. Wu Yang gazed intently at my arm, her expression steeped in sorrow. I found myself at a loss for conversation, unsure of how to respond, and thus diverted my gaze elsewhere. The room was illuminated, casting my silhouette in light, yet I sensed a profound absence within myself. What was missing? I pondered internally. In a moment of clarity, it dawned upon me. What I lacked was my shadow. My shadow had vanished once more. I stood frozen in shock, a sudden, excruciating pain coursing through my arm. Looking down, I saw Wu Yang with her head bowed and lips parted, biting into my flesh. Her grip was fierce and deep. Had this been any other time, blood would surely have streamed forth. Yet now, my arm bore no trace of it. I understood then that my soul was no longer my own. I was perplexed as to why Wu Yang would attack me in such a manner, but at that moment, I could think of nothing else. When she finally released her bite, I forcefully pushed her away, disregarding the pain in my arm. My eyes blazing with fury as I shouted, "Where has my shadow gone again? Is my soul lost as well? Was it you? Did you steal my soul?" If indeed it was Wu Yang who had taken my soul, it must have been during her kiss, for I had felt something amiss only upon entering this room. Wu Yang did not respond to my queries. Instead, she approached me once more, her hands gripping my arm as she examined the bite marks. At that moment, I felt nothing for her and coldly shook off her grasp, demanding once again, "Did you take my soul?" "I did take it," Wu Yang astonishingly confessed, stepping closer with an earnest gaze, her voice tender as she pleaded, "Ningguang, believe me, I mean you no harm. Your soul is safer with me. Trust me, I will ensure your safety." In that instant, I comprehended the truth. When I arrived at the bamboo grove, it was under the pretense set by Wu Yang. She assured me that here I would uncover all the answers. Yet what has transpired? The soul I so painstakingly returned has been silently seized by her. Had I not discovered this in time, I would still be ensnared in ignorance. What am I? A mere plaything? An object to be kicked about? Easily deceived? I feel myself on the brink of collapse. Every incident and encounter weighs heavily upon my nerves, and now I can almost hear the sound of them snapping. My time is running short, but I shall safeguard your soul. Rest assured that no one shall take it from me. I find myself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to place my trust in Wu Yang. Shaking my head, my sole desire is to depart from this place, to escape this realm of strife. If I linger here any longer, madness will surely claim me. I turn my back on Wu Yang, retreating to the door, flinging it open and fleeing outside. Behind me, I faintly heard her voice. She warned me that my time was limited, and when we next meet, I know not when that shall be. You must remember my words. Do not be so easily swayed by others, for they may harbor intentions to harm you. Promise me. Chapter 40. The departed, I refrained from responding to Wen Yao's words, for I was utterly at a loss for what to say. As I descended the stairs in haste, the innkeeper's wife gazed at me, startled by my frantic rush. What is the matter, young man? Has it concluded so swiftly? With a sullen expression, I ignored her inquiry and dashed through the glass door, escaping the inn. The streets were desolate, devoid of any passers-by, with the withered streetlights casting a dim glow upon the pavement. As I kept my head lowered, I focused on the ground beneath my feet, where only fallen leaves and debris lay scattered. Once again, my shadow had vanished without a trace. A flicker of hope compelled me to halt, and with gritted teeth, I retrieved a fruit knife from my pocket, drawing it across my palm. I was acutely aware that this endeavor was futile, for moments earlier in the inn, Wen Yao had bitten me deeply, yet not a single drop of blood had emerged. As anticipated, the sharp blade sliced through my flesh, exposing the white tissue beneath. But not a drop of crimson flowed forth. I inhaled deeply, standing lost and desolate beneath the streetlight, disregarding the bite marks on my arm and the wound on my palm. The cold wind swept past, gradually calming my restless heart. I realized that my thoughts should not dwell on these matters, but rather seek to unravel the enigma of what transpired. In the Zizhu forest, under the pretense of enlightening me, Wen Yao had lured me to the inn, ultimately seizing my soul in that fateful kiss. I furrowed my brow, reflecting intently on Wen Yao's words. She remarked that she would safeguard my soul, implying that it was not secure within my body and could only find safety under her watch. Subsequently, she advised me against trusting anyone, as anyone might seek to exploit me. While I refrained from commenting on the matter of the soul, I could not help but chuckle at her final admonition. I thought to myself, lacking a car, a house, money, or any appealing qualities, who would deceive me? Who would wish to take advantage of me? The woman must be privy to many things, certainly more than I am aware of. This was the singular thought that resided in my mind. Perhaps upon finding her, I would truly uncover everything. Earlier, in a fit of agitation and resentment, I had lost my composure and fled from the inn. Now, as I gradually regained my calm, I felt an urge to seek her out and clarify the entire situation. Glancing at my palm, marred only by wounds and devoid of blood, I gritted my teeth and sprinted back along the path I had come. Upon returning to the sanctuary, the proprietress paused momentarily at the sight of me entering through the glass door. I hurried over to inquire, "Where's the girl who checked into room 202? She left not long ago. Did you not see her upon your arrival?" The proprietress replied, rising to peer out the door. There was no one outside. I had seen it clearly when I entered. I asked how long ago did she depart. The proprietress, her expression one of astonishment, responded, "She left only a moment ago. You arrived less than a minute after she stepped out. Did you not encounter her on your way?" I remained silent, hurriedly rushing out of the inn in search of Wen Yang. The entire street lay desolate, devoid of her presence. At that moment, a thought struck me, the words she had uttered as I exited my room. She had mentioned that her time was running out. What could that phrase imply? Could it be that Wen Yang, a living being, meant to convey that she was on the brink of death? During our encounter in room 202, I had indeed sensed the warmth of her body. Wen Yang must be a flesh and blood individual, not a specter. If she cannot be a ghost, then how was she able to instill fear in the ghostly figure of the Chi Pao and stealthily claim my soul? This perplexity eluded my understanding. The innkeeper's wife emerged from within, beckoning me to approach. Unable to locate Wen Yang, I decided against further searching and returned to the inn. The innkeeper's wife retrieved an identification card from a drawer and handed it to me, saying, "This is the young lady's ID from just now." I meant to return it to her when she checked out. However, she left in such haste that she forgot to ask for it, and I neglected to mention it. I took the ID she offered and glanced down at it, then furrowed my brow as I looked back at her. "Are you certain this is her identification?" The innkeeper's wife's expression turned bewildered at my inquiry. Without further explanation, I returned the ID to her. Upon inspecting it again, her astonishment erupted. How is this possible? The person on the ID was clearly that young lady. How could it have transformed into another individual? The proprietress spoke the truth. The individual on the identification card was certainly not Wunyang. I distinctly remembered Wunyang's appearance, though the girl on the ID was likewise beautiful. Her eyes, nose, mouth, and facial contours were entirely different from those of Wunyang. Throughout the night, that girl was my sole client. It was inconceivable that I would receive another identification card. The proprietress, still wearing a look of perplexity, continued to express her confusion. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I said to her, I just recalled that my girlfriend had recently traveled to South Korea. I had forgotten about it. Upon mentioning South Korea, the proprietress seemed to grasp the situation. Yet she still remarked in astonishment, Your girlfriend must have had quite the experience in South Korea. They are completely different individuals. I said little more, accepted the identification card, and departed. As I walked towards my rented apartment, I scrutinized the ID in my hand. The girl on the identification card was named Gu Qingyi. Her age comparable to mine, and her appearance was clearly not that of Wunyang. If she did not resemble Wunyang, how could Wunyang have used this ID to check into a hotel? A bold thought crossed my mind. It was entirely possible that Wunyang was not human, but rather a ghost. This girl, Gu Qingyi, might be the vessel through which Wunyang manifested, though the means by which her face transformed remained a mystery to me. I resolved to have Fong Xiang investigate Gu Qingyi at the police station upon his return, and also to look into Jiang Bo's granddaughter. Fong Xiang was responsible for the case in Zizulins, where there must surely be information regarding a third missing courier. At the very least, they would know the name of the individual involved. Although I am currently in a cooperative relationship with Jiang Bo, some of his actions have indeed aroused my suspicions. Caution is the mother of safety, and it is imperative to deliberate thoroughly on intricate matters. This has always been Jiang Bo's modus operandi. Although we have only interacted for a few days, I have already gleaned some insights. As I was tucking my identification card into my pocket, my phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, I discovered a message from Jiang Bo, continue to shadow Zhou Shan. I am currently seeking a way to access the small villa. When the time is right, I shall reach out to you. Without a moment's hesitation, I dialed Jiang Bo's number. After 4 or 5 rings, he finally answered, his voice somewhat feeble. What is it, lad? Without pausing, I recounted the shadowy figure I had encountered in the small villa and Zhou Shan's purchase of ice. To my surprise, Jiang Bo became visibly agitated upon hearing that Zhou Shan had bought ice to take to the small villa. Indeed, it is the small villa. There, we shall undoubtedly discover a solution for you, as well as a means to find my granddaughter. Jiang Bo, how can you be so certain? I inquired, perplexed. Jiang Bo replied, It is too complicated to explain over the phone, but rest assured, I am already aware of the situation. Just keep following Zhou Shan. I'm diligently searching for a way into the small villa, and it won't be long before we can gain entry. I nodded and hesitated briefly before asking, Jiang Bo, you mentioned that Wunyang is a ghost. Is that true? Without a moment's pause, Jiang Bo asserted, It is undoubtedly true. Wunyang in the purple bamboo forest is indeed a ghost. Moreover, she is no ordinary spirit. In what way is she extraordinary? I inquired hastily. Jiang Bo, perhaps sensing the necessity of mutual trust in our collaboration, did not conceal this aspect from me. He responded, Let me explain. A ghost is a manifestation that occurs after a human's demise. Generally, regardless of the circumstances surrounding one's death, there is often some lingering resentment. Although there do exist spirits devoid of such bitterness. These types are known as wandering souls. They possess little destructive power. If they do not report to the realms of the dead, they cannot linger in the mortal world for long. Pondering this, I asked, what category does Wunyang belong to? After a brief silence, Jiang Bo replied, Wunyang in the purple bamboo forest is somewhat intricate. I sense no malice from her. She is likely a wandering soul. However, as I mentioned earlier, wandering spirits typically lack significant potency akin to ordinary humans. Yet, Wunyang is distinctly different. She is not only formidable, but has also existed in the mortal realm for an extended period. As for other details, I am unaware, suffice it to say, I am no match for Wunyang. At this juncture, Jiang Bo cautiously warned me, Be careful, young one. Do not provoke Wunyang. She is certainly not benevolent. Reflecting on my previous predicament, I let out a rueful chuckle. What is the matter, young man? Why the sudden inquiry? Jiang Bo asked with a smile. After some contemplation, I replied, Jiang Bo, fearing that Zhou Shun might grow suspicious. I returned to the purple bamboo forest to deliver a package. Jiang Bo paused momentarily, then said, that is indeed a wise approach. It makes it easier to get closer to him. After a brief moment of hesitation, I inquired of Jiang Bo, do you possess any methods to prevent a ghost from possessing a person? At present, my body is devoid of a soul, leaving me once again in a state akin to a mere shell, which renders me an enticing target for spirits seeking a host. The last thing I wish is to be unwittingly possessed by a ghost. Jiang Bo, perplexed, responded, you should be regaining your soul once you return to work at the Purple Bamboo Grove. Why do you ask this? Unable to articulate my thoughts clearly to Jiang Bo, I stammered, I merely wish to have a precaution in place, just in case. Fortunately, Jiang Bo did not harbor any suspicions. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, when a soul resides within a person, it is exceedingly difficult for a ghost to take possession. Moreover, possession by a spirit is merely a phenomenon. A ghost cannot inhabit a person's body for an extended duration unless that individual is deceased or devoid of a soul. This assertion from Jiang Bo resonated with the concept of borrowing a corpse to return a soul, yet I am precisely one who lacks a soul. I hastily asked Jiang Bo if there were any means to prevent being possessed by a ghost. He informed me that for a ghost to remain within the body of a deceased person or one devoid of a soul for an extended period, it must enter into a ghost contract. Only by successfully signing such a contract could a spirit remain undisturbed within the body of a deceased individual or one without a soul for a prolonged duration. I am familiar with this ghost contract. The elderly man who perished in the internet CF sought to harm me and compel me to sign such a contract. There is no foolproof method to ward off spectral possession. Vigilance is your best defense. Avoid imprudent pacts with spirits, cautioned Uncle Jiang. Sensing the risk of exposure, I curtailed my inquiries, offering a non-committal nod. Uncle Jiang then instructed me to persist in shadowing Zhou Shun, who was purportedly seeking ingress into the villa. Once inside, the truth would allegedly surface, ensuring our well-being. I could only entreat Uncle Jiang to expedite his search for entry into the villa, as I was weary of subsisting as a soulless automaton. En route home, I reproached myself for my avarice. Though I had amassed a considerable sum, I had become a grotesque parody of my former self. Thus, one must resist the allure of petty gains, lest they forfeit enduring values, a fool's bargain, of which I was now the embodiment. Upon returning to the rented flat, I observed that Qin Diyu's room was dark, suggesting he was already asleep. As I approached my door, key in hand, I noticed a package at my feet. Chapter 41. The mysterious message having endured so much, my nerves have grown rather resilient. Upon encountering the package, my first thought was that this persistent parcel had returned once more. I had spotted it when I moved out of Fong Xiang's home, yet I chose to disregard it. The reason was quite simple. I wished to observe whether this package would continue to haunt me, whether it would indeed follow me wherever I went. Now, seeing the package again, I am convinced of its tenacity. As I bent down to retrieve it, I realized it was the same package that Uncle Chun had sent to Fengdu City. A sense of absurdity washed over me. Fengdu City is known as a ghost town within the realm of the dead, a fact I'm well aware of. Is it possible that unless this package reaches its destination in the underworld, it will remain tethered to me for all eternity? Opening the door and placing the package on the table, I chose not to dwell on it any further. It was already 2 a.m. After a long and arduous day, I lay down and soon fell asleep. When I awoke the next morning, it was already past 10 o'clock. I was scheduled to work at 1 p.m, leaving me ample time. At this moment, I found myself devoid of any spiritual essence. Before entering the small Western-style building, my sole objective was to safeguard myself from being possessed by any wandering spirits. After much contemplation, I suddenly recalled what Fong Xiang had shared with me. He mentioned that his family possessed an ancient talisman left behind by a venerable shaman, which could ward off spirits and prevent possession. I contemplated seeking refuge at Fong Xiang's place, reasoning that the spirits would likely remain dormant during the daylight hours. After tracking Zhou Shun in the evening, I intended to return promptly to Fong Xiang's home. With this thought in mind, I retrieved my phone and dialed Fong Xiang's number. After a few rings, I was met with the unmistakable sound indicating that the line was busy, suggesting that it was inconvenient for him to take my call. I remained unperturbed, choosing to wait for him to return my call. At that moment, my peripheral vision caught sight of a package resting on the table. The previous night, this ominous parcel had appeared at the entrance of my rented accommodation, and I had brought it inside without any apparent issue. However, now there lay an additional piece of gray craft paper atop the package. Frowning, I approached the table and picked up the craft paper to examine it, revealing a line of ominous text. Before the full moon, if this item is not delivered, all souls shall perish. Upon reading the words inscribed on the paper, my hand trembled slightly, and I discarded the craft paper onto the table. I refrained from gazing at it again and instead sat on the bed, retrieving a cigarette to ponder the significance of the note's sudden appearance. When I returned home last night, there had been no such paper. This indicated it must have been placed there while I slept. This led me to ponder who had left the paper there. The only individual I could suspect was Qin Daiyou, residing next door and allied with Zhou Shun. Whether his friend or foe remained uncertain. Yet, I usually slept lightly, and the door was secured. Opening it would surely have produced a sound, one I would not have overlooked. As I inhaled the smoke, my fingers rubbed my forehead, and I ultimately resolved not to ponder the identity of the sender, but instead to contemplate the meaning inscribed upon the paper. The phrase "the night of the full moon" is readily comprehensible. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month each year marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time when the moon in the heavens attains its perfection. Thus, the reference to the night of the full moon implies a time prior to this date, specifically before the 15th of the 8th lunar month. The phrase "if this item is not delivered" remains clear, as the brown paper indicates that it pertains to the parcel itself. The subsequent phrase, "the souls of men shall perish," I can grasp, yet it eludes my understanding. It suggests that man will die and souls will fragment. Taken together, the implication is, if this parcel is not delivered to the city of Fengdu in the realm of the dead before the 15th of the 8th lunar month, not only shall I perish, but my very soul shall scatter into oblivion. I abruptly rose to my feet, discarding the cigarette but onto the ground. The crux of these statements lies in the final phrase, "the souls of men shall perish." I am corporeal, existing in the realm of the living, yet my soul is elsewhere, with Yin and Yang. The phrase implies that not only will my body cease to exist, but my spirit shall also dissipate. Could it be that this brown paper was placed here by Yin and Yang? Is her ultimate aim not merely to seize my soul, but to compel me to deliver this parcel to the realms of the dead? Surely, this is absurd. How could a living man deliver a parcel to the underworld? Indeed, I am a courier, but merely a courier of this world. Matters of the netherworld are beyond my jurisdiction and courage. Yet, the thought of the souls of men shall perish sends a chilling shiver down my spine. I pray that this is merely a jest. Yet could it truly unfold as I envision? As I ponder this, I resolve to cast aside my thoughts. After all, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month is still quite distant, at least a month away. If the intention is indeed to have me deliver this package to the ethereal city of Fengdu, surely I would not be given such scant clues. No sooner had this thought solidified than my phone, resting on the bed, began to ring. Upon answering, I was met with Fong Xiang's irate voice. "Ning Lang, damn you. The last time you called, I was on a mission. This time, I am in a meeting. Can't you choose a more opportune moment?" I retorted, somewhat aggrieved. How was I to know you were in a meeting or otherwise occupied? Fong Xiang, appearing rather anxious, wasted no time and inquired directly, "What is it that you need this time? By the way, about your previous question regarding possession by spirits, you haven't been possessed, have you?" I shook my head and replied, "I am not possessed. The reason for my call is to inform you that I intend to stay at your place for a few days." Fong Xiang paused momentarily and asked what happened. "Is there a problem?" I weakly responded, "My soul has vanished once again." "What the hell?" Fong Xiang exclaimed, his reaction more pronounced than my own. He expressed astonishment, saying, "You've been working at Zizulan. How could your soul be missing?" Continuing down this path, it seems my abode has transformed into an inn. One can come and go as they please. To be frank, I initially felt indifferent, but Fong Xiang's words suddenly imbued me with a sense of the uncanny. I have grown accustomed to Fong Xiang's carefree demeanor, so I wasted no time in expressing my intention to stay at his place. Fong Xiang had no objections, mentioning that he was alone at home and would appreciate my company. Before concluding our conversation, I inquired about his return, hoping he could assist me with some inquiries. Fong Xiang informed me that it would be another 2 or 3 days before he returned. To claim that I was unperturbed about investigating Gu Chengyi and Jiang Bo's granddaughter would be disingenuous. While Gu Chengyi could be set aside for now, Jiang Bo was another matter entirely. Currently, my relationship with Jiang Bo is one of collaboration. Without a thorough understanding of his background, I could not easily trust him, nor discern the veracity of his words. After ending the call, I glanced at the time, prepared to step out for a meal before heading to work. While dining, my phone vibrated unexpectedly in my pocket. I retrieved it to find a text message from an unfamiliar number, and upon reading its contents, I was momentarily taken aback. The small Western-style building is treacherous. Do not enter. Moreover, Jiang Bo is using you. I fell silent, my mind instantly recalling the ghostly face I encountered with Jiang Bo at the mass grave. More accurately, it was the note behind that ghostly visage. Initially, I believed the note was merely a ploy to sow discord, but I eventually realized the situation was far more complex. Now, this message intertwined with that note only confirmed the intricacies at play. With a sense of trepidation, I dialed the number from which the message originated, only for the call to be abruptly severed before it could even ring. Unyieldingly, I set aside my chopsticks and composed a text message to send. I inquired, "Who are you, and how do you possess this knowledge?" As I dined, a sense of unease began to settle within me, intensifying my eagerness to unravel a certain mystery. Regardless of the veracity of the message or whether Jiang Bo was deceiving me or not, I was resolute in my determination to ascertain whether the missing third courier was indeed Jiang Bo's granddaughter. If that were the case, it would validate that Jiang Bo had not misled me, at least not regarding his identity. Conversely, if it were not true, it would merely indicate my own folly. After finishing my bowl of noodles, I finally received a reply to my message. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. Simply remember that the Shaoyang building is off limits, and Jiang Bo is untrustworthy." I pressed for more information, but his silence rendered further inquiry unnecessary. Furrowing my brow, I tucked my phone into my pocket, settled my bill, and made my way to the courier's shop. I intended to proceed with work as usual and to follow Zhou Shun that evening. The message merely cautioned me against going there. It did not forbid me from approaching. For the moment, I was waiting for Fong Xiang to return while also anticipating news from Jiang Bo. Upon arriving at the courier's shop, I found Zhou Shun already present. He greeted me with a cheerful smile and offered me a cigarette, eyeing me with curiosity as he remarked, "Little Lang, you certainly drank quite heartily last night. I heard from you that you didn't come home until the wee hours and couldn't rise this morning." I accepted the cigarette, chuckling sheepishly. I was simply celebrating payday and went out for a couple of drinks. Little did I know I would overindulge and nearly cause a scene. Returning home in the dead of night, now nursing a headache. One should drink less of that intoxicating beverage. Overindulgence can be detrimental to one's health. Zhou Shun remarked with earnest concern. I nodded in agreement, pledging to abstain in the future. Zhou Shun, however, suddenly inquired, "What did you hear when you called me last night?" A pang of anxiety struck me. Did Zhou Shun suspect that I had heard the voice of the girl singing the nursery rhyme? Frowning, I feigned ignorance and replied, "I didn't hear anything at all. When I called you, I was at the barbecue stand, surrounded by a crowd, and the noise was overwhelming." "What is the matter, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Shun chuckled mysteriously. "Oh, it's nothing. I just thought the sound was a bit peculiar. Perhaps my phone is malfunctioning." I merely responded with a non-committal murmur, and at that moment, the delivery truck from the courier company arrived. I seized the opportunity to excuse myself to unload the goods, leaving the conversation with Zhou Shun unresolved. As I unloaded the cargo, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. These people are astute. Fortunately, I'm not foolish. Had I been any slower, I might have fallen into a trap. Once I finished, I mounted my trusty steed and headed towards the bamboo grove. Before I departed, Zhou Shun repeatedly urged me to remember the things he advised me to avoid. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting, and I surmised that the less I knew, the better off I would be. So, I nodded in agreement without pressing for further details. On my way, I pondered whether I might encounter Yin and Yang today. If I did, I would certainly seek clarification on the matter. However, I was disappointed to find that among the 40 to 50 parcels, there was not a single delivery for Yin and Yang. I assumed it was merely a temporary absence of her packages today and dismissed the thought. With experience, my speed in delivering packages has significantly improved. I completed 40 to 50 deliveries before 5:30. Seizing the moment before 6, I promptly rode my bicycle out of Zizulins and returned to the courier shop. While briefing Zhou Shun on my tasks, I deliberately raised my voice to inform Qin Dayo. Dayo, I will be moving out soon. Qin Dayo paused momentarily, glanced at Zhou Shun, and then inquired, "Why on earth are you moving out?" I explained that a fellow villager had arrived, and we planned to share a place together. I mentioned that the rent for my current place was soon due, and I did not intend to renew it. Qin Dayo exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with me, but did not press further. After leaving the courier shop, I went to my rented flat to tidy up some belongings. Just before departing, I hesitated for a moment while looking at a particular package, but ultimately decided to take it with me. I had been to Fangxiangjia before, and possessing the key spared me much unnecessary trouble. I remained at Fangxiangjia until around 7:30 in the evening, when I finally set out in my car towards the courier shop's vicinity. As always, Zhou Shun closed the shop at around 8 and drove away in his black Santana. Drawing from my previous experiences of following him, I became adept at adjusting my pace, knowing when to slow down and when to accelerate past Zhou Shun to avoid raising his suspicions. To my surprise, this time Zhou Shun did not head to the back kitchen of that Western restaurant, but instead went directly to the small villa. Once near the villa, I ceased my pursuit, stopping at an intersection to observe from a distance. A considerable time elapsed after Zhou Shun alighted from the vehicle before the light in the first room on the second floor of the small Western-style building flickered on once more. Abruptly, recollections of the silhouette I had observed in the window of the second room the previous evening flooded my mind. With taut nerves, I fixed my gaze upon the diminutive Western-style building from a distance, apprehensive that the figure might materialize again. Due to the considerable separation, my vision was somewhat obscured. After a moment's hesitation, I parked the car at the roadside and proceeded towards the small building on foot. As I approached within a mere 50 meters of the structure, I was startled to discern two figures within the first room on the second floor. The illumination emanating from the room allowed me to clearly perceive the silhouettes cast upon the window. Two figures were visible, one tall and imposing, presumably Zhou Shun, and the other remarkably diminutive, resembling a child. A wave of trepidation washed over me, as I surmised that the small figure must be the maiden, Tong Yao. Just as I came to a halt, I witnessed Zhou Shun abruptly seize the child by the throat with both hands, hoisting the small figure into the air. Chapter 42. The Skinning of Humans. Zhou Shun has committed murder. The scene that unfolded before my eyes was illuminated by the light reflecting through the window, revealing Zhou Shun's hands gripping the neck of a child's shadow with unyielding ferocity. Cold sweat trickled down my back, soaking my shirt. As I hesitated, my throat constricting, I contemplated stepping closer to discern the situation when suddenly, a haunting melody emanated from within the small Western-style house. My mother has killed me. My father has devoured me. My siblings sit beneath the dining table, gathering my bones, burying them beneath a cold gravestone. The sinister nursery rhyme echoed from the eerie abode, causing my entire being to bristle with terror. At that moment, the shadow at the window vanished. I found myself devoid of the courage to continue observing, stumbling back to my car in a frenzied retreat. I started the engine and sped away like a bat out of hell. As I drove, I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. After covering a considerable distance, I cautiously glanced in the rearview mirror, relieved to find nothing lurking behind. Once I regained my composure, a troubling thought struck me. No, it cannot be. There must be someone else in that house, another child. This conclusion arose from the realization that what appeared on the window was merely a shadow, not a corporeal form. The nursery rhyme girl had died a decade ago. A ghost could not cast a shadow. Moreover, when Zhou Shun was throttling that figure, the voice of the nursery rhyme girl resonated immediately. One must wonder, how could a person being strangled possibly utter a sound? Who exactly is Zhou Shun? How many spirits inhabit the little Western-style building? Suddenly, I find myself agreeing with the stranger who sent me a message, asserting that one should not venture into the little building lightly, for once inside, one might never return. After much contemplation, I resolved to relay the events of the night to Jiangbo. Shortly after my message was sent, Jiangbo called me. On the phone, he expressed his confusion. If what you say is true, then Zhou Shun is not the only one in the little building? I nodded earnestly, affirming, it is certainly not just Zhou Shun. I witnessed him gripping the child by the throat, and at that very moment, Miss Tong Yao began to sing. Jiangbo, do you think Zhou Shun might commit murder? Absolutely not. Jiangbo replied with conviction. Zhou Shun would never kill anyone. There are surely more secrets concealed within that little building. He suggested, continue to follow Zhou Shun tomorrow. Before you do, purchase a pair of binoculars, then observe the situation from your car. If anything seems amiss, flee immediately. After some reflection, I realized Jiangbo was indeed correct. Had I been so astute previously, I would not have been so easily frightened. As the saying goes, experience comes with age. I then inquired when he would be able to return and gain entry to the little building. Yang informed me. I have already discovered a way to enter the little building and am currently making preparations. It will be within the next couple of days. Once I am ready, I will call you. I murmured a prayer, hoping that Feng Xiang would be swifter than Jiangbo, at the very least allowing me to discern Jiangbo as true identity. Upon returning to Feng Xiang's home that evening, I shut the door firmly and retired for the night. During the day, I dared to venture outside, yet at night, I resolutely refrained from doing so, fearing that some ghost might take an interest in me. The following morning, I ventured to the larger shopping mall in the city, intending to procure a pair of binoculars. These were not subject to any prohibitions and were relatively easy to acquire. I entered a store that specialized in camping gear, knowing that those who had served in the military were well acquainted with binoculars, and I had a fair understanding of which models possess superior performance. Without much deliberation, I pointed at a military-grade binocular hanging on the wall. As I toyed with the binoculars, I stepped outside to adjust them for trial use. After a cursory glance into the distance, I found their performance quite satisfactory. Just as I was about to put them away, I suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure through the lenses. It was Zhou Shun. Through the binoculars, I observed Zhou Shun entering the mall and promptly ascending to the second floor. The mall comprised 3 levels. The second floor featured clothing stores, while the third housed a large supermarket. After a moment's hesitation, I returned to the store to complete my purchase and stealthily followed Zhou Shun. In the past, I would never have considered trailing Zhou Shun, but circumstances had changed. Zhou Shun did not stop at the clothing store on the second floor to buy garments. Instead, he proceeded directly to the children's clothing section. I pondered, having never heard of Zhou Shun having children. Could it be that he was buying clothes for the young girl, Tong Yao? In a moment of distraction, Zhou Shun had already selected several garments. Concealed behind a heap of clothes, he was unaware of my presence, allowing me to silently observe him. Zhou Shun did not expend much time deliberating over types and colors. He casually picked a few outfits for boys and girls before proceeding to the checkout. It was plausible that the girls' clothing was intended for Tong Yao. Yet the purpose of the boys' clothing remained a mystery. Furthermore, Tong Yao is a ghost. Does a ghost require clothing? Could it be that the child Zhou Shun had grasped last night was a little boy? As I pondered these questions, Zhou Shun completed his purchase and began to approach me. A surge of panic washed over me, prompting me to quickly find a hiding spot. Just as Zhou Shun was nearing, fatefully, a sales attendant approached me and inquired, "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" I thought to myself, keeping a safe distance would be the best assistance. Speaking now could very well lead to my discovery by Zhou Shun. In my haste to devise a plan, I glanced up and noticed a camouflage jacket hanging on the wall. Lowering my voice, I instructed the attendant, "Please retrieve the camouflage jacket from the wall." With a sweet smile, she complied and went to fetch the garment. Seizing this opportunity, I swiftly turned around. In that very instant, I caught sight of Zhou Shun as he walked past, standing by the elevator to descend. I exhaled quietly, relieved. Had I not turned away from Zhou Shun just moments ago, there was a strong possibility he would have spotted me. As I awaited Zhou Shun to descend the stairs and exit the mall, I finally began my own descent. On my way down, A server approached me with a camouflage outfit, but I disregarded her and turned away. By the time I exited the mall, Zhou Shun had vanished, presumably having driven away. After purchasing a pair of binoculars, I chose not to linger further and returned directly to the delivery store. Upon entering, I did not see Zhou Shun with any clothing in hand, likely left in his vehicle. Fortunately, Zhou Shun's demeanor towards me remained unchanged, suggesting he had not noticed my covert surveillance over the past several days. When the delivery truck arrived and unloaded its cargo, I proceeded to deliver the packages. Today's deliveries were relatively few, numbering only around 40 to 50 items, yet in my search, I found none belonging to Wunyang. A sense of unease began to envelop me. I was uncertain whether my concern was for Wunyang or for my own soul. What did Wunyang mean by saying, "My time is running short"? Is she truly nearing death? I felt an urgency to hasten matters. I needed Feng Xiang to return swiftly to investigate the affairs of Gu Cheng and Jiang Bo's granddaughter. Resolute, I called Feng Xiang as soon as I finished my deliveries and exited Zijulin, inquiring about his whereabouts and when he would return. Feng Xiang maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, speaking in a cheeky tone. "Ninglang, tell me the truth. Do you have a penchant for young men?" "I have no such inclination. Just tell me when you will be back," I replied, both exasperated and amused by Feng Xiang's antics. Feng Xiang smiled and said, "Tomorrow evening. I should arrive. However, upon my arrival, I must first visit the police station. What would you like me to investigate?" I promptly relayed the matters concerning Gu Qingyi and Jiang Bo's granddaughter to Feng Xiang. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Please take a photograph of Gu Qingyi's identification card and send it to me. Once I reach the police station, I will assist you in your inquiries. As for the matter regarding Jiang Bo, we shall have to wait until I am at the station." I agreed, assuring him that I would inform him immediately upon receiving any updates. After returning to the courier shop and handing over today's delivery slips to Zhou Shun, I concluded my workday as usual. I still lacked the courage to venture outside, opting instead to remain at Feng Xiang's residence, where I subsisted on a bowl of instant noodles when hunger struck. At 7:30, I proceeded to my car, as was my routine, and drove to the courier shop to wait for Zhou Shun to finish his shift. At precisely 8 o'clock, Zhou Shun promptly departed from the courier shop. However, today's route was somewhat different. He first headed to a small alley near a Western restaurant, where he collected a wooden box filled with ice, before proceeding to the small Western-style villa. I was puzzled, uncertain as to why Zhou Shun needed a wooden box of ice. I also found myself questioning what he did at the villa each day and what secrets he might be concealing within its walls. Furthermore, I wondered if anyone ever noticed his nightly visits. These questions remained elusive to me. I dared not drive directly to the villa, instead stopping at an intersection. With binoculars, everything would become clear. Sitting in my car, I smoked a cigarette while peering through the binoculars in the direction of the villa. The binoculars were military-grade and typically equipped with night vision capabilities. My telescope lacks certain features. However, the model I purchased is designed for nocturnal observation and is relatively expensive. As long as I can unravel the mystery surrounding the small villa, I would have no regrets, regardless of the price. I have utilized telescopes during my military service, and I have mastered the adjustment of precision for night usage, so I am not caught unprepared. After fine-tuning the precision, I was able to discern the distant small villa scenery. The first thing I noticed was Zhou Shun descending from the vehicle, carrying 2 bags that seemed to contain clothing purchased from the mall that day. Upon opening the iron gate, Zhou Shun walked directly into the small villa. This is a telescope, not an X-ray machine. I cannot discern what lies within, so I shifted my gaze to the second-floor window. Shortly thereafter, the light in the first room on the second floor illuminated, prompting me to discard my cigarette, but focus intently on the shadow within the window. Initially, the reflection on the window appeared chaotic, but gradually it became clearer. I first saw Zhou Shun holding a child, who he then placed by the window. I distinctly observed the shadow in the window, and as I marveled at the presence of another child apart from the nursery rhyme girl in the villa, I suddenly noticed Zhou Shun abruptly lifting the child and forcefully tearing at something on the child's body. I was momentarily perplexed as to what was being torn, but it did not take long for me to grasp a fragment of understanding. As Zhou Shun tore at something, The child's shadow cast upon the window became a grotesque apparition, seemingly writhing in agony, or perhaps engaged in a futile struggle. Was Zhou Shan? Was he truly skinning that child? The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine, nearly causing the binoculars in my hand to slip from my grasp. The remains of the young girl, the song of childhood, had been brought to the small villa by Zhou Shan, and shortly thereafter, the haunting melody of her song echoed from within its walls. Just the night before, he had taken the life of a child, and now he was flaying another. Could it be? Could Zhou Shan be attempting to resurrect the song of childhood? It was no wonder I was consumed by such thoughts. After all, this situation was steeped in the sinister. Yet, until there was certainty, all my musings remained mere conjecture. I lifted the binoculars once more, only to find that the once distinct shadow on the window had dissipated, leaving a chaotic array of forms. I turned my gaze to other windows, discovering them all pristinely clear. Recalling the day I had seen a silhouette in the second window, I peered through the binoculars again, but found nothing. Redirecting my focus to the first window, I was taken aback when, not long after, the light in that room extinguished. Surely, Zhou Shan had departed. But in that fleeting moment, when darkness enveloped the room, I noticed a face pressed against the first window, its gaze fixated upon me. A jolt of terror coursed through me, every pore on my body standing on end. I hastily lowered the binoculars, yet when I glanced back, there was nothing to be seen. Just as I was enveloped in confusion, the sound of a door creaking open from the small villa reached my ears. Realizing that Zhou Shan was about to depart, I dismissed my earlier thoughts and hastily set aside my binoculars to start the car. To my dismay, the vehicle failed to ignite despite my repeated attempts, stubbornly refusing to start even after 7 or 8 tries. Frustrated, I slammed my palm against the steering wheel, cursing vehemently. Why must you break down now of all times? With the car abandoned by the roadside, Zhou Shan would undoubtedly notice it, sparking his curiosity. If he were to discover me, he would surely become far less amicable. At that moment, 2 beams of light pierced the darkness as Zhou Shan's vehicle approached slowly. In a panic, I gritted my teeth, flung open the car door, and dashed towards a distant cornfield. Chapter 43. Psychological Warfare Not Having Fled Far. I suddenly leapt forward and took refuge among the cornfields. At the very moment I crouched down, 2 beams of light surged ominously overhead. As I crawled through the maze, I felt a surge of luck from my earlier maneuver. The headlights of Zhou Shan's vehicle shone a brilliant white. Had I reacted a moment later, I surely would have been discovered. The lights persisted, compelling me to remain low to the ground, advancing cautiously while glancing back over my shoulder. When Zhou Shan brought his car to the intersection, he indeed spotted my white Jetta parked nearby. To my dismay, he did not simply drive away. Instead, he gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. I adjusted my position, aligning my face towards the direction of Zhou Shan's car, then lower my body, pressing myself against the earth to ensure I remained undetected. Only then did I cautiously raise my head to peer ahead. Bathed in the glare of the headlights, I discerned Zhou Shan exiting his vehicle and approaching my Jetta. As he neared, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Adjusting it to shine a flashlight into the interior of the Jetta, I held my breath, terrified that Zhou Shan might notice the absence of anyone inside the car and subsequently scrutinize the adjacent cornfield. It appears that misfortune follows the unfortunate. I am now that hapless soul caught in a predicament. In my haste to escape, I had overlooked the rows of corn I had trampled underfoot. Zhou Shan illuminated the interior of the vehicle with a flashlight, ensuring no one was inside. Suddenly, the beam flickered towards the cornfield, and Zhou Shan, not being blind, immediately spotted the flattened corn within it. I could see Zhou Shan slowly approaching the cornfield, and I could distinctly hear the rapid beating of my own heart. Given the circumstances, fleeing was no longer an option. The only course of action was to rise and resist, perhaps even managing to turn the tables on Zhou Shan with my modest skills. With this thought, my hands, which had been pressed against the ground, gradually moved to my pocket, retrieving a fruit knife. Zhou Shan was now quite close, having just entered the cornfield, while I lay concealed in its center, separated by a mere 7 or 8 meters. Zhou Shan could not see me, yet I had a clear view of him, thus tilting the advantage slightly in my favor. I held my breath, fixating my gaze on Zhou Shun as he closed the distance, reducing it from 7 or 8 meters to 5. If he advanced just 2 more meters, I would seize the initiative and leap up to strike him. Just as this plan crystallized in my mind, Zhou Shun abruptly halted. As I pondered this unexpected pause, his phone rang. Zhou Shun glanced at the device and answered, evidently receiving a call. "All right, I understand. I'll be back soon," he stated succinctly before hanging up. He cast a glance in my direction while I remained pressed against the ground, motionless. I am fortunate that Zhou Shun did not approach me again, but instead turned away and departed the cornfield. It was only after I heard the sound of the car engine starting and saw its lights vanish that I dared to lift my gaze. Ensuring Zhou Shun had truly left my presence, I promptly rose to my feet and surveyed my surroundings. Discovering that I was utterly alone, I exhaled a sigh of relief and reached behind to feel my back, which was drenched in cold sweat from the earlier tension. Returning to the decrepit Jetta, I kicked one of its tires in frustration. This vehicle had truly failed to uphold my dignity. It chose the most critical moment to break down. I resolved to return home tonight and visit the rental company tomorrow to exchange this car. Setting aside the inexplicable breakdown, the mere fact that Zhou Shun had noticed this Jetta meant I could no longer drive it. Otherwise, following him would surely lead to my discovery. With my mind made up, I got back inside the car, attempting to start the engine, but after several futile attempts, it remained obstinately silent. I had filled the tank just before arriving, and the fuel gauge indicated that it was functioning properly. Thus, a lack of fuel could not be the issue. My ability to drive did not extend to mechanical repairs, and after a few more fruitless attempts, I resigned myself to the futility of the situation. It was now the dead of night, and with no spirit within me, I was vulnerable to the whims of phantoms. Consequently, I knew I could not linger in this place any longer. Given my distance from the city center, I decided to head in that direction, hoping to encounter a taxi along the way. It has been proven that my thoughts were indeed correct. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed when I encountered taxi. The driver was quite the chatterbox, engaging me in incessant conversation from the moment I entered the vehicle. I felt a growing irritation, responding to him with half-hearted remarks. Sensing my disinterest, the driver, perhaps feeling rather foolish, fell silent and devoted himself to the task of driving. Upon my return home, my previously vigilant heart finally began to relax. I retrieved my phone and promptly sent a message to Jiang Bo, informing him of the events surrounding my surveillance of Zhou Shun that day. However, I waited an interminable time without receiving a response from Jiang Bo. The earlier message from the unknown sender had instilled a sense of caution within me regarding Jiang Bo. Thus, I refrained from calling him. After a brief ablution, I lay on my bed, contemplating the scenes I had witnessed at the small Western-style mansion. I was convinced that Zhou Shun was concealing something within those walls. It was entirely plausible that he was a murderer. The tragic fates of the 3 delivery men seemed intricately linked to Zhou Shun. Ultimately, I realized that my understanding of the small mansion was exceedingly limited. In other words, the secrets it harbored were far too numerous. What I had encountered and observed could only be described as the tip of the iceberg. I resolved that I must find a way to enter the small mansion. The thought of it brought to mind the broken-down Jetta. I contemplated waking early the next morning to seek assistance in repairing the dilapidated vehicle or perhaps arranging for it to be towed. The following morning, I was roused from my slumber by the incessant ringing of my mobile phone. Groggily, I reached for the device on my bedside table and, upon glancing at the screen, I was momentarily taken aback before abruptly sitting upright, all traces of drowsiness vanishing. After a brief hesitation, I ultimately decided to answer the call. As soon as the connection was established, the voice of Zhou Shun resonated in my ear. "Xiaolang, are you still asleep?" I shook my head to dispel the remnants of sleepiness and replied, "You just woke me up with your call. What's the matter, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Shun chuckled mysteriously and said, "Don't go back to sleep. Get up quickly and help me with something." Furrowing my brow, I inquired, what on earth could Zhou Shun want me to do? Is it possible he discovered that I drove the Jetta over? After a moment of contemplation, I cautiously asked, "Brother Zhou, what is it that you need?" He responded, "Come to the shop and you'll find out." With that, he hung up. I glanced at the time on my phone and realized it was barely past 7 o'clock. I felt compelled to heed Zhou Shun's request, as he was still my superior. Rising from my bed, I dressed and freshened up before heading out the door towards the courier's shop, skipping breakfast in my haste. Upon arriving at the shop, I found it indeed open. However, Zhou Shun was the sole occupant, as it was only 7:30 and the other employees had yet to arrive for their shifts. Seeing me, Zhou Shun flashed a grin and then picked up his car keys, saying, "Come on, let us go take care of something." Bewildered, I followed him to his Santana. Zhou Shun took the driver's seat, turned the vehicle around, and soon we were on our way. Without waiting for my inquiry, Zhou Shun asked, "Xiaolang, can you drive?" His question undoubtedly carried deeper implications than mere curiosity. Without hesitation, I replied, "After my discharge, the Army organized a free driving test. I obtained my license, but I have never driven since." My words implied that while I possessed a license, I lacked practical experience on the road. Zhou Shun, perceptive as he was, understood the nuance of my statement, nodding in acknowledgement before returning his focus to the road. As I glanced out the window, a sudden realization struck me. This route led towards the direction of the villa. Was Zhou Shun intending to take me to the villa? I suppressed my astonishment and composedly inquired, "Brother Zhou, where exactly are you taking me?" Turning back with a sly grin, Zhou Shun replied, "Don't rush. You'll find out when we arrive." I sensed something amiss, and my hand instinctively slipped into my pocket, gripping the fruit knife. Should Zhou Shun exhibit any unusual behavior, I will be prepared to act first. The age-old adage of striking preemptively holds true across the ages. What puzzled me was that throughout the journey, Zhou Shun remained unusually quiet, driving steadily until he parked beside a Jetta. Shutting off the engine, he opened the door and said, "Come on, let's get out." I felt a bit dazed, wondering what game Zhou Shun was playing. Why approach this old Jetta? Was he testing me? Gritting my teeth, I resolved that when I exited the vehicle, I would feign ignorance, regardless of what Zhou Shun might say. In doing so, he would have little recourse. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhou Shun circled the Jetta, seemingly inspecting its interior for any occupants. With a furrowed brow, I inquired, "Brother Zhou, is this your car?" Zhou Shun did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to gaze at me intently, as if attempting to discern any shift in my demeanor. It became evident that Zhou Shun had begun to harbor suspicions regarding my intentions to follow him. Maintaining a facade of calm, I met his gaze. And after a brief moment, Zhou Shun replied with a smile, "It's not my car. It belongs to a friend of mine." The emphasis he placed on the word friend seemed to carry an implicit accusation, as if he were subconsciously reproaching me. I responded with a nonchalant "oh," and continued, "So, Brother Zhou, what shall we do now? Should we take this car back?" He shook his head and explained, "My friend called to inform me that something was lost nearby, and I need your help to find it." With that, Zhou Shun headed towards the cornfield, and after a moment's hesitation, I followed him. Inside the cornfield, remnants of the corn I had trampled the previous night were still evident, as were the signs of my own concealment from Zhou Shun. It was clear to me, and undoubtedly to him as well. With a smile, I pointed to the flattened corn and jested, "Brother Zhou, could this disarray be evidence of a nocturnal rendezvous?" Zhou Shun merely chuckled in response and offered no further comment. After wandering through the cornfield, we returned to the roadside. I gestured toward the Jetta and asked, "Brother Zhou, what about that car?" He dismissed my concern, stating, "Don't worry about that car. It will naturally be driven back." Zhou Shun offered me a meaningful smile, then extended his hand to pat my shoulder, causing 2 corn leaves to fall from it. "Let's go back," he said. I maintained an air of calmness as I entered the car, exhibiting no signs of discomfort throughout the journey. Externally, I appeared as tranquil as a still pond, yet internally, tumultuous storms were brewing. Zhou Shun must have sensed that someone was tailing him. It's possible he had already discerned that it was I who was following him. Inside the car, Zhou Shun's expression darkened. I refrained from initiating conversation, yet my hand remained firmly clasped around the fruit knife hidden in my pocket. Midway through our drive, Zhou Shun suddenly swerved the steering wheel and slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. As I had not fastened my seatbelt, the abrupt stop jolted me forward, nearly causing my head to collide with the windshield. I clutched the fruit knife tightly in my pocket and feigned a distressed expression, saying, "Zhou, what is going on? You almost killed me." Zhou Shun remained silent, producing a cigarette and offering me one before lighting his own. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed his grim demeanor, which unsettled me further. Although the atmosphere in the car seemed serene, each of us harbored our own thoughts. My intention was clear. Should anything seem amiss, I would act decisively to subdue Zhou Shan. However, I could neither fathom his thoughts nor guess his intentions. As the last remnants of his cigarette dwindled, Zhou Shan finally lifted his gaze to meet mine and asked, "Xiaolang, how do I treat you?" Chapter 44. Racing against time, I was uncertain of the significance behind Zhou Shan's inquiry. Yet I feigned ignorance, responding, "Brother Zhou, you certainly have no criticisms of me. Not only have you advanced my wages, but my salary also exceeds that of others." Zhou Shan offered a wry smile and nodded, saying, "Indeed, the place known as Zizhu Forest is rather peculiar. As for the precise circumstances within, I remain uninformed. To speak candidly, the reason I treat you so well is that I wish to retain you for delivering parcels to Zizhu Forest. For it seems no one else would be willing to undertake such work." Inwardly, I thought, "You must be jesting. Your true thoughts are undoubtedly more complex, and you are well aware of the matters surrounding Zizhu Forest." Such musings could only be whispered within the confines of my mind, never to be voiced aloud. I smiled at Zhou Shan and reassured him, "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, I shall continue with the tasks at Zizhu Forest. Besides, where else could I find a job offering such generous remuneration?" As I uttered this, tears welled in my heart. Had it not been for the lure of wealth that led me to become a courier for Zizhu Forest, I might have transformed into a mere husk, devoid of blood, shadow, or soul. Zhou Shan patted my shoulder, offering no further words, and restarted the vehicle. Seated in the car, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to resolve the predicament with the Jeddah. After much contemplation, I decided to contact the rental company for assistance. Upon returning to the courier shop, I found the staff arriving for their shifts. Zhou Shan encouraged me to attend to my tasks, instructing me to return by 1 in the afternoon. I needed to visit the rental company, so I accepted without hesitation and departed from the courier shop. Upon my arrival at the rental company, I conveyed the situation to the person in charge, explaining that the vehicle had inexplicably broken down, a circumstance for which I bore no responsibility. The manager promptly dispatched a staff member to the location I had indicated to retrieve the Jeddah. After more than half an hour, the manager informed me that the car had been repaired and inquired whether I wished to continue the rental. Naturally, I intended to proceed with the rental, given that I had already paid for over 10 days. However, I could not rent the Jeddah again. Not only had it broken down without cause, but it also become familiar with this vehicle. Should I utilize it again to follow him, he would undoubtedly perceive something amiss. I requested the manager to provide me with a different car, and without further ado, he accompanied me outside to select a new vehicle. After considerable deliberation, I decided to rent a Volkswagen Passat. The Passat represented a significant upgrade over the Jeddah. While the Jeddah required manual gear shifting, the Passat offered the convenience of automatic transmission. Admittedly, the rental fee for the Passat was considerably higher than that of the Jeddah. I requested the manager to deduct the corresponding rental cost of the Passat from my previous payment, and subsequently, I departed the rental company in the Passat. As I returned to work, I parked the car in a nearby lot and walked back to the delivery store. I arrived at the store precisely at 1 in the afternoon, only to find I was not present, leaving a few employees behind. Perhaps due to my consistent deliveries in the nearby area without incident, the employees greeted me with smiles and nods. I did not adopt an aloof demeanor and engaged in conversation with them. In the early hours, the delivery truck from the courier company arrived to distribute goods. After we unloaded the cargo, we parted ways. The volume of deliveries at Zizulin remained modest, with only 40 parcels today. My mind was entirely preoccupied, consumed by an insatiable curiosity about the secrets concealed within the small villa. At this moment, the villa felt like a thorn in my heart, incessantly prodding at my emotions. Yet no matter how hard I tried, I could not grasp it nor extract it from my thoughts. By 5:30, the deliveries had been completed, and to my dismay, among the 40 parcels, there was no package for Wunyang. I could not help but murmur to myself, could it be that Wunyang is truly gone? I recalled that during my previous deliveries, Wunyang's packages arrived almost daily, yet since our parting at the inn, I had not seen another. Her parting words, "My time is running short," echoed in my mind, deepening my confusion. Nevertheless, I knew that once Feng Xiang returned, I would be close to uncovering the truth. After work, I returned to Feng Xiang's residence and called him to inquire about his return. He informed me that he would be back in the city by 10 o'clock. After hanging up, I decided against following Zhou Shun tonight, opting instead to wait for Feng Xiang's arrival at 10. I prepared a bowl of noodles, eating while seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. After watching several episodes of drama, I pulled out my phone to check the time, discovering it was already 9:30. In just half an hour, Feng Xiang would be back. The moment I just set my phone down, it began to buzz insistently. Glancing at the caller ID, a tremor of anticipation coursed through me. It was a call from Jiang Bo, who had previously informed me that he would reach out upon discovering a way to access the small Western-style building. His call indicated that he had indeed found a means of entry. After a moment's hesitation, I ultimately decided to answer. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Bo's urgent voice filled my ear. "Lang, where are you? Hurry to the entrance of Xiangwei residence. I have discovered the way into the small Western-style building. We shall set off tonight, and I assure you, there will be no mistakes." I raised my gaze to the clock in the living room. It was 9:30. Taking a deep breath, I hesitated before responding, "Jiang Bo, perhaps we should postpone our visit until tomorrow. We could wait until after 10, if that suits you." "No." Jiang Bo's resolute interruption cut through my words. "We must enter the small Western-style building today. I have found the way. There can be no delay. If you're not at Xiangwei residence by 10, do not bother coming at all. I will go alone." With that, he hung up before I could utter another word. Sitting on the sofa, I clutched my phone, mulling over the conversation for what felt like an eternity. Jiang Bo had asserted the urgency of our endeavor, emphasizing that any delay might result in the loss of this fleeting opportunity. This truly was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. To describe it as serendipitous would not be an exaggeration. However, Feng Xiang would not return until 10 o'clock. If I accompanied Jiang Bo and Feng Xiang happened to uncover something suspicious about him, I would be utterly doomed. Weighing the pros and cons in my mind, I gritted my teeth, seized the car keys, and departed from Feng Xiang's residence. At this juncture, I had no choice but to continue my collaboration with Jiang Bo. The secrets concealed within the quaint villa were intrinsically linked to my very survival. I had to gain access to it at all costs. In truth, if Jiang Bo were truly duplicitous, consistently deceiving me or harboring intentions to harm me, he would have acted long ago. There would be no need for him to bide his time until now. Thus, I firmly believe that the villa held paramount importance. While retrieving my vehicle from the parking lot, I sent a text message to Feng Xiang, stating, "Once you uncover information regarding Jiang Bo's granddaughter and Guqingyi, please text me. Remember, do not call." After dispatching the message, I silenced my phone and drove my Passat towards Xiangweiju. Upon my arrival at Xiangweiju, the clock struck 10. Without exiting the vehicle, I spotted Jiang Bo standing alone at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. Notably, he bore a large black bag slung over his shoulder. Instantly, my first thought was, surely he isn't planning to dig up graves again? I parked alongside the road, opened the window, waved at Jiang Bo, and called out his name. Jiang Bo paused for a moment, evidently taken aback by the sight of my different car. As he approached, I exited the vehicle and opened the trunk, where Jiang Bo promptly shoved the black bag inside before taking a seat in the passenger seat. I took a seat in the car and turned my head to glance at Jiang Bo, noticing that his physique had returned to normal, devoid of the frightening gauntness from our last encounter. Jiang Bo patted the car's seat, grinning as he remarked, "Well done, young man, changing cars daily." I managed a wry smile, replying, "Last night, while tailing Zhou Shun, the vehicle broke down, forcing me to acquire another." Hesitating momentarily, I confided in Jiang Bo, "Zhou Shun may have noticed my surveillance." Jiang Bo dismissively shook his head, saying, "No worries. Once we resolve the matter at the villa tonight, you will be safe and sound." I nodded, then started the engine and inquired, "Jiang Bo, shall we head directly to the villa now?" Jiang Bo shook his head. "Not yet. First, we must go to the mass grave." Upon hearing the words mass grave, I instinctively cursed under my breath. "Jiang Bo, are we really going to dig up graves?" I asked, my eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Bo smiled mysteriously. "Tonight, we won't be digging. Instead, we will set up a formation at the mass grave to help Miss Tong Yao return home." I did not fully grasp Jiang Bo's meaning. But as long as we weren't digging up graves, I was relieved. Halfway through our journey, I suddenly halted the vehicle, prompting a curious glance from Jiang Bo in the passenger seat. Furrowing my brow, I said, "Zhou Shun visits the villa every night. I didn't follow him tonight, so I have no idea if he is still there. If we head to the mass grave, we will inevitably pass by the villa. And if Zhou Shun is still there, we are bound to encounter him." Jiang Bo pondered for a moment, finding merit in my words, and then inquired if I knew any other routes to the mass graveyard. After a brief contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated my mind as I replied, "I know of one, though it is somewhat distant." Jiang Bo remarked, "Better distant than perilous. With a vehicle, a longer path poses no issue. Let us take an alternate route to the mass graveyard." Nodding in agreement, I restarted the car and continued our journey. My reasoning was twofold. I genuinely feared that Zhou Shun had not yet departed, and I sought to buy time, awaiting a text from Fong. However, I was indeed familiar with another way to the mass graveyard, having deduced it while tracking Zhou Shun. Before long, we arrived at a three-way intersection. Instead of veering to the right, I chose to proceed straight ahead. After traveling approximately a mile, I noticed a narrower dirt road to the side. Cautioning Jiang Bo to steady himself, I deftly turned the steering wheel to navigate onto the rightward dirt path. The surface was riddled with potholes, and as the vehicle traversed it, clouds of dust were kicked up. I promptly shut all the windows and activated the high beams for better visibility. Due to the uneven terrain, I deliberately reduced our speed, one hand gripping the wheel while the other rested on my thigh, feeling for any vibrations from my phone nestled in my pocket. After driving for 5 or 6 minutes, we would reach the main road, and from there, we would arrive at the mass graveyard. If the phone remained silent, I would have to rely on my own fortune. Thankfully, just as we were about to exit the dirt road, my phone emitted a sudden vibration from within my pocket. Due to the vibrations, Jiang Bo certainly did not hear. Only I could perceive it. Upon sensing the tremor, my immediate reaction was to assume that Fong wished to send me a message. Subsequently, I pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt. The passenger, Jiang Bo, inquired about my sudden action. With my hands clasped over my lap and a dejected expression, I replied, "I urgently need to relieve myself." Jiang Bo, with a scowl, waved me off dismissively. I exited the car and found myself enveloped in darkness. Locating a tree, I unfastened my belt and discreetly relieved myself. Turning back, I noticed Jiang Bo still seated in the car, prompting me to hastily retrieve my phone from my pocket and unlock it. To my dismay, the message was not from Fong, but from an unknown sender. Initially, I assumed it was either a notification from 10,086 or some other spam. Yet as I opened the message, my pupils dilated in shock. The screen displayed a terse warning. "Do not go to the villa. Whoever does will die." The number was not unfamiliar. It had previously sent me a message cautioning against visiting the villa, and now it bore the same ominous tone. Who was this stranger sending me such menacing messages? Could be Zhou Shun? Had he discovered my surveillance of him and my intentions regarding the villa, resorting to a new phone number to instill fear in me? Before I could gather my thoughts, a cold and foreboding voice emerged from behind me. "Ailang, what are you looking at?" Chapter 45. The Five Elements Soul Summoning Array. Startled by the sudden sound, I turned around with a gasp, only to find Jiang Bo silently standing behind me. Relieved at his presence, I sighed and tucked my phone into my pocket, reluctantly saying, "Jiang Bo, could you make a bit of noise when you walk? You know it can frighten people to death, right?" Jiang Bo glanced at me and replied, "You have something on your mind, which is why you couldn't hear my footsteps. What were you just looking at?" I adjusted my belt and waved my hand nonchalantly, saying, "A message from a girl on WeChat. Let us continue on our way." Not probing further, Jiang Bo and I returned to the car and drove onward. Since I could no longer wait for Fong Xiang's message, I decided to leave the future to unfold as it may. After driving for another 7 or 8 minutes, we reached the highway. We traveled for about 1 or 2 minutes before I pulled over to the roadside and informed Jiang Bo we have arrived at the potter's field. Jiang Bo peered outside, nodded, and opened the car door to step out. I opened the trunk and retrieved the black bag that Jiang Bo had brought. As I lifted the bag, I felt even more convinced of his words. This time, we were not here to disturb graves. The bag was surprisingly light, suggesting it contained little, yet a foul odor wafted from it. I could not quite identify the smell, which was reminiscent of both blood and fish, a truly unpleasant combination. Jiang Bo pulled a flashlight from his pocket, illuminating the path beneath our feet as he proceeded forward. I hoisted the black bag onto my back, once again assuming the role of a laborer. We had previously visited the graveyard, now familiar to us. After navigating through the ancient forest, we arrived at the burial site. Jiang Bo headed directly towards the tomb of the girl known as Tong Yao, while I closely followed him. Upon reaching her grave, Jiang Bo rubbed his hands together and handed me the flashlight, signaling me to illuminate the area. I was bewildered by Jiang Bo's intentions, only aware that he wished to bring Tong Yao home. A sense of unease crept over me. Was not the little villa her home? Could it be that Tong Yao had never resided there at all? As I pondered these questions, I noticed Jiang Bo had unzipped a black bag. I quickly directed the flashlight's beam into the bag, and what I saw startled me. Inside the bag lay few items, but the most striking was a folded spirit-recalling banner. I was familiar with this artifact. In my childhood, during funerals in the village, such banners would be displayed. Jiang Bo retrieved the banner and instructed me, "Young man, place the spirit-recalling banner on the ground behind Tong Yao's grave." I took the banner and, following his directions, positioned it behind her tomb. What struck me as odd was the absence of any writing on the banner. I recalled that during funerals, the spirit-recalling banners were inscribed with several lines of text. Though I cannot recall the exact words, it was certain that such banners ought to bear inscriptions. After placing the banner, I returned to Jiang Bo's side. He did not require my assistance beyond holding the flashlight for him. I sought in vain, diligently illuminating the surroundings with my flashlight to assist Jiang Bo. He retrieved incense, dividing it into 5 bundles. One was placed before the tomb of the girl from the nursery rhyme, behind the gravestone. 2 were positioned to the left and right of her grave, while the remaining 2 were inserted lower down, on either side. Although Jiang Bo inserted the incense, he did not hasten to light it. As I adjusted the placement of the incense with my flashlight, a sense of familiarity washed over me, though I could not recall its significance. After placing the incense, Jiang Bo rummaged through his black bag and produced a bundle of red string. He then instructed me, "Drop your trousers and urinate." What? I was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Bo repeated, "Drop your trousers and urinate. I require your virgin urine." As he spoke, he handed me a disposable cup, implying I should relieve myself into it. Reluctantly, I accepted the cup, not out of unwillingness to comply, but because I had already emptied my bladder during our earlier journey. In this critical moment, I could not falter. Silently, I took the cup and, after a prolonged struggle, managed to fill it to a third. I presented the disposable cup to Jiang Bo, who remarked that it was just enough. I rolled my eyes, feeling that my sole purpose alongside Jiang Bo was to drop my trousers and urinate. Jiang Bo, still holding the disposable cup, bent down to retrieve a mineral water bottle from his black bag. I shone my flashlight on it, revealing it to be filled with a dark, viscous liquid. Stunned, I inquired, "Jiang Bo, what is this?" "Dog's blood," he replied. With a chuckle, Jiang Bo remarked, "Both black dog blood and the urine of a young boy are formidable adversaries against malevolent forces. Once Miss Tong Yao returns home, she will undoubtedly be unable to depart for a while, and at that moment, you will have the freedom to enter the small villa at will." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Bo twisted open a mineral water bottle and poured the black dog blood into a disposable cup, merging it with the urine. Having completed this task, he did not pause. Instead, he retrieved a piece of wood from his bag and handed it to me, instructing, "Do you have a knife? If so, whittle the wood down and chop it into finer pieces, the smaller the better." Fortunately, I had a fruit knife in my pocket, which now proved useful. I took out the knife and, akin to sharpening a pencil, peeled off several shavings before gradually cutting the wood into smaller fragments. After a few slices, Jiang Bo waved his hand, signaling me to stop, declaring it sufficient. I remained utterly perplexed by Jiang Bo's intentions behind these actions. Although they appeared somewhat cryptic, their efficacy remained uncertain. He poured the chopped wood pieces into the disposable cup and instructed me, "Light the candle, then hold the cup over the flame. Stop and you see white smoke rising." It was a well-known fact that as long as there was water in the disposable cup, It would neither shatter nor ignite when heated over a candle. I produced a lighter, ignited the candle, and, following Jiangbo's directions, positioned the disposable cup above the flame. After giving me these instructions, Jiangbo reached into his black bag once more and retrieved another mineral water bottle, this time appearing quite ordinary, presumably filled with plain water. Jiangbo approached the spot where incense had previously been placed, pouring a bit of water from a mineral water bottle onto his finger. He then used his dampened hand to touch the base of the incense. Just as I was about to inquire about the purpose of this peculiar act, I suddenly noticed wisps of white smoke emanating from a disposable cup. I quickly called out to Jiangbo to halt his actions. He instructed me to move the cup aside and subsequently tossed a bundle of red string into it, rinsing the string with his hand. Jiangbo winked at me. I stared incredulously at him and exclaimed, "Not only is there urine in this, but also dog blood. You expect me to wash it? If you won't do it, why should I? If you know what to do next, then I'll wash it." Jiangbo shot me a disdainful look. I scoffed inwardly, thinking to myself that such a simple task could not possibly elude me. After contemplating, I squatted down, covering my mouth and nose with one hand while washing the red string in the disposable cup with the other. To be honest, I had no inkling of what Jiangbo was truly up to, let alone the subsequent steps. After washing for over a minute, Jiangbo finally declared it was sufficient, prompting me to shake my hands in disgust. With a chuckle, Jiangbo did not elaborate further, but instead grasped the red string from the cup and made his way towards the grave of the girl from the nursery rhyme. Upon arriving at the grave, he wrapped one end of the red string around the base of the incense and secured it with a tight knot. Following the same method, he proceeded to tie the red string to the remaining incense sticks. Only after he had completed this task did I realize that Jiangbo had utilized the incense as an anchor point, subsequently encircling the entire grave with the red string. Though I am uncertain of the true purpose behind these actions, I must admit that Jiangbo possesses considerable knowledge, which is clearly not the result of mere chance. I illuminated the scene with my flashlight as Jiangbo remained silent, pacing toward the dark bag from which he retrieved 5 triangular flags. Upon seeing these flags, a sudden clarity washed over me. Earlier, when Jiangbo inserted the incense, I had felt a strange familiarity in his method. Now, confronted with the flags, the realization struck me. Jiangbo's placement of the incense was aligned with the positions of the 5 elements in the I Ching. The 5 triangular flags, each adorned in distinct hues, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jiangbo instructed me to keep the flashlight steady as he prepared to perform his ritual. Eager to discern his intentions, I complied. Approaching the tombstone of the maiden Tong Yao, he placed the golden triangular flag beside the incense. Subsequently, on either side of the grave, he affixed the yellow and blue flags to the incense. And finally, at the base of the grave, he sequentially placed the red and green flags. Moving from left to right, having completed the arrangement, Jiangbo clapped his hands and nodded at me, signaling that the task was now finished. Still perplexed by the intricacies of this ritual, I hesitated to inquire further, instead asking Jiangbo what our next steps would be. He instructed me to ignite the 5 sticks of incense with a white candle, emphasizing the importance of using the candle rather than a lighter. Nodding in understanding, I took the white candle and carefully lit each of the 5 sticks of incense. As I ignited the final incense stick, I suddenly felt a chilling breeze stir behind me. Seeing the opportune moment, Jiangbo seized my arm and urged, "We must leave at once." With that, we dashed into the dense forest, Jiangbo incessantly reminding me not to look back. I sensed that he was not jesting, and thus I ran with my neck rigidly fixed forward. Not far from the edge of the old forest, I faintly heard a melody drifting from the nearby potter's field. It was a tune I had encountered before, the dark nursery rhyme sung by the girl of the nursery rhyme. Clearly, I was not the only one who heard it. Jiangbo's expression was one of delight, or so I presumed. Once inside the car, Jiangbo urged me to drive quickly, declaring that we could safely enter the small Western-style building. But there was little time. I had to exit the building after a single stick of incense had burned. As I steered toward the small building, I inquired, "Jiangbo, what formation did you just set up?" With a broad grin, he proudly replied. The 5 elements soul summoning formation. The 5 elements soul summoning formation? I paused, astonished. Can that truly dispel the small Western-style building? Jiangbo nodded seriously, explaining, the reason we were detected by Zhou Shan upon entering the building was that the girl of a nursery rhyme had informed him. I was already aware of this. Our previous grave-digging incident had confirmed that the girl was indeed the one who had tipped Zhou Shan off. Jiangbo continued, stating that the girl from the nursery rhyme is undoubtedly a ghost, and she is certainly not an ordinary being, as evidenced by the rumors we have heard. If we recklessly enter the small Western-style building and are discovered by Zhou Shan, it would be unfortunate. But to fall victim to the nursery rhyme girl would be truly perilous. We must find a way to enter the small building without being detected by Zhou Shan, while also avoiding harm from the nursery rhyme girl. The most straightforward and brutal method would be to eliminate the nursery rhyme girl. It is evident that Jiangbo is not a match for her. After a pause, Jiangbo suggested, apart from that, we have another approach. We can send the nursery rhyme girl home. Send her home? I exclaimed in confusion. ISNT, the small building the nursery rhyme girl's home? How can we send her back? Jiangbo shot me a disdainful glance and replied, before her death, the small building was indeed her home. However, after her demise, her grave becomes her new abode. Suddenly enlightened, I then asked, if that is the case, why has the nursery rhyme girl appeared in the small building? Jiangbo sighed and explained, Zhou Shan brought the nursery rhyme girl's remains to the small building, allowing her to return there. Nevertheless, in theory, her true home remains the potter's field. What I intend to do is to utilize the 5 elements soul summoning array to call her spirit back to the potter's field. But it can only be sustained for the duration of a single incense stick. Still perplexed, I inquired why it could only last for that brief time. Jiangbo, exasperated, laughed sarcastically and pointed at me, saying, why are you so foolish? I do not wish to dispute. I am merely curious as to why it can only last the duration of a single incense stick. Jiangbo reproached me briefly, then elucidated. The 5 elements soul summoning array can ensure the spirit remains in its grave, yet without the remains of the girl from the nursery rhyme. It can only sustain for the length of 1 incense stick. The materials of black dog blood, boy's urine, and peachwood shavings serve to suppress malevolent energies. Should I fail to soak the red string in these, the 5 elements soul summoning array would not endure even for a single incense stick. For the girl from a nursery rhyme would break free. It is now that I comprehend the wood I carved was indeed peachwood. You must understand the principle of opposites. The reason I tied the red thread to the base of the incense is that once the incense is burned away, the red thread will sever on its own, allowing the girl to emerge without inciting her wrath. However, I am no novice. I took the precaution of moistening the incense with water, which would at least slow its combustion. At this point, Jiangbo chuckled with satisfaction. Gradually, I came to understand that his intention in wetting the incense was to deliberately prolong its burning. When the incense finally reaches the base and severs the red string, the 5 elements soul summoning array would collapse, allowing the girl from the nursery rhyme to emerge safely. Should the incense fail to sever the red string, she would undoubtedly realize her confinement and become enraged. At that juncture, it is likely that the 5 elements soul summoning array would be forcefully shattered by her fury. Ultimately, all of this revolves around the remains of the girl from the nursery rhyme. Jiangbo also pondered this notion, and with a serious demeanor, he addressed me. In a moment, your task upon entering the small Western-style building will increase, as you must find the remains of Miss Tong Yao and bring them out. Just as I was about to respond, I sensed something amiss. Jiangbo consistently referred to my entering the small Western-style building, never mentioning our entrance together. What could this imply? Was he not intending to enter? Furrowing my brow, I turned to Jiangbo and inquired, Jiangbo, do you not plan to enter the small Western-style building? Chapter 46. All our deceptions as the final words left my lips. The car came to a halt in front of the quaint villa. There were no other vehicles in sight, indicating that Zhou Shan had already departed. Jiangbo's gaze was fixed intently on the villa, and he urged me with urgency, quickly disembark and enter the villa. Our time is limited. We have but the duration of a single incense stick. Furrowing my brow, I questioned him once more, Jiangbo, do you intend for me to enter the villa alone? I cannot do this. Jiang Bo shifted his gaze to me, his tone growing more grave. I wish to accompany you, but I cannot step into that villa. Only you may enter. As for the reasons, there is no time to explain. You must enter the villa immediately. I shall remain at the entrance to keep watch. When the time is up, I will call you. Under no circumstances should you linger inside. Come out at once. I glanced at Jiang Bo, then turned my attention to the villa. With a determined breath, I opened the car door. The mysteries enveloping me were intrinsically linked to the villa, and this opportunity was indeed rare. I was unwilling to let it slip away, far less abandon it. Seeing me exit the vehicle, Jiang Bo let out a silent sigh of relief and continued. Once you enter the villa, you must ascertain two things. First, whether the white bone is present. Second, whether the coffin is there. I paused, momentarily perplexed by Jiang Bo's words. The term white bone was clear, referring to the remains of the young girl, Tong Yao. I needed to find it and retrieve it. But what of the coffin? What was its significance? How was I to proceed upon finding it? I inquired through the car window, gazing at Jiang Bo for answers. Jiang Bo urgently explained to me, if there is a coffin inside the small Western-style building, then everything will make sense. With a coffin, there must certainly be a vial of essence within it. If you retrieve that vial, your mission will be accomplished. As for what to do with the coffin, simply incinerate it. Remember, it is imperative that you extract the vial of essence from within the coffin. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Jiang Bo grasped my hand, his expression grave, though I did not fully comprehend the reasons behind this. The seriousness etched on Jiang Bo's face compelled me to remain silent and nod solemnly. At this point, Jiang Bo and I had transcended a mere partnership. We were akin to two grasshoppers on the same strand of a rope, needing to unite, lest we meet our demise in the fiery abyss. In conclusion, Jiang Bo assured me that he would keep watch for me and would contact me at the first sign of trouble, allowing me to escape. If Miss Tong Yao returned prematurely, he would also be able to fend her off for a time. I found this plan feasible, for I felt utterly powerless against Miss Tong Yao. Perhaps Jiang Bo could indeed hold her at bay for a while. Having made all necessary preparations, I did not linger any longer and cautiously approached the small Western-style building. The architectural style was European, featuring a courtyard enclosed by a wall. The entrance was a wrought iron gate standing nearly 2 meters tall, crowned with sharp spikes. Climbing over it would not pose much difficulty for me. However, the risk of being injured by the spikes was a daunting prospect. In my quest for caution, I ultimately circled back to the vicinity of the small villa's wall. After a brief run of 5 or 6 meters, I effortlessly scaled the wall. As I leapt down from the top, I, as before, crouched motionless for a considerable time, ensuring that no disturbances were present before cautiously rising to my feet. At the precise moment I stood, I felt my phone in my pocket vibrate softly. Given the singular nature of the vibration, I surmised it was a text message. Hastily, I withdrew my phone to glance at the screen. The message was from Fong Xiang. Upon reading the content, I slowly lowered my phone and inhaled deeply. He deceived me. Jiang Bo had been lying all along. I could feel my grip tightening around the device, producing a faint sound as I squeezed it. One of the missing couriers was not Jiang Bo's granddaughter at all. Jiang Bo claimed that his granddaughter was named Jiang Shaoqi, and that she was the third courier from Zijulin. However, Fong Xiang's investigation revealed that the third missing courier was indeed named Shaoqi, yet her surname was not Jiang, and she could not possibly be Jiang Bo's granddaughter. The missing courier was named Lan Shaoqi, and it remains uncertain whether Jiang Bo had mistakenly referred to her or if he was aware from the outset that the female courier was named Shaoqi. The certainty that Lan Shaoqi was not Jiang Bo's granddaughter stems from the fact that she is an orphan, raised in an orphanage. In other words, Jiang Bo had been deceiving me from the very beginning. He deceived me into believing that his investigation of the small Western-style house was to locate his missing granddaughter. Now, the truth is evident. Shaoqi is not Jiang Bo's granddaughter. So, what is Jiang Bo's true intention in probing into the small house? What is his ultimate objective? Now, I find myself within the confines of the small Western-style house, trapped in a situation from which retreat is impossible. The only course of action is to forge ahead. Regardless of Jiang Bo's motives, My purpose is to enter the small house and uncover the secrets pertaining to my own body and the mysteries surrounding Zhou Shun. I have already achieved half of that goal. As for how to exit the small house, that thought had not yet crossed my mind. After a moment's hesitation, I picked up my phone and sent a text to Feng Xiang, informing him that if I had not called him within half an hour, he should come to this address, the address of the small house. I find myself uncertain of whom to trust at this moment. Feng Xiang may be the only person I can rely on temporarily. At least, up to this point, he has not shown any intent to harm me. Once the message was sent, I powered off my phone and surveyed my surroundings. The walls and courtyard of the small house appeared unchanged from my previous visit, overrun with weeds towering higher than a person. However, I did not discover any other peculiarities within the courtyard. The moonlight illuminated the scene, allowing me to discern the outlines in the yard. I cautiously parted the weeds and approached the two-story building. The closer I drew, the more I sensed an eerie atmosphere surrounding the structure. Before I could reach its side, I noticed a significant drop in temperature, the chilling sensation prompting me to rub my arms for warmth. I felt a peculiar sensation, causing me to involuntarily halt my steps. The temperature near the small villa contrasted starkly with that in the courtyard. To my eyes, the villa resembled a veritable ice cellar. Suddenly, I recalled that Zhou Shun would purchase ice from the Western restaurant every other day. Could it be that he had disposed of all those ice cubes within the villa? Yet, that seemed implausible, as ice, unlike other substances, inevitably melts into water over time. I tapped my forehead, pondering the futility of such conjecture. Why not simply enter and ascertain the truth? With Miss Tong Yao ensconced inside the villa, we had refrained from any rash actions. However, now that Jiang Bo had lured her to the mass grave, the implications changed entirely. In other words, the villa should be secure at present. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I found myself standing before the villa's front door. I retrieved my flashlight from my pocket and covered it with my coat, allowing a faint glow to seep through the fabric. The flashlight's beam was too bright and easily detectable. By shielding it, though the light was diminished, it sufficed for my needs. Upon inspecting the front door, I discovered it was not locked, merely ajar. This was fortunate, sparing me the trouble of unlocking it. As I placed my hand upon the door, intending to push it open, the two wooden doors creaked and swung open of their own accord. Startled, I instinctively stepped aside, becoming vigilant. After a moment of waiting, during which nothing transpired, my apprehension gradually eased. I lifted my foot and cautiously stepped into the villa. The first floor was shrouded in complete darkness, rendering everything invisible. Within the confines of the house, I felt no trepidation of being discovered. Thus, I retrieved my flashlight and illuminated the surroundings. The first floor of the quaint villa revealed itself as a spacious hall, and under the bright beam of my flashlight, I could discern its features. Furnished, albeit with dilapidated pieces that seemed remnants from a decade ago, the hall bore witness to the passage of time. The flooring was not tiled, but rather composed of wooden planks, which stirred a cloud of dust and emitted a jarring creak as I stepped upon it. Though I was aware that the villa was likely uninhabited, I proceeded with caution. In my pursuit of Zhou Shun, I had discerned a pattern. Each time he visited the villa, shortly after entering, the lights of the second-floor rooms would flicker to life. This indicated that he seldom lingered on the first floor, invariably ascending to the second. Casting my flashlight around, I soon discovered a spiral wooden staircase to the left of the hall, presumably leading to the upper level. Convinced that the coffin and the white remains mentioned by Jiang Bo would be found on the second floor, I did not tarry long on the first, carefully making my way towards the staircase. With each step, the staircase creaked ominously beneath me, and an unsettling chill enveloped the air, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Approaching the spiral staircase, I gingerly placed my foot upon it, relieved to find that the ascent was devoid of any creaking sounds. The staircase comprised approximately 20 steps, and as I ascended closer to the second floor, an increasing chill enveloped me. My heart hung in suspense. This tense atmosphere resembled a haunted house in an amusement park, where the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, and the possibility of an apparition with a grotesquely elongated tongue leaping forth from the shadows loomed ominously. As I reached about halfway up the staircase, a sudden thud resonated beneath my feet. In such an eerie environment, the sound startled me profoundly. My legs weakened, nearly causing me to collapse onto the stairs. Gritting my teeth, I swiftly raised my flashlight and directed it downward. The beam illuminated a shadow darting across the floor. And as I tracked this elusive figure, a wave of exasperation washed over me upon realizing its identity. It was merely a rather sizable rat. The earlier noise had likely emanated from its scurrying form. Following this minor interruption, I proceeded with heightened caution, yet thankfully, upon reaching the second floor, I encountered no further anomalies. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, a testament to their age. Upon arriving on the second floor, I found myself in a corridor, illuminating its contours with my flashlight. The corridor appeared immaculate, devoid of any clutter, and to my right were 4 small doors, presumably leading to the 4 rooms of the second floor of the quaint house. I recall that after Zhou Shun ascended to the second floor, the light in the leftmost room would illuminate, and my position would shift to the far right, precisely in front of this door. The chill of the upper floor intensified, and I could not suppress the urge to sneeze twice. I contemplated that regardless of whether I discovered something in the quaint little mansion or not, returning home with a cold seemed almost inevitable. I glanced at the room before me and retrieved a fruit knife from my pocket with my free hand. Gripping the knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other, I cautiously approached the first door. Just as I reached the entrance, before I could even attempt to turn the handle, a gust of icy wind rushed towards me. The frigid temperature emanated from within that door. What could possibly lie behind it? Had Zhou Shun transformed this space into a freezer? Speculation would yield no clarity. A glimpse would suffice. Gritting my teeth, I carefully twisted the doorknob with my flashlight-bearing hand. To exercise caution, I first opened it a crack, feeling only the chill seeping through, before forcefully pushing the door wide open. In that fleeting moment of the door's opening, a massive shadow suddenly shot forth from within the room, hurtling directly toward my head. Chapter 47. The boy in the coffin. Upon perceiving the shadow, my pupils constricted, and I inwardly cursed, raising my hands instinctively to shield my face. The apparition had emerged with an astonishing abruptness, leaving me utterly unprepared, had it not been for my military training. I feared that I would have been struck squarely in the forehead. Despite my hands attempting to block the impact, I was nonetheless propelled backward by an overwhelming force. The first door led directly to a wall, and my body collided with it violently, producing a resonant thud that reverberated through me. Pain coursed through my entire being, particularly in my arms, which felt as though they had been shattered. Even the slightest movement elicited excruciating discomfort. Summoning every ounce of strength, I managed to rise unsteadily, illuminating my surroundings with a flashlight while remaining vigilant. As my gaze fell upon the object that had struck me, I stood in a state of utter disbelief. Subsequently, I mentally berated the entire Zhou family. Zhou Shun, that scoundrel, was exceedingly cunning. Not only had he acquired the company of the girl from the nursery rhyme, but he had also devised a trap behind this very door. The object that had collided with me was nothing more than a standard truck tire. While the tires of private vehicles are relatively small, those of trucks are considerably larger, perfectly suited to be launched from this doorway. Zhou Shun must have secured the tire with a specialized cord, positioning it within the room to be released the moment the door was opened. Anyone lacking agility would undoubtedly be knocked unconscious by such a blow. I must concede that Zhou Shun exhibited an extraordinary degree of caution. Indeed, it is often the most precious things that are guarded with such meticulous care. I took a deep breath, vigorously shook my arms, and once again grasped the flashlight as I ventured into the interior of the house. The room was enveloped in impenetrable darkness, rendering its contents invisible without illumination. Given that I was on the second floor, I hesitated to turn on the lights, for such an action would be overly conspicuous. Having shadowed Zhou Shun, I was acutely aware that a light switched on could be discerned from several hundred meters away. Even with the flashlight, I dared not illuminate it fully. Instead, I shielded the beam with my clothing, allowing only a faint glimmer to pierce the shadows of the room. Upon entering, I immediately noticed that the temperature inside starkly contrasted with the outside. It was even colder here, to the point where my legs began to tremble involuntarily. Though summer had yet to relinquish its grasp, this chill felt rather excessive. The dimensions of the room were unclear to me, and searching meticulously would prove too time-consuming. My allotted time was scant, merely the duration of a joss stick, approximately 30 minutes. However, due to Jiang Bo's tampering, the incense would likely burn for about 40 minutes. Having spent nearly 20 minutes since I entered the small villa, I realized I had only 20 minutes remaining. With time pressing and the task at hand formidable, I could not afford to linger. Gritting my teeth, I removed the fabric obscuring the flashlight's beam and directed its glow upwards onto the walls, instantly illuminating the entire room. With the light illuminating the room, I was finally able to discern its appearance. As I comprehended the items within, a gasp escaped my lips. The room contained few objects, yet standing in its center felt akin to being enveloped by a sea of blossoms. Flower pots adorned each corner of the room, lining the walls in a circular formation. With the sole exception of the entrance, my acquaintance with flowers is limited, yet I recognized most of the common varieties. Upon seeing the blooms, my initial thought was of sunflowers. However, upon closer inspection, I realized they were not sunflowers at all. Everyone is familiar with sunflowers. Their petals are small and golden, with a large central disc displaying shades of dark yellow and gold. The flowers in the pots resembled sunflowers in shape. But the sole distinction was that while sunflowers possess a yellow disc, these flowers bore a deep, almost blackish purple color. What perplexed me further was that the discs did not contain soil or fertilizer, but rather a collection of pale substances, the nature of which I could not ascertain, nor did I dare to touch. The entire room was filled with these peculiar flowers, save for the entrance and the central area. I could hardly fathom what Zhou Shun had been engaged in here. The flower pots astonished me. Yet it was the two refrigerators positioned in the center of the room that filled me with profound curiosity. These were not the upright household refrigerators one might expect, but rather the horizontal type commonly found in supermarkets. There are two refrigerators positioned side by side in the center of the room. They are not particularly large, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Steadying my nerves, I rubbed my arms and approached the refrigerators. I pondered whether the ice that Zhou Shun had purchased had been dumped inside. Given that the small villa was electrified, it was conceivable that the ice would not melt within. The refrigerators are topped with glass doors. As I reached the front of the refrigerator and glanced down, I recoiled in shock, stepping back 3 paces. A coffin. How could there be a coffin inside the refrigerator? What on earth had Zhou Shun done? Suppressing my rising fear, I suddenly recalled what Jiang Bo had told me. A coffin remains. Could it be that the remains of Miss Tong Yao were placed inside this coffin by Zhou Shun? With this thought, I dared not linger any longer. I had already wasted enough time, and further delay would yield nothing. I approached the refrigerator once more, and upon seeing the coffin again, I felt no fear. Rather, a flicker of anticipation stirred within me. I reached out and pushed open the glass door of the refrigerator. Discovering that it was filled with ice, the blocks completely aligned with the coffin, which explained the frigid temperature. Although I could not comprehend why a coffin would be stored in a refrigerator, I was almost certain that it contained the remains of Miss Tong Yao. Without further hesitation, I placed my hands on the coffin lid and forcefully lifted it. As I opened the coffin, a nauseating stench wafted out from within. In order to discern the contents of the coffin, I set the lid aside and raised my flashlight to illuminate the interior. The beam of light fell squarely upon the visage of a small boy. Upon seeing his pallid face, as white as parchment, the flashlight slipped from my grasp with a resounding thud. A body. Inside the coffin lay not the remains of the song of the child, but rather a human corpse. I had never felt such proximity to fear. A flicker of anticipation that had begun to swell was utterly shattered upon beholding the boy's countenance. How could there be a corpse within the coffin? Who was this boy? He appeared to be no more than 10 years of age. Whose child could this be? Suddenly, I recalled the day I had followed Zhou Shun when he had skinned a child. Could this be that very child? Summoning my courage, I stepped closer to inspect the boy, only to discover that his skin was unblemished. Strangely, the attire he wore was the very clothing Zhou Shun had purchased that day. Zhou Shun had not skinned the boy. Rather, he had been changing the boy's clothes. My gaze was drawn to a bottle clutched in the boy's hands. I illuminated it with my flashlight and found it contained a pool of fresh blood. There was enough blood to fill half the bottle, which the boy grasped as if it were a mere toy. Could this be the essence of life, as mentioned by Jiangbo before entering the small Western-style building? With this realization, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck me, illuminating my mind completely. I understood. I comprehended everything. Jiangbo has been deceiving me from the very beginning. He is not, in fact, Shaoqi's grandfather, but rather a fabrication of his own design. I had always believed that lacking a car, a house, or good looks would protect me from being exploited and deceived, as such deceit would hold no significance for others. However, it appears that this is not the case. At least, it is not the case for Jiangbo. Despite my humble circumstances, I possess a heart that yearns to survive, and Jiangbo has exploited this very aspect to manipulate me into entering the small villa. The purpose behind his actions, I suspect, revolves around the vial containing the essence of blood. I am uncertain of its true utility, yet I am aware that it is undoubtedly significant, at least in Jiangbo's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, I reached out to take the vial of blood from the boy's grasp. The boy lay as still as a corpse, and I successfully retrieved the essence without any reaction from him. Yet, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. On that night, when Zhou Shun changed the boy's clothing, he had shown signs of movement. Why then was he so still today? I naturally hope he remains unmoving. Otherwise, the situation would be utterly dire. Having taken the essence, I carefully replaced the coffin lid. Jiangbo had informed me upon my entrance that the coffin would be burned once the essence was taken. I recognized his deceit, realizing that his intentions were far from noble. With this knowledge, there was no need for me to adhere to his directives. Furthermore, while the boy's complexion is pale, he possesses an endearing appearance, and I truly hesitate to act upon Jiangbo's suggestion of incineration. I closed the lid of the coffin and drew the glass door of the refrigerator back. At that moment, I noticed the adjacent refrigerator. I shifted my steps to gaze into it, and discovered that it too contained a coffin, albeit one devoid of ice. The presence of ice in the nearby refrigerator puzzled me. Yet the absence of it here suggested that it might be harboring the remains of the girl known as the Ballad Maiden. I opened the glass door of the refrigerator, lifted the coffin lid, and illuminated the interior with my flashlight. Indeed, I beheld a complete skeleton. The bones had been deliberately arranged to resemble a human form. Upon closer examination, I confirmed that the skeleton belonged to a girl, and promptly retrieved a piece of tattered cloth from my pocket. I carefully wrapped the bones, secured them with a knot, and slung them over my shoulder. Jiangbo had established a 5-element soul-calling array, enabling the Ballad Maiden to temporarily return to her grave. My intention was to reinter these remains, ensuring that the Ballad Maiden would not emerge again. Jiangbo's request for me to take the white bones likely stemmed from this very rationale. With these actions completed, my objective was effectively fulfilled. Just as I was about to turn and leave, a sudden crack echoed from behind me. I was taken aback, my nerves almost fraying. In the split second that I turned, a stone hurtled toward my face. I tilted my head to evade it, and the stone grazed my cheek as it flew past. I glanced back to see that the previously intact glass now bore a crack. A wave of unease washed over me, prompting me to hurriedly approach the glass and peer outside. Outside the quaint villa, Jiangbo was anxiously waving his hand at me, signaling me to hurry down. I pondered. Having only been in the villa for less than 40 minutes, could it be that Miss Tong Yao had returned prematurely? With this thought, I immediately turned and dashed towards the door, my heart racing with trepidation. Miss Tong Yao, after all, was a veritable specter of terror. How could I possibly provoke her? Upon descending the stairs, I sprinted out of the villa, leaping over the wall in haste. As I reached the entrance where the passant stood, Jiangbo seized my hand and urgently exclaimed, "I sense that the 5 elements soul-summoning array has been disrupted. We must leave this place at once. For Miss Tong Yao will soon return." Having realized that Jiangbo had been deceiving me all along, my regard for the old man had diminished entirely. Yet, regardless of my feelings, survival took precedence. I tossed Miss Tong Yao's white remains into the back seat, igniting the engine and driving away. After covering some distance, I inquired where we should head next. Jiangbo hesitated momentarily before replying. The five-element soul-summoning array could not have been so easily broken. Yet I can indeed feel its disruption. Miss Tong, Yao must have returned to the villa. So to be safe, let us take a detour back to the graveyard. This will allow us to evade her and ascertain who has tampered with my array. I understood the principle that the most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. However, I found it exceedingly peculiar that Jiangbo did not inquire about my blood, since he remained silent on the matter. I had no intention of foolishly divulging that I had obtained the essence. I drove the car back to the fork in the road and then retraced my previous path towards the forgotten graveyard. Throughout our journey, both Jiangbo and I maintained a profound silence. He refrained from inquiring about the essence of blood, and I chose not to speak, simply continuing forward. Upon reaching the graveyard, Jiangbo and I alighted from the vehicle and made our way towards the burial site. When we arrived at the grave of the Ballad Maiden, Jiangbo's countenance darkened considerably. Although I lacked knowledge of formations, I could discern the situation. The spirit-calling banner had toppled to the ground, and the 5 incense sticks surrounding the grave had been extinguished, yet the red thread remained unbroken. This indicated that someone had deliberately snuffed out the incense. Jiangbo bent down, picked up an incense stick, and sniffed it, erupting into a fit of furious expletives. Who the hell desecrated my formation? His words nearly provoked a laugh from me, as it seemed someone had indeed urinated upon Jiangbo's formation, resulting in its collapse and the release of the Ballad Maiden. It must be said that people nowadays possess a remarkable audacity to venture into a forgotten graveyard for such an act. Jiangbo discarded the incense and instructed Alang, "Go to the car and retrieve the white remains of the Ballad Maiden. We shall reinter her properly." I nodded in acknowledgement without further comment and turned towards the old forest. However, I had scarcely taken a few steps when I heard a whooshing sound behind me. Chapter 48. The sequence of events upon hearing the howling wind, a sense of foreboding enveloped me. Just as I contemplated evading the impending danger, a powerful kick struck my back, propelling me forward. The force was tremendous, causing me to lurch ahead. As I fell to the ground, I instinctively rolled forward and knelt, raising my eyes to glimpse the figure behind me. Jiangbo. I glared at him, fury etched across my face, unrestrained and palpable. It dawned upon me why Jiangbo had returned to the graveyard of the Forsaken and why he had refrained from mentioning the matter of the essence of blood during our journey. Indeed, the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. Perhaps Miss Tong, Yao, could not fathom that we would find ourselves here again. Yet the significance lay not in that alone. It was the perfect setting for silencing witnesses. Jiangbo appeared transformed. No longer the elderly gentleman who had once offered his assistance at every turn. He stepped forward, reaching into his coat, and when he withdrew his hand, a dagger glinted menacingly in the moonlight. With the blade pointed at me, Jiangbo intoned deliberately, "I do not wish to take your life. Surrender the essence of blood, and you may leave unscathed. Have you truly been deceiving me all along?" I nearly roared, my gaze cast downward in a mixture of disbelief and rage. When Fong mentioned that Lan Shaoqi was an orphan, a flicker of hope ignited within the depths of my heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jiangbo was indeed Lan Shaoqi's grandfather, only to realize he had a granddaughter after her disappearance. Though such a notion seemed far-fetched, it nonetheless crossed my mind. However, it appears that all is not as it seems. Jiangbo is not the grandfather of Lan Shaoqi, and he has indeed deceived me in a most profound manner. I cannot tolerate the betrayal of others, and I find it utterly unbearable to have been misled for such an extended period. I regarded Jiangbo as the only person I could trust, yet he treated me merely as a pawn, one to be discarded or even extinguished once he had no further use for me. The perils of Mount Hua are daunting, yet the treachery of the human heart is even more treacherous. The frost may be thin, but the warmth of human affection is even thinner. Jiangbo scoffed, his gaze upon me reminiscent of that directed at a lost dog. "Indeed, I have been deceiving you all along, but you have only yourself to blame for being so foolish. Frankly, I have never encountered anyone as naive as you. I acknowledge my foolishness and admit that I am too readily trusting of others. However, I never imagined that Jiang Bo could conceal his true intentions to such an extent that I would place unwavering faith in him. Taking a deep breath, I raised my gaze to Jiang Bo and asked, "So, from the moment I encountered you until now, has this all been part of your elaborate scheme?" With an air of confidence, Jiang Bo shifted the dagger, as if he were fully aware that I was ensnared in his grasp, rendering escape impossible. He smiled at me and replied, "Initially, I had no intention of exploiting or deceiving you. There is one thing I told you that is indeed true, not a fabrication." "What is it?" Given the current circumstances, Jiang Bo would certainly not dare to lie to me again. Death, to me, is not particularly daunting. Upon realizing the dissolution of my own spirit, I had already come to terms with the inevitability of death. What I cannot accept is dying in a state of bewilderment, rather than with a clear understanding of all that has transpired. Jiang Bo paused briefly and said, "Leave Zizuland before 6 o'clock and refrain from meddling within its confines. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you regarding these two matters." To myself, I thought, do you really need to say that? Many have warned me before. I had long been aware of the sinister reputation of Zizuland, a place where few delivery personnel emerged alive. Initially, I had no intention of exploiting you, for in my eyes, you were utterly insignificant and devoid of any utility. My presence in the security room, advising you to vacate Zizuland by 6, stemmed from a flicker of hope that you might survive. Jiang Bo lifted his gaze to the sky and coldly remarked, "What astonishes me is that you have indeed managed to survive. I previously stated that none who entered Zizuland to deliver have ever returned alive, yet here you are, still breathing." At that moment, I realized my opportunity had arrived, and you had transformed into a resource, no longer a mere liability. At the very least, you could assist me. Jiang Bo cast a sidelong glance at me, laughing heartily. My body trembled with rage, my fists clenched tightly, yet I refrained from acting impulsively, for there remained many uncertainties. What was your true motive behind all this? Was it merely to gain access to the small villa? I gradually composed myself and queried Jiang Bo. Upon hearing the words "small villa," a fiery light ignited in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth, replying, "Indeed, my efforts are solely directed towards gaining entry into the small villa, yet I have come to the disheartening realization that it is utterly beyond my reach. The machinations of Zhou Shun within are too numerous. Should I attempt to enter, I would either be discovered by him or meet a fate worse than death. Thus, I have contemplated the idea of utilizing your assistance to infiltrate the villa and acquire that which eludes my grasp. The object spoken of by Jiang Bo must indeed be the vial of essence I hold close, though its true purpose remains a mystery to me. As I ponder this, the veil of deception begins to lift. Jiang Bo has been misleading me from the very beginning. Every word he uttered was a stratagem cloaked in falsehood. Upon our initial encounter, his intentions seemed benign. He merely advised me to leave the bamboo grove before 6 o'clock, without any thought of exploiting me at that moment. It was only after he witnessed my unexpected survival that he commenced weaving his intricate trap around me. I recall my second meeting with him vividly. He appeared frail, as though devoid of life's essence. In that moment, rather than fixating on his own plight, he chose to express concern for my well-being, thereby earning my trust. I must concede that Jiang Bo is indeed astute, while I, in my naivety, fell prey to his cunning with alarming ease. Subsequently, he urged me to shadow Zhou Shun and gain access to the villa, perhaps unaware that within its confines resides the enigmatic figure of the nursery rhyme girl. Contemplating her existence, I find myself once again beset by doubt. Does the nursery rhyme girl truly exist? Jiang Bo turned to glance at the tombstone of Miss Tong Yao and remarked, "Indeed, Miss Tong Yao existed. However, she is not merely a simple ghost. To be precise, she is the spirit of Zhou Shunyang." I finally comprehended that Jiang Bo's ultimate objective from the very beginning was to lead me into the Xiaoyang building to seize that vial of essence. There's an old adage that states, plans never survive contact with reality. Jiang Bo, unable to enter the Xiaoyang building, was naturally oblivious to the matters concerning Miss Tong Yao. Once I entered and learned about her, Jiang Bo, driven by his own interests, would inevitably seek a means to dispel her spirit, and that method was the 5-element soul-summoning array he had devised. I had been deceived all along. Jiangbo's actions, seemingly considerate of my well-being, held no genuine regard for me. Thus, is what you claim to be a means of saving me also a fabrication? I continued, somewhat despondently. Jiangbo squinted at me and said, "The secrets of the purple bamboo forest have always eluded me. Yet I can tell you this with certainty. It is not you who chose the purple bamboo forest. Rather, it is the purple bamboo forest that has chosen you. 2 paths lie before you. The first is death, and the second is to remain eternally within the purple bamboo forest. Of course, at this moment, the paths available to you remain twofold. The first still leads to death, while the second involves relinquishing your essence to survive." I harbor doubts about whether Jiangbo would truly allow me to live after I surrender my essence. My mind was awash with questions, and I yearned to clarify several matters. "I still have some inquiries," I said after a moment of silence. Jiangbo glanced at me and let out a derisive laugh, saying, "If you were to hand over your essence after your inquiries, I might consider allowing you to ask." I retorted, "What use is that essence to me? Handing it over could save a life. Why would I surrender it to you?" Jiangbo paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "In truth, you are not foolish. You simply have yet to fully contemplate the matter. Very well, you may proceed with your questions. Firstly, tell me, is it true that Fifth Lady is a ghost?" I inquired. "She has taken my soul," and her parting words, "My time is limited, leave me in perpetual uncertainty. I wish to reclaim my soul, and she is my only hope." Without hesitation, Jiangbo replied, "It is indeed true. Fifth Lady is a ghost, and, as I mentioned, she is extraordinary, truly exceptional." At this point, Jiangbo seemed disinclined to elaborate further. I understood that he had no intention of engaging in trivial discourse, and knowing Fifth Lady's true nature was sufficient for me. Secondly, what is the situation with Zhou Shan? Who exactly is he? The question of Zhou Shan had long plagued my mind, an enigma I yearned to unravel. Seizing this opportunity, I resolved to seek clarity. Jiangbo, still speaking candidly, responded, "I cannot say for certain who Zhou Shan is. My only reason for locating him was that vial of essence. All I can reveal is that Zhou Shan is anything but ordinary. Truly, he is remarkable." His words, however, felt entirely uninformative, prompting a resigned sigh from me as I chose not to pursue further inquiries. Noticing my silence, Jiangbo sneered, "Are you finished with your questions? Since the questions have been asked, it's time to surrender the essence of life." "I haven't obtained any essence," I replied, spreading my hands in feigned innocence. Upon observing my antics, Jiangbo was initially taken aback, but then drew his dagger with fervor, pointing it at me and coldly stating, "Boy, you'd best not try any tricks. I know you possess the essence, so hand it over swiftly." I genuinely had not taken any essence. I had not encountered it within the small Western-style building. I maintained an indifferent facade, though my mind was racing with plans to either escape or retaliate. To be honest, I was not particularly afraid of Jiangbo, an elderly man whom I could easily subdue with a few well-placed strikes. However, I was uncertain if he had any hidden advantages. Thus, I refrained from acting impulsively. "You're talking nonsense," Jiangbo suddenly roared, shouting at me. "I distinctly caught the scent of the essence on you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached this point so swiftly. Hand it over now." His words struck me with surprise. Could Jiangbo possess a canine sense of smell? How could he detect the essence? "In truth, I was aware that you were deceiving me even without the confrontation," I replied to Jiangbo, who paused, his agitation gradually subsiding. He inquired, "How did you know I was lying?" "In truth, I had no concrete evidence of your deceit. I merely recognized that your granddaughter is not Shao-Chi." As I spoke, I surveyed my surroundings. My only course of action was to buy time while seeking a means to counterattack. I truly do not wish to relinquish this vital essence to Jiangbo. In my view, returning the essence to Zhou Shan would be far preferable, for Zhou Shan harbors no intentions of harming me. Jiangbo pondered for a moment, and then suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. "Boy, do not attempt to stall me any longer. Hand over the essence at once." "Jiangbo, at this juncture, I have no reason to deceive you. I genuinely have not located the essence. Otherwise, why not tell me what you intend to do with it?" If necessary, I could return to the small Western-style building to search for it again, I replied hesitantly. This tactic proved utterly ineffective, serving merely to buy me a moment's respite. However, to my astonishment, upon uttering these words, Jiangbo became palpably agitated. He approached me, abruptly rolled up his pant legs, and, with a trembling voice, directed my attention to the flesh beneath his trousers, exclaiming, "Look for yourself! Look for yourself!" I lowered my gaze to Jiangbo's legs, and upon catching a glimpse, I was rendered speechless by my astonishment. Chapter 49. A life hanging by a thread beneath the cover of his trousers. Jiangbo moved with the swiftness of the wind, his legs agile, yet the flesh beneath the fabric filled me with both astonishment and dread. When Jiangbo lifted the hem of his trousers, I was met with a putrid odor emanating from his legs. They had completely collapsed, rendering them little more than skin stretched over bone. Those dark, slender limbs resembled two fragile twigs, easily breakable. This horrifying sight once again reminded me of Jiangbo's transformation. I recalled the last time he underwent such a metamorphosis. His body had been in a similar state, with his skin and fur rapidly shedding, his flesh sinking in as if, in an instant, all his blood had been drained away. As I stood there at a loss for words, Jiangbo suddenly drew a dagger and slashed at his own calf. The blade cut through the flesh, and to my astonishment, not a drop of blood flowed forth. How could this be? Did Jiangbo lack a soul? With this thought, I quickly glanced down, only to find Jiangbo casting shadow. What could this possibly mean? Quickly, I implored, hand over your essence. I can no longer endure this existence shrouded in darkness, nor the torment it brings. Hurry, give me your essence. Jiangbo, as if driven mad, charged at me with the dagger in hand. I realized that his patience had been utterly exhausted. He would no longer indulge my ramblings. At this point, anything I said would be futile. Recognizing the futility of words, I prepared to fight with all my might. As Jiangbo charged towards me, the dagger in his hand aimed menacingly at my face, revealing his intent to strike with lethal force. Just as he was about to plunge the dagger into me, I summoned all my strength to roll backwards. After tumbling on the ground, I lifted my gaze, only to find Jiangbo once again lunging at me with the dagger in hand. I was acutely aware of the dagger's sharpness. Unarmed, I dared not confront him directly and could only scurry about in a desperate manner amidst the chaotic graveyard. After a few brief skirmishes, I discerned an unsettling truth. Despite his apparent age, Jiangbo possessed formidable skills, his movements exhibiting an extraordinary agility. Each attack he executed was a lethal strike, capable of claiming a life with a single misstep. On several occasions, I narrowly escaped death, and though I managed to evade him swiftly, my body bore numerous wounds. Curiously, while these wounds marred my flesh, they did not bleed nor heal. They remained as mere separations of skin and tissue. I had no time to ponder the peculiarities of my injuries, for Jiangbo was upon me once more, dagger raised. As the blade loomed perilously close, I instinctively turned my head and aimed a kick at him. To my surprise, Jiangbo's reflexes were swifter than I anticipated before my foot could connect. He effortlessly sidestepped to the left. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. For a brief moment, I found myself momentarily stunned as I beheld the dagger spinning rapidly against Jiangbo's palm. Astonished in his silence, I observed how his hand seemed to possess a magnetic quality. The blade firmly affixed to his palm, whirling with an unwavering steadiness. It was not until the keen edge of the dagger, in its swift rotation, sliced through my clothing and flesh that I jolted back to reality. Desperately, I attempted to retreat, but Jiangbo relentlessly pursued me, the dagger still spinning as he charged forward. In mere moments, my body was adorned with lacerations. My garments were riddled with countless gashes, and my skin bore the marks of his blade, revealing ghastly, pale wounds. The pain emanating from my chest was excruciating, yet I gritted my teeth and continued to retreat. However, as I moved back, the wounds tugged painfully, slowing my movement significantly, while Jiangbo only grew swifter. At last, it seemed as though he seized an opportune moment. The dagger, previously whirling at a high velocity, came to a halt in his grasp, poised menacingly as he aimed for my waist. A sudden shock coursed through me, and I instinctively sought to evade the impending strike. Yet Jiang Bo's movements were astoundingly swift. Before I could react, the dagger plunged into my side. A scream of agony escaped my lips as the searing pain radiated throughout my body, sapping my strength entirely. Jiang Bo showed no mercy, delivering a side kick that sent me sprawling 3 or 4 meters away. I collapsed onto the ground, my hand pressed against the wound at my waist, cold sweat cascading down my forehead. As I cast a glance at the injury, I noticed the stab inflicted by the dagger was deep. However, not a single drop of blood flowed from it. Despite this, the pain rendered me speechless, lying helplessly on the ground, observing my inability to rise. Jiang Bo let out a mocking laugh and slowly approached me. The derisive smile on his face sent a chill through my heart. I, who had never committed any wrongdoing throughout my life, found myself perpetually ensnared in other schemes. And now it seemed I was destined to perish at the hands of this old man. When Jiang Bo reached my side, I closed my eyes in despair, stubbornly gritting my teeth and declaring, "If I fall to you, I have no words to say. Do as you please, whether to kill or to mutilate." "I shall not kill you," Jiang Bo replied, sheathing his dagger and gazing at me with a smile. "Or rather, I shall say, I do not intend to kill you at this moment." I opened my eyes to meet the vain smile plastered on Jiang Bo's face, a surge of determination brewing within me. If I were to survive this day, I vowed that one day he would experience the bitterness of being ensnared. The agony I bore was insurmountable, and after struggling to acquire my vital essence, I was resolute in demonstrating just how I would transform post-extraction. As he spoke, Jiang Bo crouched beside me, his hands beginning to probe my body. I yearned to resist, yet found myself utterly immobilized. Any slight movement would aggravate the wound at my waist, causing me to grimace in pain. Not long after, Jiang Bo discovered the vividly crimson essence hidden within the pocket of my coat. As he grasped the vial, his hand trembled noticeably, and a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Huh! At last, I have obtained the essence." Jiang Bo laughed maniacally, as though he had momentarily lost his sanity. I remained oblivious to the significance of this essence, unaware of its true purpose. All I knew was that it was a treasure of immeasurable value to Jiang Bo otherwise. He would not have gone to such lengths to deceive me into entering the small villa to procure it. Finally, I would no longer endure the anguish of a living hell, nor continue to exist in the suffocating darkness of despair. Jiang Bo lifted his gaze to the night sky, clutching the vial tightly, as if fearing it might slip from his grasp and vanish. I lay on the ground, gritting my teeth in an attempt to rise. But before I could stand, Jiang Bo forcefully kicked me back down. "Now, let me show you the power of the essence. You will witness what I become once I successfully resurrect," Jiang Bo declared, pulling the cork from the vial, his eyes glowing red as he fixed his gaze upon me. "Once I consume this essence and achieve rebirth, you shall meet your end at my hands." Upon hearing his words, fury surged within me, and I unleashed a torrent of curses. This wretched scoundrel had never intended to spare me, whether I had just given him the essence or was to do so now. The outcome would remain unchanged. Yet, what did rebirth truly signify? Could that essence of blood truly grant Jiang Bo the chance to reclaim life? Ignoring my insults, Jiang Bo directly poured the essence into his mouth. Bathed in moonlight, I could distinctly see his Adam's apple rhythmically undulating, the essence being slowly swallowed down into his abdomen. The quantity of blood was scant, and within 3 to 5 seconds, Jiang Bo had consumed it all. After finishing the essence, he carelessly discarded the bottle onto the ground, and to my astonishment, he suddenly collapsed to his knees. He knelt there, his hands tightly clutching his throat, as if what he had ingested was not blood, but rather sulfuric acid. At that moment, I noticed the veins on Jiang Bo's body beginning to swell, the vessels beneath his flesh fully exposed, as if something lurked within them. A small bulge emerged within the veins, coursing through his body. In no time, it traversed the entirety of Jiang Bo's form. He remained kneeling, hands pressed against his neck, his face flushed crimson, as though he were enduring immense agony. I was bewildered by Jiang Bo's condition, uncertain whether his rebirth had succeeded or failed. Yet, I recognized that this was my opportune moment to retaliate. Gritting my teeth, one hand clutching my wounded waist while the other steadied myself against the ground, I slowly attempted to rise. But before I could fully stand, a surge of pain from my waist caused me to collapse once more. If I did not muster my strength now, I would be left vulnerable, merely awaiting Jiang Bo's inevitable strike. I clenched my teeth tightly and exerted all my strength in an attempt to rise from the ground once more. However, before the pain from my wounds could register, I witnessed Jiang Bo convulsing violently, his mouth frothing with white foam. A surge of fear gripped me. Could it be that Jiang Bo was suffering from epilepsy? And had the seizure coincided with his consumption of the vital blood? If that were the case, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune, as the heavens themselves seemed unwilling to allow me to perish in such a senseless manner. Suddenly, Jiang Bo, kneeling on the ground, let out a thunderous roar and abruptly stood up, oblivious to the foam pouring from his mouth. The vital blood? Where have you hidden it? His first response upon rising was to glare at me with unbridled rage. I was taken aback. His words left me bewildered. The vial of vital blood was clearly discovered within the coffin at the small Western-style building. How could it now be in question? Was it possible that what I had brought was not the so-called vital blood at all? Yet that could not be right, for the coffin contained nothing but the corpse of a boy. That is not vital blood. You dare deceive me, Jiang Bo bellowed, lunging at me like a fierce tiger. I was startled and instinctively rolled away, suppressing the pain, narrowly evading him. I managed to escape, but Jiang Bo collapsed onto the ground, descending into a frenzied state, clawing and gnashing at the earth. What in the world was happening? I was astounded. How could Jiang Bo, who had just moments ago held the upper hand, now be reduced to such a pitiable state? Vital essence, quickly, grant me your vital essence. Jiang Bo once again rose from the ground, and as he approached me, the fury that had previously consumed him was replaced by a desperate plea. Alang, please give me your vital essence. I can save you. I possess the means to rescue you. If you provide me with the true vital essence, I will lead you to the underworld, to the realm of shadows, to reclaim your soul. His words left me momentarily speechless, engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, without waiting for my response, Jiang Bo knelt before me. He clutched his throat and heart with fervor, pleading in a manner that suggested he was enduring a fate worse than death. Alang, I was wrong. I should not have deceived you, nor should I have exploited you. Quickly, grant me the true vital essence. Once I have it, I will take you to the realm of shadows to recover your soul, and together we shall unravel the secrets of the purple bamboo forest. Please, give me the true vital essence. I swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Bo as I cautiously replied, what you took was indeed the vital essence. I discovered this vial within the small Western-style building. You speak nonsense, Jiang Bo bellowed, lunging toward me once more. Return to me the true vital essence. At that moment, I found myself utterly immobilized. Should he tackle me, I would surely face a gruesome fate. As I beheld the grotesque contortions of Jiang Bo's face, a wave of despair washed over me. Was I truly destined to perish here? Chapter 50. Invulnerable, just as Jiang Bo was about to pounce upon me. A thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the old forest behind me. At the moment, the noise resonated. I felt the very blood coursing through my veins boil with adrenaline. The reason was simple. This sound was one I had become all too familiar with during my days in the military. The unmistakable crack of a gunshot. Before I could turn to ascertain the source of the commotion, a wave of warmth surged above my head, and the oncoming Jiang Bo was struck by a bullet, propelled backward several meters by the force of the impact. As Jiang Bo flew away, I quickly turned to investigate. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, I beheld a young man emerging slowly from the depths of the forest. In his hand, the pistol still emitted wisps of smoke, and a roguish grin adorned his strikingly beautiful face, one that seemed more delicate than that of a woman. A wave of relief washed over me upon recognizing Fong Xiang. Before arriving at the small villa, I had texted Fong Xiang, instructing him to come find me there if I hadn't called him within half an hour. Perhaps he could still save me. Little did I expect that he would not only come, but also track down this forsaken graveyard. Give me your essence the weak. Desperate plea jolted me back to reality. I turned in shock to behold Jiang Bo lying on the ground, my eyes wide with disbelief. That shot had clearly struck him. He should have been dead, yet he was still able to speak. Hand over your essence to me. Even more astonishingly, the fallen Jiang Bo suddenly sprang to his feet with surprising agility, defying the very laws of nature. My eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on his chest. A bullet was embedded in Jiang Bo's chest, oozing forth dark crimson blood from the site of impact. I am certain that Jiang Bo is devoid of blood. The fluid now seeping out must be the essence he had consumed moments ago. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What is truly astonishing is that the bullet failed to claim Jiang Bo's life. At such a close range, the force of a handgun bullet should have pierced right through him. How could Jiang Bo possibly withstand such a projectile? And how could the bullet merely graze his corporeal form? Jiang Bo's scarlet eyes bore into mine with an intensity that was almost palpable. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his bosom and, before my very eyes, plunged its razor-sharp blade into the wound where the bullet resided. With a forceful flick, he pried upward, and the bullet fell away instantly. I stood there, astonished as the very area of his body that had been pierced began to wither. In mere moments, the flesh in that region contracted inward, resembling a flower in bloom, yet astonishingly exhibiting no signs of harm otherwise. This phenomenon evoked thoughts of a swamp. When a person, animal, or object becomes ensnared within its depths, the mire constricts tightly around them, ensnaring them further with every futile struggle. When the opportunity to escape finally arises, one discovers that the ensnared area retracts immediately. In that moment, Jiang Bo's body resembled a quagmire. Do not be deceived. This old rascal is no ordinary man. After a brief moment of stupor, Fong Xiang approached my side and gently assisted me to my feet, whispering softly in my ear. I have observed that the roguish demeanor on Fong Xiang's face has vanished, replaced instead by a grave seriousness. Perhaps he too has sensed the extraordinary nature of Jiang Bo. Hand over the genuine essence. Jiang Bo bellowed, casting his gaze upon us. Fong Xiang disregarded him, turning instead to me and inquiring, "How severe are your injuries?" I shook my head, indicating that I could endure. Fong Xiang nodded, handing me the pistol with the words, "You keep this for protection. I shall deal with the old man." As a criminal investigator, Fong Xiang surely possesses remarkable skills. Moreover, his adoptive father is an old mystic, perhaps knowledgeable in Taoist arts. After a brief moment of contemplation, I accepted the pistol without hesitation. "Old man, I am indifferent to your past transgressions. Now be gone. Depart as far as you can." Fong Xiang turned to Jiang Bo, a smile playing on his lips. Jiang Bo seemed to have lost his sanity, consumed by thoughts of the essence, utterly dismissing Fong Xiang's presence and charging towards me. Even now, he believes that I possess a counterfeit vial of essence to deceive him, when in truth, I have only seen a single vial of genuine essence, which I even took out. Seeing that Jiang Bo had no intention of negotiating, Fong Xiang ceased his words, deftly revealing a short sword that matched the length of Jiang Bo's arm from his sleeve. I cast a glance at the short sword in Fong Xiang's hand. It bore intricate markings that I could not discern. Yet, what intrigued me most was that when Fong Xiang drew the sword and pointed it at Jiang Bo, it emitted a faint glimmer of cold light. Jiang Bo was not to be underestimated. He once again drew the dagger from his pocket. Fong Xiang, undeterred, brandished his sword and engaged Jiang Bo in combat. After a few exchanges, it became evident that Fong Xiang had the upper hand, with their weapons clashing and sparking in a fierce display. Jiang Bo was forced to retreat repeatedly, perhaps due to the effects of the unknown blood he had consumed, which seemed to have clouded his judgment and rendered his strikes erratic. I had witnessed Jiang Bo's techniques before, each move designed to be lethal. His dagger was cunning and vicious, clearly indicative of his past encounters with life and death. In contrast, Fong Xiang's approach was far more straightforward. Wielding his short sword with commanding ferocity, he embodied the spirit of vanquishing gods and demons alike. Although Fong Xiang was stronger than Jiang Bo, it was apparent that he could not easily subdue him in the current skirmish. I pondered that this stalemate was untenable. Should Miss Tong Yao return, it would likely spell doom for all involved. My gaze fell upon the handgun in my hand, a sly smile creeping across my lips. I was no stranger to firearms, having handled them during my military service, and it was clear that Fong Xiang had already chambered a round. All I needed to do was aim and fire. I raised the handgun, targeting the two combatants in the graveyard. However, after a moment of aiming, I encountered a dilemma. Fong Xiang was completely turned away from me, effectively shielding Jiang Bo from my line of sight. While I knew Jiang Bo was unfazed by bullets, I was uncertain about Fong Xiang's disposition towards such weaponry. I hesitated to call out to Fong, urging him to step aside, fearing that it might alarm our adversary. Instead, I held my pistol aloft, biding my time for the opportune moment. After a fierce exchange of blows, Fong suddenly leaped into the air, executing a swift kick aimed at Jiang Bo. Jiang managed to block the strike with his arm, but was still forced to retreat a couple of steps. As Fong descended, he caught sight of me brandishing my firearm, and a moment of comprehension crossed his face, followed by a mischievous grin directed at me. As the skirmish resumed, Fong intentionally maneuvered himself to position in front of Jiang, who remained oblivious to my presence. Recognizing the opportunity, I steadied my aim and, without a moment's hesitation, squeezed the trigger. Confident in my accuracy, honed from years of training, I unleashed a shot. In that instant, the pistol erupted with a fiery discharge, the bullet striking Jiang squarely in the back without warning. Though unafraid of the bullet itself, Jiang was caught off guard by the force of the impact, propelling him forward. Seizing the moment, Fong drew his short sword and lunged toward Jiang. With a sharp thrust, the blade found its mark, sinking firmly into Jiang's body. Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Fong, uttering a stunned, "How is this possible?" It was as if he could scarcely comprehend that Fong's sword could penetrate him. Fong, with a sly grin, withdrew the blade, while Jiang clutched his abdomen, trembling violently in place. This time, I observed with clarity, Jiang Bo's wound erupted with black blood, yet did not heal or wither away. Instead, it emitted a plume of white smoke. My eyes widened in astonishment, leaving me agape. What on earth is Jiang Bo? He cannot be killed by bullets, heals autonomously. And now he is emitting smoke? I am determined to seize his essence. As long as I draw breath, he shall find no peace. Jiang Bo cast a fierce glance in my direction before swiftly retreating with a dagger in hand. Fong Xiang did not pursue Jiang Bo, but instead sheathed his short sword and approached me with a grin, remarking, "Well, look at you, so upright and righteous, yet unexpectedly cunning." I recognized he was alluding to my ambush with the gun, yet my mind was clouded with confusion, rendering me indifferent to his words. Who exactly is Jiang Bo? How could he possibly be unafraid of bullets? How is he capable of self-healing? This is utterly bizarre. The thought of Jiang Bo's ominous declaration, "As long as I draw breath, you shall find no peace," sent a chill down my spine. Is this old man preparing for a protracted battle, intent on tormenting me relentlessly? If that is indeed the case, then I might as well resign myself to awaiting my demise. Fong Xiang supported me as we made our way out of the burial grounds. Halfway through, I inquired, "How did you find your way here?" Fong Xiang hesitated before responding. "Actually, I arrived here early." I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why the hell didn't you come out sooner? Did you have to wait until I was on the brink of death?" "No, what I meant was, I arrived even before you," Fong Xiang clarified. I was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the 5 elements soul summoning array set by Jiang Bo had been disrupted. In astonishment, I inquired, "Was it you who dismantled Jiang Bo's 5 elements soul summoning array?" Fong Xiang nodded affirmatively, explaining, "Indeed, it was I who shattered it. Upon my arrival, I discovered that someone had established the 5 elements soul summoning array, which ensnared the spirit of a young girl. Thus, I effortlessly dismantled it. Afterward, I proceeded to the location you mentioned, but upon my arrival, I realized you were not there. To my surprise, the little girl from the burial mound had also arrived at the quaint villa you spoke of, and it was she who informed me of your whereabouts at the burial mound, prompting my return to seek you out." As I absorbed Fong Xiang's explanation, my steps gradually came to a halt. Firstly, it seemed that Fong Xiang must have approached from the opposite direction. Consequently, he would have encountered the burial mound first. Upon discovering the 5 elements soul summoning array and the trapped spirit of a young girl, he inadvertently freed none other than the song of the child. When he subsequently sought me at the villa, he found that we had already departed. Unbeknownst to him, the girl he had rescued revealed our presence at the burial mound. In other words, she had been aware of our location from the outset. Delving deeper, it is plausible that she had intentionally allowed herself to be ensnared by the 5 elements soul summoning array. Otherwise, if she knew we were at the burial mound, why did she not seek us out for vengeance? I inhaled deeply, feeling once more ensnared in a web of enigmas. What have you been up to? How did you end up mingling with that old man? Fong Xiang inquired with genuine curiosity. I forced a bitter smile and shook my head, saying, "A child without a mother, it's a long story." "Stop right there. If it's a lengthy tale, then let's not delve into it," Fong Xiang interjected, waving his hand in annoyance. I rolled my eyes, but chose not to elaborate further. On our journey back, Fong Xiang asked about my injuries and whether I needed to visit a hospital. After contemplating for a moment, I shook my head, saying, "I'll just rest at home for a couple of days. No need for the hospital." I knew that within me, there was no fresh blood. The wounds ran deep into the marrow, leaving not a single drop of blood to be seen. If a doctor were to examine me, they would likely recoil in horror, treating me as a monstrous anomaly. There is even a risk of an unwitting doctor mistaking me for a specimen to be dissected. Fong Xiang seemed to grasp this reality, so he refrained from pressing the matter further. Once we emerged from the dense forest and reached the car, I gestured for Fong Xiang to get in. He paused for a moment before breaking into a grin, saying, "Look at you, managing to get a ride. When can I take the wheel for a couple of days to impress the ladies?" I found it tedious to explain, so I settled into the passenger seat, allowing Fong Xiang to take the driver's position. As we drove home, I inquired, "What is the story behind that Jiang Bo? How is it that he seems impervious to blades and bullets?" Chapter 51. Zombie Fong Xiang drove with a triumphant smile on his face, declaring, "Who says he is impervious to harm? Did my sword not find its mark?" One hand pressed against his wound, he struggled to extract a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he continued, "I'm not blind. It's clear your sword has issues." When Fong Xiang fired, the bullet undoubtedly struck Jiang Bo, yet the latter completely disregarded it. Not only did the bullet fail to penetrate his body, but Jiang Bo also deftly plucked it out with a dagger. If he was unperturbed by bullets, what fear could he possibly have of ordinary weapons? The only plausible explanation was that the sword in Fong Xiang's hand was flawed. After a moment of silence, a grave expression settled on Fong Xiang's refined features. He sighed and earnestly stated, "To be precise, that old fellow is neither human nor ghost." The notion of him not being human was comprehensible. After all, who would not fear a handgun? But what did it mean to say he was not a ghost? Could it be that Jiang Bo was some kind of monster? "Have you heard of zombies?" Before I could ponder further, Fong Xiang spoke again. At the mention of the word zombie, I shuddered into silence. Most people are familiar with zombies, especially through classic Hong Kong films, which have left a profound impression on many. Could it be that Jiang Bo was a zombie? Indeed, that old man belonged to a category of zombies, yet he could not be entirely described as one. His apparent immunity to handguns and conventional weapons suggested he had mastered a form of sinister and esoteric martial arts, though it seemed he had not fully succeeded in his training. As Fong Xiang drove, he elucidated to me that if he mastered that nefarious art, the bullets from a handgun would not merely embed themselves within his flesh, but rather they would be utterly incapable of penetrating it. Moreover, with his incessant ramblings about vital essence, I surmised that he had likely failed in his endeavor. I listened with a mix of astonishment and concern, and then inquired, what does he require this vital essence for? If he truly succeeds, what will be the outcome? What exactly is this vital essence you speak of? I still cannot grasp its nature, but it seems to me that it could restore that old man to his former self. Fong Xiang flashed me a mischievous grin and replied, "As for your question about the consequences of a success, I can assure you that he cannot possibly achieve it." My confusion prompted me to ask why. Fong Xiang squinted thoughtfully and explained, "That old man lacks any blood within him. I should have some insight into the dark arts he practices." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Before delving into these sinister practices, he must have been a normal man. To cultivate such malevolent sorcery one must drain every drop of blood from their body, leaving not a single drop behind. If he were to deplete his blood entirely, and yet somehow remain alive, it could be said that he has succeeded in part. Feng Xiang's tone was remarkably relaxed, as if the act of draining blood were a trivial matter. Lacking Feng Xiang's composure, I could not help but twitch at the mention of bloodletting. At last, I comprehended why Jiang Bo's seemingly healthy body had collapsed and why his hair had withered so rapidly. Draining every drop of blood from one's body is merely the first step toward success. My heavens, this dark sorcery is truly terrifying. With a cigarette dangling from my lips, my face was a canvas of shock. Feng Xiang cast a sidelong glance at me and disdainfully remarked, "Such is the nature of the occult arts. Indeed, should this sorcery be mastered, the practitioner would become impervious to blades and bullets. Merely draining one's blood and not succumbing to death is only half the battle. What more is required?" I inquired thoughtfully. Feng Xiang hesitated for a moment before revealing, "You must endure a fasting period of 49 days, awaiting the descent of 5 thunders. The so-called fasting for 49 days entails remaining in a location steeped in heavy yin energy after all the blood has been extracted, without consuming a morsel of food or even a sip of water. Should one falter and partake in sustenance, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. The harmony of time, place, and circumstance should be clear to you. Draining the body's blood signifies human effort, while seeking a place saturated with yin energy for the 49-day fast represents the advantageous location. Lastly, waiting for the divine thunder to strike is the aspect of timing. When the thunder descends and strikes the practitioner of this dark art, then the sorcery is deemed complete. If such an opportunity does not arise, success remains elusive." As Feng Xiang concluded his explanation, I was left speechless in astonishment. It was only when the burning cigarette reached the filter, imparting a searing warmth, that I returned to my senses. The revelations Feng Xiang shared were entirely unknown to me, and through the events of the past few days, I began to comprehend the adage, "In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders." Upon listening to Feng Xiang's words, I realized that my understanding was but a mere fraction of the truth, perhaps even less than that. I rolled down the car window and discarded my cigarette, but then cleared my throat before inquiring, "What is the situation with Jiang Bo?" I surmised that the old man had practiced the dark arts I had mentioned. However, it appeared he had completed the first 2 steps and was merely missing the final one, being struck by the 5 thunders. Feng Xiang remarked, "This old man is indeed a vivid anomaly. He has managed to endure the tribulations of fasting and bloodletting. Alas, it is unfortunate that he has not encountered the 5 thunders." Suddenly, I recall that after Jiang Bo's body had withered, it soon returned to the appearance of an ordinary person, prompting me to ask Feng Xiang the reason behind it. Upon hearing my question, Feng Xiang furrowed his brows and replied, "Logically, if the old man had not been struck by the 5 thunders, his body should remain withered and unable to withstand sunlight, akin to that of a corpse. Your observation strikes me as peculiar. Could it be that he has sustained himself by consuming human blood?" The mere mention of human blood ignited my fury. Jiang Bo was indeed despicable. Had I not discovered his intentions early, I feared he might have already set his sights on me. Yet, I could not fathom why Jiang Bo would go to such lengths to obtain that vial of essence blood. According to Feng Xiang, Jiang Bo sought the essence blood in hopes of restoring himself to his former state. If that were the case, why did he transform into that grotesque form after consuming the essence blood, all the while insisting that it was a counterfeit? I meticulously recalled the scenes from my time in the small villa, and after much contemplation, I am certain that the only vial containing the essence of the blood is the one within the coffin. There is nothing else. Could it be that the essence is merely a fabrication? This conundrum remains unsolvable for now, and I intend to ponder it further when I have the time. Upon arriving home, Feng Xiang assisted me in ascending the stairs, and the pain from my waist wound caused me to grimace in discomfort. It seems that recovery will take more than a day or 2. Once in the room, Feng Xiang applied medicine and bandaged my wound. Strangely enough, the last time my soul departed from my body, the injury healed rapidly after I made a cut with a knife, yet this time, it exhibited no signs of healing whatsoever. Feng Xiang was equally perplexed by this. After tending to my wound, he helped me back to my room before returning to his own to rest. After a night of turmoil, I was utterly fatigued and lay in bed, attempting to succumb to slumber, yet rest eluded me as my mind replayed the events of the day. Unable to sleep, I refrained from forcing it, instead lying in bed and sorting through everything that had transpired. Thus far, 3 questions await resolution. The first pertains to the matter of the small villa. Jiang Bo had set up a 5 elements soul summoning array to summon the spirit of Miss Tong Yao back to the mass grave. We seized the opportunity to enter the graveyard, but when Feng Xiang dispelled the array and encountered Miss Tong Yao, she directly revealed our locations to him. This implies that Miss Tong Yao was aware of our presence in the graveyard. If so, why did she not seek us out for retribution? Am I afraid of myself? Or perhaps a Jiangbo? This thought was swiftly dismissed. I possess no remarkable abilities, and the notion that Miss Tong Yao could eliminate me is akin to extinguishing an ant. As for Jiangbo, he himself has admitted that he is no match for Miss Tong Yao. How could he possibly contend with her? If this were the case, why does Miss Tong Yao not return to the graveyard to seek us out? Contemplating the matter of essence blood sent a shiver through my body, and my thoughts began to crystallize. If the essence blood is indeed counterfeit, combined with the situation involving Miss Tong Yao, could this be a trap? Is there someone who has deliberately orchestrated my entrance into the small Western-style villa to extract the essence blood? I have no use for it. It is Jiangbo who requires it. Thus, the goal of this individual must be to manipulate me into handing over the false essence blood to Jiangbo. Clenching my teeth, I rose to sit upright, igniting a cigarette and placing it at the corner of my mouth, deep in thought as I inhaled. If my suspicions are correct, then this entire scenario is utterly horrifying. It appears that Jiangbo is scheming against me, while in reality, both he and I are being ensnared by an unseen antagonist. What a cunning ploy to use another's weapon for one's own gain. Should I deliver the counterfeit essence blood to Jiangbo, he would undoubtedly discern its falsity and assume I betrayed him. Ultimately, I would meet my demise at his hands, while he would suffer due to the false essence blood. I must admit, this stratagem is exceptionally insidious, effortlessly placing both Jiangbo and myself in mortal peril. The pressing question remains, who is this individual? In truth, it is not difficult to deduce. The current owner of the small villa is Zhou Shun. From Jiangbo, I learned that Miss Tong Yao is currently Zhou Shun's little ghost, which implies that the mastermind behind this is none other than Zhou Shun himself. I took a drag from my cigarette, pondering the increasing enigma that Zhou Shun has become. He is certainly no ordinary person. Perhaps he is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Yet here I am, powerless and insignificant, confronted by an unknown adversary in Zhou Shun. What can I do but hide and feign ignorance? With a sigh, I turn my thoughts to my second concern. This concern revolves around my soul. At present, my soul is in the possession of Wu Yang, who has vanished without a trace. I cannot locate her, nor can I find my own soul. However, at the chaotic burial grounds, when Jiangbo demanded my true essence, he uttered a phrase that remains etched in my memory. He said that if I were to hand over my true essence, he would escort me to the underworld and help me reclaim my soul. Could it be that my soul resides in the netherworld? Chapter 52. Those like me, it is often said that a person's final words are filled with wisdom. At that moment, although Jiangbo was not yet deceased, he was enduring considerable suffering. In his quest for true essence, he would undoubtedly reveal a fragment of the truth to entice me. However, he miscalculated. It was not I who had schemed against him, but rather we were both ensnared by the machinations of others. I firmly believe that Jiangbo's last utterance, the one inviting me to the underworld, held a deeper significance. Yet, a perplexing conundrum lingers. If my soul truly resided in the nether realm, how is it that I exist here, unharmed? This question eludes my understanding, compelling me to set it aside for the moment. The final inquiry revolves around the enigmatic purple bamboo forest. What manner of place is it? On the surface, it appears serene, yet beneath lies a tempest of turmoil. Those who have delivered parcels within the confines of the purple bamboo forest have either perished or vanished without a trace. as I continue my deliveries there. Does this not suggest that my fate is irrevocably sealed in death? Shaking my head, I extinguished the cigarette, but just as I prepared to recline and rest, my phone, resting beside my pillow, vibrated. Glancing at the message, a shiver coursed through me. I had overlooked a crucial matter, a matter of utmost importance. Prior to uncovering Jiangbo's scheme, a stranger had sent me a text, warning me not to trust Jiangbo and to avoid entering the small Western-style building. Initially, I had dismissed it with scorn, but now it was clear that the stranger's intention was not to sow discord or deceive me. Rather, they genuinely sought to assist me. However, who exactly is this stranger? The message was succinct, leaving behind only a single sentence. Do not trust the person beside you. He is also using you. At that moment, there was no one around me, except for Fong Xiang. This implies that the individual alluded to in the message is indeed Fong Xiang. Is Fong Xiang attempting to exploit me? I shook my head, finding it rather implausible. The reason Jiang Bo could manipulate me was that I had access to the small Western-style building. What, then, could be Fong Xiang's motive for approaching and potentially exploiting me? Our acquaintance has not been long, nor have we shared many heartfelt conversations. It is evident that he has assisted me on several occasions, which is indeed somewhat suspicious. Regardless, I must remain vigilant regarding Fong Xiang, lest I fall victim to another scheme. Coming to my senses, I hastily replied to the stranger, inquiring, "Who are you? Why do you wish to help me?" After 3 or 4 minutes, the stranger finally responded, "I am someone like you. My assistance is also a means of aiding myself." This statement was perplexing and lacked context, leaving me utterly bewildered. He claims to be like me. In what way? Furthermore, what should I make of his assertion that helping me is tantamount to helping himself? After a moment of hesitation, I cautiously replied, "What should I do now?" This time, the response came swiftly, yet the answer left me somewhat astonished. He said, "Remain in Zizulin. At present, your only means of salvation is to stay in Zizulin. Remember, do not attempt to understand the purple bamboo forest. The more you know, the quicker your demise." As I set my phone aside, a wave of shock washed over me. It became evident from the stranger's words that he was acutely aware of my every move, including who I was with and what I was doing. Was this individual stalking me? If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. He was trailing me while I remained blissfully ignorant. My thoughts raced, compounded by the exhaustion of the day, and I felt a sense of weariness wash over me, compelling me to cast aside all worries and return to my bed in search of rest. I must admit that scoundrel Jiang Bo truly struck a grievous blow. The knife wound at my waist was deeply inflicted, and even the slightest motion sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through me. Given the current circumstances, I could no longer continue with my delivery job, and I resolved to call Zhou Shun in the morning to request a few days off. However, taking leave was not my ultimate goal. I primarily sought to gauge whether Zhou Shun had noticed my presence at the small villa. Simultaneously, I was quite curious to discover who would deliver parcels to the purple bamboo forest in my absence, both physically and spiritually. That night was the most tormenting I had endured since my discharge from the military. I lay in bed like a lifeless corpse, every slight movement eliciting excruciating pain from my wound. When morning arrived and I changed the dressing, I took special care to examine the injury, noticing that it had begun to heal, and at a surprisingly brisk pace. Nevertheless, it was still slower compared to before. Upon recently discovering the absence of my soul, Fong contemplated delivering a blade's incision upon my being. The wound, once inflicted, sank deeply, yet, astonishingly, it healed within a mere span of 3 minutes. Although the recovery was swift, it paled in comparison to prior instances. Could it be that the speed of my healing is intertwined with the essence of my soul? When my spirit resided within the ethereal realm of the purple bamboo forest, my injuries mended rapidly. However, in its absence, the pace of my recovery has noticeably slowed. The only logical explanation I can fathom pertains to my soul. Regardless, I find myself recuperating at a rate significantly superior to that of the average individual. If this trajectory continues, I shall be restored within 3 days. Concurrently, my curiosity regarding the enigmatic purple bamboo forest has intensified. What manner of place is this? What secrets lie concealed within its depths? Fong, intent on his duties, departed before 8 o'clock, leaving me alone in his home until past the hour. It was then that I retrieved my phone and dialed Zhou Shun's number. As the call connected, a wave of apprehension washed over me. Did Zhou Shun possess knowledge of my entry into the small Western-style building? Perhaps his initial words would reveal all. After a few rings, the line was answered, and Zhou Shun inquired, "What is the matter, Alung?" Upon hearing his calm voice, my brow furrowed slightly, and my mind began to conjure conclusions. After a brief silence, I awkwardly chuckled and said, "Brother Zhou, I may need to request a few days off." "Time off?" Zhou Shun murmured, then posed the question, "Will 3 days suffice?" I nodded and said, 3 days should suffice. I'll resume work after that, but I would appreciate your assistance in the meantime." Zhou Shun did not elaborate, offering me a few words of caution before ending the call. Setting down my phone, the anxiety that had gripped me began to dissipate. It was highly likely that Zhou Shun was the mastermind behind the machinations involving Jiangbo and me. Since last night, when Jiangbo and I had established the 5 elements soul-calling array at the mass grave, we had unwittingly walked into the trap that Zhou Shun had meticulously laid out for us. Zhou Shun might have anticipated our entry into the small Western-style building last night, which is why he had surreptitiously swapped the genuine blood essence for a counterfeit, allowing me to take a vial of the fake. His refusal to allow Miss Tong Yao to seek vengeance upon us stemmed from his desire for us to perish by our own hand. I had handed the false blood essence to Jiangbo, and once he consumed it, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss. At that juncture, he would certainly believe I had betrayed him. After eliminating me, he too would face dire consequences. This was truly a masterstroke, effortlessly eliminating both Jiangbo and me. My conviction in this was bolstered by Zhou Shun's demeanor during our phone conversation. His tone was remarkably calm and composed, as if nothing had transpired. In truth, he was already privy to everything. Moreover, when I mentioned taking a leave of absence, Zhou Shun did not hesitate to acquiesce, even inquiring if 3 days would be sufficient. Something felt amiss. Furrowing my brow, I sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and while smoking, I massaged my temples. If it is Zhou Shun who set a trap awaiting my confrontation with Jiangbo, then his scheme must hinge on my demise. Yet when I called him, he exhibited no surprise, as if he were already aware of my survival. If that is the case, what purpose does his trap serve? Could it be that he does not wish for my death, but rather seeks to utilize me to inflict harm upon Jiangbo? Or perhaps the orchestrator of these events is not Zhou Shun at all? Personally, I find a former possibility more plausible, though the exact nature of the situation eludes me entirely. As I pondered this, confusion enveloped me, my mind spiraling into disarray. Not only was I unable to clarify the matter, but I also realized I was further from the truth than before. Gritting my teeth, I discarded my cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with my foot, while my heart seethed with the thought, who is it that weaves such intricate conspiracies from the shadows? In time, the truth shall reveal itself. After all, my life is but a meager existence, destined for demise. So what have I to fear? Due to my physical condition, I am unable to deliver packages or venture outside, leaving me to remain in Fong Xiang's abode. Fortunately, there exists a protective talisman within his home, preventing malevolent entities from entering. Otherwise, I would dare not remain here alone, especially considering that my essence is currently absent, rendering me mere prey in the eyes of vengeful spirits. Fong Xiang's home may lack in various respects, but it is abundant in instant noodles when hunger strikes. I find solace in a bowl of noodles, and in moments of idleness, I recline on the sofa, watching television. I spent the afternoon in a hazy stupor until I received a call from Fong Xiang. On the line, he informed me, "The woman you asked me to investigate has yielded results." I stood in momentary astonishment, only to recall that I had asked Fong Xiang to investigate some information regarding Gu Qingyi. Last night, Fong Xiang had sent me details solely about Jiangbo, neglecting to provide any information concerning Gu Qingyi. It has become increasingly evident that Wunyang is indeed a ghost. If Wunyang is a specter, then what could be the nature of Gu Qingyi? The identification card distinctly shows that Gu Qingyi and Wunyang are entirely different individuals. Furthermore, The proprietress of the inn confirmed that she had received only Wu Yang as a guest that night, and she assured me with unwavering certainty that the individual on the identification card and Wu Yang bore an identical appearance. She could not have been mistaken. If this is the case, the only plausible explanation is that Wu Yang has possessed Gu Qingyi. As for why the innkeeper might have erred, it is conceivable that Wu Yang employed some form of enchantment. Being a ghost, performing such feats should be quite effortless for her. After pondering this for a moment, I inquired of Feng Xiang. What then is the situation regarding that woman? Gu Qingyi has passed away. He died a week ago, Feng Xiang replied. Chapter 53. The new courier. I was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by my astonishment. Gu Qingyi had passed away a mere week prior, and my encounter with him had occurred only 3 or 4 days ago. This indicated that he had already succumbed to death before our meeting. If that were the case, the situation became rather clear. After Gu Qingyi's demise, Wu Yang discovered his lifeless body and subsequently possessed him, leading to our encounter. I recalled that Jiang Bo had once informed me that for a spirit to possess a living person, a ghost contract must be signed with that individual. Only upon signing such a pact could possession be successfully accomplished. What perplexed me was that Gu Qingyi was already deceased at the time Wu Yang took possession of him. How, then, could a ghost contract be signed? Could it be that the deceased are able to enter into such agreements? This aspect struck me as rather difficult to comprehend. Noticing my prolonged silence, Feng Xiang across the line grew increasingly impatient. What on earth are you doing? I'm speaking to you. Can't you hear me? Gu Qingyi has been dead for 7 days. What prompts you to investigate a corpse? Conversing with Feng Xiang was particularly exasperating, and I had no time to entertain his banter. I simply remarked into the phone, "It's nothing," and prepared to end the call. Just as the line disconnected, I could faintly hear Feng Xiang's indignant outburst. "Fool! Damn you!" Disregarding Feng Xiang's tirade, I tucked my phone away, rose to remove the bandage from my waist, and glanced at the wound. It was healing remarkably well. Even the simplest of movements elicited no pain. At this rate, I was certain I would recover within 3 days. Having altered my medication, I retrieved my car keys, poised a journey to the purple bamboo grove. In my physical absence, the grove's deliveries were orchestrated by my spirit. Now that Wu Yang has commandeered my soul, the question arises, who shall perpetuate the delivery service? To ascertain this, a personal visit to the grove is imperative. Upon arriving at the purple bamboo grove, it was approximately 20 minutes past 5. Due to my impaired mobility, I discreetly parked my vehicle, observing the grove's entrance through the windshield. After roughly 20 minutes, a familiar motorized tricycle emerged from within the grove. The tricycle proceeded down the main thoroughfare ahead. My vantage point afforded me only a view of the rider's back. From this perspective, the individual appeared to be a middle-aged person, perhaps in their 30s or 40s, which brought Zhou Shun to mind. However, I am well acquainted with Zhou Shun. He is in his early 30s and of somewhat portly build, whereas the tricycle's rider possessed a leaner physique. Therefore, the delivery person is not Zhou Shun, but someone else entirely. This realization sparked a sense of unease within me, prompting me to start the car and pursue the tricycle. When I am away, deliveries are made by my spirit, but with both my physical self and spirit absent. A strange middle-aged man is now delivering the parcels. Who could this person be? Could it be someone Zhou Shun has temporarily hired? If that is the case, then complications may ensue. Although I am unaware of the specific secrets concealed within the bamboo grove, I am acutely aware that none of the couriers responsible for delivering parcels there have met with a favorable fate. The first courier met an untimely demise. The second succumbed to madness, though he has since passed away. The third courier has vanished without a trace. As for the fourth, that would be me now. My soul has been snatched away, leaving me in a state that is neither human nor ghost. Should the individual driving the 3-wheeled cart be the fifth courier, his fate is assuredly grim. I am driving at a leisurely pace, trailing the 3-wheeled cart, my thoughts brimming with expletives. Being a courier, aside from the slightly higher wages, I seem to have inadvertently acquired the dubious skill of tailing others. At this rate, I would undoubtedly surpass even the most adept scouts. The route from the courier shop to the bamboo grove is singular, thus I am not concerned about the middle-aged man vanishing inexplicably. However, The pace of the three-wheeled cart is rather sluggish, and it is navigating the non-motorized lane. My private vehicle, restricted from the non-motorized lane, can only traverse the motorized lane, which naturally slows my pursuit. As my speed diminishes, the vehicles behind me express their discontent, honking incessantly. With no other option, I accelerate to overtake the three-wheeled cart, reassuring myself that the return route to the courier shop is singular, alleviating my worries. After driving for about a minute or two, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and to my utter astonishment, the three-wheeled cart had completely vanished. When the world is happening, how could a perfectly good vehicle simply disappear? Could it be that he detoured midway? But that doesn't seem right, as there's only one path leading to the courier station. How could he have taken another route? I couldn't dwell on it any longer. I opened the car door, alighted, and gazed back. The middle-aged man driving the tricycle had vanished completely, leaving no trace. I parked the car on the roadside and cautiously retraced my steps, advancing a few paces until I reached an alleyway entrance, where I halted. I recognized this alleyway. The last time I found myself absent, when my soul was delivering packages, I had followed it here. However, upon my arrival, both my soul and the tricycle had disappeared, and instead, I encountered Uncle Jiang and Wunyang. I stood at the alleyway entrance, not venturing inside, but rather knitting my brows in contemplation. Souls and humans are distinct. Humans should tread human paths, while souls should tread soul paths. That's why, when I deliver packages, I choose to return directly to the courier station. But when my soul delivered packages, it didn't return to the courier station. Instead, it came directly to this alleyway, disappearing without a trace after entering. Therefore, I surmise that the path I take and the path my soul takes are not the same. If that's the case, then the middle-aged man I saw earlier didn't take the road back to the courier station, but rather took the path my soul once took. To clarify, the middle-aged man I saw earlier was not Zhou Shun, or more precisely, he was not human. He was a soul. Upon this realization, a sudden trepidation seized me, and I involuntarily recoiled a step. What manner of man was Zhou Shun, that he could procure a soul to deliver parcels? What was the true nature of these events? And what clandestine secrets lay concealed behind them? I ceased my contemplations, for I perceived that I was mired in a quagmire of intrigue. And the more I struggled and pondered, the deeper I sank, further from any resolution. I departed the alleyway and returned to my vehicle, where I retrieved my mobile device and initiated a call to Zhou Shun. He answered promptly, inquiring as to the purpose of my call. I inhaled deeply and queried, "Brother Zhou, has someone delivered a package to the Purple Bamboo Grove?" Zhou Shun responded with a jovial tone, "You are on leave, so I deliver the package myself. Is there a problem?" Zhou Shun was still concealing the truth from me. He may have already discerned that I had discovered some detail, or perhaps he still believed that I remained oblivious. As he did not broach the subject, I could not directly question him. I feigned a smile and replied, "Nothing. I was merely inquiring." With these words, I terminated the call. Instead of returning directly, I drove to the Purple Bamboo Grove. Alighting from the car, I approached the security booth and gently rapped on the door. The same hearing-impaired old Mr. Liu was seated within. He opened the door and, upon seeing me, exclaimed in surprise, "Young man, why have you returned?" I paused, taken aback. I reflected that this was my first visit to the Purple Bamboo Grove today. So why did he say I had returned? I surmised that the elderly gentleman referred to yesterday. Thus, I refrained from further elaboration. With a smile, I offered him a cigarette, saying, "I'm parched. May I trouble you for a sip of water?" The old man accepted the cigarette and scrutinized me with a gaze filled with bewilderment. However, he chose not to utter much, leading me into the room where he poured me a glass of water. After handing me the teacup, he reclined once more in his rocking chair. Yet, instead of tuning the radio to listen to the opera, he fixated his gaze upon me. His stare made me somewhat uneasy, and, after taking a sip of water, I could no longer contain my curiosity. "Sir, what is it that you're gazing at? Is there something amiss with my face?" The old man responded, rather cryptically, "I am merely intrigued by how swiftly you changed your attire." His remark deepened my perplexity. The outfit I wore while delivering parcels yesterday had been rendered unrecognizable by that scoundrel Jiangbo's knife, compelling me to don a different ensemble. Was it truly odd that my attire varied from yesterday to today? I placed the cup down, took a drag from my cigarette, and furrowed my brow, asking, "Sir, what exactly are you trying to convey?" The old man, with an expression of peculiar intrigue, stated, "Just a moment ago, you were clad in your delivery uniform. How is it that you now appear in this manner? You have scarcely been gone for a few minutes, have you?" Upon hearing his words, a jolt of realization struck me. The enigma was not with the elderly man, but rather with myself. I had deemed him strange for inexplicably contrasting yesterday with today. Yet it now appeared that the true peculiarity lay elsewhere. His words echoed in my mind, recalling that I had indeed been wearing my delivery uniform just moments prior. However, I was not delivering packages earlier. This is my first visit to the purple bamboo grove today. When would I have delivered a package? Could it be that the person old Lou is referring to is the middle-aged man who just left the purple bamboo grove? I extinguished my cigarette and promptly inquired of old Lou, "Sir, I was not the one who delivered the package. Why did you mistake me for him?" "Nonsense," old Lou retorted, his eyes widening. "Your old man here may have impaired hearing, but my eyesight is excellent. It was clearly you who delivered the package. I could not be you. Moreover, I opened the gate for you both when you arrived and departed, and you even offered me a cigarette. How could I possibly be mistaken? Something is amiss. There is definitely something wrong here. The person I saw leaving the purple bamboo grove was a middle-aged man. Yet the person old Lou saw leaving was me. Regardless of the difference in appearance between the two, their physique and age should speak volumes. Under these circumstances, there are only two possibilities. The first is that old Lou's eyesight is failing, and the second is that all of this is indeed real. Old Lou saw me, but after that person left the purple bamboo grove, he transformed into a different appearance, the appearance of the middle-aged man I saw. Perhaps only this explanation can quell the myriad of questions in my mind. I have decided to use my 3 days of leave to thoroughly investigate who this person really is. After figuring this out, I smiled at old Lou and said, "Sir, your eyes are truly sharp. I intended to jest with you, but who knew I would be seen through at a glance?" Upon hearing my acknowledgement, old Lou was both infuriated and amused. "You rascal, refrain from playing such pranks on me in the future." I chuckled in agreement, finished the water in my cup, and took my leave. Upon returning to Fong Xiang's residence, I had barely closed the door to my room when my phone vibrated. I glanced at the screen and saw a message from the unfamiliar sender. Drawing from my previous experiences, I surmised that this stranger reaching out to me must have a significant reminder to convey. Could it be that this individual had been tailing me, noticing the peculiarities I had also observed, and was now alerting me through text? I sensed this possibility and, without hesitation, opened the message to read it. Chapter 54. Can I trust you? Upon reading the content of the message, I was both astonished and speechless. The text indeed originated from that mysterious stranger who lurked in shadows. Yet its content bore no relation to the events of the day. It simply stated, "It is unsafe to leave the item with you. I shall hold on to it for now." I set my phone down, pondering the meaning behind the stranger's words. At this moment, I was devoid of any wealth or valuable possessions. What could the item he referred to possibly be? After much contemplation, I found myself at a loss for an explanation. Just as I was about to message him for clarification, my peripheral vision caught sight of something amiss. A package that had persistently haunted me was nowhere to be found. Ever since I encountered the ghost of Uncle Chun in the Zizhu forest, this particular parcel seemed determined to follow me. No matter where I relocated, it would inevitably manifest at midnight. When I moved from the rented house to Fong Xiang's residence, I was acutely aware that if I did not bring the package along, it would inexplicably appear beside me. Therefore, I decided to take it with me during the move. I remained oblivious to its contents, having contemplated opening it several times. Yet I was paralyzed by the fear of potential peril. As a result, I had left the package resting on the stool by the door. But now it was gone. The implications of the stranger's message intensified my astonishment. The item he alluded to must indeed be this very package. I once again tucked my phone into my pocket and turned to gaze at the door of the room. It stood intact, without any signs of damage. I then approached the window to inspect it. Similarly, it showed no signs of defect. Considering that Fong Xiang resided on the 3rd floor, it was improbable for anyone to foolishly attempt entry through the window. Given these circumstances, How had the stranger managed to enter and abscond with the package? Could it be that the one who had been secretly assisting me was a ghost? Such a notion was absurd. For Feng Xiang had informed me that his home contained relics left by an old sorcerer, which would prevent malevolent entities from entering, let alone a specter. This, in turn, implicitly denied the possibility that my helper was anything other than a human being. After much contemplation, I found myself at a loss for answers. And so I decided to send him a text message, inquiring, "Did you take the package? What is inside?" Fortunately, this enigmatic individual was not overly aloof. Within 5 minutes of sending my message, he replied, "The contents are of utmost importance, pertaining to both our lives. For us to survive, this item must remain." I recalled having once asked him who he was, to which he had responded that he was, like me, helping himself while aiding me. His latest message echoed this sentiment. Yet, no matter how I pondered, I could not fathom why that ever-present package would hold such significance for either myself or this mysterious figure. His abilities surely surpassed my own, and now that the package was in his possession, I felt a strange sense of reassurance. As for the veracity of his words, I remained uncertain. It is not that I do not wish to know, but rather that I lack the capacity to comprehend. Thus far, I can only choose to unconditionally trust him. Beyond that, I truly find myself at a loss. I yearn to thoroughly inquire of the enigmatic figure regarding the nature of all this, for I no longer desire to be led by the nose. Nor do I wish to remain ensnared in a web of incessant mysteries. Yet, I am acutely aware that the mysterious individual is unlikely to divulge such truths. With a sigh, even before I could place my phone upon the table, it vibrated once more. I initially assumed it was a message from the enigmatic figure and hastily picked it up, only to discover that the text was from Jiang Bo. The very thought of Jiang Bo fills me with both loathing and trepidation. It has been confirmed that he has been manipulating me, a fact that justifies my animosity towards him. However, the mere contemplation of Jiang Bo's terrifying prowess causes me to hesitate. His reaching out to me at this moment surely bodes ill, perhaps intending to intimidate me. After a moment's hesitation, I opened the message from Jiang Bo. In the text, he informed me, "Kid, we have both been outmaneuvered. Are you interested in collaborating once more to dismantle Zhou Shun's hideout?" Upon reading the message, I could not help but curse under my breath, thinking how Jiang Bo, while appearing astute on the surface, is in reality rather foolish. The fact that we have been manipulated is painfully obvious, yet he only now seems to grasp it. Had it not been for Feng Xiang, I would have met my demise at his hands long ago. What perplexes me is that, since Jiang Bo has already uncovered the truth, why does he still seek my collaboration? It is increasingly evident that the one who plotted against us is Zhou Shun. The reason Zhou Shun orchestrated this scheme against us is likely due to our inadvertent revelation, which he has discovered, leading to our predicament. I suspect that the individual who exposed our vulnerabilities may very well be myself, as I was the one shadowing Zhou Shun during that period. If this is indeed the case, then I must be of no value to Jiang Bo, although my understanding of his character is not exhaustive. I am aware that he disregards those who prove to be of no utility. Yet, he now seeks my partnership. Could it be that I possess some unforeseen merit for him? After a moment of contemplation, I resolved, regardless of the circumstances, to refrain from collaborating with Jiang Bo. This ruthless individual could very well eliminate me if our partnership were to succeed. Having made my decision, I no longer felt inclined to show him respect and proceeded to berate him mercilessly in a text message. To my astonishment, Jiang Bo appeared unfazed. Indeed, I previously exploited you and deceived you. Let us set aside the past and consider a fresh collaboration. You procure the essence of blood, and I shall assist you in reclaiming your soul. What do you say? Upon reading this, I found myself in a state of hesitation. At present, I find myself devoid of a soul. It resides with Wunyang, who herself is a specter, and her whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. The notion of recovering my soul through my own efforts appears utterly unattainable. Previously, amidst the chaos of the mass grave, it became evident from Jiang Bo's words that he possessed knowledge of my soul's location. This suggests that his intention to assist me in reclaiming my soul is not merely a ruse. Yet, despite this revelation, a flicker of doubt lingers within me. Logically, Zhou Shun should already be aware of my prior collaboration with Jiangbo and my intent to extract his essence. Given this, what utility do I hold for Jiangbo? I refrained from hastily acquiescing to Jiangbo's proposal, nor did I outright reject him. Instead, I articulated my concerns candidly. Before long, Jiangbo responded, assuring me that Zhou Shun would not take any action against me, even if I were to slay him. I stood momentarily stunned, pondering whether Jiangbo was merely attempting to deceive me. Why would Zhou Shun, with no familial ties to me, refrain from acting against my interests? The very idea that he would remain passive, even under the threat of death, seemed implausible. I felt a sense of unreliability surrounding Jiangbo's claims. However, upon reflection, if I were indeed of value to him, it followed that he would seek collaboration rather than mislead me with falsehoods. By reconsidering the situation from a different perspective, it dawned on me that Jiangbo's assertions could very well be true. Zhou Shun might genuinely pose no threat to me. As for the rationale behind this, it eludes my understanding completely. Before I could formulate a response, Jiangbo sent another message. He did not hastily disclose the reason to me, nor did he grant me the opportunity to inquire. He merely left me with a phrase, "Think it over, and when you have made a decision, call me." I cast my phone onto the table and let my head droop in despair. Now, the enigma grows ever more convoluted and the challenges awaiting me multiply. Yet, regardless of the number, they all conceal two paths, one leading to demise, the other to survival. Whether I live or die hinges entirely upon my choices. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Jiangbo had utilized me once, and I was reluctant to acquiesce to his proposal for collaboration again. However, he possessed knowledge regarding the essence of my soul, compelling me to reevaluate his offer. Ultimately, what Jiangbo sought was the vital essence in Zhou Shun's possession. According to Feng Xiang, Jiangbo had strayed into dark practices, attempting to wield sinister arts, though thus far he had not succeeded, resulting in a state that was neither human nor ghostly. Consequently, he needed the vital essence to restore his normalcy. The vital essence resided with Zhou Shun. But what purpose could Zhou Shun have for it? Could it be that Zhou Shun was also dabbling in some nefarious sorcery, rendering himself into a state of neither human nor ghost? This notion was clearly untenable, for Zhou Shun had always appeared quite normal in my eyes. Suddenly, I recalled the coffin within the small Western-style building. Upon entering the first room on the second floor, I was greeted by an expanse of black sunflowers. I had seen sunflowers before, but black sunflowers were a first for me. I was uncertain of their nature. Amidst the sea of sunflowers stood two refrigerators, one of which was filled to the brim with ice. Every other day, Zhou Shun procured substantial quantities of ice from the bistro's kitchen. Considering the juvenile cadaver nestled within the frigorific confines, one could surmise that the ice served to impede the decomposition of the deceased boy. Should Zhou Shun indeed be employing the ice to forestall the boy's putrefaction, it would intimate the boy's demise. Yet, during my surveillance of Zhou Shun, I espied the boy's silhouette adjacent to the window. This matter is exceedingly uncanny, and my comprehension thereof is woefully inadequate, leaving me devoid of even a rudimentary conjecture. Massaging my temples, I elected to defer further contemplation, consigning the inscrutable to the recesses of my mind, assured that elucidation would eventually ensue. As for Jiangbo, I intend to maintain a detached demeanor for a time, neither acquiescing to his demands nor issuing an immediate rejection. Presently, the paramount task is to ascertain the identity of the novel courier emerging from the purple bamboo grove. I did not observe his visage directly, only his posterior aspect, from which I inferred him to be a middle-aged individual. However, upon locating old Liu, the custodian of the purple bamboo grove security booth, I was met with his unequivocal assertion that I myself was the purveyor of the deliveries. Though this matter is devoid of coherence, I am certain that Zhou Shun is the malefactor. I have resolved to lie in wait near the entrance of the purple bamboo grove tomorrow afternoon, between 1 and 2 o'clock, to observe the individual in question and ascertain his true identity. Having clarified my thoughts, I arose and administered medication to my wounds. The recuperation is progressing markedly. At this rate, complete healing should transpire by tomorrow, though a return to normalcy may necessitate an additional day. After changing my medication, I gently touched my abdomen, feeling a slight emptiness, a hint of hunger stirring within me. I contemplated preparing a meal, only to discover that my home was devoid of any ingredients. To my dismay, not only were there no ingredients, but the expansive kitchen was bereft of pots, pans, or utensils. It was merely filled with numerous boxes of instant noodles stacked high, each boasting a variety of flavors. It struck me that Fong Xiang must have developed an addiction to instant noodles. Who else would hoard over 10 boxes of different flavors? With no ingredients at my disposal, I resigned myself to finding a bowl of instant noodles and soaking them in hot water. Just as the noodles began to soften, Fong Xiang returned. Upon entering, he immediately launched into a tirade upon seeing me. I understood his ire stemmed from my abrupt end to our phone call, yet I was taken aback by his intensity. After all, it was merely a phone call, nothing of great consequence. Growing increasingly irked by his incessant complaints, I shot him a glare, urging him to be silent. Noticing my irritation, Fong Xiang furrowed his brow and ceased his complaints, instead inquiring, "You fool, have you encountered some trouble?" What do you mean by trouble? Regretting my choice of words as soon as they left my lips, I shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "Who are you calling a fool? You're the fool, and your entire family too." Fong Xiang flashed a grin at me, then, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "Ever since you returned from the graveyard, I've sensed something amiss with you. There's a newfound intensity about you." The previous he referred to likely pertained to the version of me he had seen during his business trip. Confused by his description of my demeanor, I inquired what he meant by intensity. Fong Xiang chuckled, replying with a single phrase, "Melancholy." As soon as he opened his mouth, I realized I had been duped. I shot a fierce glare at Fong Xiang, urging him to go play elsewhere. Unfazed, Fong Xiang replied, "I speak the truth. You appear far more dispirited than before, with a perpetual cloud of sorrow hanging over you. You must be encountering some troublesome matters. If you have something to share, why not confide in me? There's an old saying that goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is lost. Speak your mind, and who knows, perhaps I can lend you a hand." In truth, Fong Xiang was not mistaken. During the time he was away, I found myself ensnared by numerous enigmas, and to this day, I have yet to unravel them all. I understand the wisdom in the saying, yet the cryptic message from that mysterious individual lingers in my thoughts. He informed me that those around me were exploiting my trust, and it was highly likely that the person he referred to was none other than Fong Xiang himself. The mysterious figure had genuinely assisted me, without pretense or ulterior motives. The example of Jiang Bo alone suffices to illustrate this. Nevertheless, I have an innate desire to trust Fong Xiang. Curiously, despite our acquaintance being relatively brief, barely a month, I find myself drawn to him. His charismatic and carefree demeanor adds to the peculiarity of my feelings. Logically, there seems to be no foundation for our friendship, yet I cannot shake the impression that Fong Xiang is someone worthy of trust. After a moment's hesitation, I turned to Fong Xiang and, with a self-deprecating smile, asked, "Can I truly place my faith in you?" Chapter 55. The question of survival. Fong Xiang turned to me and smiled. "You fool. Although I am unaware of the exact troubles you are facing, I can unequivocally assert that since I welcomed you into my home, I have regarded you as a friend. While I may serve in the police force, I have very few true companions. To be candid, whether you choose to share your troubles or not bears no significance to me. My inquiry stems from genuine concern, for you're my friend." Fong Xiang's smile was sincere, and his words resonated with reason. Indeed, my affairs are ultimately my own and bear no relevance to Fong Xiang. He noticed my unusual demeanor and inquired, treating me as a friend. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to divulge all that I had concealed within my heart. If Fong Xiang truly sought to exploit me, it would merely confirm my own folly. However, I refuse to believe that fate would continue to toy with me, nor can I accept that my judgment has been consistently flawed. As I recounted all the events that had transpired since my arrival at Zizhu Forest up to the present moment, I observed Fong Xiang's expression transform into one of remarkable intensity. After I finished narrating the incidents of the day, His previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he paused before fixing his gaze firmly upon me. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to wonder if there was something amiss with his orientation. With this thought, I instinctively shifted my position slightly away from him. However, who could have known that Feng Xiang had no interest in me at all? As he pulled out a cigarette and was about to light it, he suddenly remarked, "I truly believe calling you a fool is an overstatement. You are entirely deserving of the term imbecile." Staring at Feng Xiang, I found myself at a loss for words. I admit I am somewhat foolish, struggling to comprehend certain matters, yet, at the very least, I have not committed any irrevocable errors. After a brief pause, Feng Xiang continued, "What has transpired in your life is indeed rather peculiar. Let us sift through it together. Perhaps we can unravel the mystery." I nodded, awaiting him to elaborate further. Feng Xiang, being a criminal investigator, certainly possessed a sharp intellect, at least superior to mine. "You only realized your soul had departed from your body due to your leave of absence. During that time, your soul assisted in delivering a parcel related to the Zizhu forest, correct?" Feng Xiang ignited a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke as he queried. I contemplated for a moment, finding no fault in his statement, and thus nodded in agreement. Feng Xiang furrowed his brow and said, "The Zizhu forest is an exceedingly strange place. I cannot fathom the nature of it. Yet it seems as if that cursed location can extract one's soul. This matter is exceedingly convoluted. Let us set it aside for now." After another puff of smoke, Feng Xiang pressed on, "You were already aware that your soul had left your body before encountering that elder surnamed Jiang, which led you to trust him. Consequently, you confided in him about your soulless state. Is that not correct?" As Feng Xiang uttered those words, an overwhelming sense of awkwardness washed over me. The reason Jiang Bo was able to successfully scheme against me was that he had always cloaked his true intentions under the guise of uncovering the secrets of my body. In other words, had I not been the one to reveal to Jiang Bo that my body harbored no soul, he would not have so readily ensnared me in his trap. I nodded helplessly and sighed. Observing my expression, Feng Xiang let out a chuckle. "So, do you now admit that you acted foolishly?" I was disinclined to dwell on this matter and urged Feng Xiang to continue. Flicking away the ash from his cigarette, he squinted his enchanting phoenix eyes and pondered for a moment before stating, "In truth, the subsequent events are rather straightforward. You expose your vulnerability to that old man surnamed Jiang, allowing him to seize upon this to manipulate you. His motivation for this deception stemmed from the small villa. He cannot enter it himself, hence he enlisted your assistance. To bolster your trust in him, he fabricated the tale that the third courier was his granddaughter. The reason the old man, surnamed Jiang, sought entry into the villa was still centered around that vial of essence blood. His desire for the essence blood is rather simple. He likely wishes to practice the dark arts I previously mentioned to you. Having failed to master them, he exists in a liminal state, neither fully human nor ghostly, tormented daily. To escape this suffering, he must acquire that vial of essence blood. After listening to Feng Xiang's analysis, I found my thoughts considerably clearer. Feng Xiang hesitated for a moment before adding, "As for the woman you referred to as Wunyang, I am not privy to that information. After all, I have never encountered that Wunyang. However, the individual surnamed Jiang has indeed not deceived you in this regard. When a person dies, they become a ghost, and such spirits often harbor a degree of resentment. Those devoid of such animosity are referred to as wandering souls or wild ghosts, which pose little threat to the living. Although Wunyang is a ghost, the fact that Jiang claims she bears no resentment suggests that she is likely an ordinary wandering soul. Ordinary wandering souls cannot expose themselves to sunlight. Otherwise, they would dissipate into nothingness. Yet, Wunyang appears to thrive in the light, a phenomenon that is undeniably perplexing. Unless she is an exceptionally powerful spirit, one that is unafraid of sunlight. Upon hearing this, a subtle heaviness settled in my heart, and I furrowed my brow in silence. Taking a deep drag from my cigarette, I finally uttered, "Your soul has been taken by Wunyang, and now she is nowhere to be found. This situation is indeed quite troublesome." I sighed, a sudden thought striking me as I regarded Feng Xiang with newfound seriousness. Tell me honestly, can a person without a soul truly live? Fong Xiang seemed taken aback by my unexpected inquiry. He paused momentarily, then smiled as he extinguished his cigarette, saying, "Why wouldn't they be able to live? Aren't you living quite well right now?" Despite his words, I could easily discern a fleeting hint of unease in Fong Xiang's eyes. Don't overthink it. Living without a soul is certainly possible, and one can lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. The matter at hand is what truly deserves our attention. Fong Xiang patted my shoulder, flashing a broad smile. Is it really just like living as an ordinary person? If one were truly akin to an ordinary individual, then why would a soul reside within the human body? Is it not evident that this seems superfluous? I ceased to ponder such matters, as they eluded my comprehension. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Jiang, seeks to collaborate with you once more. There must be some secret about you that renders such an alliance worthwhile to him. Otherwise, he would not have approached you again. To speak candidly, in his eyes, you are simply. Fong hesitated, glancing at me several times before failing to articulate his final thought. I managed a wry smile and shook my head, saying, "Useless." In his eyes, I am but a useless entity. Fong cleared his throat and offered an awkward chuckle. "Do not overthink it. That is not what I meant." I shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, I do consider myself a waste, yet ironically, even a person of my caliber can be of use to others. Casting a glance at the mobile phone resting on the coffee table, I suddenly recalled the message Jiang Bo had sent me, and I hurriedly relayed its contents to Fong. He paused for a moment, gazing at me in astonishment. "You must be mistaken, surely? You believe that Zhou Shun would not take any action against you, even if you were to kill him?" I offered a bittersweet smile. I too find it hard to believe, yet Jiang Bo explicitly conveyed this to me. The truth remains indistinguishable, but I sense that this matter is inherently dubious. Could such a strong bond withstand even an act of murder without repercussions? Moreover, my relationship with him is not particularly close. It is not entirely certain. Fong Xiang, with a more agile mind than mine and a plethora of thoughts, shook his head upon hearing my words and remarked, "That old man, surnamed Jiang, is approaching you for collaboration once again. There must be something commendable about you. Otherwise, he would have no qualms about eliminating you instead of seeking partnership." "Are you implying that what Jiang Bo stated is indeed true?" I asked, taken aback. Fong Xiang rubbed his head in frustration and couldn't he help but curse. "Damn it, this matter is far too convoluted. Why did I even bother to pry into this nonsense?" Despite his evident perplexity, he remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "I truly cannot fathom this situation. However, it is evident from your words that your boss is no ordinary individual." I concurred with Fong Xiang's assessment. Zhou Shun was undoubtedly an exceptional character. In my memory, Zhou Shun's demeanor appeared quite typical. Yet the clandestine activities he engaged in defied explanation. Consider the small villa, the girl named Tong Yao, and the corpse of the young boy within that coffin. The image of that boy's remains inevitably led me to recall the room filled with black sunflowers, a sight so bizarre that it still sends shivers down my spine. Possessing a wealth of experience, I inquired of Fong Xiang, "Have you ever encountered black sunflowers?" "Black sunflowers?" Fong Xiang, poised to light his cigarette, abruptly halted his motion upon hearing my question, furrowing his brow as he asked, "You fool, where on earth did you see black sunflowers?" Fong Xiang's reaction was somewhat extreme. It was evident from his words that he was aware of the black sunflower. Consequently, I recounted to him the scene I had witnessed within the small villa. Upon finishing my account, Fong Xiang, with a grave expression, set down his cigarette and asserted with unwavering certainty, "This Zhou Shun is certainly not an ordinary person." I was perplexed by Fong Xiang's confidence and chose to remain silent, awaiting his elaboration. Ordinary sunflowers are a radiant golden hue, resembling the sun as they turn towards the light. However, the black sunflower you mentioned stands in stark contrast to the typical variety. It seemed a thought struck Fong Xiang as he turned to inquire, "In that room, besides the sunflower, was there anything else? Perhaps a corpse?" I was taken aback, realizing that I had yet to disclose to Fong Xiang the presence of the little boy's body. How'd he know? Could it be that Fong Xiang had also entered the villa? Fong Xiang appeared to discern the fleeting doubt in my eyes, Maintaining his composure, he lit another cigarette, took a drag, and said, "Do not ask me how I know these things. The cultivation methods for the black sunflower are distinct, and its purpose singular. All I need you to confirm is whether there lies a corpse." I inhaled deeply and nodded. Through the haze of smoke, I observed Fong Xiang's gravity intensifying, and ultimately, he sighed and remarked, "I believe I understand Zhou Shun's intentions." Chapter 56. The Bloodletting Tree Reflecting on the Present Moment. I noticed for the first time that the charming countenance of Fong Xiang had vanished, replaced by a solemn expression that rendered his features far more trustworthy than before. In stark contrast, my curiosity was piqued regarding Zhou Shun's true identity and his intentions. As Fong Xiang remained silent, I could not restrain my urge to press him for answers. Perhaps my insistence had irked him. He playfully struck my forehead with his palm, chiding me, "For heaven's sake, be quiet. Let me think this through properly." The sudden slap left me momentarily stunned. It wasn't that Fong Xiang possessed overwhelming strength. Rather, he had not exerted much force, and I felt no pain. What bewildered me was the familiarity of the scene, as though I had encountered it before. Furrowing my brow, I found my mind drifting back to a figure from my early childhood. I must have been around 5 or 6 years old, living with my parents in a quaint mountain village, blissfully free from worries. Each day began with the rising sun and concluded with its descent, and in my leisure, I would summon my village friends to engage in playful water battles at the stream behind the hills. Vaguely, I recall the young uncle residing on the hillside. Whenever I returned home, weary from play, he would call out to me and produce an array of milk candies from his pocket. In an era when such luxuries were rare in the village, I could never resist the temptation of unwrapping one and savoring its delightful sweetness. The young uncle would crouch beside me, gently patting my head while laughingly advising me to eat less, lest I lose my teeth. Each subsequent day, I sought him out in the hills behind our home. In that carefree age, I felt I ought to pursue not that person, but rather the sweetness of milk candies. As a child, I was often beset with countless inquiries. I recall one occasion when I relentlessly bombarded the young uncle with questions, and perhaps I had overwhelmed him. He raised his hand and playfully slapped the back of my head, then laughingly admonished, "Be quiet for a moment, young one. Uncle is pondering something." The slap was not forceful, yet I remember it vividly, for he was the first person to ever strike me in such a manner, and in my recollection, also the last. Not long after that playful reprimand, the young uncle vanished from my life. I vaguely remember him caressing my head before his departure, saying, "You have grown up now. I can no longer stay here. I must leave." Perhaps it was the allure of the milk candies he had left behind. Or maybe it was the inexplicable bond we had formed over time, but I wept and begged him not to go. At that moment, he once more raised his hand and playfully slapped the back of my head, saying, "A grown man crying like a woman. What on earth are you doing? Cry again, and I swear I shall make you regret it." Thus, the young uncle, who left a profound impression on my childhood, departed, and now, in hindsight, all I can conjure is the memory of his not-so-tall silhouette. Throughout my life, only 2 individuals have ever struck me. The first was that young uncle, and the second is the person before me, Fong Xiang. Just moments ago, he had struck me, and his tone, laced with a mocking smile, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the young uncle, prompting memories of the past to resurface involuntarily. I rubbed the back of my head, attempting to refocus my thoughts, and turned to gaze intently at Fong Xiang. I realized that he appeared quite enigmatic in my eyes. On the surface, he was a detective, yet beneath that facade, he possessed knowledge of certain esoteric arts. No matter how I pondered, I could not reconcile the roles of a Taoist practitioner and a police officer. What manner of person is Fong Xiang? The text message from a stranger warned me to be cautious of him. Was it genuine or merely a ruse? As Fong Xiang contemplated the situation, my suspicions about him lingered, leaving me with a twinge of guilt. I shook my head, striving to dismiss the thoughts. Having chosen to place my trust in him, I ought not to harbor doubt. "Fool, what is wrong with you? Did I knock some sense out of you?" Fong Xiang observed me as I furrowed my brow, shook my head, and rubbed the back of my head in confusion. I shot him a sidelong glance and withdrew my hand, asking, "Have you figured out what is going on? What exactly is the black sunflower, and how is it linked to the corpse?" As we returned to the matter at hand, Feng Xiang adopted a serious demeanor once more. He frowned and replied, "The black sunflower is fundamentally the same as ordinary sunflower seeds. The only difference lies in the environment in which they are cultivated, as well as the moisture and soil conditions. As I mentioned earlier, the black sunflower has but one purpose." "What purpose?" I inquired, furrowing my brow in curiosity. Feng Xiang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "To nurture the Yin spirit and prolong the remnants of life." The notion of nurturing the Yin spirit suggests an engagement with ghostly entities, while the phrase prolong the remnants of life implies an attempt to extend the existence of those on the brink of death. Could it be that Zhou Shun's numerous endeavors were aimed at bestowing life upon the deceased boy within the coffin? Indeed, my conjecture was strikingly close to the truth. Feng Xiang, with a complex expression, elucidated, "The black sunflower, akin to the ordinary sunflower, diverges primarily in its cultivation. In a certain sense, the black sunflower is associated with dark arts, and the method of cultivating these flowers is quite intricate. Initially, one must select a sunflower seed and subsequently immerse it in the menstrual blood of a woman. The feminine essence is inherently yin, and menstrual blood is a potent manifestation of that yin energy. Should the sunflower seed remain intact after a week of soaking in this blood, it signifies that the seed possesses the potential to cultivate into a black sunflower. This selection process merely determines the seed's eligibility for the black sunflower. Further steps are necessary for actual cultivation." After speaking for some time, Feng Xiang felt parched, lifted a cup of water to his lips, and continued. "Once the seed is chosen, one must then slay a pregnant female dog, poised to give birth, and eviscerate her to inspect whether any of the pups are black. If such a pup is found, it is to be taken and killed, after which its fur is to be removed and the meat chopped into pieces and thoroughly cleaned. Subsequently, blood was extracted from the female dog, and the cleansed black dog meat was immersed in the blood until it achieved a translucent sheen. I could not help but conjure a grotesque image, which filled me with a sense of revulsion. Nevertheless, my thoughts drifted to the scene I had observed in the small Western-style building. I distinctly remembered the bowls filled with black sunflowers, devoid of soil, containing only peculiar white substances. Connecting this to the grotesque imagery, it was not difficult to surmise that these substances were the glistening black dog meat, soaked in canine blood. Yet this was not the end. Feng Xiang took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued, "This is merely the second step. After completing this, the selected sunflower seeds must be placed within the black dog meat and then sealed. Next, one must seek out a burial site, preferably a potter's field. As the deceased interred, there are often forsaken souls or those who met untimely ends. In comparison, potter's fields exude a heavier aura of death. And for the sunflower seeds to thrive, they must be placed in an environment saturated with such energy. To expedite the growth of the sunflower seeds, an even greater presence of this energy is required. For instance, one could disturb the graves, retrieving the remains of the deceased to insert the sunflower seeds within. Afterward, one must wait a week before reopening the grave to nourish the seeds. The nourishment referred to here is not traditional soil fertilization, but rather a replacement of the black dog meat with fresh meat. This process must be repeated 7 times for the sunflower seeds to germinate. I found myself agape, utterly shocked and at a loss for words. Suddenly, I found it rather mild to label Feng as engaging in sorcery. This is undoubtedly sorcery. Although the process does not involve murder, it has cruelly harmed countless lives. The case of the black dog meat serves as a prime example. A mother dog, unaware of whether her unborn puppies are black or white, can only be proven through the gruesome act of disemboweling her. If that is not the case, other expectant mothers are sought out. If this continues, would it not result in the slaughter of innumerable lives? I am uncertain whether Zhou Shun's actions are right or wrong, yet they evoke a profound sense of disgust within me. Suddenly, I recall my first visit to the mass grave with Jiang Bo, where we discovered the grave of Miss Tong Yao had been disturbed. In retrospect, it seems Zhou Shun excavated Miss Tong Yao's grave, perhaps to seize her remains, or, more likely, to utilize her grave for planting black sunflowers. To harm so many lives, merely to allow the sunflower seeds to sprout? I clenched my teeth and asked indignantly, Feng Xiang noticed my agitation and remarked meaningfully, "Fool, the world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Right and wrong are not determined by others or by fate, but by oneself. Regardless of how many lives are harmed, as long as one feels it is worthwhile, then it is justified." Upon hearing Feng Xiang's words, I fell into silence. Indeed, there was a certain logic in what he said. In all matters, there exists a distinction between right and wrong. From one's own standpoint, one may steadfastly believe in the righteousness of their actions, while viewed through the lens of another, those very actions may be perceived as erroneous. To my eyes, the actions of Zhou Shun are unequivocally misguided. Yet, how do they appear in his own perception? I took a deep breath, casting aside all extraneous thoughts, and continued to inquire what Feng Xiang intended to do next. Feng Xiang pondered for a moment before responding. Once the sunflower seeds successfully germinate, that alone can be deemed a triumph. The next step is to locate a site steeped in profound to plant these sunflower seeds. However, it is imperative that this location is devoid of any sunlight. Otherwise, all efforts shall be rendered futile. I reflected upon the scene within the small on the second floor, recalling how it was indeed, as Feng Xiang described, tightly sealed, ensuring that the sun's rays would not penetrate during the day. You previously mentioned that the black sunflowers serve but one purpose, to nourish and prolong their existence. Yet, it seems your explanation bears no relation to these two matters. Why are you so impatient? I merely seek to ensure that you comprehend thoroughly, Feng Xiang remarked, casting me a knowing glance. Aware of his own tendency to be overly verbose, he then stated plainly, the black sunflowers, from the moment they sprout, continuously absorb the abundant, thriving in environments rich in such energy. Over time, these black sunflowers acquire the ability to gather. If a significant number of black sunflowers were to gather, the surrounding aura of negativity within several dozen miles could coalesce at the sight of these black sunflowers. If I am not mistaken, Zhou Shun is employing the gathering effect of the black sunflowers to nourish the shadowy souls. I have previously mentioned that once a person passes away, their spirit cannot linger in this world indefinitely. Otherwise, it would dissipate into nothingness. However, if black sunflowers continuously absorb the surrounding negative energy, then these spirits would not only avoid annihilation, but would grow increasingly powerful, awaiting the opportune moment to return to their corporeal forms, a process referred to as rebirth. This is what is known as nurturing shadowy souls. As for prolonging life, it is quite understandable. You inform me that Zhou Shun has placed a coffin inside, containing the corpse of a young boy. I am yet to ascertain the identity of this boy, but it is likely that he is the one Zhou Shun seeks to resurrect. Upon death, the soul returns to the underworld, unable to breathe normally, and the body will gradually decay. To entirely halt this decay, mere freezing is insufficient. Listening to Feng Xiang's elaboration, I was not particularly astonished. On the contrary, I remained quite composed. I am aware that this world is vast, filled with peculiarities, and Feng Xiang's revelations are likely only a mere fraction of it all. I expressed my confusion, stating, the young boy in the small Western-style building appears to be in perfect condition, with no signs of decay. You mentioned that mere freezing is inadequate. Are there other methods involved? Indeed, there are, Feng Xiang replied, lighting another cigarette, and with a nonchalant puff continued. Merely freezing can only delay the decay process. To completely prevent a body from decomposing does not fall under the category of sorcery. It can be attributed to the forces of nature. The forces of nature? I gazed at Feng Xiang with profound bewilderment. Feng Xiang nodded as he exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling softly. The most extraordinary and intriguing aspect of this world is undoubtedly the power of nature. To prevent a corpse from decaying, one must extract all the blood from the body within 3 hours after death, leaving nothing behind. Following this, the body should be sealed in ice to preserve its vitality. Within the subsequent month, a tree that bleeds must be located, and the blood extracted from it injected into the corpse. Thus, one can maintain the body's incorruptibility. A tree that bleeds, I exclaimed, my eyes widening in genuine astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. At last, I comprehended what Feng Xiang referred to as the power of nature. However, I did not doubt whether such a tree existed. For when I entered the small villa and discovered the corpse of the young boy, it was evidently plump and did not appear to have been drained of blood. This indicated that Zhou Shun had indeed found a tree that bleeds. Wait a moment. Could the blood from this tree be what Jiang Bo referred to as essence blood? Chapter 57. The Faceless One. I believe this matter is not devoid of possibility. From various indications, it appears that Zhou Shun's objective is to rescue the young boy. And the most crucial element for this endeavor may very well be the blood of the tree. The sap from the tree could prevent the boy's body from decaying. Who can ascertain whether that sanguine essence possesses further properties? Feng Xiang seemed to revel in my astonishment, enigmatically smiling as he spoke. My knowledge of the bleeding tree came to me by mere chance. It is said that after the illustrious Genghis Khan achieved greatness, he dispatched emissaries in search of the elixir of immortality. During this quest, extraordinary tales reached him, claiming that far away on the Isle of Penglai, there existed a tree that bled. Should one procure the blood of this tree and apply it to their human form, they would attain eternal life, thus dubbed the elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this, Genghis Khan promptly sent men to seek out the fabled bleeding tree. What astonished everyone was that the emissaries indeed found the tree and returned with a considerable amount of its blood. Genghis Khan's remarkable success was no mere coincidence. Upon acquiring the sacred tree's blood, he commanded that all the blood be drawn from one of his soldiers. However, without blood, how could a human possibly survive? Before the soldier's life essence had entirely ebbed away, he had already succumbed to death. Genghis Khan, unwilling to relent, harbored hopes for a miracle and ordered the sacred blood to be injected into the soldier's body through mystical means. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, the soldier did not miraculously return to life. Upon realizing the futility of the situation, Genghis Khan was considerably disheartened. He instructed that the soldier's family be notified and bestowed upon them a substantial sum as consolation, allowing them to bring the remains home for a proper burial. However, before the soldier's family could retrieve the body, an astonishing event transpired. The soldier, who had undergone a blood transfusion, astonishingly emitted no foul odor even hours after his demise. The soldier's family reported this peculiar occurrence to Genghis Khan, who promptly ordered the body to be brought forth, firmly believing that an unexpected miracle might unfold. Yet, after several days of anxious waiting, there remained no sign of revival. Even the most basic indicators of life, such as a pulse or heartbeat, were absent. A small consolation was that, although the soldier did not return to life, his remains showed no signs of decay or odor. Genghis Khan, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment, but refrained from any further futile actions. He commanded a proper burial for the soldier and ensured that all information regarding the miraculous blood-bearing tree on the Isle of Penglai was kept confidential, to prevent any nefarious individuals from exploiting it. After listening to Feng Xiang's account, I couldn't help but marvel at the tale. This narrative had not been recorded in history, and its authenticity was difficult to ascertain. Nonetheless, it was certain that the bleeding tree truly existed. Feng Xiang extinguished his cigarette, glanced at me, and remarked, "Zhou Shun must have undertaken all these efforts to save that little boy, though I am still unaware of the boy's identity. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in investigating at the police station. We might uncover some clues." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the only course of action left. Feng Xiang sat beside me, casting several glances my way, his demeanor suggesting he had much more to say but hesitated. I can hardly tolerate the indirectness of others. The thoughts that weigh heavily on my mind are already quite tormenting. Now, seeing Feng Xiang behave in such a manner, I find it increasingly difficult to restrain myself. I urged him to speak candidly without concealing his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Xiang replied, "You fool, I have no ulterior motives in saying this. I merely wish to issue a warning. In truth, there are myriad ways to nurture a Yin spirit and prolong a life. For instance, one could kill another person, extracting their Yin spirit to nourish another's, a method that proves remarkably efficient. There are many such methods, yet Zhou Shun has chosen the most arduous path." Feng Xiang's words trailed off, and I grasped the meaning behind them. According to Feng Xiang, Zhou Shun could have easily ended another's life to sustain the Yin spirit of the young boy, thereby saving both time and effort. However, such an action would undoubtedly be heinous. Yet, Zhou Shun opted for the more convoluted approach, one that spared human lives but resulted in the suffering of several dogs. This implies that Zhou Shun harbored no intent to harm others. His sole desire was to resurrect the young boy, nothing more. I remained silent, my feelings toward Zhou Shun already tinged with disdain. However, upon hearing Feng Xiang's words, I began to reconsider, sensing that Zhou Shun might not be malevolent after all, and perhaps he had his own compelling reasons for his actions. Feng Xiang patted my shoulder, urging me not to overthink, and promised to investigate Zhou Shun's connection with the young boy the following day. I pulled out a cigarette, intending to light it, when suddenly the thought of the nursery rhyme girl crossed my mind. I hastily inquired about Feng Xiang. Upon hearing my words, Feng Xiang furrowed his brow and stated, "The nursery rhyme girl you speak of cannot possibly be Zhou Xuanyang's little ghost." I was taken aback, finding it somewhat incredulous. If the nursery rhyme girl was not Zhou Xuanyang's little ghost, then why would she assist him? Feng Xiang nodded solemnly and explained, "There are two types of sorcery involved in raising little ghosts: witchcraft and Taoist practices. The secrets of witchcraft for raising little ghosts are predominantly passed down in Thailand, while the Taoist methods are more prevalent in our region. The art of raising little ghosts can be both righteous and sinister. Some individuals raise little ghosts with no malevolent intent, solely for protection, which constitutes righteous practice. Conversely, others exploit the technique to harm lives, which is deemed wicked. Furthermore, the process of raising little ghosts is not as straightforward as one might imagine. The term little ghost refers to infants who have perished before birth, as these souls have not yet entered the world and possess incomplete consciousness, making the casting of spells considerably simpler. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Although these infants lack worldly experience, their resentments run deep. A moment's carelessness can lead to retaliation from the little ghost. Thus, it becomes evident how perilous the practice of raising little ghosts can be. The nursery rhyme girl you mentioned must have experienced extraordinary circumstances in life, and after death, her profound resentment has likely resulted in her having taken lives. Such a spirit cannot simply be classified as a little ghost. It is better described as a vengeful spirit. The possibility of raising such a spirit is virtually non-existent. I suspect that Zhou Shun must have employed alternative means to compel the nursery rhyme girl to heed his commands and perform tasks for him. As the conversation drew to a close, I could not help but utter a curse,